Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 736, Run, Gray. Heine hadn't misheard, someone was indeed calling his name. His body, which had been sent flying by the roar, didn't fall to the ground but was caught by a small figure wearing a cloak. It was Gray. Ever since Heine left the room, Gray had been following him. Due to her naturally low presence, Shinji's charm that blocked detection, and possibly the interference from various magical formulas of different origins and effects in the castle, Gray's tracking went unnoticed. She watched as the young knight walked into the forecourt, entered the forest, and descended into the underground passage. The obvious echoes in the passage made her worry about being discovered. As she hesitated whether to follow, the sounds of fighting came from inside. Remembering her mission requirements, Gray no longer hesitated. She rushed into the passage at top speed and managed to catch Heine just as he was being thrown back. Noticing the new intruder, the monster's eyes glowed crimson. Then, Gray heard a voice. Unlike the roar, it was hoarse, almost like the sound of wind scraping against something. "Answer me, the name of the angel." Is that you asking?" Gray involuntarily widened her eyes, feeling as if she had discovered some great secret. "Idiot, don't space out." A pain shot through her right wrist, a reminder from Ad. "What should I do, Ad?" "Say anything. It's better than not answering." "Answer me, the name of the angel." The question rang out again. Michael. Instinctively, Gray called out the angel name assigned to her on the invitation, which was also the nameplate on her room. "If you cannot answer the question, you shall be stripped away." The darkness stirred restlessly, like boiling slime. "I guess I got it wrong after all," Gray said, sounding a bit disappointed. "It'd be weird if you got it right," Ad mocked. "If you don't want to end up hanging on an angel statue, run. It's about to attack." Oh. As they spoke, the beast opened its mouth once again. As if awakened by that roar, the air surrounding Gray changed dramatically. It was hot. She felt as if she was in a furnace, her whole body seeming to melt. Whether it was magic or some other ability, she didn't know. She only knew she had to escape at top speed. Massive magical energy gathered at her feet at a rate several times faster than an ordinary magus, propelling her body swiftly across the ground. This was a magical energy release control technique she had been practicing recently. Previously, Gray would only instinctively reinforce her body with magical energy, which was extremely inefficient and wasteful. After receiving guidance from Shinji, Gray gradually mastered targeted release methods, such as simply increasing arm strength, or accelerating like now. The air changed drastically again, this time due to pure speed. It wasn't just the beast that possessed speed beyond the limits of human dynamic visual acuity, but also the seemingly small and fragile girl. In just a few seconds, mere seconds, Gray, carrying the knighted Heine, had already rushed out of the underground passage and back into the forest of the forecourt. Because her movement speed was faster than the speed of heat propagation, Gray no longer felt the intense heat. She carefully retreated to a relatively open area, her eyes fixed on the dark entrance of the passage. That terrifying and powerful beast had also followed her to the surface, its red eyes likewise locked onto Gray, treating her as prey. "Ad. Run, head for where there are more people. Now's not the time to fight, unless you don't care about this tin can." Gray released her secretly clenched right hand, gathered magical energy from her entire body to her feet, and pushed her speed to the limit. During the acceleration process, she didn't forget to crush the charm hanging around her neck, sending a signal to Shinji. As Ad said, she might possess combat ability superior to the beast, but she now had to protect the unconscious Heine and couldn't fight freely. Gray's full-speed sprint was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, she had rushed out of the forest and crashed into the courtyard. The beast's speed was a hair faster than the burdened Gray. The safety distance she had initially maintained had been consumed during the chase. It burst into the castle almost on Gray's heels, seemingly determined not to give up until its prey was thoroughly killed. "Go to the second floor. Jump." As Gray was using all her energy to escape, Ad took on the task of navigation. Gray seemed quite accustomed to this arrangement. The moment Ad's voice rang out, she leaped, jumping directly onto the balcony of the second floor. "Confront it here." She had just landed, gripped her right hand tightly and called out. "Ad. Got it." The seal that had been hidden and fixed to her arm in a special way unfurled. The phosphorescent light, hazy like ghost fire, instantly transformed into a new shape. It was a shape everyone knew. The form of the harvester. The Grim Reaper's scythe. As the phosphorescent light dispersed, Gray's magical energy also concentrated in her arm. She put Hyena down, wielding the giant scythe blade, and swung it with all her might towards the rapidly approaching beast. The scythe blade cut deep into the beast's body. An inhuman force that defied the difference in mass between them interrupted the beast's advance and knocked it back to the ground. She lowered her center of gravity, seeming to prepare for a follow-up attack. Unexpectedly, Ad, now in scythe form, stopped her. "Run now, I'm not ready yet." "Ah, okay." Gray quickly redirected her magical energy flow. With one hand holding the scythe and the other carrying Hyena, she rushed deeper into the corridor, towards the guest room area where the summoned Magi were staying. Although the Magi kept their angel names very secret and it wasn't known exactly which rooms they were in, if she made enough noise. The scythe blade cut through the air, the wind pressure it stirred up wantonly ravaging the decorations in the corridor and the chandeliers on the ceiling, creating a series of piercing sounds. "Please, anyone will do, take Sir Hyena away. What is that guy doing? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Didn't he say he'd come as fast as possible? With that guy's speed, he should be here by now even if he was on the other side. Forget it, if he doesn't show up at the next corner, we'll..." "You'll what?" A lazy voice sounded in Gray's ear. "You. If you're here, hurry up and help. No rush. Keep running, past the corner. I'll give it a nasty surprise there." "Fine, I'll trust you this once." "Gray, accelerate." Urged on by Ad's voice, Gray bent her knees and rounded the corner at an almost 90-degree angle. The monster, using the wall to perform three-dimensional maneuvers, stepped on the ceiling and thrust its claws, harder than diamond, towards Gray's back. At that moment, a shoe suddenly appeared before its eyes. Chapter 737, A Beautiful View. The style of the shoes was ordinary, the kind of outdoor shoes you could buy in any mall. But the power contained in these shoes was even more terrifying than the previous scythe of death. These outdoor shoes precisely stomped on what seemed to be the beast's face, kicking it and flying backward. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, the hard marble wall was directly smashed through by the monster. Hearing the loud noise, Gray turned around, staring blankly at the collapsed wall, while Ad, attached to the scythe blade, drew in a sharp breath. "Hiss, that's brutal." "Nonsense, did you think I was joking?" After delivering such a heavy kick, Shinji's legs felt a bit weak. He tapped his feet on the ground unsteadily, alleviating the numbness before walking unhurriedly towards the beast buried under the marble blocks. Then, he heard a shrill cry. "Ah." Don't misunderstand, the hoarse-voiced monster couldn't possibly make such a shrill cry. This cry came from behind the wall that the monster had crashed through, from the owner of the room affected by Shinji's brutal action. You, what are you trying to do?" Her naturally falling golden curls trembled involuntarily, and her pearl-like cheeks flushed red. The room's owner, Livia Gelita Edelfelt, was glaring at Shinji with a mix of shame and anger. This was only natural. Late at night, a young lady sleeping in her room, suddenly the wall collapses, and standing at the collapsed area is a man she had previously had a conflict with. Anyone would misunderstand. No way. Recognizing the room's owner, Shinji was also a bit stunned. There were hundreds of rooms in the castle, yet with just one random kick, he managed to hit Livia's room. This was too much of a coincidence. Just as he was about to explain, the stones in front of him suddenly began to shake. Not good. Shinji's expression changed, his feet forcefully stomping the ground, appearing almost instantly by Livia's bedside, hoisting the young lady on the bed over his shoulder and running towards the other side. The young lady of the Edelfelt family had never experienced such treatment before and was momentarily stunned. However, she was stunned for less than a second before a roar jolted her confused brain back to clarity. The sound wave materialized into substance, shattered the stone blocks pressing on the beast's body and spread frantically around. Shinji, while smashing through doors to escape, bit his tongue hard to keep himself alert, and didn't forget to remind Gray outside. "You run too, let's meet in the courtyard." What on earth is happening? After the beast's roar, Livia also realized that the situation might not be as simple as she had thought. "It's too complicated to explain right now." "Then just tell me what we need to do now." "Find an open space and take down that beast behind us." "Beast? Could it be the one that killed Hishiri Adashino?" Livia, now calm, reacted very quickly. "Yes. You found it." "Miss, is this the time for a chat?" "We're running for our lives here," Shinji said impatiently. Ah. If he hadn't said that, it would have been fine, but once he did, Livia became agitated again, because she finally realized she was being carried on a man's shoulder. Put me down quickly." "Don't move around, you'll die if I put you down." Shinji casually patted the back of Livia's head. "You. Humph, I'm not that weak." "It's not about strength or weakness. That beast's ability is extremely effective against Magus. That roar just now can stop magic circuits from working. If I hadn't shielded you, you would now. Shinji didn't continue, but it was enough to make Luvia involuntarily swallow. Having already inherited the family crest, she was well aware of the severe consequences if the crest stopped functioning. If it happened while using magic, the results would be unimaginable. Are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. Mr. Heine has already fallen victim, Gray is carrying him now, you'll see soon. If it weren't for saving people, why would we be in such a sorry state? The example of Heine Istari completely dispelled Luvia's doubts. Although she was a prodigy, Heine was no less of a genius, and in a relatively narrow space, Heine could exert even more power than her. Now that Heine had fallen, how much better could she fare? Recognizing the situation, the young lady no longer acted proud. With a red face, she said in a low voice. Thank you. Speak up, the wind noise is too loud, I can't hear you. I said, thank you for saving me. Luvia's face reddened even more, but she didn't avoid it, expressing her feelings directly. This was her, the Edelfelt family's dignity. Shinji laughed. Although Luvia was facing away from him and he couldn't see her expression, it wasn't hard to hear the complex emotions of pride and bashfulness mixed in her voice. I didn't expect you to be so straightforward. A daughter of the Edelfelt family doesn't run away. The girl raised her snow-white neck high, despite the airflow from the high-speed movement, like a proud white swan. If it were daytime, she would surely be the center of attention. Unfortunately, at this moment, Shinji just wanted to laugh. Because. Well said. But there's no need to thank me, I've already received my reward. What a feast for the eyes. I didn't expect you to have such interests, I've changed my opinion of you. Feeling Shinji's slightly invasive gaze, Luvia instinctively looked at herself. To emphasize again, it was late at night, the young lady was sleeping in bed, and she couldn't possibly still be wearing that noble sky blue dress from the daytime. Yes, Luvia was wearing pajamas. Like the dress, it was still made of the finest silk, with the finest design. It ensured comfort while perfectly accentuating the young lady's figure. The cuffs, collar, hem, and other edges were adorned with intricate lace, adding a touch of cuteness to this otherwise elegantly themed nightwear. Besides the nightgown, she was also hugging a stuffed toy, possibly used as a pillow while sleeping. The stuffed toy was in the shape of an equally cute little dog, if memory serves correctly, a classic cartoon character from a certain series. Usually fond of cooking, but transforms into a knight when danger strikes, deeply loved by girls. The young lady in a dress and parasol, and the little girl in pajamas with a stuffed toy, two equally vivid yet drastically different images created a strong contrast. However, this contrast wasn't the most shocking part. The most shocking was, Luvia had a typical Western female body type, and although only 17, she was very well developed. It's worth noting that nightgowns are generally very loose, and women don't wear certain things while sleeping, so during intense movement, let's just say the view was quite spectacular. And so. In a sense, more terrifying than the roar of the beast behind them. Chapter 738, Lesson. Luvia's scream was 100 times more pleasant than the beast's, but it was still a scream, especially when it was so loud. So Shinji gave another tap on the back of her head and coughed. Could you keep it down? That thing behind us is noisy enough. Or actually, feel free to scream louder, it'd be great if everyone woke up to see this unusual side of Miss Edelfelt. This kind of blame the victim first behavior nearly brought Luvia to tears of frustration. You, just wait. I'll kill you for sure, won't even leave ashes behind. The vicious-sounding words took on a different flavor due to her embarrassed anger. Shinji laughed and replied, all right, I got it. But if you want to kill me, you'll have to deal with that thing behind us first. We're here. Since their original path was blocked by the beast, Shinji had to take a big detour, circling another spiral staircase to return to the Great Hall. At the bottom of the staircase, beneath the angel statue, Gray had been waiting for some time. She had placed the unconscious Heine in a corner behind the staircase. It was clear she had thought it through carefully. The beast's mobility was much stronger than humans, so they needed cover for protection. The corner behind the staircase was the best choice. Good job, well done, Shinji said, giving Gray a thumbs up while setting down Luvia he had been carrying on his shoulder. Miss Luvia, please look after Mr. Heine and try to wake him up if you can. Luvia snorted in displeasure but turned and walked into the corner. Despite her dissatisfaction, she knew what needed to be done. She unzipped the back of her stuffed dog toy and took out a gemstone. A qualified magus never lets their guard down, and the toy wasn't just a hobby but also a self-defense tool. You've got that trick up your sleeve too, not bad at all. Shinji gave Luvia a thumbs up as well, then said to Gray. You stay here and protect them. Do not let them be hit directly by the roar. Yes, instructor, Gray agreed. Let me borrow your weapon. Don't dream. Only Gray can bring out my power, no one else can, interjected with his usual tone. Shinji wasn't bothered. I don't need any special effects, just maintain the scythe form. That's no problem. What are you planning to do? On-site teaching, of course. Didn't Waver tell you? I'm an expert with scythes. Just to be sure, you're not afraid of going head-to-head with that thing, are you? TCH, that monster. Not worthy. Gray, lend me to him. I want to see what he's capable of. Gray nodded and handed Death Scythe to Shinji. Instructor, please be careful. Thanks for your concern. But I have to say, it's not me who should be careful, it's that beast. Before he finished speaking, a roar came from above. The beast had finally arrived. Shinji calmly snapped his fingers. In an instant, darkness retreated and light enveloped everything. Everything was under his control, from the beast's movement speed to the upcoming tactics. This snap of his fingers was the first step, turning on the lights. That's right, turning on the lights. Humans are visual creatures. If they can't see their enemy clearly, their fighting ability is affected. Shinji was no exception. Although he wasn't afraid of the dark, he still preferred to fight in well-lit places. The bright lights changed the environment and allowed everyone to see the beast's true form. I wonder if Ashbourne is a fan of D&D, Dungeons and Dragons. This thing looks just like a drider. A drider, a monster with the lower body of a spider and the upper body of a drow elf. Its fur, covered in blood and mud, looked like metal armor, and its whole body exuded a twisted ferocity. I ask in the name of the angel. The angel of death, Samel. If you cannot answer, then let me reap. With the evening bell, no, with Death Scythe, I'll harvest your soul. The monster began to move, its multiple legs and massive bulk giving it an impact force rivaling a battle tank. Shinji charged forward simultaneously, though compared to the monster's terrifying momentum, his movement was much quieter, making one worry if he might be crushed into meat paste. However, everyone soon realized this worry was unnecessary. Not only was Shinji unharmed, but he also managed to leave a wound on the monster at the moment of contact. Gray, remember this, the scythe is a niche weapon without a specific mastery. You can only figure it out through your exploration. But one thing remains constant, and that's the weapon's inherent characteristics. Your Death Scythe is a long weapon, so you should take advantage of its reach. The previous exchange demonstrated this principle. The scythe's blade was longer than the beast's claws, so Shinji was able to strike the monster's body first and use the recoil to change direction, successfully avoiding the beast's charge. Now, Shinji was demonstrating the scythe's second characteristic. He leaped high, using the tip of the scythe blade to stab the humanoid part of the monster's shoulder. The monster swiped at him in retaliation but missed because the blade of Death Scythe is also quite long, almost as long as a one-handed sword. At this length, short claws can't compare. The end of the long handle has a spike, which can also be utilized. Like this, block, then counter with an upward strike, a graze, or a pull. It might only cause a superficial wound, but that's how battles are fought. You accumulate small advantages bit by bit until you achieve victory. Don't think only the sharp parts can cause damage. Sometimes blunt force can be very effective too. All polearms evolved from sticks, so techniques like sweeping and thrusting are universal. Shinji demonstrated with his actions, giving Gray a vivid lesson. The monster that had been so intimidating earlier, chasing everyone away, had now become a sturdy moving target. After being beaten by Shinji in various ways for over 10 minutes, it hadn't managed to cause Shinji any harm, and its once terrifying appearance had taken on a somewhat pitiful quality. That's about it for the basic use of the scythe blade. The next step is to integrate these techniques further and develop your moves. I'm still working on that myself. As for the higher-level transcendent techniques that pursue the essence of seeking the way, I don't understand those yet. Rather than specializing in one weapon, I prefer to utilize the advantages of different weapons for specific situations. For a monster like this, the most suitable weapon would be a hammer. A big hammer, the bigger the better. You mean something like this? Along with Ad's voice, the scythe's form changed. It became an even larger weapon than the scythe blade, a long handle with a massive conical structure at the top. This was a heavy weapon among heavy weapons, with a limited armament typically requiring multiple people to use, a battering ram. You're impressive. With Ad being so cooperative, Shinji couldn't slack off either. The beast sensed the danger and let out a massive roar, but its roar was nothing compared to the battering ram. After being shattered head-on, the ram then mercilessly fell upon its body. First the scythe, then the hammer, plus the red blood flowing from its wounds. Chapter 739, the mastermind behind the scenes. The beast was smashed into the wall, and severely injured. This hammer blow caused more damage than all the injuries inflicted in the previous 10+ minutes combined. This is not an exaggeration, but the truth. The secret lies in what Shinji said about weapon characteristics. Some weapons are suitable for killing people, some for breaching fortifications, some are fast, and some are powerful. This is determined from the moment the weapon is created. Finding the right weapon makes it the best aid, while the wrong one becomes a hindrance. The siege weapon was the former against the beast, resulting in its sturdy shell being smashed open with a shockingly large hole, and the two hind limbs at the end being shattered by the tremendous force of the hammer. How about it? Do you understand now? Shinji asked Gray, shouldering the large hammer. She nodded vigorously. I understand. Good, then let's end this. The siege hammer was raised again. This time, it would surely pulverize the beast into a pulp. At that moment, voices came from the observation deck on the second floor. Something interesting seems to be happening. What are you doing? That is. Looking up, they saw familiar faces, the magus residing in the castle, Orlok, Pfluger, Jiruba Sagan Takata, and Rosalind, Heine's sister. Sorry to disturb your rest, we're catching the culprit who killed Hishiri Adashino, Shinji said, looking up with a meaningful smile. The culprit? Is it that synthetic monster? Let me see. Jirubu excitedly jumped down from the observation deck and ran towards the beast. Be careful. Gray hurriedly warned, but it was too late. The seemingly dying beast suddenly sprang up, opening its huge mouth and pouncing towards Jirubu. Jirubu seemed to be frozen in fear, standing motionless until he was caught in the beast's mouth, only then letting out a belated cry of anguish. Help me, I don't want to be eaten. The beast ignored his cries and used its remaining hind limbs to flee frantically. Trying to escape. Shinji tossed aside the siege hammer, his entire body transforming into a trail of black smoke as he blocked the beast's path, launching into a flying kick. Surprisingly, this kick wasn't aimed at any other part but directly at Jirubu, who was still caught in the beast's mouth, crying for help. What happened next was even more astonishing. The beast actually gave up its hostage voluntarily, actively pouncing toward Shinji instead. Successfully kicking the beast's head and stopping its escape, Shinji wasn't satisfied. Using the momentum from the kick, he accelerated again, still targeting Jirubu, who had landed safely but was still in shock. It seemed Shinji was determined to kill him. However, this surprise attack ultimately failed because the beast once again stood in front of Shinji, using its body to absorb Shinji's attack. Blocked twice, Shinji didn't continue his assault. He maintained a distance that allowed him to either attack or defend, looking at the stunned Jirubu and the beast in front of him with a half-smile. As I thought, it's you, Jiruba Sagan Takata. No, the true culprit, the mastermind behind everything. The onlookers were all stunned. From Jirubu's jump to Shinji's withdrawal, the entire sequence took no more than 20 seconds. During this time, there were 5 plot twists, leaving people unable to keep up and react. Wait, I'm confused. Can someone explain what just happened? Mr. Jirubu was caught, Mr. Smith wanted to kill Mr. Jirubu, but the beast was protecting. The beast was protecting Jirubu, and it did so twice. The magus who had gathered here were all intelligent people and quickly realized the abnormality, including Haina, who had just been awakened by Luvia. When he first saw Shinji trying to kill Jirubu, he wanted to save him, but then there was an unexpected turn of events. Recalling his earlier judgment, he broke out in a cold sweat. Not good, Rosalind. The young knight, disregarding his physical weakness, rushed out of his hiding place with a rudeness that didn't match his usual demeanor. He ran up to the second-floor observation deck and embraced his sister. Brother. The innocent girl looked at Haina in confusion. Haina didn't respond to his sister's call. He used magic to examine the girl's body thoroughly before slightly relaxing. Among the magus in the castle, apart from the mysterious Orlok and Shinji and Gray who focused on training, the other 4 magus had formed 2 alliances. Luvia Gelida had hired Pfluger, while Haina had found a kindred spirit in Jiruba Sagan Takata, even entrusting his sister to his care when he went out. He never imagined that the ally he had chosen would turn out to be the most dangerous and that his beast had almost killed him. You. Haina's eyes were filled with rage, both towards Jirubu and himself for trusting the wrong person. Jirubu Sagan Takata, your identity as a Shigendo monk was just a disguise. No, perhaps even your name is fake, your true identity is an heir of Ashbourne. Luvia Gelita also stepped forward. Beside her stood her maid, who had arrived at some unknown time. She had also put on a coat over her thin nightgown. Heir? I've never heard that Jirian Ashbourne had a disciple. Young lady, what's going on? Pfluger asked. I'm not entirely sure of the details, but that beast's roar can stop magic crest from functioning. This is an ability only tuners possess and not just any tuner at that. Moreover, I heard from its mouth, ask for the name of the angel. If you cannot answer, let me take it. Haina spoke up, I can testify for Miss Luvia Gelida. I heard it too. Because I answered incorrectly, I engaged in battle with it and eventually lost consciousness due to the effect of its roar. If it weren't for Mr. Smith, Miss Gray, and Miss Luvia Gelida saving me, I might have died. I see. It seems this so-called inheritance was a conspiracy from the beginning. Come to think of it, it's strange for the Magus to seek out heirs to inheritances in the first place. They're all self-interested, so why would they be so kind-hearted? Pfluger sighed, finally realizing the situation. This time, you were also trying to obtain something from us, weren't you? Is it our magic crests, heir of Ashbourne? Oh my, what are you saying? Jaruba waved his hands dramatically. He tapped his headdress and conch shell and even pulled at his cheeks. No matter how you look at it, I don't match Ashbourne's style, do I? Then why is Ashbourne's beast still protecting you even now? Shinji took a small step forward, and the half-human, half-spider female immediately tensed her body. I don't know. Halfway through his sentence, Jaruba suddenly stumbled. When he steadied himself and raised his head again, his expression and tone had changed. His style, which had been at odds with the Castle Adra, instantly became harmonious. That's right. I am Gerion Ashbourne's son, Glannid Ashbourne. Chapter 740, no work, no food. That's right, I am the heir of Ashbourne, Glannid Ashbourne. Along with Jaruba's, no, Glannid's answer, a low whisper came from the beast's mouth. I ask in the name of the angel. If you cannot answer, then let me strip it away. Everyone, whether they had answered or not, fell into silence. They hadn't solved the answer, except for one person, Matou Shinji, who was using the alias Johnny Smith. Aladaya. Instantly, the beast stopped moving, and an expression of disbelief appeared on Glannid's face. You, how did you know? I just guessed randomly. I didn't expect to guess correctly. What luck. I'll go buy a lottery ticket as soon as I get out of here. Shinji laughed exaggeratedly, his expression looking fake no matter how you looked at it. Since I answered correctly, shouldn't you hand over the inheritance to me? Of course, you probably won't agree to that. Of course not. Ashbourne can only be inherited by me. This is my inheritance ceremony, through stripping away your magic crests. By the time the Magus realized the danger, it was already too late. The roar sounded again, echoing through the spacious courtyard. Hearing the roar, the Magus covered their ears and fell to their knees in pain. Although they knew the beast's roar could stop the functioning of magic crests, no one except Haina had experienced what that felt like. Now they knew, it was the greatest pain, the greatest torment for a Magus. That feeling of weakness and helplessness, being at someone's mercy, no one wanted to experience it a second time. Damn it, this range, its resonance. I should have realized earlier that the entire Castle Adra is an amplifier for sound. Because his magic crest hadn't fully recovered its function, Haina was less affected than the other Magus. Also, having experienced it once before, he discovered the secret of the Castle Adra earlier. The abnormality had existed from the beginning, the spacious hall, the enclosed corridors, and the hollow-sounding marble floor when stepped on, it was all to form a tuning fork covering the entire castle, amplifying the beast's roar to the extreme. Oh. You've already figured it out. Glannid looked at Haina with some surprise. As expected of the person I, no, Jaruba valued the most. As you said, this castle was built using Ashbourne's secret techniques. If I want, I can make her voice appear in every corner at any time. Here, no Magus can surpass me. So confident. Shinji chuckled as he stood up from the floor. Seeing this, Glannid's eyes widened. You. What about me? The Eastern mystical systems differ quite a bit from Western magic. Most Eastern inheritances don't pass through magic crests. Without the effect of stopping magic crests, the remaining mental impact is hardly worth mentioning. Only children under 10 would fall for it. The child referred to was Rosalind. The Astari family's crest was on Haina, and Rosalind had no crest. She fell because of the mental shock contained in the voice. I don't know if you're Glannid or Jaruba Sagan Takato, but do you still have confidence now? As Shinji spoke, he took out a pair of silver gloves from his pocket and put them on unhurriedly. In the silence, he conveyed a signal. If I could severely injure your trump card without using my equipment, now that I've switched to my gear, how long do you think you can last? Such an arrogant tone naturally aroused Glannid's anger. Don't get too cocky. Ashbourne's secret techniques are just beginning. Bring it on, I'm looking forward to seeing it, Shinji provoked, beckoning with his hand. Castle Adra, open your gates. With this call, the castle gates swung open, and then all the angels throughout the castle came to life. Countless ethereal forms floated out. Statues, pillars, ceilings, floors, murals. From the moment they set foot in this castle, everyone could feel something watching them, yet couldn't find the source. Now they knew, the source of the gazes, the true nature of this castle of angels. They were spiritual bodies. However, not complete souls, but parts stripped from souls. Over the centuries, countless Magus had visited here with hope, but very few successfully walked out. The rest were killed, their magic crests stripped away as repair materials, and their spirits bound in angel statues, becoming ashborn tools, becoming the energy source supporting the entire Castle Adra. Angels were originally spiritual bodies, and the angels of the Castle Adra were tombstones of equal number. Vengeful spirits continued to emerge, filling the entire courtyard in the blink of an eye. Devour them, you'll soon become one of them. Grinned laughed maniacally after revealing his trump card, but barely 2 seconds into his laughter, Shinji's voice sounded again. Boring. I thought I'd see something interesting, but it turns out to be this kind of trash. Don't you know that among the world's 3 major religions, Buddhism is best at delivering lost souls? Buddhist light flashed, and the vengeful spirits around Shinji immediately disintegrated like ice hit by boiling water, leaving no trace. Of course I know, but after delivering these souls, how much power will you have left? This is indeed a bit troublesome, but it's just troublesome, right? Gray. Shinji's words first made Grinned happy. He had grown to hate this man who had repeatedly thwarted his plans and was determined to strip away his spirit. However, the next sentence made his heart race again. What? He's not the only one who can move. There are others. Looking past the illusory spirits towards the angel statue, the girl in the cloak was still lying on the ground, trembling all over. Empty threats. Hey, Gray. It's your turn to shine. Still no response. Just then, a black shadow flashed by, slicing all the spirits in its path in half while mercilessly hitting the girl's forehead. Wake up, you coward Gray. It was Ad. It had already changed from city-breaking hammer mode back to death scythe. Time to work. Those who don't work don't eat. Whether it was due to the pain in her forehead or the stimulation in Ad's words, Gray finally stood up shakily, leaning on the scythe blade. In this state, what can she do? Seeing her pale face and fearful expression, Grinned became even more contemptuous. To this, Shinji just smiled slightly. You'd better not underestimate her. She's the gravekeeper of that cemetery. When it comes to spirits, she's a true expert. Chapter 741, Gray, grave me, grave for you. Shinji softly uttered a name with special significance. To ordinary people, it was just the name of Glastonbury's most prestigious cemetery. But in Britain's oldest and most traditional mystical world, it held another meaning. King Arthur's grave. It is not a memorial site on the outskirts of London or elsewhere, but the true burial ground established by King Arthur's descendants. From that day on, King Arthur's descendants lived here, guarding it, and Gray was the current guardian of King Arthur's tomb, also the most outstanding guardian, although this guardian had a very ironic flaw. What? Afraid of ghosts? Luvia's cheeks twitched continuously. Considering that even being knocked down by the song didn't make her show such an expression, it's evident how shocked she was. But, didn't you say she was the guardian of that cemetery? Because she's too excellent, too close to the essence of spirits. There are barriers even between the living, let alone spirits that exist between life and death. Shinji casually dispelled the spirits around the sword-wielding angel statue, helped Luvia and her maid lean against the base of the angel statue, and finally sat down on the ground. He said he'd leave it to Gray, so he wouldn't interfere. Then why are you leaving her alone? Don't worry, even if she's afraid of ghosts, an expert is still an expert. Low-level spirits, no matter how many, are just weaklings. Shinji and Gray weren't far apart, and their voices weren't low, but Gray didn't hear a word of what he said. Because she was too scared to the point her teeth were chattering, her body paralyzed. Her legs lost strength, and even her fingertips became immobile. It felt as if all her internal organs had been turned inside out, and cold sweat flowed uncontrollably. Fear sprouted from the depths of her heart, spreading through every nerve to her entire body. Just sensing the presence of spirits turned her into this state. The suffocation she felt when first entering the castle was largely due to the psychological shadow cast by the occasional dispersal of spiritual essence. Terrifying. Unbearably terrifying. Terrifying, can't stop wanting to vomit. Haha. A gravekeeper afraid of the dead. This is just like me. The voice seemed to change again, containing elements of both Grinned and Jirubu, but now Gray didn't even have the strength to think about it. Only one voice echoed in her mind. Defective product. I am a defective product. A twilight defective product, a hopeless waste. Then, the spirits released from the castle surged like an avalanche, engulfing her body. Spirits crawled on her skin, entering her body through her 7 orifices. Spirits gathered into the shape of an angel, grabbing her hair, and baring its fangs as if about to devour her. Ah! Gray let out an uncontrollable wail. Terrifying, hateful, despicable, horrifying, filthy, hungry, sharp, numerous, crazy, pitiful, nauseating, screaming, unburied, sunken, cruel, should be buried, exposed, tortured, should be destroyed. Hey, aren't you going to do something even now? Don't rush, the real show is about to begin. Crunch. A strange sound arose. Like iron grinding against iron, a dissonant noise that would make anyone want to cover their ears. It was the sound, known to very few, of devouring spirits. The spirits gathered around were completely devoured by the mouth engraved on the Grim Reaper's scythe. If one's hearing was good enough, they could even hear the intermittent laughter flowing from that mouth. Hee 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 hee. Delicious. This is too delicious. A long-awaited feast. This trip wasn't in vain, we've hit the jackpot. However, these sounds seemed so distant to Grey, lacking any sense of reality. What entered her eyes, or rather her soul, was an uncountable collection of spirits. Due to her overwhelmingly strong spiritual vessel constitution, the presence of spirits was more intense than anything else. More like the dead than the dead, more like the living than the living. It was a scene she had seen countless times, all too familiar yet still unable to accept. It was unreasonable, unnatural, unscientific, neither living nor dead. Along with the scene was a sentence. What you should destroy is that, only that. Exactly. Her lips declared. Her own will. Not her own will. She was created that way, and now that function has been revived. Even the spirit-devouring Grim Reaper's scythe is a stepping stone for this purpose. Therefore, I must destroy. She bent her knees. The scenery disappeared. It was pure explosive power, even more terrifying than when she fled earlier, almost beyond even Shinji's dynamic vision. 0.1 seconds. 0.01 seconds. Unknown, only knowing Grey was dancing. With the Grim Reaper's scythe leaping in her hand, she slashed through sound, shattered angels. Everything standing before her crumbled like glass. She approached the monster, her scythe deeply cutting into its body. In the face of her speed, the difference in weight between them lost all meaning. Glanid finally realized the danger, fleeing outward along with the beast while concentrating all the spirits, hoping to use this method to stop the unfolding Reaper. But this was of no use. At this moment, Grail was like an emotionless harvesting machine, swinging the scythe representing death again and again amidst the shrill explosion in the air and the dissipating magical light of destruction. Reap! 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 The countless spirits became sparse in this uninterrupted reaping. And that monster, which terrified all Magus, had its limbs and claws cut off in the continuous reaping. The monster roared. In the tiny gap created by the roar, flames suddenly appeared as if inserted, preventing Grey from further reaping. Abrahankan Shubaha. Shugendo. It was Jerubu's, or rather Glanid's magecraft. The monster was just a familiar, the real enemy was Glanid. Realizing this, Grey turned her scythe, switching targets. But it was useless. Monks from Shugendo backgrounds all possessed strong physiques and excellent skills. Although not reaching the level of human behemoths like Grey and Shinji, they weren't easy to deal with. Especially here in the Castle Adra, Ashbourne's workshop. If Grey couldn't end the battle quickly, the advantage she had gained would shift to the other side. So. Grey murmured. Reciting those predetermined words. Grey. Rave. Crave. Deprave. Suddenly, there was a change. No, it should be said to have flown away. All the surrounding magical energy, the great source, was devoured just like the spirits earlier. Seeming to be dragged into that space which had become a vacuum in terms of magic, Ashbourne's monster let out a wail, shrill and fearful. Grave, me. Grey, head lowered, continued to chant softly. Her consciousness was being extinguished. It had been dying long ago. So, this wasn't her voice. But a different one, another self lurking deep within her heart. Another monster was created by her homeland. Grave, for you. Ancient mystery, be extinguished. Let that sweet enigma return to nothingness. Pseudo-personality suspended. Magical energy yield exceeds regulation. Second stage restraint rescinded. A voice devoid of emotion, unrecognizable as ads, echoed in the night. As if the right incantation to open the door had been spoken, the mystery in Grey's hand was unsealed. That Grim Reaper's scythe, capable of devouring spirits and magical energy and altering the user's physical abilities, wasn't Ad's true form. No, even the simulated personality of Ad was merely a temporary seal set to prevent the mystery from dissipating needlessly in modern times. A seal set for this. Rangamini Ad. Perhaps even one of the seals on Grey herself. Ah! The monster roared. It was impossible to count how many times this had happened. However, in the face of that extremely compressed magical energy surrounding Grey, its roar had only one outcome, self-destruction. The mystery will be eliminated by a stronger mystery. According to this natural law, even Ashbourne's monster, which had reached the pinnacle of mystery, couldn't possibly withstand the holy lance. You. Miss Grey, that weapon, your weapon. The voice, whether Jerubu's or Glanid's, sounded so distant. Sacred lance, removing restraints. The Grim Reaper's scythe unfolded. Its angle and volume transformed into a shape impossible to exist in 3 dimensions, forming a holy lance. No, this object overflowing with majestic magical energy had already exceeded the specifications of a lance. Like a tower standing at the end of the world, it was a crystallization of mystery proving that numerous legends were true. It was the end of legend. It was the cursed divine lance that drew the period to King Arthur's legend. Grey calmly chanted its true name. Rongo. The time had come. The divine lance was stirring. That uncontrollable vortex of magical energy made even the castle Adra seem to tremble in fear. The castle Adra, which should only respond to preset vibrations, was forced to activate due to absorbing a large amount of overflowing magical energy. This manifestation, completed by devouring all the surrounding great source, was itself a disaster. With the originally set 13 restraints not released, only the tip of the iceberg of its original power was revealed. But even so, it was a condensation of violent authority capable of exercising god-level magic. Highly concentrated magical energy feels similar to heat. And now, it was like holding a volcano in hand. Unstoppable. What appeared in Grey's hand was a noble phantasm second only to the sword of promised victory, Excalibur, which could be called the synonym for the legendary king. It was the divine weapon that pierced the rebellious knight. Miniad. Despite being deep in the night, it was as if the sun suddenly appeared. That beautiful crimson spiral was like a suddenly fallen fragment of the sun. The flash of the divine age boiled the magical energy and moisture in the air, merely rushing forward violently. Glaned and the monster both disappeared before that light. That beam of light gouged through the spire of the castle Adra, penetrating from the canopy to the castle walls, gradually disappearing in the crumbling of the mountainside. Chapter 742, Final Battle and Departure. It was over. The moment Grey unleashed the Holy Lance, which had existed since humans ruled the earth, the battle was decided without suspense. Rongaminiad, the Holy Lance once used by King Arthur, was the true form of Ad hidden beneath the cloak. It wasn't a noble phantasm, but like the scabbard called Avalon, it was a holy relic, a mystery passed down from ancient times. The difference was that while the scabbard had been lost until it was excavated by the Ainsburn family just before the Fourth Holy Grail War, the Holy Lance had always been kept by King Arthur's descendants. After the king's death, these guardians had been researching how to produce a descendant capable of activating the Holy Lance. Grey was their most successful creation to date, the closest descendant to King Arthur himself. She ignited the radiance of the stars that split the sky and illuminated the night. Shinji narrowed his eyes, silently gazing at the light that stretched from the planet to people's hearts. In his eyes were nostalgia, blessing, and a hint of unspoken anticipation. Artoria. What on earth is that? Luvia lost her composure more times than usual tonight. Is she not human? No, Grey is human. Strictly speaking, she should be considered a hereditary carrier, related to this country's greatest king. Hearing Shinji say this, Luvia immediately shut her mouth and stopped inquiring. A hereditary carrier was from a family line that protected ancient inheritances, and this ancientness often implied great power. As for this country's greatest monarch, there was no need to elaborate. The price of probing into this secret might be to make an enemy of all of Britain. This was not something the Edelfelt family could afford. The important reason why the Edelfelt family had survived since the Renaissance and gradually prospered was that they knew their limits and never touched secrets they shouldn't. Silently giving Luvia a high evaluation in his heart, Shinji stood up. After such an intense battle and unleashing the Holy Lance, Grey should be close to her limit, otherwise she would have returned by now. Well then, let's end this incident here. First, notify the Department of Policies, then, HM. Still not dead. What a tough life. At the edge of his vision, by the door leading to the courtyard, a battered figure appeared, Glaned Ashbourne. One of his arms had been shattered, his hair and ceremonial robes were burned beyond recognition, and his vocal cords had almost lost their original function. More severely injured than him was the monster lying further away. Judging by her injuries, she had likely used her last strength to push her son's body away just before being directly hit by the Holy Lance's attack, saving his life but leaving herself unable to dodge. The right half of her body had been completely vaporized. Although she was a creature created by magecraft, when injured by magical power far beyond her own, the outcome was the same as for ordinary beings. To still struggle in that condition could be called a miracle even in a world of mystery. What made this miracle possible was Mother. Glaned cried out. The monster opened its mouth, letting out a final roar that made all the Magus' hearts skip a beat. This dying strike would surely be even more terrifying in power. However, unexpectedly, this time the sound wave didn't resonate with the entire castle like before. Instead, it condensed into a line, aimed at the old man Orlok on the royal platform. Aw. With the final roar, the old Magus known for his papiliomagia, butterfly magecraft burst into blood all over his body. His breathing grew weaker and weaker until it finally ceased. Glaned, who witnessed this scene firsthand, also lost his last ounce of strength and fainted. This incident, held under the name of inheritance, came to an abrupt end on the 4th day of its opening. Everyone knew that many secrets still lay hidden behind the incident. What was the true identity of that beast? Why did Glannid call it mother? Why did Jirian Ashborn, who had no children or heir, suddenly have a son? Jirubu Sagan Takata was also a registered magus at the clock tower with a clear background, so why did he become Jirian's son? And so on. Of course, there was also the most crucial point: was the Ashborn family's secret technique still hidden in this castle? However, the magus chose not to continue their investigation. Compared to puzzles and inheritance, life was more important. With their magic crest stopped and not knowing when they would recover, staying here was far too dangerous. Although those two young people had defeated the enemy, their demonstrated strength in contrast to one's powerlessness was itself a threat. Who knew if they might turn against themselves? Even if they wouldn't, what about other magus? So, after regaining some mobility, the magus successively left the castle. They came with high spirits but left in disappointment. However, before leaving, they did express their gratitude to Shinji and Gray. Some invited the two to visit their homes, while others offered gifts. After this battle, anyone who wasn't foolish could see the strength of these two. It never hurt to establish a good relationship. Shinji and Gray didn't linger long either. After briefly comforting the servants, they set off on their way back to the clock tower. As for the aftermath and dealing with the criminals, that was best left to the professionals. They were only investigators. In the end, only one guest invited by the Department of Policies remained. A person with an extremely low presence, overlooked by the magus. The departing magus didn't even know his name. He was the assistant brought by Orlok, a young man who looked about the same age as Gray. When Orlok was killed by the beast, he wasn't present, and he hadn't appeared since. It wasn't until Shinji and Gray left that he quietly came to the morgue in the castle's storage area under the cover of night. There lay the beast, half of its body vaporized by the holy lance. The young man with the faint presence slowly crouched before the corpse. His slow movements carried a hint of twilight years that didn't match a young man, and so did his manner of speaking. Originally, such remnants of mystery should be destroyed, but they were preserved as evidence for the Department of Policies. However, isn't it strange that while it needs to be handed over to the Department of Policies, no one was left in charge of the handover? Unless, someone from the department has been here all along, right, Miss Hishiri Adashino? Behind the young man, shadows flickered. A woman with long, trailing hair and wearing a kimono emerged from the darkness. You're quite right, Mr. Assistant, no, Lord Orlok. You are the real Orlok Case Armand. Hearing these words, the corner of the young man's mouth turned up. Before that, he had maintained an expressionless, rigid appearance, even colder than Gray, who wasn't good at expressing emotions, making people wonder if he was a doll. How did you recognize me? P.S. Gray's situation is a bit different from Morgan copying Artoria's Ahog to create Mordred, but Shinji strongly suspects Morgan's involvement behind the scenes. Although many people are speculating that Gray's direct ancestor is Gawain, everyone seems to have forgotten that Morgan is Artoria's sister, and part fairy as well. Chapter 743, Secrets. How did you recognize me? The young man smiled slightly, implicitly confirming that he was indeed Orlok, the old magus who should have been dead. The so-called butterfly magecraft, I heard, is a magecraft discovered from the process of a caterpillar dissolving its body through the chrysalis stage to become a butterfly. The larva dies, transforming into the rebirth of a butterfly. In that sense, it's not incomprehensible that it could be applied to such a resurrection. As expected of someone who could fake death in front of me. However, the term true isn't quite right. Although the tone and pitch were completely different, his manner of speaking was no different from Orlok's before. This body itself is a homunculus made from my blood and genetic factors. It was gradually transplanted along with the magic crest, and in the end, the entire personality was moved over. However, due to the suddenness, there was a great loss in the transfer process. Moreover, because of the influence of the magic crest earlier, half of what was preserved has now ceased to function. By the standards of butterfly magecraft, I should be the failed residue of metamorphosis. A significant loss of personality and half of the magic crest function stopping would undoubtedly be a disaster for a magus, but for some reason, Orlok's face showed no dejection or frustration. Instead, it revealed obvious relief and gratitude. Lord Orlok. Hishiri Adashino hesitated to speak. There's nothing to hide. I think you can see that I'm dying. People know that caterpillars break out of their cocoons to transform into butterflies, but how many have thought about the fate of caterpillars that fail to transform? It's the same with butterfly magecraft. I who failed to transform will eventually meet such an end, just like that child. I just didn't expect to die at your hands. This is karma, I suppose. The old man in a young body reached out to touch the monster's face. From the remaining contours, it must have been a beautiful woman. She is. She is Jirian's wife, Glaned's mother. And also your lover. Did you kill Jirian because of her? No, not just that, you are Glaned's real father. Hishiri Adashino first doubted, then quickly nodded in confirmation. Glaned was still alive, yet Orlok hadn't thought of seeking revenge against the person who killed him. The answer was obvious. Can't you leave an old man some dignity, young lady? As they conversed, the young body gradually aged. It was the dying soul affecting the flesh, gradually bringing him closer to his true form. Ha! He let out a sneer, not knowing if he was sneering at himself, at the deceased Jirian, or both. Yes. Although there was quite an age difference, she was indeed once my lover. After more than a decade, we met again through Jirian's introduction. Ah, before that emotion, all these years of my life seemed wasted. Just seeing her snow-white skin would involuntarily stir my imagination. The increasingly aging old man reminisced about the distant past. Thinking about it now, Jirian probably knew about this. He must have had some premonition about his wife coming to lament not having children, and about me taking advantage of the situation. Under these circumstances, he arranged that reunion. In the end, only that child was unaware of this matter. And then, Glaned Ashbourne. The mistake only happened once, the old man said. Later, the lady was diagnosed with a terminal illness and died shortly after giving birth to her son. It was a consequence based on life, something modern medicine calls genetic or whatnot, an incurable disease. Even the secret medicine sought by the Druids had no effect. From that moment on, Jirian was already insane. Not long after, that guy said he wanted to show me something good. Ha ha ha, what he showed me, I don't need to say any more, right? A person turned into a beast. The wife was said to have died shortly after childbirth. That guy happily said, how about it? She has finally overcome the terminal illness. A woman who couldn't bear children normally yet has talent as a familiar. I plan to use her body as a storehouse for magic crests. It's also thanks to your butterfly magecraft that I can preserve various magic crests like this. Please, give us your blessing. Hishiri Adashino remained silent, quietly listening to the old magus confession. Thinking about it now, that guy might have been sincere. His love for his wife, his love for his son, it might all have been genuine. Turning his wife into a monster out of love, as a magus, might have been a natural thought. As a magus, I also thought what he did was correct. Even though I thought so, I still couldn't bear it. Magus should sacrifice for magecraft. No matter the cost, as long as one can take a step forward towards the mysteries, that is the right path. This was the first lesson for everyone, and Orlok, as one of the closest to the mysteries, forgot all of this in that instant. After killing his former friend Jirian Ashbourne, he couldn't remember clearly how he escaped from this castle. You would be more suited to join us. As Hishiri Adashino said this, the old man was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. This laughter seemed to be the purest since the beginning of this incident. Most magus, including myself, view you as unorthodox fanatics. Perhaps we are the ones who are obsessed. Miss Hishiri Adashino, can I ask you for one last favor? Please, go ahead. I entrust my child to you. Although only residue remains, at least let him suffer less torment. The old man turned around and shakily bowed to Hishiri Adashino. Although he was decayed almost to a skeleton, the old man still completed this etiquette. The woman in the kimono accepted the old man's bow because she knew he wouldn't be at peace if she didn't. I can only say I'll do my best. After all, your Ingerian's research has violated taboos that would terrify most magus. That's enough, that's enough. If there are any issues, let's resolve them in the afterlife. By now, the old magus could no longer stand. He lay on the ground, moving slowly and with difficulty, as if on a long journey. On that withered face, though there was pain, there was more of a smile, a pure smile like that of a child. He finally touched the Ashbourne monster that had already breathed its last. My love. The old man tightly embraced his past lover who had turned into a beast. Dance. Swarms of golden butterflies danced in the world. This was the quintessential secret of butterfly magecraft, a secret technique that could restore the original appearance of the transformed woman, even if only for a moment. In the fluttering dance of butterflies, the synthetic beast that resembled a wolf spider regained the form of a beautiful woman. Although the damaged right side of her body couldn't be restored, the embracing couple looked as beautiful as if blessed by moonlight. Hishiri Adashino, silently watching this scene, removed her glasses. With light steps and flowing sleeves, the snake-like double pupils in her eyes lost their shrewd calculation, replaced by a solemn and dignified look. She was dancing, an ancient dance to pacify souls. Magus dance with deception and mystery. May there be no more unfulfilled wishes in the afterlife, and may you reunite in the world after death and find eternal peace. Chapter 744, Chapter 744, I invite you to see a beautiful woman. At the same time Hishiri Adashino was attending Orlok's funeral, Shinji was discussing the same topic with Lorelei. However, the focus of their conversations was noticeably different. Hishiri Adeshino's side emphasized more on inner reflection, while Shinji's side focused more on the process and methods. I see, transferring emotions and personality through transplanting magic crests, this is what Ashbourne wanted to desperately conceal, to resurrect the deceased Glannid, said the youngest lord in Clock Tower history as she put down her pen, with a line of text heavily underlined beside it. Come to think of it, there have been such cases before. People who received transplants of vital organs like hearts or livers were influenced by the original owners of the organs. Some awakened talents they didn't have before, while others suddenly changed their tastes. Taking this further and introducing memories and emotions, it's theoretically possible to achieve. Exactly, Shinji nodded from across the table. Magic crests are also a type of organ, one that accumulates experience and mystery, equivalent to a Magus's second brain. It's very suitable as a carrier, isn't it? The essence of Ashbourne's secret technique is to fill the gaps in magic crests with other magic crests. Although different magic crests would cause rejection, this problem can be well solved through butterfly magecraft, which focuses on the complete transformation of a caterpillar into a butterfly through pupation. This is also why Ashbourne was willing to cooperate with you, because only through you could he collect enough raw materials. Not you, but them. Don't include me, Lorelei corrected Shinji's wording, glaring at him. The Department of Policies is the oldest in Clock Tower, burying too many unknown secrets. Even though Lorelei had been the Lord for 5 years, she only grasped a part of it. Many pawns like Ashbourne would only be investigated when major problems arose or when they needed to be activated. This was the influence or foundation accumulated over time, and also the biggest enemy of Lorelei's rule and reform. Yes, I was wrong, my lady, Shinji surrendered with raised hands. But this operation doesn't equate to the resurrection of the dead. Even if the memories and emotions of the deceased are completely inherited, it's essentially different from the deceased, because the living person who inherits the crest also has their memories and emotions. That's why Jirubu Seigen Taketo, who once received crest repair, displayed a condition similar to schizophrenia or multiple personality disorder. The resurrection of the dead is in the realm of magic. Butterfly magecraft hasn't reached that level yet, it feels a bit like a computer virus, said Lorelei. Unlike traditional magi who reject technology, members of the Department of Policies are very receptive to new things, and Lorelei is no exception. Yes, a computer virus. A virus named Glannid Ashbourne invaded an operating system named Jirubu Seigen Taketo, sometimes merging and conflicting. Jirubu Seigen Taketo was indeed an ascetic monk from Japan. Everything he had shown before wasn't a disguise, neither his personality nor his magecraft. The reason he turned into Glannid was entirely because Glannid's crest was mixed with his crest. In Jirian's private room, Shinji found a notebook recording the information of magi who had received crest repair, including Jirubu Seigen Taketo's name. As for the cause of Glannid's death, Orlok didn't say, but according to Shinji's memory, it should be the same genetic disease as his mother, which is hereditary. Jirian went mad not only because of his wife's death but more because of his son's death, which is why he conducted such research. If memory serves, Orlok even provided help in the research. But in the end, Orlok was killed by his lover under the orders of his son because of his research results. It can't be helped but to say it's an ironic thing. Of course, this was just Shinji's sigh. Lorelei only commented lightly. You reap what you sow, he got what he deserved. If it were resurrection or reincarnation of the dead, it would be one thing, but using a magus as a carrier to mix in the consciousness of other magi is a challenge to the rules of the magical world. It was only at times like this that Shinji would remember that the woman before him was also an anomaly. Due to the education of the Bartholomew family, her understanding of emotions had always been distorted and cold. If it weren't for Shinji entering her heart during her teenage years due to various unexpected events and accidents, it wouldn't be possible to chat so easily and equally with her like this. At least there's still himself, which is better than walking alone in loneliness. Glancing at his posture of sitting with legs crossed, Shinji firmed his resolve to always support Lorelei while asking. How do you plan to deal with Jirubu Seigen Taketo? First, separate the crest, and observe for some time. If he can get rid of Glannid's influence, he can be let go. If not, he'll have to be imprisoned for life as a sample. Either way, he's the biggest victim, all thanks to what the previous generation did. Saying this, Lorelei bit her thumb. Shinji knew this was a small habit she only had when emotionally agitated. So he picked up a tea cake from the side and held it in front of Lorelei. Eat something to calm down, don't rush. You're not even 20 yet, there's plenty of time. I believe you can remove these corrupt rotten flesh bit by bit. Lorelei casually took the tea cake but didn't put it in her mouth. I remember someone is even younger than me. If you believe in me, you should come help me earlier. Ha ha ha, wait a bit more, wait a bit more. Compared to being in the limelight, I prefer to be your dark hand. Doesn't that sound cool? Every time we talk about this, you play dumb. I don't know what you're thinking. Lorelei sighed helplessly, forget it, forcing you won't help. Let's continue talking about the castle Adra. I want to hear your evaluation of Hishiri Adashino. Shinji didn't hide anything and told the truth. She's quite capable, quick-witted, not much worse than Waver in terms of insight and analytical ability, and maybe even better in secretly planning and arranging. Such a high evaluation. Lorelei showed obvious surprise. Shinji highly praised Waver. Using him as a comparison object was enough to show Hishiri Adashino's ability. Trust me, I'm telling the truth. But I have to warn you, I can't see through this person's attitude. Although she says she tends to be on your side, only she knows what it's really like. You must think carefully about whether to use her or not. Can't raise a tiger to invite future calamity. I never worry about raising a tiger to invite future calamity, because I'm confident I can subdue a mighty dragon. Saying this, Lorelei provocatively winked at Shinji, but he ignored it. Then at least consider the issue of loyalty. Do you have any suggestions? Wait for her to submit her report, compare it with my report, see if she has concealed anything, what she has concealed, this way we can more or less see what kind of person she is. Good suggestion, let's do as you say. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing I need to entrust to you. More. Shinji shuddered, my lady, I just got back by plane, can't you let me rest a bit? This time it's a good thing. A good thing. What good thing? Shinji raised a bit of energy, while Lorelei showed a mysterious smile. I invite you to see a beautiful woman. Huh. Chapter 745, the most beautiful person in Clock Tower. Shinji could hardly believe his ears. Invite me to see a beauty. My lady, please say that again. I think there might be a problem with my hearing. I'm inviting you to see a beauty, the most beautiful person in Clock Tower. Okay, I'm sure I didn't mishear. Then, Shinji stood up, leaned over the desk with both hands and examined the woman before him closely, almost pressing his eyes to her face. Lorelei was startled by Shinji's strange behavior. She shrank back slightly, her delicate eyebrows furrowing. What are you doing? Is there something wrong with me? No, you told me to look at a beauty. Isn't the most beautiful person in Clock Tower right in front of me? Shinji continued leaning forward, speaking with a serious expression. Lorelei was stunned for a moment. When she realized what he meant, her fair face quickly turned red. She pushed Shinji away forcefully. You're talking nonsense. I didn't mean me. Even with Lorelei's aloofness and indifference, being told such things to her face still made her shy. The queen's bashfulness, this was a big win. While secretly rejoicing in his heart, Shinji leaned in again. If not you, then who else could it be? Go out that door and ask anyone who the most beautiful person in Clock Tower is. For some reason, Lorelei's heart started beating faster. Really? Am I really that beautiful? No one has ever said that to me from childhood till now. He's not lying to me, is he? Shinji, of course, couldn't hear these inner thoughts. If he had, he would have answered that he wasn't lying at all. As for why no one had said it before, come on, my lady, you always have that cold face and high and mighty attitude, plus you're so powerful. Who would dare? If it were misunderstood as flirting, they'd be lucky not to get killed. Lorelei was, after all, the queen who had long held a high position. Her moment of confusion was brief, and she quickly regained her composure, pushing Shinji away again. Whether you're sincere or not, I'm happy you said that, but I must correct you, I'm not the most beautiful person in Clock Tower. Then who is? Shinji sat back down, crossed his legs, and snorted with a sideways glance, let me see them. If they're not as beautiful as you, I'll have to teach them a lesson for being so conceited. You might be disappointed then. The most beautiful in Clock Tower isn't about conceit, but a fact acknowledged by all the lords. Oh. Shinji narrowed his eyes, seeming to ponder something. Lorelei picked up her tea, took a small sip, and spoke with a transcendent attitude. Shinji Matou, what do you think beauty is? That's quite a broad definition. In my view, beauty is something very subjective, belonging to spiritual recognition or resonance. It's like how some people prefer plum blossoms while others like roses. Widely recognized beauty is the recognition and resonance of collective consciousness, which is what we call popular. This resonance is influenced by factors such as region, culture, race, and era. Throughout history, there have been many beauties, Cleopatra of Egypt, Helen who caused the Trojan War, and so on. But these beauties might not be as highly regarded in a different era or region. Look at those supermodels highly praised on French catwalks who receive average responses in their own countries, that's the best example. However, since it came from your mouth, it must be related to mystery, something beyond common sense, like the golden ratio that has been classic for ages. And what all lords would acknowledge, there's only one thing, the root. Specifically for a beauty. It seems I gave too many hints, Lorelei's words undoubtedly confirmed Shinji's thoughts. As expected, that family from the creation department is going to sell their daughter again. Can't you phrase it differently? It's just a customary debut party, why do you have to say it in such an unpleasant way? Whether it sounds good or not, it doesn't change the essence. Indeed, that family holds such debut parties for each generation. Reaching the route through beauty itself is quite an interesting path, but how many people have thought about the final fate of these daughters? If I remember correctly, the daughters who debut are just works, not the family's heirs. Before reaching the route, these works aren't considered successful, and I don't need to elaborate on how unsuccessful works are treated. At this point, Shinji let out a cold laugh. Unsuccessful works aren't valued by their creators, whether they're destroyed or casually sold off is normal. Although he hadn't intentionally gathered information, one thing was certain, for most people, the attraction of a beauty far surpasses that of an artwork. Add to that the fact that she's the daughter of a famous lineage, her bloodline is undoubtedly valuable. How many people would want to possess her? Lorelei remained silent for a while before asking, it seems you dislike that family. I wouldn't say I dislike them that much, I just can't stand some things. The concept of magus dedicating themselves to magecraft isn't wrong, but using others' bodies as materials is hard to accept, just like the Castle Adra incident this time. If I had encountered Jirian first, I might not have been able to resist killing him. I've always believed that magus can be emotionally detached and beyond common sense, but they shouldn't completely lose their humanity. So that's why you like staying in the El Malloy classroom. Yes, the people there live very authentically. They're all misfits. Including you and the rest of the Department of Policies. Indeed. Lorelei let out a soft sigh. I didn't think this through thoroughly enough. Shinji quickly waved his hand. Wait, I didn't say I wouldn't go. But don't you dislike that family? Disliking them is one thing, curiosity is another. I still want to see the so-called most beautiful person in Clock Tower, this beauty used to pursue the route. Besides, since you're asking me to go, it can't be just for looking. Let me guess, is it to cause trouble? I'm best at that. I've recently developed a new method of explosion. Stop for a moment. This time it was Lorelei's turn to wave her hand to stop him. If you do that, Clock Tower might face destruction. Is it that exaggerated? Not exaggerated at all. That family is the legitimate branch family of Valuelita. Lord Valuelita will also attend this banquet. If she encounters an attack at the banquet, the rest didn't need to be said. Valuelita, one of the three aristocratic families, leads the democratic faction along with fellow aristocrat Trambilio, opposing the aristocratic faction led by Meluastia. If anything were to happen to the Lord of Meluastia, the conflict between the democratic and aristocratic factions would be intensified to the extreme. War wouldn't be out of the question, which would be a disaster engulfing the entire Clock Tower. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Shinji put aside his joking attitude and said seriously, what do you need me to do? I hope you can represent the Department of Policies and especially greet them. Her voice grew weaker, but the eyes of both the man and woman grew brighter. Chapter 746, Twin Towers of Iselma. Taking the West Coast Main Line from London, after about a 4-hour journey, you'll arrive at the Lake District of Windermere. This place is renowned as one of England's finest holiday destinations, boasting beautiful scenery. It's also well known as the home of Peter Rabbit. Walking in such a place everywhere you look is filled with picturesque mountains and clear waters. You can occasionally see adorable Peter Rabbits frolicking about as if you've stepped into a fairy tale world where everything is wonderful. It's no wonder that the famous artist Beatrix Potter loved this place so much and immortalized it in her illustrated books. Unfortunately, Waver was in no mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery. His expression looked terrible. His too thin but dense eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and he occasionally pressed his lower abdomen with his hand. Those who knew him well understood this was a sign of stomach pain. The only thing that could cause him such stomach pain was those troublesome students. For instance, Flat, who couldn't wait to rush out of the train doors as soon as it stopped, shouted excitedly in the station. Or Svin, who kept circling Gray, frightening her so much that she was hiding everywhere. And of course, there was his foster sister and student Rhaenys, who enjoyed stirring up trouble and teasing others on the side. None of these three were experts at causing trouble individually, but with the three of them together, and having to stay here for 1 or 2 nights, Waver felt his life was turning bleak just thinking about it. He looked up and saw the young man who was the catalyst for all this, engrossed in playing his handheld game. Waver glared at him in annoyance. This is all you're doing. Sensing the gaze, Shinji looked up and shrugged innocently, I'm not the one who brought them here. As the head of the Department of Modern Magecraft and the master of the El Malloy classroom, Waver received many invitations every day. At first, he would handle them personally, but later, as his homebody nature took over, he simply handed all such matters to Rhaenys to deal with. Unlike him, a third-rate magus from humble origins, Rhaenys had been accustomed to such social interactions since birth, having grown up in London. She handled these matters effortlessly, which is how titles like the woman behind Waver began to circulate, as she often attended functions in Waver's place. This invitation originally didn't require Waver's attendance. As usual, having Rhaenys attend would suffice, at most bringing along a few attendants. Although Kenneth had taken back the self-discipline mystic code made, Kurumi, for Waver's development, today's El Meloy classroom was no longer that small, destitute organization with just a few people. It was now fully staffed in all aspects, including bodyguards and servants. Rhaenys also enjoyed the feeling of attending banquets with bodyguards and servants. When she first rebelled against her family, countless people said she was too young to understand and mocked her for being foolish. But now, her position as the de facto second-in-command of the El Meloy classroom was several times more prestigious than the Archazord family. Who would dare mock her now? Who would question her judgment? However, when Rhaenys routinely reported the invitation to Waver, and Waver was about to decline as usual, Shinji, who was helping grade papers in the office, interjected. He argued that it would be a shame to miss seeing the most beautiful person in the clock tower. If not for the beauty, then for the scenery. If not for the scenery, then for the drama. At worst, it could be a short trip to relax. It would be beneficial in multiple ways. Hearing this, Waver was indeed quite tempted. But when Shinji mentioned the drama, he hesitated again. Finally, after Shinji repeatedly promises there will be no danger and agrees to go along as a bodyguard, Waver agrees to attend a social banquet after a long absence. Up to this point, everything was normal, and Waver was in a good mood. However, on the day of departure, when he saw Flat and Svin standing on either side of Rhaenys, Waver's expression immediately fell. Rhaenys, what's going on here? Dear brother, I'm only thinking of you. You haven't attended a social banquet in such a long time, and suddenly appearing at Valuelita's dinner party could easily be seen as a signal by the outside world. A signal that the Department of Modern Magecraft, which has always remained neutral and uninvolved in factional struggles, is leaning towards democracy. So, we need a legitimate reason, and the most suitable one I could think of was bringing outstanding students along for practical experience, using this opportunity to broaden their horizons. Rhaenys explained with a grin. It was a perfect reason, and very much in line with this star teacher's character. The choice of student representatives was also logical. Svin and Flat were the most senior and outstanding among the current students in the classroom. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would soon be applying for their pride rank, which wouldn't cause any negative impact. But Waver also knew there were surely other options, even if he couldn't think of them at the moment. Rhaenys had other ideas, but she deliberately chose the most troublesome method just to tease him. This 14-year-old child was just that kind of person. She openly admitted her true nature, she would smile at the sight of others in pain, and if the person was serious, it made her even happier. Moreover, seeing someone who should be walking a glorious path become depressed over trivial matters and go astray was even more delightful to her. What's worse is that this personality wasn't influenced by her family environment or any psychological trauma, but was innate. So when she first laid eyes on Waver, she believed it was fate's arrangement, a treasure bestowed upon her by the gods. Of course, for Waver, Rhaenys was the predestined disaster in his life, an inescapable curse. Now, this curse was standing in front of a carriage, smiling and waving at Waver. Hurry up, dear brother, our carriage has arrived. Listen, why don't you just give in to Rhaenys? That way, your future life will never be boring, Shinji whispered, following behind Waver. Absolutely not. Waver composed himself and approached the carriage. The man who appeared to be the coachman beside the carriage took off his hat and bowed. We've been waiting for you. You must be department head Waver Velvet. Lord Byron instructed me to come. Please, get in. Thank you for your trouble. Waver nodded and entered the carriage first. The carriage was specially made, and very spacious inside. Even with 6 people, it didn't feel cramped at all. Although it was being pulled by horses, there was hardly any sense of bumping, whether on smooth asphalt roads or rugged mountain paths. Undoubtedly, some kind of magecraft had been applied. After traveling like this for about 10 minutes, Flat's excited voice rang out in the carriage. Wow, look at that. Following the direction of his finger, 2 strange towers could be seen standing on the shores of Lake Windermere. By modern standards, these 2 buildings weren't particularly large. They were about the height of a 4-story office building. However, both towers were leaning at an odd angle. The Twin Towers. The east side is the Tower of the Sun, and the west side is the Tower of the Moon. They are the residents of the Iselma family who manage this area. Sometimes they're referred to together with the family name, commonly called the Twin Towers of Iselma. That's our destination for this trip. With Waver's well-timed introduction, a story about magic and beauty began to unfold. Chapter 747, Come Back. The Tower of Sunday. The Tower of Moon. The Twin Towers of Iselma. The carriage stopped in front of the Moon Tower. It was said that the Moon Tower was the residence of the Iselma family, while the Sun Tower was used as guest rooms for visitors. Please come this way. Well then, I wish you both a pleasant time. The coachman nodded to the guests, and after the last person got off, the coachman and carriage simply vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a small toy soldier and a miniature carriage, as if a fairy tale had come to life. Strangely, two names floated into Shinji's mind, Kujo and Alice. Two names, one person, an old friend of Ayoko and Tuko. Although he had never met her, Shinji knew she was a witch skilled in fairy tale magecraft, from England. Could she have some connection to this place? Perhaps it was because of Ayoko's introduction that Iselma was able to secretly connect with her. While Shinji was pondering this, the problem student of the El Meloy classroom started clamoring again. Ooh, it turned into a toy, how interesting. How did they do that? Can I learn it too? Flat's eyes were shining. Are you an idiot? Svin didn't hide his contempt. How could they teach outsiders this kind of family secret technique? But we have the super invincible, Clock Tower's #1 Great Big Ben London star, ow. Before he could finish, he was hit on the back of his head. Looking back, he saw a young lady in noble attire holding up her hand. Ah, Rhaenys. Although I don't dislike such a familiar way of addressing me, you should be more dignified. You're supposed to be the most senior among the current students, aren't you? If I may interject, Miss Rhaenys. I came a month earlier than Flat. Hearing Svin's protest, Rhaenys couldn't help but laugh. Is that so? Then you two should be even more dignified. We're not in the classroom now, we're all representatives of the El Meloy classroom. Seeing this scene, Shinji also laughed. With Rhaenys's prestige in the classroom, Waver would never be able to shake off this young lady in his lifetime. On the other side, Waver was talking to a middle-aged man who had come out of the tower. He appeared to be around 45 years old, with brown hair, wearing a crimson suit, and holding a cane in one hand, the classic attire of an English gentleman. I hope we haven't embarrassed ourselves, Lord Iselma. Not at all, Professor Velvet. It's my honor to see the talented individuals from your classroom. The middle-aged gentleman bowed with standard etiquette, addressing the young men and women who had ceased their playful behavior. I am Byron Valuelita Iselma. Please come in, the banquet has already begun. Under the high ceiling of the banquet hall, solemn light overflowed. Thick carpets covered the floor, but there was no stuffy feeling. The hall was filled with cool air and jazz-style music. The melody evoked images of a distant sea, with trumpets as melodious as the tides, piano as delicate as ripples, and double bass solidly supporting the undercurrent. More surprisingly, the performers of this piece were not humans, but mechanical dolls. It seemed that Iselma was determined to maintain the fairy tale style throughout. As expected of the legitimate branch family of the creation department, Waver murmured in admiration. Flat's eyes were shining again, but remembering Rhaenys's warning, he finally suppressed his curiosity. He and Svin each took a drink and retreated to a corner, whispering to each other. Not far from the two, Rhaenys was greeting guests alongside Waver. Since Waver rarely attended social gatherings, Rhaenys first led him around to introduce him, in case acquaintances came to greet him and he couldn't remember their names. Grey quietly followed behind the two. At times like this, she became like a shadow, watching and listening but not speaking. As for Shinji, he appeared to be with Svin and Flat but was secretly observing the layout of the entire banquet hall and the distribution of personnel. Trambilio, 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 Meluastia, Trambilio, Meluastia, Trambilio, oh, finally a Bartholomew. Here, Bartholomew, Trambilio, and Meluastia refer to faction names. Roughly counting, Trambilio as the dominant faction accounted for over half of the attendees. Among the rest, a large portion was Meluastia, while Bartholomew only accounted for about 10%, and among this 10%, there wasn't a single core member of Lorelei's inner circle, at least not on the surface. In the depths where the spiral staircase connected to the second floor, there was a protruding platform. If there were no surprises, that should be the stage where the exhibit of this event would be presented. Opposite the stage, in a position that could achieve the same effect as the stage, was the entrance to the moon tower. Above the grand doors, there. The moment his eyes turned towards the doors, Shinji's body trembled, and half of the drink in his hand spilled onto the floor. He saw a person, a familiar woman, a woman who had left him 3 years ago, never contacting him, never responding to his messages. With a hair color rare among Easterners, eyes that reflected her profession, and a body and appearance that had been frozen in time since who knows when. Aozaki Tuko. Found you, finally found you. The most beautiful woman in the clock tower, and the task entrusted by Lorelei, were all secondary. Even without these reasons, he would have found a way to come here, by any means necessary. Because this was the only place he knew where she might appear. If he missed this chance, he might never see her again. With her current abilities, if she truly wanted to hide from him, he would never be able to find her. He put down his glass. He used all his strength to calm the trembling caused by excitement. He held his breath and focused, suppressing all his biological signatures to the lowest level. Quietly, just so quietly. Without attracting any attention, especially not hers, he stealthily moved behind her at the fastest speed. Then, he wrapped his arms around her waist and whispered in her ear. Caught you. You caught me. Tuko, who was embraced, showed no panic at all, as if she had anticipated this. Even though Shinji's physique and voice had changed so much from 3 years ago, and he had disguised himself before coming, Tuko still recognized him, even faster than he had recognized her. But you're a bit later than I expected. Because I was too excited, I was afraid you'd notice and run away again, so I took a little more time to find the right state. Though it seems it didn't make much difference. Shinji kept tightening his arms, pressing his chest firmly against her back. You've grown so tall, but in some ways, you're still like a child. Because children can shamelessly act spoiled, Tuko. Come back. Chapter 748, Chapter 748, The Golden Princess and the Silver Princess. 3 women were crucial to Shinji's growth from a powerless ordinary person to someone who could rival top-tier servants, Justice, Scythe, and Tuko. Justice was the beginning of everything, giving Shinji hope and opportunity, and serving as his enlightening teacher. Scythe was his true mentor, fully developing his potential and giving him the capital to reach the world's pinnacle. Aozaki was his protector. The power door was opened, and methods were taught, but development still depended on Shinji himself. Inevitably, there would be errors he couldn't handle alone, whether in cultivation or mentally. After all, he was an ordinary person who started late. Even with determination, switching mindsets wasn't easy. Moreover, this was the modern era, unfamiliar to Justice and Scythe. Without Tuko's guidance in various aspects, Shinji could never have achieved his current success. He might have violated some taboo early on and ended up dead along with his family. It was during this process that he gradually grew to like her, this woman of unparalleled talent but troubled fate. Family, friend, guide, love interest, honestly, he couldn't distinguish between these roles, nor did he want to. He had confidently believed he could find her and bring her back, but 3 years passed, and she still hadn't returned. During her absence, he often imagined when and where he would reunite with Tuko, and what he should do or say when they met again. Should he scold her harshly, even hit her, telling her how worried he and his family were? Or should he directly tell her that he wouldn't let her leave this time, restraining her by force if she didn't agree? Or perhaps use some methods unsuitable for children? He had many such ideas, some feasible, some not, some that sounded idiotic because he had so much to say to her. But when he finally embraced her, feeling her presence, he found all those planned words insignificant. Only one sentence remained, and it was enough. Tuko, come back. Okay. Tuko gently pressed Shinji's hands, which were wrapped around her waist. You agreed. Perhaps because she agreed too easily, Shinji could hardly believe his ears. Yes, what's wrong? Tuko turned her head, looking at the young man who was now much taller than her with a half-smile. Don't you want me to agree? No, how could that be? Shinji shook his head repeatedly. Of course I want you to. Welcome back, Tuko. I'm back, Shinji. Tuko's hands trembled slightly. You won't disappear without a word again, will you? This was Shinji's greatest concern. I won't. Even if I travel, I'll tell you all. Tuko's voice was very soft, unusually different from her usual tone. What were you thinking? Suddenly leaving and appearing. As you said, I'm the wind, and the wind is capricious like this. Tuko. Hee. Seeing Shinji's familiar expression, Tuko laughed. I'm not teasing you anymore. I just wanted to test our fate. And the result? Idiot. At this point, how could Shinji not know the result? Wasn't he embracing her the best outcome? Fate brings people together from 1,000 miles away, while those without fate remain strangers even face to face. The word fate is truly marvelous. Suddenly, Shinji let out an ah, as if realizing something, and hurriedly tried to let go and step back, but Tuko laughed and held him in place. Now you realize this isn't the right place. Isn't it a bit too late? Please stop teasing me. I'm thinking of you. You're the esteemed grand puppeteer, and I'm just a nobody. So what? When has Aozaki Tuko ever cared about others' opinions? Which magus here has the right to question me? Grand puppeteer, a magus who was once on the ceiling designation list and then removed, these 2 facts alone were enough to overwhelm most magi. I remember you were observing the environment earlier. To be honest, is the reason you don't want to attract attention because you're planning to do something bad? Nothing escapes you. I do have some mischief planned. That lord asked you to do it. Yes. Humph, I knew it. Tuko's cold snort increasingly had a hint of a young woman's flavor. Don't be angry. This matter is very interesting, definitely to your taste. So confident. Tuko became interested. She was a hopeless enthusiast. Then I'll wait and see. Then can I? I'll let you off. Tuko loosened her grip and naturally took 2 steps forward, leaving Shinji's embrace. They both knew clearly that with Shinji's strength, Tuko could not resist. But she still held on, and Shinji maintained the posture of being held, because she wouldn't harm Shinji, and Shinji believed this. This was the tacit understanding between them. Sure enough, after turning around, Tuko raised her glass towards the upper level. You don't need to worry, no one will look at us. They're all watching over there. On the second-floor stage, a pair of what seemed to be twin maids had appeared at some point. Given their mirror-like postures and beautiful appearances, it wouldn't be surprising if some mistook them for the Golden Princess and Silver Princess. The 2 maids picked up their skirts, curtsied to the crowd, and then spoke to those behind them. Lady Diadra. Lady Estella. Please enter. As the 2 maids spoke in unison, a purple gown slowly separated from the shadows of the balcony. Time shattered. All sensations disappeared in that instant. No, even the stale word instant was blown away. Those eyes looking down seemed like jewels from mythology. The ideal nose must have been carved by a heavenly sculptor who bet their soul. The tightly closed lips reminded one of the petals from paradise, filled with the light of eternal youth. Yet all these metaphors seemed foolish before this woman, who was simply, just because she was herself. At the end where all adjectives were lost, what remained was something. What magi cannot easily speak of, only beauty can express this ultimate state. I am Diadra Valuelita I Selma, inheritor of the name Golden Princess. I am Estella Valuelita I Selma, inheritor of the name Silver Princess. Even after hearing those voices, the magi present needed several minutes to regain their senses. Several magi dropped their glasses, staining their shoes red without caring. Some stood motionless, completely stopping their breathing and falling into oxygen deprivation. There were even those kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. If this were a mental attack caused by magecraft, no one would ignore it. After all, the magi gathered here were of considerable skill, and the first thing magi learn is to fortify their minds. It was because they faced pure beauty that their mental defenses, honed over years, were torn apart like paper. This was the clock tower's acknowledged most beautiful, the Iselma family's pride, the Golden Princess and Silver Princess. Chapter 749, Chapter 749, the most beautiful. Time lost its meaning in front of the Golden Princess and Silver Princess, as the magus who saw them had already lost their ability to grasp time. They could only stare blankly at this pair of indescribable twins. Some even pressed their hands against their eyes, as if trying to permanently imprint the scene onto their retinas. Although inappropriate, the atmosphere in the banquet hall was like that of believers witnessing the descent of their Lord. The high-ranking officials of the old rival, the Holy Church, would surely drop their jaws or laugh their teeth off if they saw this scene. And this was still with the most beautiful twins wearing veils. One can imagine what kind of sensation it would cause if they removed their veils and exposed their true faces. Without a doubt, this was the destructive power of the Golden Princess and Silver Princess who pursued the route through beauty. Even Tuko found it difficult to resist such beauty, and could only remove her glasses and switch to her Ice Queen persona. I see, so that's the twin princess. Although I've heard rumors, I didn't expect it to be to this extent. I can't help but praise the history of Iselma. Indeed, it's praiseworthy. In the age of gods, they might have been able to gather faith and wield the authority of manifestation of beauty. But excluding the spiritual resonance caused by the mystical level, it's not that special. They're beautiful, sure, but technically they might not surpass Einsburn. Tuko turned her head and saw that Shinji's expression hadn't changed from before. Even his tone was the same, seemingly unaffected by the Golden Princess and Silver Princess. Curious, she asked. You don't have any reaction at all. What reaction should I have? Shinji chuckled. How could someone walking the path of the third magic be so easily shaken? It's not like they've reached the root. You're making fun of me. Tuko gave Shinji a side eye. She too had stepped into the realm of the third magic. You're different. You come from a creative background, so your fixation on beauty is stronger than the average magus. After Tuko rebelled against her family, she entered the field of creation. Most people in this field are artists. Although their main directions differ, they all choose to reach the root through beauty. They understand how to appreciate beauty more, and relatively, their resistance to beauty is also a bit weaker. Besides, compared to those people over there who haven't regained consciousness yet, you're already very impressive. At least you know how to talk. A hint of charm appeared in her cold profile, which, to Shinji, was more heart-stirring than the twins above. Noticing the change in his attitude, Tuko raised her hand, preparing to put on her glasses, but was stopped by Shinji. Wait a moment, the real show is about to begin. A glimmer of azure light flowed subtly, and his empty hand quietly moved behind his back, snapping his fingers. At this time, the impact of beauty brought by the Golden Princess and Silver Princess had not yet subsided. Even if someone had struck a gong or beaten a drum, it wouldn't have been possible to awaken the magus immersed in this feast of beauty. But Shinji's finger snap did it. although it was just a light sound, it directly entered the souls of others. This sudden sound was like a discordant note, turning the originally harmonious and perfect melody into a mess. Some magus frowned, and some became angry, wanting to find this mood killer and teach him a lesson. However, before they could act, their mental defenses were torn apart again by a new appearance of beauty. Opposite the stage, right above the entrance to the banquet hall, parallel to the stage, a dreamlike phantom was changing from hazy to clear. Darkness and holiness, destruction and love, fragility and strength, hostility and kindness. Contradictions, contradictions, oppositions, oppositions. But built upon these contradictions was unparalleled beauty. Even though the lingering effects of the beauty brought by the Golden Princess and Silver Princess remained in their hearts, everyone present felt intense shock and impact and succumbed to this ultimate beauty. This is. Because she was prepared in advance, Tuko didn't lose consciousness to this image this time, although she wasn't far from her mental defenses collapsing. In a sense, the information revealed in the phantom was closer to her pursuit than the Golden Princess and Silver Princess. A deity. Yes, and no. Tuko was looking at the image, while Shinji was looking at her. Stop being mysterious, just say it. She doesn't fit the human definition of a deity, she's neither a nature god nor a faith god, but in history, she was indeed called a god, the giant god of destruction. The giant god of destruction. I've never heard that name. Of course you haven't, because she almost destroyed Earth civilization once, 14,000 years ago. Destroyed civilization. Even in her Ice Queen state, Tuko couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. That's right. The primordial nature gods were defeated by her one by one, beasts went berserk, humans were terrified, civilization wailed, and the survivors fearfully called her Scythe, the giant god of destruction. Scythe, the giant god of destruction, a life form far beyond human specifications. Tuko repeatedly savored the name Shinji finally revealed. So that's why she's so contradictory, yet so beautiful. Indeed, the figure appearing in the image was the giant god Altera, Shinji's trump card to counter the Golden Princess and Silver Princess. Certainly, the twins who embarked on the path of seeking the root elevated beauty to a high level of mystery, greatly attracting magus. But beautiful mysteries aren't just of one kind, there are others, such as the beauty of life specifications embodied by Altera. Altera is a vanguard created by the Predator star based on collected data, an existence born from humans but of a higher specification. If the magus spirits couldn't resist the Golden Princess and Silver Princess, their life instincts similarly couldn't resist Altera. Even the Golden Princess and Silver Princess, as incarnations of beauty, were no exception. Satisfactorily scanning the people who had fallen into a state of worship, Shinji revealed a smug smile. The most beautiful. Who gave you such confidence? If Arcuade couldn't conveniently show up, I could have made your faces swell up, you bunch of frogs in a well. So this was the so-called good show, the so-called greeting to Bartholomew. Using beauty to counter beauty, using beauties to counter beauties, it neither touched the bottom line between factions nor saved Bartholomew's face. This was the task entrusted by Lorelei, and also her most commonly used tactic. Her Majesty the Queen disdains playing with schemes, she will defeat you in what you're best at. Chapter 750, Lord Valuelita. Lorelei had originally planned to have Arcuade make an appearance, even if just for a fleeting moment. However, due to Arcuade's current state and the potential impact of her appearance, Shinji ultimately vetoed this proposal. Instead, they decided to use a projection of Altera, which was of equal or even higher caliber. 14,000 years ago, that massacre nearly wiped out humanity, and the civilization built by the survivors was lost in the river of history. To this day, apart from the gods who have entered the inner world and the heroic spirits on the throne of heroes, very few on Earth know about the white giant Scythe. Even the great nobles of the clock tower wouldn't be able to identify the woman in the projection or her background. This mystery undoubtedly fits Shinji's need to confuse and the Department of Policy's inscrutable image. It's worth mentioning that the use of the projection was approved by Altera herself and specially treated with magic. It was meant to cause a sensation without overshadowing the radiance of the Golden Princess and Silver Princess due to its overwhelming presence. After all, Lorelei was just here to say hello, not to truly antagonize the other two great noble families. Otherwise, if Shinji had directly shown a scene of Altera and Arcuade clashing, Vanguard of the Stars versus Tuesday Ancestors, a collision of planetary-level mysteries, even as a projection, it would have been enough to drive the inexperienced magus mad. Just imagining that scene is thrilling. That's true art as an explosion of the mind. Ahem, excuse me, I got sidetracked. Due to mental excitement, the projection derived from memory naturally became difficult to maintain and gradually faded away in a ripple of water. Immediately, several magus let out groans like the world, to stop time, and some even prayed that they could die like this. Amidst a scene that could be described as demonic revelry and ghostly wails, dry applause broke out. An elderly woman over 70 was clapping her wrinkled hands. Her silver hair was as noble as a wolf's. The old woman wore a fashionable green gown, her back straight as an arrow, happily offering applause. The cool tone of her clapping, combined with her determined attitude, brought the dazed mages back to their senses. Lord Valuelita. Someone said. With the appearance of this name, the Golden Princess and Silver Princess were once again led back into the shadows of the balcony by their maids. That was splendid, Lord Byron. With one sentence, she stabilized the situation. With one sentence, she attributed everything to Iselma's arrangements. Although those in the know could tell there was something amiss, at Lord Valuelita's venue, with the Lord herself setting the tone, no one would dare to question it openly. That was enough. The music started again, changing from jazz to Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. This change also represented a shift in the rhythm of the party. Impressive. As expected of Lord Valuelita, her social skills surpass both Lorelei and Kenneth. Those who can become lords are not simple characters. In some sense, becoming a lord in old age is more terrifying than achieving success young. At first glance, this might seem incorrect, but upon careful consideration, one realizes that Tuko's words make a lot of sense. Success at a young age can be attributed to talent and potential for future development. To achieve success at an age when one should be retiring can only mean one thing: this elderly person truly has extraordinary skills. This is Lord Valuelita. If I remember correctly, she was your teacher, right? Yes. Tuko sighed with complex emotions. I don't want to see her for now. Could you cover for me? I'll step away for a bit. I'll find you after the party ends. Shinji nodded imperceptibly. Now that the beauty feast was over, they naturally couldn't be as unrestrained as before. Within a minute of Tuko's departure, the elderly woman who had become the center of attention turned and walked towards Shinji. That stupid disciple of mine, wasn't she just here? She revealed a meaningful smile, looking quite pleased as she swirled her glass of whiskey. Lord Valuelita. Shinji quickly shuddered, pretending to be nervous, and asked in a low voice, "Are you referring to Miss Aozaki Tuko?" "Who else could it be? I saw you two chatting for a while. What were you talking about?" "Well." Shinji scratched his cheek, looking a bit embarrassed. "Cigarettes and alcohol." "Ha ha 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 ha." Hearing this answer, the old woman laughed heartily, her laughter making her already eye-catching presence even more prominent. "That sounds just like something that stupid disciple would do. You seem to have." The old woman sniffed as if confirming something. "Yes, that's right, quite a nice tobacco smell. Cuban cigars. Seems to be mixed with some special South African tobacco. Creative magus are all artists, and the Lord Valuelita is the pinnacle of artists. Artists seem to have a hard time separating themselves from things like tobacco and alcohol, which have narcotic and stimulating properties." "Lord Valuelita, your eyes are truly perceptive," Shinji complimented. "What perceptive eyes?" "I'm using my nose," the old woman waved her hand casually. "Then it's a perceptive nose." "Ha ha ha." The old woman laughed again. "You're an interesting young man. No wonder you can chat with my stupid disciple. Velvet has found himself a good student. It's been a while, Lord Valuelita. I didn't expect you to come as well." Waver approached at just the right moment, with Rhaenys inseparable by his side and Grey following like a shadow behind them. The two young women seemed to be whispering to each other, with words like Department of Creation, Lord, and the 12 faintly audible. Hey, this is a big day for the Branch family. No matter how busy I am, I couldn't miss it. There seem to be quite a few new faces. Are they all your students? I'm Inori Valuelita Atrahome. Pleased to meet you. Hi, I'm Flat Escardos. Nice to meet you, Lord Valuelita. Perhaps because the old woman seemed approachable, Flat bounded over from nearby. Flat, that's very rude. Svin, whose manners were several levels above Flat's, bowed respectfully to the old woman. Svin Glaschite. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Grey, the gravedigger. The gray-haired girls had bobbed up and down nervously. Levi Ackerman. Without a doubt, this was another of Shinji's disguised identities. To be fair, among this group, only Rhaenys and Svin's etiquette could be considered standard. The others all had various issues, but the old woman didn't seem to mind. She said with a smile. What an interesting bunch of students. New age, I quite like it. How about it? Have you considered joining us? Compared to those high and mighty folks, we're undoubtedly more suitable. Chapter 751, an invitation. The seemingly casual words contained weighty content that could alter the balance of power in the clock tower. Although the overt influence of the El Meloy classroom might not match that of long-established Magus families, its potential impact was not to be underestimated. Whichever faction could secure its allegiance would undoubtedly gain an advantage in the future. This was a fact recognized by the higher-ups of the clock tower, and it wasn't as if powerful figures hadn't made moves before. However, none had been as direct and casual as this old woman. I appreciate your kind offer. But I'm just a teacher without magical talent. I'm content with my current role of instructing students, and I don't dare to aspire for more, Waver replied cautiously and skillfully as if he had repeated this many times before. Excessive modesty can come across as insincere, young man, Lord Valuelita said with a smile, but Waver's face was full of bitterness. It's not modesty. There was an element of luck in my attaining this rank. Only shallow fools would say such things. In my view, few magus are more suited to this position than you. The fourth level of the Kabbalistic tree of life is Tifereth, which represents beauty. Beauty is fitting, you and your teaching are beautiful. I guarantee this as an artist. Thank you for your praise. Waver's expression seemed to soften somewhat, but Rhaenys could tell his mood had worsened. He had tried to use his low rank as a starting point, but unexpectedly found himself outmaneuvered, and with a conclusive argument at that. When it came to beauty, who could be more professional than this department head of creation who studied aesthetics? This was a classic case of digging one's own grave. But don't be hasty to refuse me. Lord Valuelita swirled the whiskey in her glass, her movements exuding a boldness that other lords lacked. Since I've come to invite you, naturally I'm prepared to look after you. How about this, you don't need to declare your allegiance, just prioritize giving lectures on my side when you can. I can arrange 1 or 2 classrooms for you. Rhaenys' eyes immediately lit up, and even Waver was somewhat moved. This condition was excessively generous. The authority over classrooms wasn't a big deal, but all the classrooms owned by Valuelita were attached to some of the clock tower's rarest spiritual lands. This was exactly what the modern magecraft department lacked. It was well known that Waver had nearly gone bankrupt recently trying to secure spiritual land. If it weren't for Shinji making a fortune from the Castle Adra incident to fill the hole, Waver would likely have faced a long period of debt-ridden life. I'll consider it. It took Waver several seconds to give this answer, unclear whether he truly intended to consider or was simply stalling for time. Then I await your favorable reply. While there are some political considerations in my invitation, your inherent beauty is also an important factor. As I said before, there's Northwest more suitable place for us than here. I'll keep that in mind. Hearing Lord Valuelita's words, Waver respectfully nodded. At this moment. Excuse me. A very polite voice spoke up. Seeing it was Grey, Lord Valuelita gestured for her to continue. Yes, what is it? Why, isn't Valuelita aristocratic? Grey's question nearly made Waver and Rhaenys' jaws drop. Gee Grey. I've heard that magus in the Department of Creation are mostly artists. Aren't artists closer to aristocrats? It was truly a simple question. Simple yet deadly, like a poisoned bamboo spear, possessing the destructive power to pierce through carefully constructed barriers at their weakest point. Even the naturally unassuming Flat and Svin felt the shock. But Lord Valuelita let out a hearty laugh. My. Not bad at all. It's been decades since I last heard this question. The laughter was so boisterous that it attracted the attention of several magus who turned their heads. However, upon seeing it was the renowned idealized image of a magus of the clock tower, Lord Valuelita, none dared to meet her gaze. Lord Valuelita paid no attention to those magus who hurriedly turned away. She began to speak. Because art must first move the hearts of people in its era. The people of its era, is it? Grey tilted her head. Lord Valuelita nodded gracefully. That's right. Some say true art can withstand the test of time. But that's no longer art. It should be called history. Of course, history has its respectable value, and those aristocratic folks place great importance on it. But that's not what we pursue. Lord Valuelita's eyes narrowed. Value is not merely based on reality and history, it also gazes towards distant ideals. She spoke with conviction. Beauty is exquisite. Even if it's just for a moment, its mere existence has value. All we need to do is traverse that instant. Similarly, this era should be managed by the people of today, without being bound by past bloodlines. This is our belief. Her resounding speech was filled with the pride of a lord of a faction. I think I might understand now, Grey nodded. Although her words were somewhat vague, her expression showed she had given it serious thought. Oh ho. I'm pleased to hear that. Since you're Velvet's disciple, you're welcome to visit me anytime. Lord Valuelita spoke cheerfully, but her eyes were serious. This made Waver and Rhaenys' expressions grow even more troubled, as the initiative had been completely seized by this old woman. Just as the two were feeling frustrated, a figure interjected. Byron Valuelita I Selma. Here you are, Lord Valuelita. Oh, Lord Byron. I'm having quite an enjoyable evening. Lord Valuelita downed her whiskey in one gulp again. Byron leaned in close and spoke softly. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Oh. The subsequent whisper caused a subtle change in Lord Valuelita's expression. Well then, I'll take my leave now, until we meet again, Professor Velvet and his excellent students. The old woman flashed her neat white teeth, smiling at Waver and his group. Only after the two figures had disappeared into the banquet hall did Waver tug at his tie, gasping for air in a manner somewhat unbecoming of his image. Phew, what a disaster, my lady, is this how you usually spend your time? Normally, Rhaenys would have responded with something like, Era, have you finally realized your cute little sister's hardships, or, well, whose fault is it that you are such a homebody? But right now, the young lady was in no mood for such banter. How could that be possible? She's a lord. This time, she came out to see us because of my brother's reputation. At most, I only interact with branch family heads like Byron. In any case, thank you for your hard work. It's nothing. I'm used to it. Seeing this scene that would never be witnessed under normal circumstances, Shinji couldn't help but tease. Toot Sundara, why couldn't you be this honest from the start? Although a romantic comedy is nice, life should be like this, shouldn't it? I invited you to see a good show, but I ended up seeing one myself. Not bad at all. Hey, Shinji. Please spare me, Mr. Matou. The two who had suffered a fatal blow forgot even to maintain their facades. Their embarrassed state made Flat, Svin, and Grey all burst into laughter. Ahaha, Rhaenys is blushing. So even the professor can make such an expression. But it doesn't feel bad, does it? Yeah. You lot. Waver finally lost his temper. When we get back, all your assignments will be doubled. To this, everyone remained calm. What's the big deal about doubled assignments? They were already used to it. In Flat's words, increasing assignments is the teacher's way of encouraging students. So everyone happily completed their assignments. It must be said that the atmosphere in the El Meloy classroom was truly good. Isn't this exactly how students should be, studying diligently and completing their assignments seriously? Don't learn from those Japanese high school students who neglect their studies, doing everything but actually attending classes and studying properly. That's right, I'm talking about you, Shinji Matou. You're enrolled at Hamurahara Academy, but you've barely attended any classes so far. How dare you call yourself a high school student? You should learn from your peers around you. Chapter 752, An Unexpected Visitor. Naturally, the room arrangements were 2 people per room. Naturally, for safety reasons. Naturally, the comedic duo of Flat and Svin shared a room. Rhaenys and Grey shared a room. Shinji and Waver were to bunk together. Naturally, well, this time it wasn't so natural. Originally, Waver and Shinji had planned to play online games late into the night. However, after the seemingly calm but turbulent dinner, neither was in the mood. Waver stood by the window, chain-smoking cigars. Shinji sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, his magical energy fluctuating continuously from head to toe. This state lasted for about half an hour before Waver tossed his cigarette butt out the window and turned to ask, "What do you think?" "About what?" Shinji opened his eyes, his previously stable magical energy suddenly surging and creating a gust that swept the smoke smell out the window. "Lord Valuelita's invitation," Waver said as he closed the window and drew the curtains. "What's there to think about? Accept it, of course. Only a fool would pass up such an opportunity." Hearing such a blunt answer, Waver's mouth twitched. This opportunity might not be so easy to swallow. Once you take it, you might not be able to spit it out. Then don't spit it out. You know the attitudes of the young lady and your professor. You don't need to worry about them. As long as you haven't forgotten your original intentions, you're free to do whatever you want, including joining the opposing faction. That's precisely why I'm worried, Waver sighed. Lord Valuelita is right. The philosophy of the El Meloy classroom is closest to that of the creation department. Once their mark is on us, it'll be hard to wash off. You were a pretty boy 10 years ago, but now you're just old meat. If you want to be beautiful, take a 6-month vacation and take good care of yourself. Have you seen how terrible you look? Shinji crossed his legs and eyed Waver, whose face couldn't hide his distress. Get lost. You know that's not what I meant. I'm talking about political risks. Come on, you're just a novice when it comes to politics. Your teaching and observation skills are decent, but in politics, you're a rookie. Instead of pondering here, why not seek an expert's opinion? An expert? Waver nodded thoughtfully. Lady Rhaenys. You say you hate her, but she's the first person you think of. Miss Rhaenys is excellent, but she's too young and inexperienced. She's not ready to arm wrestle with Lord Valuelita yet. Maybe in 10 or 20 years. Then who do you mean? Waver promptly ignored Shinji's sarcasm. Your professor's wife, Lady Sola. Just as Rhaenys supports you, Lady Sola has been supporting your professor for years. It's because of her support that Kenneth can focus on academics, eventually earning the title Modern Hohenheim. Although there's some exaggeration in that, if he keeps it up, he might not be far from reaching that level. Who is Hohenheim? He's the most important founder of modern magecraft. Both the rediscovery of the 4 elements and the redefinition of the 3 fundamentals are core foundations of modern magecraft. In terms of technology, this would be equivalent to Tesla's AC motor or even Einstein's theory of relativity. Moreover, unlike secretive individuals like Tuco who strictly guard their research results, many of Kenneth's papers are publicly published, benefiting countless magus. This is what created El Meloy's current glory. The outside world attributes this glory to Kenneth alone, forgetting that a person's time is limited. There are only 24 hours in a day, and dividing attention to politics would inevitably reduce time spent on magical research. For Kenneth to reach this point in 10 years, his wife Sola's contribution cannot be overlooked. Lady Sola. Indeed a suitable choice, but contacting her is a problem. From today on, I fear there will be more people watching me. Waver's judgment was very accurate. From the moment Lord Valuelita openly extended an olive branch, countless eyes would be on him and the El Meloy classroom. His every move must be more careful, otherwise, it would destroy this hard-earned sanctuary. Yes, sanctuary. This is what people who know the inside story of the El Meloy classroom call this place. It stands above faction struggles, with little political color. Students from any faction can receive good guidance here. Lorelei and Kenneth, who have long set their sights on the future, don't want this tranquility to be disrupted. While it might temporarily increase the power of the aristocratic faction, it would do more harm than good to the development of the clock tower and the entire magical world. Waver knows their intentions, so he must be cautious, and more cautious. To this, Shinji already had a plan. I have a way. Use this. A phone. Waver's gaze sharpened. That's right. I just checked. Iselma, like many traditional magus families averse to technology, has perfect defenses against mystery but no precautions against technological means. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Waver couldn't possibly misunderstand Shinji's meaning. As a seasoned otaku with a full set of gaming equipment, there were probably few people in the entire clock tower who understood the advantages and disadvantages of technology and mystery better than him. The lack of defense against technology means modern communication methods are unimpeded and there's no need to worry about monitoring. More importantly, who would think that Waver would contact the opposing central force, El Meloy, from the core area of Valuelita? Time is of the essence, I'll. Before he could take the phone, Shinji's expression suddenly changed. No, wait. Someone is approaching in the hallway. Waver immediately abandoned his original plan and sat down opposite Shinji. Soon, a voice came from outside the door. May I disturb you for a moment? Please come in, the door isn't locked. In a magus's territory, staying in a house provided by others, a door lock is meaningless. Rather than relying on that, it's better to trust the weapons and mystic codes in one's bag. Waver sat up straight, and Shinji lowered his crossed legs. The door opened, revealing the hallway outside. Standing there was the maid who had accompanied the Golden Princess and Silver Princess during their appearance. My name is Karina. Because she was holding a lantern in one hand, she could only briefly curtsy before introducing herself. You're too kind. I'm Waver Velvet. What can I do for you? The maid didn't answer but beckoned to the side. Please come this way. There was another person. The moment this person came into view, the world was turned upside down. Perception was overturning the laws of physics, and what caused all this was not magecraft, nor magic, but pure beauty. Waver's carefully composed serious expression instantly crumbled, his mouth hanging open as he stuttered a few syllables. Gol, Den, Princess. Chapter 753, Catching an Affair. Nice to meet you. The breathtakingly beautiful girl spoke. Her voice could directly shake one's mind, making one feel as if in a dream. On her, beauty was no longer something intangible. It had substance and even transformed into violence. However, this violence was much weaker compared to the first encounter. It was unclear whether this was because the other half of the twins wasn't present, or if the brain had developed some immunity. Lady Diadra has something to say to you, said the maid who introduced herself as Karina. Alone. Well. Waver looked at Shinji hesitantly. Shinji put on a reluctant expression and stood up. I'll go outside for a smoke. I wish you and Lady Diadra a pleasant evening. The atmosphere in the room instantly became awkward. Shinji didn't give them a chance to object, slipping out of the room as quickly as possible. Before leaving, he didn't forget to wink and make faces as he closed the door. To the Golden Princess and the maid, this looked like a terrible expression, but to Waver, it contained another layer of meaning. Don't worry about safety, I'll take care of it. With this assurance, Waver could finally relax and focus on dealing with the impossibly beautiful woman before him. Shinji, who had walked out the door, didn't linger. He went straight to knock on the door next door, which was the girl's room. Normally, it should be off-limits to males, but considering Sven's obsessive fixation on Gray, or more accurately, Gray's scent, this was the liveliest place. The boys and girls were sitting together, playing with their deck of cards. Seeing Shinji arrive, Rhaenys got up to greet him. "What's up?" "Not playing games with Big Brother anymore." "I wanted to, but an unexpected situation came up, and I didn't want to stay in the room and spoil the mood." "Spoil the mood? What do you mean?" Rhaenys, being so sharp, instantly grasped the anomaly. "You've already guessed, haven't you? What kind of beautiful scenery requires chasing away another man to enjoy alone?" Rhaenys' face immediately darkened, and the cold aura emanating from her whole body directly made Sven and Flat stop bickering and also made Gray instinctively grip at. "Flat, Sven, Gray, stop playing, come with me." "What's going on? What's going on? Is there going to be a fight?" "I obey your orders, Miss Rhaenys." The two problem children were rubbing their hands together, hoping for chaos. "What happened?" Gray asked. "Something did happen, something big. A shameless woman is trying to make a move on Big Brother. As Big Brother's sister, student, and disciple, we must protect Big Brother. Everyone get ready, we're going to catch them in the act." With these words, the enthusiasm of the boys and girls reached unprecedented heights. Their professors, brothers, popularity at the clock tower was well known, countless women wanted to climb into his bed, but so far, no one had succeeded. Now, Rhaenys said, "Catch them in the act," how could they not be curious? Seeing that the fire seemed to be burning a bit too much, Shinji quickly tried to douse it with water. "Calm down, everyone. The person who came this time is not someone you can mess with." "Who is it?" Rhaenys' eyes were unfriendly. "Diadra Valuelita Iselma. From the Iselma family." Rhaenys was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted, "Wait, isn't this the name of the Golden Princess?" "The Golden Princess?" At this point, Flat and the others also realized, and couldn't help but look at each other in astonishment, obviously not yet fully recovered from the impact of that beauty. "Yes, it's the Golden Princess." Shinji nodded, asking with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, "She's the most suitable romantic encounter for Waver, isn't she? So, still want to go catch them in the act, little housekeeper?" "Catch them?" Rhaenys gritted her teeth, "No matter who it is, they can't make a move on Big Brother right in front of me." I think the Golden Princess probably came to see Master for other reasons, not like what instructor said." Rhaenys suddenly had a moment of clarity. Just now, her thoughts were muddled by Shinji's ambiguous words, but now being reminded by Gray, her intelligence immediately came online. Judging from the sensation caused by the Golden Princess and Silver Princess's appearance, the Iselma family was very close to their goal. They would never give up on the twin sisters at this point. "You're messing with me." "How am I messing with you?" Shinji shrugged, feigning innocence. "Did I say what they were going to do? Everything was your imagination." "You." Rhaenys was so choked up she couldn't speak, only able to snort a few times resentfully. Thinking carefully, it was true. Shinji only said a woman went in and he left, he didn't say anything else. "What's going on?" "I don't know either. I've told you everything I know. I was chatting nicely with Waver when the Golden Princess's maid came knocking, saying she had important business to discuss with Waver, and asked me to leave. I felt something wasn't right, so I came to inform you." "I see." Rhaenys' eyebrows slowly knitted together, looking just like Waver when he was troubled. "What do you all think?" "It's a conspiracy," Flat answered. "There's a problem," Sven answered. "Something feels off," Gray answered. "Did I need you to tell me that?" Rhaenys glared at the three impatiently. "I'm asking what specific conspiracy, what problem, what feels off?" "Don't know," the three shook their heads in unison. "What about you, Mr. Levi?" Rhaenys turned her gaze to Shinji. "It could be someone sent by Valuelita to win over Waver, or it could be some kind of scheme. At this stage, there's too little information to judge. However, this room is only separated from mine by a wall, and although the Iselma's magical barrier is well constructed, but..." Before Shinji could finish, Rhaenys had already understood his meaning and ordered. "Flat, infiltrate the spell here. I want to hear the details of Big Brother's conversation with the Golden Princess." "No problem, leave it to me." Flat waved his arm, lightly tapping on the wall. "Interference begins, play ball." The vector of the bounded field was altered. Flat's magic was special. Not only was its attribute the rare ether, but the techniques used were also extremely heterodox. Drawing essence from magecraft all over the world, this approach is generally classified as chaos magecraft in modern magecraft, but Waver evaluated it as, "This is simply junk magecraft," while the person himself was overjoyed because, "Professor named my magecraft," and spread it everywhere. But generally speaking, such spells cannot be established. The magical foundation of chaos magecraft is very fragile. The usable magic versions are at most just known, let alone the universality of theoretically drawing essence. It's even difficult to establish ordinary spells. Therefore, in terms of somehow being able to establish it, Flat Escardos is undoubtedly a heretic. Especially in the field of interfering with others' magecraft, Flat showed unusual talent. So far, he hasn't encountered any magecraft he couldn't interfere with. Although Iselma's constructed field had been strengthened over many generations, in his eyes it was no different from paper and was easily pierced through. After about 10 seconds, the Golden Princess's voice that struck directly at one's heart came through, and the first sentence was a bombshell. I hope you can assist us in our escape. I hope the El Meloy classroom can shelter us. Chapter 754, Chapter 754, A Restless Night. Waver and Golden Princess's private conversation didn't last long. About a few minutes after Flat invaded the barrier and applied a sound amplification spell, Golden Princess left the room with her maid Karina. Although the time was short, the content of this brief conversation was enough to stir up a terrible storm, so much so that Rhaenys now regretted letting Flat invade the barrier. However, what's done is done, and regret is useless now. The urgent matter is how to handle this situation. Just as Rhaenys was recalling the conversation and weighing the pros and cons, Waver's voice came from across the wall. Flat, I know you're eavesdropping. Let them all come over. Ah, I've been found out. Flat habitually stuck out his tongue and casually removed the interference. The professor wants us to go over. Shall we go? Let's go. Rhaenys said with a grave expression. Remember, you're not allowed to leak a single word of what you hear and see tonight. This is a matter concerning the survival of our class, understand? Understood. The young boys and girls nodded repeatedly. Flat added, I won't say a word even if it kills me. You're the one I trust the least. You must keep your mouth shut tight. Rhaenys specifically warned Flat, who directly covered his mouth, indicating that he absolutely wouldn't speak. He might be a bit naive and sometimes called a fool, but he's not truly stupid and won't make fundamental mistakes. After giving everyone a preventive warning, the group came to Waver's room, just a wall away. Rhaenys got straight to the point. Big brother, what are your plans? Do you think Golden Princess's escape is real? It doesn't seem fake. There's no problem with her expression, language, demeanor, or logic, but I feel something's off somewhere. Where is it? Waver folded his arms, frowning deeply. Seeing him like this, Rhaenys and the others also began to review every word of Golden Princess. The reason Golden Princess gave for her escape was meaningless suffering. Her beauty wasn't naturally born but came through constant modifications, a process that must have caused immense pain. But for magi, this is quite common. Starting from the transplantation of magic crests, it's a form of self-modification, and the process inevitably involves pain. Besides, modifications to the brain and internal organs are not uncommon. The worm magic developed by Zouken also contains a lot of content about body modification. It can be said that the growth of a magus is accompanied by pain. But all of this needs to be based on one foundation: this pain must have meaning. If there's no meaning, meaningless suffering is equivalent to self-destruction. Historically, such meanings were not uncommon. After reaching a certain stage, the previously used methodology becomes completely useless. If one can change in time, there's still hope, but continuing on an already useless path will lead the family to its end. And the Iselma family, or more accurately, Golden Princess's father Byron, was in such a state of obsession, at least according to Golden Princess. If this continues, either I or Silver Princess will die sooner or later. Golden Princess said so. To avoid meaningless suffering and extinction, the young girl decided to escape with her sister. But relying solely on the two sisters who weren't even magi, it would be impossible to escape from Iselma. Even if they escaped, they would be caught and brought back, so they needed to find a new patron. The first one to be excluded was Valuelita. Although Lord Valuelita has a good reputation and is a nice person, since she has taken the position of Valuelita's lord, she couldn't possibly protect the two sisters because Byron had already achieved sufficient merits, which couldn't be erased. Other families belonging to the democracy faction wouldn't work either, as no one would risk breaking ties with Valuelita for the sake of the two sisters. Bartholomew faction wouldn't be afraid, but given the sisters' value in mysteries, they would likely end up on a research table. The neutral faction Meluastia was similar, and this faction was relatively weak and rarely participated in political struggles, not as good as Bartholomew. In comparison, the Department of Modern Magecraft would be much better. First, the department head Waver has no talent in magecraft and early on gave up the goal of reaching the root as a magus. Under his protection, at least they could avoid the pain of being dissected on a research table. Second, the El Meloy classroom is an object that various factions are vying to win over. Even Valuelita wouldn't overly offend Waver at this time. In other words, he can protect the sisters, at least to fight for a chance for them to survive. All the sisters seek is just an opportunity to survive without having to bear meaningless suffering. If Waver doesn't accept, they can only choose to make a political deal with Bartholomew, exchanging information for a place to stay. Everything could be explained, and both ways forward and back had been found. Neither Waver, with his world-class insight, nor Rhaenys, familiar with political routines, could find any flaws, until Flat spoke up. Just agree, Professor. It would be a shame if such beautiful people, like works of art, died. Didn't Lord Valuelita want you to give lectures? Why not use this as an exchange? Wait, what did you just say? Flat, say that again. Waver and Rhaenys seemed to have caught onto something and looked at Flat simultaneously. The boy swallowed and took a step back. I suggested you use the lectures as an exchange. Yes, that's it. War sveloped his thigh hard. Exchange, that's where the problem lies. Seeing that the others were still confused, Rhaenys explained, the El Meloy classroom is not a charity center. There's no need to risk offending Valuelita to shelter these sisters unless they truly have stakes worth the risk. However, until the end of the conversation, Golden Princess didn't offer any stakes. Indeed, it's a remarkable charm, even Big Brother couldn't resist. Waver retorted, the same words to you, lady. It's always hard to refuse a beautiful woman's request, let alone a beauty like Golden Princess who's beyond the level of national beauty. She's capable of captivating both men and women. I was thinking from Golden Princess's perspective, Rhaenys insisted. So was I. However, there's another possibility. Because my response was too vague, she didn't state the stakes. Indeed, Waver didn't directly agree to Golden Princess's request, but said he needed to confirm Silver Princess's thoughts. So Big Brother intends to accept Golden Princess's invitation. At the end of the conversation, Golden Princess invited Waver to her room the next morning. Waver thought for a moment and said, we need to figure out what they're trying to do. That way, we can better respond. Chapter 755, Night Meeting with Tuco. Waver's choice was one that any normal person would make. From the moment Golden Princess approached him, he was inevitably drawn into Iselma's vortex. All he could do was try to gain as much initiative as possible. After all, he wasn't one of those with clairvoyance EX, who could see the past and future, perceive all truths, or observe the entire world. His discerning eyes, although capable of analyzing essences, still relied on sufficient understanding and intelligence. If the opponent didn't show their tail, he couldn't tell whether it was a fox or a weasel. What he didn't expect was that Rhaenys would show a rare display of firmness regarding this decision. No, I object. Although Waver was somewhat surprised, he wasn't angry. They had known each other for many years and understood each other deeply. He quietly looked at the girl who had once waited for a long time outside his apartment, and the girl looked back at him. I know what Big Brother is thinking, but it's not okay. You can't go to Golden Princess's room. My lady, I need a reason. 2 reasons. First, safety. Everyone knows about the Golden Princess's beauty. No matter who sees her, they'll be momentarily stunned. For those with ill intentions, this moment is enough to do many things. Golden Princess's beauty had reached the realm of authority. Without specific countermeasures, no matter how strong you were, you couldn't resist the first wave of mental impact. That makes sense, but it's not enough. Since I've seen her, I naturally have ways to guard against it. I never doubt Big Brother's abilities. Rhaenys's face showed more confidence than anyone else's. That's precisely why you can't go. Why? Because you're the final trump card. As long as you're safe, no matter what happens, there's room for maneuver. If something happens to you, then it's truly over. This was the biggest difference between Rhaenys and Waver. Waver was essentially a teacher, accustomed to solving problems personally. Rhaenys was different, she was more like a politician, understanding the importance of always leaving room for negotiation. So, anyone here can go, except for Big Brother. When you say anyone can go, you must mean yourself, right? Waver's tone carried a hint of helplessness. In terms of strength, apart from himself, Rhaenys was the weakest here. But when it came to political acumen, everyone combined might not match this youngest girl. Supporting Big Brother is the duty of a younger sister, and after all, it's a girl's room. It's not appropriate for a gentleman to enter rashly. Rhaenys's words always seemed to make sense. Indeed, but it's not appropriate for you to go alone either. Gray, you go with Rhaenys. If you encounter any trouble, notify me immediately. Yes, Master. Gray nodded without hesitation. Leave it to me. I'll get a good look at that woman, ow. Before he could finish, Ad was punished. Why did you hit me? The instructor said to do this when Ad says something wrong. Damn it, you teach Gray bad things. Huh? Where's that bastard? He was just here. It was only then that Ad realized someone was missing from the room. Waver and Rhaenys also looked at each other in confusion. I know. Flat quickly raised his hand. If you're talking about Mr. Levi, he just went out. He said that rather than guessing here, it would be more convenient to investigate directly. This guy, always so mysterious. Who knows what he's thinking? Waver complained out of habit. Investigation is good too. With his abilities, he might find out something. Investigation. Levi, no, Shinji didn't need to investigate. He knew very clearly what Golden Princess was plotting, what Iselma was hiding, and whether there was something behind the scenes. He was just using this opportunity to slip out and meet Tuko privately. While chatting and playing games with Waver wasn't bad, it paled in comparison to spending quality time with Tuko. The investigation wasn't entirely an excuse. Waver and his group were staying in the Sun Tower, which was specially used to accommodate guests, while Tuko was living in the Moon Tower of the main family, and was also related to this incident. In a sense, it could be considered a kind of investigation. Since it was the main family's residential area, the defense was naturally more than a level higher than the Sun Tower. However, Shinji didn't take this level of defense seriously. As mentioned before, Iselma belonged to typical traditional magus who disregarded technological development and only valued mystery. Shinji stealth feared mystery the least. To surpass him in mystery, it would have to be top-tier servants, deities, upper ranks of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, or big bosses like magic users. He walked out of the Sun Tower as if taking a stroll, walking along the lakeside at night. The wind blowing on his face, carrying a slight coolness from the water, was unexpectedly comfortable. Due to the settling of water vapor at night, a thin layer of mist formed around the two towers, adding a dreamy color to this family that was already full of fairy tale charm. I didn't expect a night outing to have an unexpected gain. I should bring Tuko out later to appreciate the night scenery. It seems that's no longer necessary. Halfway there, Shinji had already found the person he was looking for, along with the female magus who was causing Waver trouble, Lord Valuelita, who was also Tuko's teacher. Judging from the half-burnt cigarette in her hand, the two had been talking for some time. After thinking for a moment, Shinji chose not to approach further. It wasn't out of concern about being discovered, but out of respect for Lord Valuelita didn't keep Shinji waiting long. After finishing a cigarette, she waved her hand generously and left with a light step that didn't match her age. Tuko stood still, lost in thought. After about 10 seconds, she took off her glasses, pressed the corners of her eyes with her hand, and muttered to herself. I feel like I've forgotten something. What could it be? Forgotten something. Shinji arrived by Tuko's side at just the right moment. How would I know if I've forgotten? It's probably not important. Let's just forget about it. Tuko shook her head, her hair tied at the back swaying along. While she might not match her teacher in boldness, she was no less free-spirited. I knew you'd come find me. How long have you been here? A few minutes. Did you eavesdrop? I didn't. Is that so? Katu. It's true, Master. A faint voice came from the mist. Master Shinji was waiting over there the whole time. He only approached after Master's teacher left. I'll take your word for it. Tuko still hadn't put her glasses back on, and beneath that cold face, there was a hint of a different kind of tenderness. Chapter 756, Chapter 756, The more beautiful a woman, the more dangerous she often is. Tuko asked again, aren't you curious? About what my teacher and I discussed. Shinji replied, I am curious, but I don't need to eavesdrop because you'll tell me. Why would I tell you? Because of our relationship. What kind of relationship do we have? Perhaps it was because she looked so alluring when she said this with a mix of coldness and coquettishness, or perhaps it was due to the beautiful and romantic lakeside night scene that made one's heart flutter. Shinji suddenly had a rush of blood to his head and reached out to embrace Tuko, whispering in her ear. This kind of relationship. The moment her body was enveloped, Tuko stiffened, clearly startled by Shinji's bold action. But she quickly relaxed again, lowering her head and feigning confusion as she asked. What kind of relationship is this? Whatever kind of relationship you say it is, Shinji said, half-jokingly. Then, siblings. Tuko tentatively suggested. Are there siblings like us? Shinji retorted. Why not? In magus families, this sort of thing isn't uncommon. As Tuko said, magi value bloodlines more than anyone else, and many families still maintain the tradition of intermarriage. Shinji was taken aback and instinctively replied, but we're not blood-related. Idiot. Hearing this answer, Tuko pinched Shinji's waist in annoyance. Shinji finally realized that having no blood relation meant there were no restrictions or constraints. To use the most popular phrase from his previous life on the internet, having a blood relation, isn't that even better, Yukisu? He was an idiot. Seeing Shinji's face full of silly smiles, Tuko sighed helplessly. She didn't know if this little rascal was smart or stupid. If you say he's stupid, he always manages to inadvertently stir a woman's heart. Count the girls around him, and you can't even use one hand to count them all. If you say he's smart, he can't even understand such simple hints and sometimes makes such basic mistakes. But perhaps it's precisely because of this that so many girls like him remain unchanged for so many years. Even she had unknowingly lost her heart to him. Tuko raised her head, silently gazing at him before her, the scene of their first meeting once again flashing through her mind. That day, he had tempted her with the rune system she couldn't refuse, making her sign the agreement. She had angrily called it a contract of enslavement. Looking back now, it was a contract of enslavement in every sense. She had wanted to let go, and over the past few years, she had visited several reclusive immortals. Among them, one immortal's words resonated with her the most. How to let go? What if you don't let go? As long as there are no regrets, the path to immortality is ultimately one's own to walk. If you can't let go, then don't. There's nothing wrong with that. I, Aozaki Tuko, have been obsessed all my life. One more obsession won't hurt. I'll walk my path. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Shinji's concerned voice sounded in her ear. Tuko shook her head and reached out to wrap her arms around his neck. From now on, I'll need to be this close to see your face. I told you before, I'd soon surpass you. How you used to look at me is how you have to look at me now. Saying this, Shinji's face couldn't hide his pride. The Matou family's genes were indeed excellent, but they had one major flaw: height. Family members were generally not tall. The old worm had shriveled up, so it's unknown how he was in his youth. Korea Matou was 173 centimeters, and Byakuya Matou was 1 centimeter taller than Korea. In Shinji's original timeline, his data at 17 years old was 167 centimeters. If he had just started puberty, that was fine, and there was hope to reach his father's or uncle's height. But if it was late in his development, it would be terrible, and even surpassing 170 centimeters would be questionable. Although this height wasn't considered short in Japan, on a global scale, Sorry to say, Shinji was a mundane person. He didn't have the open-mindedness to consider the body just a vessel. He didn't ask to be stunningly handsome or shockingly tall, but at least to score 70 points. So, after the situation in the Matou family stabilized, he began to prepare for his growth and development. A glass of milk in the morning and evening to supplement calcium, and daily exercise and training geared towards benefiting height. Isn't it often said that engaging in sports like volleyball and basketball helps increase height for young people? Shinji also utilized this principle. Although Justice had ensured he wouldn't be short when helping to build his body, he couldn't truly be at ease until he saw results day by day. His unremitting efforts finally paid off. At 16, his height had already exceeded 167 centimeters, and recently, he had broken through 174 centimeters, becoming the tallest in the family. How could he not be happy? How could he not be proud? Seeing Shinji's nose almost reaching the sky with pride, Tuko felt both amused and helpless. It's not good for a man to hold such grudges. No, this isn't holding a grudge. It's that I remember everything you say. You remember everything. Of course. I even remember you saying that when I grow taller than you, you'd let me, hee. And you say you remember everything. Humph, I never said such a thing. Tuko suddenly let go of her hands, turned her body, and left Shinji's embrace. You said it. Shinji, who had entered the third magic realm, couldn't possibly have a problem with memory. If he remembered, he remembered; if he didn't, he didn't. Tuko's face showed a mischievous smile. Is that so? Think carefully. What I said was we'd talk about it when you grew taller than me. The rest is all your imagination. Thinking about it, it was true. Those words, in the context of that time, meant this, but Tuko had never personally promised anything. Realizing this, Shinji suddenly felt dejected. You shouldn't trick me like this. This is a lesson for you. You're good in every way, but that face of yours that attracts women is worrying. Not every girl is as kind-hearted and devoted to you as Fujino and the others. The more beautiful a woman is, often the more dangerous she is. Then you must be the most dangerous. I don't know if you're complimenting me or mocking me. Complimenting, of course, it's a compliment. I'd fight anyone who dared to mock you. All right, stop pretending. I have enough self-awareness. In terms of beauty, I can't compare to the giant god you projected, nor to the golden princess and silver princess. Seeing Shinji not responding, but instead showing a thoughtful expression, Tuko couldn't help but hit him hard. What? You start losing your soul at the mention of the golden princess and silver princess. Shinji shook his head. No, I just thought of something. You just said the more beautiful a woman is, often the more dangerous she is. So what do you think of the golden princess? What do you mean? This isn't the place to talk. Let's go to your room. Tuko hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, all right. Katu, please be on guard. As you command. I hope Master and Master Shinji have a wonderful night. Katu's words were still monotone, but the meaning behind them made Tuko's ears burn. Who told you that's what it means? Detection shows master's heartbeat accelerating, body temperature rising, inferring. Shut up. Tuko was embarrassed and angry. She turned her head to see Shinji hiding to the side, secretly laughing, and couldn't help but hit him hard several times. Still laughing. I'll make you laugh. I'll make you laugh. I was wrong. Don't be angry. Shinji surrendered, while secretly giving a thumbs up. Well done. It wasn't in vain that I lent you such a precious cloak. Chapter 757, Chapter 757, Another Unexpected Visitor. How to describe Tuko's room. Messy, very messy. An old globe, stationery piled haphazardly, a mishmash of gossip magazines and philosophy books from street stalls, a large collection of wind-up tin toys barely distinguishable from junk, and various personal items occupied almost every space in the room. It's no exaggeration to say that apart from the bed in the center for sleeping, not a single spot could be called clean and tidy. It was hard to associate this with the intelligent, mature, beautiful lady before them. Even Shinji, who had lived with her for several years, covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Although I didn't have high expectations for your room, this level of mess is really. How long have you been here? A month? Or a month and a half? I can't remember clearly, Tuko replied while clearing a place for Shinji to sit. You can't even remember that. Katu, you tell me. 1 month and 10 days. It was hard to imagine how Kata could find a foothold in such a messy room. One couldn't help but admire her professionalism. I didn't receive any news for 40 days. The secrecy is too good, Shinji said with a bitter smile, while Tuko showed a proud grin. Of course. Before I came, I told Byron that if news of my presence here leaked out, I would leave immediately. Do you dislike seeing me that much? If I didn't want to see you, you wouldn't be sitting here now. I said I wanted to test the bond between us. If you found me too easily, it wouldn't be a real bond. Besides, does it matter now? Indeed, it doesn't matter. Yes, no matter how much she had avoided it before, the moment he hugged her, it all became irrelevant. But to become this messy in just over a month, your self-care ability has decreased quite a bit. Based on Shinji's experience, even for Tuko who suffered from chronic laziness, it would take 2 months to make a guest room over 40 square meters this messy. He had underestimated the severity of her laziness, and her thick skin as well. This is all your fault, she said. How can this be our fault? Shinji was dumbfounded. Of course, it's your fault. During the time I worked for you, I didn't have to do these things myself, so my self-care ability deteriorated. To be able to argue so forcefully with such flimsy reasoning, I'm learning something new, Shinji laughed, amused by her. Taking care of someone could lead to this. As Tuko said, during her time with Shinji, she was treated like a princess, with everything done for her. Of course, it wasn't like this from the beginning but was forced into being. Sakura and Fujino were both traditionally good girls, capable of all household matters. They would habitually clean any dust or dirt they saw. One can imagine what would happen when living with someone with such poor living habits as Tuko. Every time they entered her room, the two girls would consciously or unconsciously help tidy up. At first, Tuko wasn't used to it, but soon she began to enjoy this life of being taken care of. Later, when Shinji saw her accounts in a mess, he simply stripped her of financial control and handed it over to Fujino, who had a natural sensitivity to money. As long as she was there, Fujino and Sakura would regularly help clean her room and prepare an extra portion of food for her. Living expenses were given daily to prevent her from accidentally spending it all, and there were special channels and accounts for purchasing magic-related items. That's why Tuko said she had no money when she ran away from home. It was all managed by Fujino. Even when she went to the Tano family, there was Hisui, a professional maid with mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, responsible for her food and daily life, with professional standards higher than the two girls at the Matou house. After getting used to such a life, even normal people would become lazy, let alone Tuko who already suffered from chronic laziness. The result was a complete deterioration with no cure. Suddenly, I feel that Justy's words make a lot of sense, Shinji said. Tuko asked curiously, what did she say? She said that when you left without even washing the dishes, you definitely wouldn't last long. Humph, I've lasted 3 years, haven't I? Yes, you've suffered. Katu, why didn't you help tidy up? I said, the master doesn't allow it. She says she won't be able to find what she needs. The maid sent by the Iselma family was also sent away by the master. What Kata said was indeed true. Shinji's living habits weren't much better. Sometimes after Sakura cleaned his room, he would feel a bit uncomfortable, finding everything odd, but he would get used to it after a while. After all, a clean and tidy room was always more pleasant to look at than a messy one. Therefore, Katu, this time you must listen to me. Those are all excuses. Next time, no matter what she says, help her tidy up regularly. If she can't find anything, she can just ask you. Your memory system is more reliable than the human brain. Certainly. Matou appeared and responded, shall I start now? I'll help too. In this environment, I don't feel like doing anything, Shinji said as he stood up and began to tidy up the magazines on the tea table. Tuko quickly protested, wait a minute, you too. I'm the owner of this room. What about my opinion? You can express your opinion, but I won't listen, Shinji replied. I'm sorry, Master. I think Master Shinji is right, Matou added. Seeing Shinji and Matou working in sync, each taking care of one side, Tuko gritted her teeth in frustration. Traitors, all of you. Be grateful, Shinji said. In just a few seconds, he had already collected a stack of magazines. This is the first time I'm cleaning someone else's room. Even Sakura hasn't enjoyed this treatment. I don't want to enjoy it if you're offering, Tuko said. But despite her words, she didn't stop them and even joined in the cleaning effort herself. After about 10 minutes of busy work, Matou, who was cleaning the floor, suddenly stopped. One of her eyes changed from gold to red. Master, someone is approaching in the corridor, she said. Who is it? Tuko put down the cloth in her hand and asked. It's Miss Estella. The Silver Princess. What does she want with me? Tuko frowned slightly. Shinji, with one hand on his chest and the other supporting his chin, looked at the door with great interest. Hey, this is getting interesting. The sister just met with Waver, and now the younger sister comes to find you. The Golden Princess met with you. That is indeed very interesting, Tuko's posture and expression mirrored Shinji's. Soon, there was a knock on the door. I'm sorry to disturb you so late. Is Ms. Aozaki Tuko here? An indescribably beautiful voice struck their souls. It was undoubtedly the Silver Princess. Yes, I'm here. I'm coming, Tuko responded. As she answered, Matou had already disappeared into thin air, and Shinji had quickly hidden under the bed. Tuko adjusted her glasses, the laziness on her face disappearing, replaced by the intellectual elegance she showed at work. Well then, let's see what these sisters are up to, shall we? Chapter 758, The Request of Silver Princess. Perhaps because this was the Moon Tower, or because Tuko had lived at the Iselma family for a while and was relatively familiar, Silver Princess appeared much more relaxed than Golden Princess, speaking more directly. I have a request. For Silver Princess to come alone at this time, it must not be a simple request. At work, Aozaki Tuko exuded a different aura. This aura emanating from her soul and life experiences was something even Silver Princess's beauty couldn't overshadow. Yes, I know this is difficult, which is why I've come to ask Miss Aozaki. Well then, tell me what you want me to do, and what the payment will be. If it's suitable, I might accept your commission. Tuko's frankness and ease brought a slight smile to Silver Princess's face. For a moment, even the wall lamps seemed to brighten. I'd like to request your assistance in our escape. Your escape? You and Golden Princess. After a brief hesitation, Silver Princess nodded, yes. Running away just after stepping onto the stage, your father will go mad. What could make you go to such lengths? Hearing Tuko's question, Silver Princess fell silent. It wasn't that she refused to answer, but something too heavy had sealed the beautiful woman's lips. Tuko didn't speak, quietly waiting. Finally. We have no choice. Father has already gone mad. We must protect ourselves. Silence fell again, this time it was Tuko's turn. Not because she didn't understand, but because she did understand, and so she was silent. As a master in human body magecraft, she knew better than anyone how hard won this beauty was, and the risks behind it. I see, the Iselma's magecraft has entered a dangerous area, hasn't it? Yes. Silver Princess struggled to give this answer, the same answer as Golden Princess. If this continues, either I or Golden Princess will die sooner or later, but father hasn't realized this. That's normal. Any magus, seeing their family's long-cherished wish about to be realized, would find it hard to maintain rationality. And this rationality is often the key to success or failure. Tuko sighed deeply. I understand the reason now. Let's talk about the specific approach and payment. If you're asking me to be your babysitter, I'm sorry, but that's impossible. I've just gotten rid of the ceiling designation not long ago, and I don't want to taste being hunted again. We won't ask you to go that far. I couldn't afford that payment anyway. Silver Princess shook her head with a bitter smile. I just hope you can provide some defensive tools. That's not a problem. I happen to have a suitable creation for you too. If the payment satisfies me, I could even secretly escort you out of Iselma territory. Thank you in advance, Miss Aozaki. Silver Princess bowed deeply, her face showing obvious joy. Regarding payment, how about an alchemical doll from the Catherine the Great? Although it's somewhat broken, I think it should be attractive to you. Indeed very attractive. However, if you can answer one of my doubts, I can forego any payment. Tuko said, waving a finger in front of the girl's eyes. The girl quickly inquired. Please ask. Why is Golden Princess more beautiful than you? Eh? What did you say? Tuko's question surprised Silver Princess. Playing dumb won't work. I don't know if other magi can see it, but differences in the human body can't escape my eyes. For example, you actually can't see. Although there are many magical methods to replace eyes, Tuko still noticed the abnormality in Silver Princess's eyes at a glance. Your eyesight is astounding. Silver Princess sincerely admired. But, as you've seen, I can't see, so I can't answer your question. I see, that's truly a pity, Tuko said with slight dissatisfaction. I'll make some minor adjustments based on your magical energy. It should be ready by tomorrow morning at the latest. At that time, I'll have my maid Regina come to collect it. The payment will be brought along as well. Well then, pleasure doing business with you. Pleasure doing business with you too. With that, the young woman stood up, ready to leave. Wait a moment, Tuko called out to her. One last question. Do you think you can escape? You should know that your beauty is already very close to the root. It wouldn't be strange if you connected at any time. The clock tower won't stand idly by such a possibility, and even the secret judgment division might get involved. The worst outcome would be a sealing designation. The dead end for magi is considered to be limited to one generation, unprecedented and unrepeatable. Although strictly speaking, Golden Princess and Silver Princess weren't magi, the secret judgment division had precedence of dealing with non-magi, so the possibility still existed. Regarding this point, you'll know tomorrow morning. Silver Princess ended tonight's conversation with a mysterious smile. Watching the young woman's retreating figure, Tuko also revealed a strange smile. Interesting, interesting. Today's young people really can't be underestimated. That's why I think your statement that the more beautiful a person is, the more dangerous they tend to be, makes sense. Shinji crawled out from under the bed, meeting her inquiring eyes. You said earlier that Golden Princess came to find you guys. Also for escape. Yes. The reason was the same as what you heard, except they hope to seek shelter with Waver. Today's Velvet indeed has that ability, but having the ability doesn't mean he's willing to shelter them. Do they have enough bargaining chips? They didn't mention bargaining chips. Waver said he wanted to confirm Silver Princess's thoughts, and Golden Princess invited him to her room tomorrow morning. Again tomorrow morning. Tuko's eyebrows furrowed. There's something wrong. But refusing the invitation means losing the initiative. This pair of twins isn't simple. They're not simple indeed, but still a bit naive. Hearing Shinji's words, Tuko couldn't help but glance at him. Do you know something? I know a bit more than you. Which part? The secret of Golden Princess's beauty. Really? Tell me quickly. Tuko instantly lost her composure. She was that kind of person, interested in things she'd do even without payment, uninterested in things she wouldn't do no matter how much money was offered, except when she was broke. This is a big secret related to the rise and fall of the Iselma family. It wouldn't be fun to tell you directly unless you, hee hee hee. Shinji laughed as he got closer, his laughter sounding more and more evil. Stop fooling around. I have to work overtime tonight to make final adjustments to the product. Tuko casually pushed Shinji's face away. It doesn't matter whether you adjust it or not. Their escape is doomed to fail anyway. Shinji approached again and was pushed away by Tuko again. That's not okay either. A promised commission must be completed. That's my principle. Ah, if I had known earlier, I should have kicked Silver Princess out just now. Could you have done it? What's so hard about it? She might charm others, but she can't charm me. You charming me would be more likely. This big sister needs to work. I'm not in the mood now. If you have nothing else, you can go back. Tuko waved her hand, giving the order to leave. I'm not going back. I'll sleep here tonight. You're working anyway, so the bed is mine. Kicking off his sneakers onto the floor, Shinji directly fell onto the bed. Ah, smells good. Has the scent of orange, Tuko. You, fine, do as you like. With Shinji insisting on being unreasonable, Tuko had no good solution and could only watch him occupy her bed. Good night. Ah, good night, lit, Shinji. Originally, she was going to use her usual nickname Little Brat. But hearing that familiar good night, she changed her words. Every night during their travels, he would say good night to her like this. Now finally hearing it again, her heart felt warm. Perhaps, this feeling is what's called home. Chapter 759, Chapter 759, Another Murder Case. What would the Golden Princess's room look like? Perhaps everyone who attended last night's banquet would be curious about the source of her beauty, curious about the daily life of such a beautiful person, curious if she also experiences the joys and sorrows of ordinary people. Unfortunately, that area was the most important part of Iselma, and without an invitation, it was almost impossible to step into this mysterious garden, even for guests staying in the Tower of the Sun. However, now all the guests have come to this area that should have been off-limits because something has happened to the room's owner. The room had an atmosphere of grandeur and elegance befitting the historic Iselma family. It was neatly arranged inside and out, with furniture around the perimeter and a sliding bed in the center. Even the jellyfish-shaped bedside lamp was crafted by a master. The only surprising thing was that there was no mirror in the room. It's hard to imagine a woman's room without a mirror, but perhaps this had a special reason for the gold and silver twins. However, this small abnormality didn't arouse anyone's curiosity, because everyone's attention was drawn to the center of the room. It was a sight that made one's brain freeze. Red, bright red. Under the canopy, on the pure white sheets. As vivid as a freshly picked red rose, petals. Yes, petals. Scattered petals. The golden princess's body, full of infinite beauty, was scattered like rose petals. Her eyes were tightly closed. Her lips were tightly closed. She wasn't breathing. Below her neck, there was no lower body. Her head was placed in the center of the soft sheets. How cruel, yet how beautiful. Life and death, the moment when beautiful things wither, give an unprecedented impact, making one's heart bleed while unable to look away. Rhaenys and Grey, who had been invited to come, were shocked to see this scene. The Golden Princess, the girl who had made a stunning appearance just 10 hours ago, was dead, right in her room. This news spread through the Iselma household with the speed of a hurricane. Guests who had stayed after last night's banquet rushed over upon hearing the news. Maio Bricious Clenels, a pale young man from the neutral faction's Department of Creation. Islo Sabunin, a man with a strange hairstyle similar to the intricate braids popular among black people, but even more complex, like a delicate textile, is also from the neutral faction. Although they belonged to different factions from Iselma, these two men and their families were Iselma's most staunch allies. They had always been supporters of Iselma's ideals, their bloodlines crossing factional barriers, working together to create people of supreme beauty. The so-called beauty wasn't just about appearance, but also other aspects like scent, clothing, etc. Maio and Islo were collaborators in these areas. Maio was responsible for providing drugs, while Ilo specialized in making dresses. The dresses worn by the golden and silver princesses at last night's debut were made by Islo. Arriving at about the same time as the two was a muscular man with a crew cut named Mick Grazelier, from the Department of Curses, also belonging to the neutral faction. Next came Tuco, who wasn't wearing glasses and was coldly surveying the situation in the room, occasionally muttering, "So that's how it is." Indeed, it's not simple. Soon, the family head Byron and the silver princess Estella arrived upon hearing the news. Seeing the corpse on the bed, Byron and the silver princess showed great distress. Clang, the sound of a cane striking the stone floor. A groan as if the world was ending, falling on the room's floor. How could this happen? Diadra. Sister. Trembling voices, as if confirming the event as a tragedy. In this blood-filled room, perhaps the most cruel thing was the arrival of these two people. The cruelty wasn't just towards Byron and the Silver Princess, but also had elements targeting Rhaenys because Byron had brought two more people with him, the twin maids Karina and Regina who served the Golden and Silver Princesses. The testimony from Karina's mouth pushed Rhaenys, no, the entire El Meloy classroom to the brink of danger. The Golden Princess had gone to see Waver yesterday, and they had met alone. Waver was the last person to see her. Combined with the fact that Rhaenys and Grey were the first to discover the body, instantly the El Meloy classroom, led by Waver, became the prime suspects. However, it wasn't over yet. Karina then revealed the Golden Princess's plan to escape. Although Karina wasn't present during the Golden Princess's conversation with Waver, the fact that the Golden Princess could bring her to meet Waver showed her trust in Karina, and her deductions could essentially be equated to facts. At this point, Rhaenys had fully realized that this was a scheme, a conspiracy targeting the El Meloy classroom. Although she and Waver had been cautious, they hadn't anticipated that the moment the Golden Princess came to visit, the conspiracy had silently unfolded. The entire plot was intricately linked. Even if she hadn't come this morning, she still couldn't clear their suspicions, because all the other side needed was the fact that Waver was the last person to see the Golden Princess. Whatever was said afterward would be useless. Indeed, it was as Rhaenys had guessed. Even if she admitted that Waver had met the Golden Princess and swore that no one from the El Meloy classroom was the culprit, it would be of no use. Because the El Meloy classroom was outside of factional struggles, they had no allies and were naturally in an isolated position. This sense of helplessness couldn't be eliminated even though Rhaenys prided herself on her quick wit. Grey, who was even less adept at handling such situations, gripped at her side, ready to fight her way out. Just as the two girls found themselves in this dire situation, surrounded, a round of applause broke out. Clap, 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 clap. Unhurried, neither enthusiastic nor perfunctory, along with the applause came a composed voice. Someone told me I would see a good show here. I thought the drama had ended last night, but I didn't expect the real show to be here. Dressed in a proper men's suit produced by Armani, paired with a red tie, and black full-frame glasses on the bridge of his nose reflecting a calm and wise light, this was a man who could instantly remind one of a teacher. Waver Velvet, the master of the El Meloy classroom, the dean of the Department of Modern Magecraft, the first professor of the Clock Tower, the Lord without a crown. The famous young duo, Flat Escardos, and Sven Glaschite, stood to his left and right respectively, while Shinji Matou, appearing under the name Levi Ackerman, guarded behind him. Their presence couldn't be ignored by anyone, and their appearance swept away the panic and dejection in Rhaenys and Grey's hearts. Chapter 760, Chapter 760, if you don't agree, call the police. Sensing Waver's powerful aura, seeing the confidence radiating from his face, and hearing the mockery in his words, Byron's already grim expression due to his daughter's passing grew even darker, and his voice carried more anger. Professor Velvet, what do you mean? Everyone is just suspicious. If you have any questions, you can speak directly. There's no need for such sarcasm. Oh. You want me to speak directly? Waver pushed up his glasses with his middle finger, the playful look in his eyes making Byron involuntarily take a step back. Professor Velvet, please speak plainly. Did my sister say something to you last night? Silver Princess's voice eased the atmosphere slightly, though there was a hint of trembling in her beautiful voice, perhaps due to Waver's overwhelming presence among the crowd. Your sister? A strange smile appeared at the corner of Waver's mouth. You mean the one on the bed? Professor, why ask when you already know? Silver Princess replied discontentedly. Others also felt Waver's words were too much. Not giving others a chance to reproach him, Waver shook his head first. If I've caused you any harm, I apologize. But if you're referring to the lady on the bed, I'm sorry, but I didn't see her last night. But my sister went to your room last night. Karina can testify, and Miss Rhaenys also admitted it. I did see Golden Princess last night, but that shouldn't have been your sister. At this point, even the slowest person could hear the problem. Professor, are you saying someone impersonated my sister? How is that possible? Yeah, pretending to be someone else is one thing, but Golden Princess. This joke isn't funny. Even sophistry should follow basic logic. Silver Princess's doubt was shared by everyone. In the mystical world, there were many ways to disguise oneself as others, and some could even fool people completely. However, Golden Princess and Silver Princess were different. Their beauty had surpassed human limits, being the crystallization of generations of Iselma's accumulation, a gateway to the root. Impersonating them would be equivalent to fully mastering Iselma's secrets and recreating them, something even Iselma themselves couldn't do overnight. Waver wasn't shaken by the doubts. He just calmly and confidently stood in the center of the room, as if he were lecturing students from a podium. You find it hard to believe? No one answered, but Waver already knew the answer. I also found it hard to believe. Before seeing Golden Princess's corpse, I didn't believe last night's Golden Princess was someone else in disguise, because that beauty wasn't fake. However now, I have no choice but to believe it. Why? Byron stood his ground and asked through gritted teeth. Because the time of death for the corpse on the bed isn't last night, but earlier. This is the decisive evidence that clears my suspicion. Nonsense. Byron's cane repeatedly struck the ground, making angry thudding sounds. Look at the blood, look at her appearance. If she had died earlier as you say, how could her corpse show no signs of decay? That's a question for you, head of the Iselma family. Waver remained calm. Your Iselma family is quite skilled at preserving corpses, maintaining the luster and vitality of skin, muscles, and blood, aren't you? Humph, I don't see any traces of magic being used anyway. I don't see it either. It's not surprising that those skilled in preservation have ways to erase magical traces. However, while magical traces can be erased, another fatal flaw cannot be concealed. What flaw? Byron's body trembled imperceptibly. Scientific traces. If I can see that the corpse's time of death is over 24 hours ago, it shouldn't be difficult for police forensic experts or clock tower professionals to verify. Invite them to examine it, and they can easily determine the exact time of death. Of course, this includes the fact that the person who appeared last night wasn't Golden Princess herself. Waver's words were like sharp arrows, one after another striking Byron's vital points, leaving him bloodied and speechless, only able to desperately cling to one point. Can you produce evidence right now? If you can't, stop using your boring delusions to slander our reputation. Such evidence is indeed hard to produce at a moment's notice. Waver shrugged somewhat helplessly. Then, just as Byron was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard someone chuckle. Want evidence? That's easy. Looking at the voice, it was Levi, Shinji, behind Waver. He was now holding a phone, his thumb hovering over the speaker button. Flat, I remember the emergency number in England is 999, right? Yes, that's correct, Flat nodded. Are you going to call the police? When in trouble, call the police. It's such a simple principle. Do you want evidence? I'll let the police give you evidence. Everyone stay here and don't move. We can't give certain ill-intentioned people a chance to tamper with the scene. Seeing Shinji's thumb move to the number 9, Byron immediately became agitated. How can police solve matters of Magus? This is ridiculous. Then we'll call the Department of Policies. What's their number again? I was talking to Professor Velvet. It's not your place to interrupt. Humph, sophistry won't work. Now you're pulling rank. Can't you come up with something new? Oh, I forgot, an old fossil who doesn't even know about scientific autopsies can't possibly have any new ideas. You. Byron was driven nearly mad by Shinji's insults. He had thought Waver's words were too much, but he never expected his students to be even worse. That's enough, say less. Waver turned his head to give Shinji a look, then apologized embarrassedly. I'm sorry, it's my fault for not teaching him properly. I'll discipline him strictly when we get back. Byron coldly snorted, pretending to take the high ground. In any case, this matter cannot be spread. You must produce evidence, otherwise, it's slander. Lord Byron, Rhaenys walked to Waver's side and spoke, please don't misunderstand. We've already stated our assertion and method of proof. We all know in our hearts whether it's true or not. We now have reason to suspect this is a conspiracy against the El Meloy classroom. To dispel our doubts, please provide evidence. If you can't, we will request arbitration from the Department of Policies or consider this a declaration of war by Iselma against us. Please remember, although the Department of Modern Magecraft doesn't have a lord, it doesn't mean we can be bullied at will. The El Meloy classroom may be small, but we have our pride. We don't start trouble, but we're certainly not afraid of it. With Rhaenys's words, the young men and women's spirits immediately soared. Flat extended a finger, magical energy dissipating from its tip, ready to interfere with the Moon Tower's bounded field at any moment. Svin cracked his knuckles, the human intellect in his eyes gradually fading away, replaced by a dangerous bestial aura. Shinji smilingly pulled out a handgun from his bosom, a Thompson contender he had managed to acquire from America with great difficulty, the same model as Kiritsugu's beloved gun that had left a shadow on Kaneth. Even the quietest Grey clenched her fists somewhat eagerly, ready to deploy at any moment. Rhaenys raised her head. Despite being the shortest in the room, she gave off an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lord Byron, make your choice. Peace or war? Chapter 761, Chapter 761, Can I Kill Him? In the original timeline, when the El Meloy classroom was barely recovering from the aftermath of Kaneth's incident, Rhaenys would never dare to challenge an old noble family, let alone a branch of Valuelita, one of the 3 great noble families. Because they lacked strength. Merely surviving the power struggles between factions and the scheming among families was already extremely difficult. They didn't have the confidence to be fearless. Their first reaction to any incident was to smooth things over, with endurance as the priority and avoiding trouble. Unless they had overwhelming advantages, they wouldn't consider retaliation. But now, things were different. The El Meloy classroom had long since overcome its precarious situation. Its foundation was stable and deep-rooted. Even the 12 lords wouldn't dare underestimate El Meloy, let alone a branch family, Iselma. Not to mention, those accompanying Waver this time were all top combatants from the classroom. Crushing the Iselma family wouldn't be a difficult task. Before Waver arrived, Rhaenys had to swallow her pride due to being the prime suspect in the murder. But once Waver appeared and cleared their suspicions with his renowned detective reasoning, Rhaenys had no more reservations. Byron's earlier threats made her realize that even maintaining neutrality doesn't mean always staying uninvolved and swallowing one's pride. Displaying strength was equally important. She wanted to use this opportunity to show off the might of the modern Magecraft division and the El Meloy classroom. Seeing the El Meloy classroom ready to fight at a moment's notice, especially that man waving a gun at his head, Byron began to panic. But his identity as the head of the Iselma family and the pride of Valuelita still prevented him from backing down. He stared intently at Waver, who was surrounded in the center. Can she represent you, Waver Velvet? Rhaenys' will is my will. Make your decision, Byron Valuelita Iselma. At this point, Waver certainly wouldn't undermine Rhaenys, and he knew she was much better at handling these situations than he was. Fine, very well, El Meloy classroom. Byron, enraged by Waver's arrogance, was breathing heavily. Suddenly, he shouted. Estella. The girl called Estella did something no one expected, she removed her veil. Last night, the Golden Princess and Silver Princess had caused such an impact just by covering their faces. Many people wondered what kind of shock it would be if they removed their veils. Now, that answer was revealed. Consciousness paused. Time stopped. Coordinates lost their meaning. All spacetime continuums seemed to lose their original orderly compactness. Because of the arrival of emptiness. Not only human consciousness but even lifeless soil and water droplets were affected by this essence. If evolution means adapting to the environment, then this was the endpoint of shape and number that could potentially cause the world's extinction. In an instant, the tense atmosphere in the room dissipated, and unfinished spells returned to nothingness. This was the meaning of emptiness, returning all things to their original state. Of course, all this had one prerequisite, seeing the Silver Princess's face. Humans are visual creatures, and if one didn't visually capture it, the impact would be greatly reduced. Since Byron was facing away from the Silver Princess, the effect on him was greatly diminished. Taking advantage of everyone's daze, Byron focused his mind and charged towards Waver. His idea was simple: subdue this group, and teach the El Malloy classroom a lesson. Not only would this show the power of Iselma, but it would also put him in control of the situation. For a noble, for the head of a magecraft family, death itself wasn't much, and even a murderer wasn't that important. What mattered was what could be gained from this incident. Essentially, the appearance of the Golden Princess and Silver Princess was no different from suppressing the El Malloy classroom, both were for gaining benefits. If he could force them to submit, it would only be a matter of time before the El Malloy classroom and even the entire modern magecraft division leaned towards Valuelita. Then he could gain more and more from the main family. The primary target was undoubtedly Waver. He was the head of the classroom and the dean of the modern magecraft division. If he could be controlled, the others wouldn't dare to act recklessly. This strategy was undoubtedly correct, and using the Silver Princess's beauty as a weapon was an unexpected masterstroke. However, unfortunately, Byron forgot one thing, or rather never thought it could happen: someone could resist the Silver Princess's beauty. The Silver Princess's beauty could return incomplete spells or minds to their original state. If the completion level was high enough, even higher than the Silver Princess herself, this beauty naturally couldn't have any effect. Shinji, walking on the path of the third magic, was such an existence. The Silver Princess's true face reflected in his eyes, causing ripples that were quickly swallowed by the light of his soul. Byron's hurried figure didn't escape his sight. Just as his hand was about to touch Waver's body, it was caught and then kicked away. What? Byron, still in shock, instinctively exclaimed but was silenced by the black muzzle of a gun in front of him. I warn you, you'd better not move. This gun in my hand is one of the world's top 10 handguns, the Thompson Contender G2, with a 15-inch barrel, loaded with special .375 caliber bullets. Though called a handgun, it uses rifle designs, and its power can rival that of a rifle. Oh, you might not understand that, so let me put it another way: if I pull this trigger, your head will explode like a rotten watermelon. Even your magic crest won't save your life unless you possess the legendary immortality. Even though he was shaking with fear, Byron still wanted to know the reason for his failure. How did you? You want to ask how I wasn't robbed of my consciousness? Shinji chuckled. Why should I tell you the answer? From the moment you attacked us, it's equivalent to Iselma declaring war on us. I have no obligation to explain anything to an enemy. If I were to explain, it would be to your corpse. Eek. At this moment, all noble demeanor and Iselma's pride were overwhelmed by the threat to his life. Father. The Silver Princess's call brought everyone's consciousness back to clarity. Seeing this, Shinji pouted disappointedly and glanced at the nominal leader of the team. Professor, Miss Reynos, he has already attacked us. Can I kill him? Don't be so hasty, young man. Give this old woman a chance to speak. A new voice echoed in the room covered with killing intent. Chapter 762, Chapter 762, The Correct Way to Use Problem Students. Footsteps and voices. Carrying a unique boldness and grandeur. That's right. There was still one person missing from the scene. In this tragic scene, that woman's authority surpassed even that of the El Malloy classroom. Sorry, I'm late. I've heard the general situation, could you do me a favor? Lord Valuelita, Shinji said with a perfectly timed hint of trepidation. Inorai Valuelita Atrahome. One of the three great noble families. The elderly woman at the pinnacle of the Valuelita faction. Even within the clock tower, her status was enough to rank in the top 10, including the old jewel and the long-hidden director. Her words could not be ignored even by the opposing Bartholomew in the Department of Policies. Regarding Lord Byron's matter, I will give you, Professor Velvet, and the El Malloy classroom an explanation once I investigate. But before that, he and Iselma are members of the Valuelita faction, I can't leave them unattended. For an elderly noble to speak like this was already an extremely humble stance. If it were aristocratic mannerism, even if not a lord, it would be impossible to speak in such a tone to an obscure young man. Professor. Instead of giving Lord Valuelita a direct answer, Shinji slightly shifted his gun and inquired of Waver not far away. Lord Valuelita can be trusted. Stand down, Levi. Yes, Professor. Shinji slipped the gun back into the hidden pocket inside his clothes, coldly glancing at the middle-aged man on the ground who had long since lost his gentlemanly demeanor. You're lucky to have escaped this time. If there's a next time, it won't be solved by just blowing your head off. I'll chop off your entire neck. Such unpleasant and arrogant words coming from other magus would naturally be somewhat inappropriate, but in the El Meloy classroom, there was no problem at all. Because all the members here had problems big and small, the title of Problem Student Concentration Camp wasn't given for nothing. And the problem Shinji designed for himself was an insolent personality and a fondness for modern technology. Being threatened like this, Byron naturally couldn't swallow this insult. Just as he was about to retaliate, he saw his lord glaring at him with an unfriendly eye. Like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, his anger immediately dissipated, and he stood to the side with his head lowered. The elderly woman, who had taken control of the situation as soon as she appeared, turned her gaze to Waver. Professor Velvet, I hope you can give me some time. Well. Unable to calculate the gains and losses for a moment, Waver unconsciously sought help from Rhaenys with a sidelong glance. The latter understood and touched Flat with her hand. The young man immediately spoke up. That won't do, Professor. Everyone left here is a suspect, even if they're a lord, it's the same. The other party was a lord, so one must be cautious in speaking. Some things are known but just can't be said out loud. Flat was the only exception. His reputation as a genius idiot had long since spread throughout the clock tower, and many teachers and even lords had been left speechless by his natural speech before he finally ended up in Waver's hands. Lord Valuelita also tasted the destructive power of the genius idiot, but fortunately, Shinji stepped in to defuse the situation in time. I don't think Lord Valuelita is involved in this matter. Why? I don't even know how to clear my suspicion, the elderly woman asked. After the banquet ended last night, I was walking by the lake and saw you also taking a walk, and you were listening to music while walking. If I'm not mistaken, you were using an iPod player. Hee hee, it seems I was too engrossed in the music and didn't notice you, Lord Valuelita chuckled self-deprecatingly, taking out a white metal block from her formal dress pocket and waving it in front of everyone. This thing is not bad, I quite like it. Is it the latest model released this summer? I couldn't see last night because of the heavy fog, but this is even more convincing now. Professor, Miss Rhaenys, and Flat, just imagine how someone who can keep up with technological updates leaves such an obvious flaw on a corpse. Unlike the Iselma family, who don't even have electricity and rely entirely on magic, a conservative family. Looking at it this way, Iselma seems more like someone from the aristocratic side. You. Shinji's words were truly cutting to the bone, angering Byron almost to the point of losing control on the spot, if not for seeing Shinji's hand reaching into his pocket again. Young man, can't you speak less harshly, even though I appreciate you speaking up for me, the elderly woman admonished. Faced with the elderly woman's teaching, Shinji changed his attitude again, humbly bowing slightly towards her. The old woman continued, if this still doesn't dispel your doubts, why don't you investigate with me? I'd also like to see the eyesight of Professor Velvet, who is acclaimed as the eye of discernment. When one side cannot dominate, then cooperation between both sides is the most common strategy in politics. Waver and Rhaenys exchanged glances, and the former spoke, then I won't stand on ceremony. I'd also like to witness Lord Valuelita's style. Then it's decided. Does anyone have any objections? The elderly woman asked, looking around at everyone unhurriedly. The Silver Princess and her maid Regina. Byron as the father and the Golden Princess's maid Karina. The three Meluastia faction magus present and the Grand Magus Tuko Aozaki. With the two major powers reaching a consensus, naturally, no one else would have any objections. The elderly woman nodded with satisfaction and clapped her hands. Well then, let's disperse. Now it's time for the detective to take the stage. In the end, only she and Waver remained, along with the equally sharp Shinji as an assistant and guard. Rhaenys, Grey, Svin, and Flat were sent to secretly keep an eye on the Iselma family, to prevent them from making any covert moves. At any time, it's necessary to maintain necessary caution to avoid allowing the enemy to exploit. Well, the combination of Flat and Svin looked unreliable no matter how you looked at it. As soon as they left the crime scene, they started to quarrel. Flat took the lead, and Svin followed up. So I'm saying, the real culprit must have used Baritsu. Baritsu is so awesome, it's simply invincible. Even if you fall off a cliff, it's no problem, and you can make people explode through small holes. Walking through walls and invisibility is even easier. What kind of nonsensical magic is that? And please clarify whether it's martial arts or magic. It's Baritsu, Baritsu. This is a tradition passed down from Sherlock Holmes, the teacher must use it too. It's only natural for detectives to use Baritsu. Flat. How can you compare the profession of detective with our teacher? Oh right. Orthodox Baritsu is to be used in conjunction with a cane. That cane must be a catalyst for magecraft. So this is a martial art tailor-made for magus. The reason it hasn't been passed down now is probably because some family hid it for their use. And Sherlock Holmes is romantic, right? Jack the Ripper is also a superstar who added color to London's history, right? Although he's quite scary and it's a bit disrespectful to the victims to say so. Don't compare the teacher with murderers. In the end, whether it's Sherlock Holmes or Napoleon, how can these characters who are just briefly mentioned in literature and history compare to the teacher? While flat statements were certainly unreliable, Svin's responses weren't much better. These two were the biggest source of trouble for the El Meloy classroom. However, no matter how off-topic or nonsensical they became, it couldn't shake their absolute confidence. Because he is Waver Velvet, the most outstanding teacher in the clock tower. Chapter 763, Chapter 763, Detective Waver. The commotion outside didn't affect the three people in the room. Lord Valuelita asked, Professor Velvet, where do you think we should start investigating? Let's start with the victim's body. As Waver spoke, he put on a pair of white gloves and carefully walked to the bedside where the body was laid out, his gaze once again focusing on the shocking and heartbreaking scene. The dismemberment is very thorough. The body was completely dismembered, with the torso and limbs neatly cut apart. The cut surfaces are clean, indicating that the perpetrator was quite skilled in dismemberment. The victim also didn't seem to struggle. We can't determine yet if they were killed before they could resist, or if the dismemberment occurred after death. Judging from the edges of the skin and muscle, the victim's time of death is even earlier than I thought. There are no signs of transplanted magic crests. Waver was fully focused in work mode. Even the Golden Princess's astonishing beauty didn't affect his movements. His techniques were skilled and swift, reminiscent of an experienced surgeon, making Lord Valuelita watching from the side exclaim in admiration. For a magus, this is quite an unusual sight. Are you particularly interested in this field, Professor Velvet? It's not interest, but necessity. Because I lack talent in magecraft, I have to compensate in other ways. He calmly collected the body parts, examined each wound, and calmly uttered words that would be cruel to most magi. Science is also an art, and equally beautiful. Unfortunately, most magi don't realize this, or refuse to admit it. For some reason, the old woman standing at the pinnacle of countless magi said such words. Waver didn't respond, focusing on reassembling the body. Finally, he reached for the breathtakingly beautiful girl's head placed in the center of the bed. When his hand touched the girl's small ear, Waver's hand stopped. Did you find something? The old woman asked. The Golden Princess has no eardrums, and it doesn't seem like they were removed later in life. Regarding that, I know some inside information. Many magical techniques involve honing skills by sealing off one of the senses, and Iselma's secret techniques are no exception. They've taken it even further, inscribing it into the genetic traits of their descendants. The Golden Princess has no eardrums, while the Silver Princess has no retinas. However, due to the existence of magecraft, this doesn't affect their daily lives. They can hear, see, and communicate with others through other means. Although modern science is gradually surpassing magecraft, there are still many advantages unique to magecraft. What Lord Valuelita just mentioned, using magecraft to replace lost senses, is the simplest example. For instance, transmitting speech information without going through hearing, or visual information without going through sight, directly into the brain. While this type of magecraft is not low-level, the Iselma family is after all a branch of the Valuelita, so such things are not difficult for them. However, if in a few decades, modern science can directly implant chips into the brain, magecraft will inevitably face another decline. I see. So the Golden Princess's lack of eardrums is an essential condition for achieving that beauty. Waver nodded thoughtfully after hearing the old woman's explanation. In that case, we might be able to find out who the Golden Princess who appeared last night was. You're thinking of using the eardrums to search? Lord Valuelita's reaction was also quick. That's right. Even for the Iselma family, restoring non-existent eardrums wouldn't be an easy task. Rather than asking me about this, you'd be better off asking my foolish apprentice. She's an expert in this field. Would you like me to call her over? You mean Miss Aozaki Tuko? There's no rush. We can visit her after I finish examining the scene. As Waver spoke, he moved away from the Golden Princess's bed and began to investigate the room itself. The Golden Princess's room was about the size of an average cafe. The main furniture included a canopied bed, a desk with a jellyfish-shaped lamp, and several paintings by Impressionist masters. A few basic magecraft books were arranged on an elegant bookshelf. Every item was a luxury item worthy of the Golden Princess's name, yet in terms of variety, it gave the impression of only having the bare necessities for living. There was one window and one door in the room. Although there was also a skylight, it seemed impossible for anyone to enter or exit through it. If we were to consider that, we might as well think about what kind of magecraft could penetrate walls. The door had been destroyed, Gray's handiwork. According to plan, Rhaenys and Grey had come to visit the Golden Princess, but there was no response no matter how much they knocked. Sensing something was wrong, Rhaenys immediately ordered Grey to break down the door, and then they saw the chilling scene. Upon careful examination of several fragments, it was clear that a magical lock had been used on the door. A magical lock, as the name suggests, is a lock made with magecraft. Although it has several drawbacks such as high cost and difficulty of use without magical energy, its security is indeed first class. Even the clock tower's main treasury uses them, making them a relatively common type of lock in the magical world. The most distinctive feature of this lock is that it corresponds to an individual's magical energy wavelength. In other words, the Golden Princess's room could only be opened by the Golden Princess herself, which means this is a locked room murder. What a meaningless design. In the conventional sense, a locked room murder belongs to the realm of impossible crimes, but the existence of magi can't be measured by conventional standards. For this locked room, there are countless ways to kill someone inside from the outside. A complex fluid manipulation or air manipulation would be enough to kill invisibly. Was it necessary to create such a locked room? Or was it simply a coincidence? Waver crouched down, lost in thought, but even after pondering for a while, he still couldn't come up with any leads. Just as he was about to give up, he noticed that Shinji, who had been standing like a wooden post, had somehow come to his side and was now sniffing at the door fragments. When did you pick up Svin's habit? That youth with beast blood mixed in his lineage loved to identify things by smell. Because I found something strange. Carefully scraping the ground with his gloved hand, Shinji gathered some powdery substance together, then cut off the thumb part of his other glove, poured the powder into it, and tied it up. Although there's only a little left, you can sense the unique scent of an ancient artifact. Its history is over 1,000 years. Hearing Shinji say this, Waver also became serious. He took out a magnifying glass and stared at the ash itself as if entranced. Finally, he even touched a tiny bit with his finger and put it in his mouth. Shinji couldn't help but quip, "You say I'm like Svin, but aren't you pretty much the same?" Waver ignored Shinji, moved his mouth for a while, then spat the powder onto his hand and muttered softly. "Ah, now we have a clue." Chapter 764, Intruders. Waver took off his soiled white gloves and stood up, saying to Lord Valuelita, "To be safe, I'd like to confirm something with you." "What is it?" "If I can answer, I'll certainly tell you," the old woman replied with a gentle and sincere attitude. "I heard there was a recent underground auction." "Yes, that's correct. The star item of the auction was a legendary treasure." "Oh, you've heard about that too. I almost forgot you and your professor both participated in that Eastern ritual, so it's natural you'd be interested." Waver ignored the old woman's meaningful glance and continued asking. "Is this treasure the rumored item? Do you know who the final winner was? If it's just this level of information, I don't mind telling you. The treasure is indeed the rumored item, and my presence here is not unrelated to this matter. Please enlighten me." Waver's eyes lit up. He had only wanted to confirm something but unexpectedly got a pleasant surprise. That treasure is special. It's top tier whether as a cursed object or as a catalyst for that ritual. So many magus came after hearing about it, and the auction price was driven very high. In the end, only 2 people were left competing. One was the master of this place, Byron Valuelita I Selma, and the other was Atram Galliasta. Hearing the last name, Shinji's lips unconsciously curled into a strange smile. Atram Galliasta, a magus of Middle Eastern origin. People who knew him had one first impression: rich, very rich, extremely rich. He would buy whatever he fancied. Compared to him, the Edelfelt family that Luvia belonged to didn't even deserve to be called nouveau riche. Atram was the true nouveau riche, owning dozens of oil fields, a super rich man who didn't even know how much money he had. Even Waver, who already held a high position, evaluated him this way. They're not even in the same league. Although Iselma has a long history, they surely can't be a match for Galliasta in terms of money. Normally, Lord Byron should have lost, but since you're here because of this matter, does it mean Lord Byron achieved the final victory? That's exactly the question. I think the same as you. Although Magus often has assets from questionable sources and hides them through various means, making it difficult to investigate, I can still guess the bottom line of Iselma. Moreover, Galliasta has a bad reputation, and given Lord Byron's personality, he wouldn't likely conflict with Galliasta over a treasure unless there was an unavoidable reason to obtain it. Perhaps to remove her suspicion, Lord Valuelita was being quite forthcoming. Regarding the reason they couldn't back down, I can only think of the Golden Princess and Silver Princess. As a result, the completion level of this generation's Golden Princess is unusually high. At this rate, it wouldn't be surprising if she connects anytime. Honestly, I thought it would take a few more generations to achieve such results. Now that this has happened, there must be something hidden in between. You seem to have some clues earlier. I do have some leads, Waver nodded, but I still need some evidence. There are 3 elements to solving a case: who done it, how done it, and why done it. The first two aren't very significant for Magus, but the last one is an exception. If we can't clarify this, the matter isn't over. I see. It seems my decision to choose you as the detective wasn't wrong. I like you more and more. You must seriously consider my invitation. Seeing that Lord Valuelita was still trying to recruit him even now, Waver couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is this the time to talk about that? Seeking the truth is seeking the truth, and the invitation is the invitation. Besides, no matter how this incident concludes, it won't affect me much. This was the true source of Lord Valuelita's confidence. As the head of one of the three long-standing noble families and one of the most influential lords of the clock tower, such an existence couldn't be brought down by a small matter like this. Moreover, if you're willing to join, I wouldn't even flinch at the loss of 5 Iselmas. The old woman's smile grew deeper, while Waver's expression became more pained. You're overestimating me. Anyway, let's understand this incident first. The crime scene investigation is over, the next step is to find last night's golden princess. Levi, go and invite Miss Aozaki, I need her assistance. Yes, Professor. Glancing discreetly at Lord Valuelita, Shinji turned and walked towards the door. At this moment, 2 familiar figures burst in, shouting. Professor, something terrible has happened. We've discovered intruders, how should we deal with them? The one shouting was Flat, while the one excitedly calling out was Sven. Hearing their report, Waver and Lord Valuelita looked at each other in surprise. Intruders? At this time? Where are they, and how many? In the forest over there. Flat pointed out the window. The number is about, 20, no, more than 30. The young man's detection ability was as impressive as his infiltration skills. If he said there were that many, Waver would not doubt it. So many. Suddenly, the sun disappeared. It was clouded. Black clouds drifted over from the west, covering Iselma's land in an instant. The unnatural speed and scale would soon engulf the Twin Towers, Iselma's landmark building. Low thunder rumbled in the clouds, and thick lightning bolts struck out, hitting the forest and leaving shocking marks on the ground, as well as an unpleasant burnt smell in the air. Is the goal to eliminate the land's protection of the Iselma family? But using weather magecraft at dusk has been the rule since ancient times. It's only morning now, who could it be? If the land is damaged, the flow of magical energy would naturally become more difficult than usual. Under a Magus management, defensive magecraft would be applied to the land, and nullifying it first would be the rule for attackers. Waver walked to the window, thoughtfully gazing at the dark clouds in the sky. The old woman standing beside him spoke with a deeper tone. I think I know who it is. Failed at the auction, so they want to rob instead. I don't dislike this quick and direct approach. But for them to choose to attack at this time, should we say it's reckless? Or overconfident? Hearing Lord Valuelita's comment, Waver also guessed the intruder's identity, Atram Galliasta. There were 2 main points in his reputation, a rich nouveau riche, and having a bad reputation. His wealth has been explained, while his bad reputation is related to his domineering style. What I want, I must get. If I can't buy it, I'll fight for it. If I can't win, I'll use the money to hire people to keep fighting until you submit. This lightning storm was Atram Galliasta's greeting and ultimatum to Iselma. Hand over the item now, or I'll beat you up. P.S. Atram Galliasta was Medea's former master before she killed him in Fate/Stay Night. Chapter 765, Atram Galliasta. Not bad. A young man with brown skin, long blonde hair reaching down to his chest, and a gold chain as thick as a pinky finger, Atram Galliasta, stared at the aftermath of his bombardment with a cruel smile. This was on a nearby highland. The Lake District of Windermere is one of the most renowned holiday destinations in the UK, so naturally, the Iselma family couldn't monopolize it. Iselma's territory is only a small area with a radius of a few kilometers, while outside the territory are various public resorts and luxury hotels. Atram was in the lobby of one such hotel, peering down at Iselma's land through an antique brass telescope. The entire hotel had been booked, with no outsiders allowed in or out, so Atram acted without concern. He reached out to embrace a scantily clad maid sitting on his lap and whispered. So, how is it? I'm confident that my fire rivals the witch's flames that once burned her love rivals and their cities to ashes. The young man compared his actions to the destructive magic once wielded by the witch of betrayal Medea, boasting about his accomplishments. If Shinji heard him, he might have laughed until his stomach hurt. First of all, this guy was a participant in the Fifth Holy Grail War, having bought his way in with a vast amount of money. The servant he summoned was none other than Medea. Secondly, the environment in which Medea lived during the Age of Gods was vastly different from the modern world. Before the Common Era, a magus of Medea's caliber could rival modern bombers with just a single spell. For modern magus, even with ritual magecraft or grand sorceries, reaching that level is not guaranteed. Atram only succeeded because he had the right timing, location, and people on his side. Timing, the weather here was unpredictable. Location, the lake district was rich in water vapor. People, Atram brought 32 magus from the Galliasta family to set up the ritual. The Galliasta family happened to specialize in lightning-related magecraft, which created the thunderous, earth-shaking effect. Purely in terms of magical skill, Atram wasn't even fit to carry Medea's shoes. Finally, and most crucially, in Fate/Stay Night, regardless of the world line, Atram's fate was to be burned to death by Medea. Yes, by the very witch's fire, he was now boasting about to the maid. You really shouldn't tempt fate. Unless you're the protagonist, the true chosen one, no one can save you once that flag is raised. Of course, Atram was unaware that his future was already sealed. He smiled triumphantly and issued further orders to his subordinates. Let the plundering begin. Usurp them. Start increasing efficiency. This is how the Galliasta family rose to power. If you want something, go ahead and take it. Wield your blade without hesitation. This was the way Atram was taught. To determine the head of the family, his father subjected Atram and his siblings to various trials centered on power struggles. Atram completed these trials with the highest efficiency. Unlike his father, who inherited the title but never delved into the world of magecraft, Atram proudly embraced magecraft. He believed that magecraft, considered outdated, was more advantageous in modern times. The pain he endured while inheriting the family's magic crest was also a source of joy for him because it was the best way to savor the fruits of his victory, just like now. The maid in his arms, his most trusted assistant, softly asked, "Young master, is this okay?" "That place has." "Has what?" "That old woman from Valuelita." Atram scoffed as he pinched the maid's waist hard. The maid silently acquiesced. After venting his anger for a while, Atram, seemingly satisfied, explained. "Don't worry. I'm not so arrogant as to challenge the authority of a lord, let alone one of the three great noble families like Valuelita. Mick Grazelier has already contacted that old woman on our behalf. As long as we don't cause any real harm, she'll turn a blind eye to our actions, saying she wants to investigate something using us. It's infuriating, but for now, we'll let her use us. Her arrogance will be repaid by Iselma in full. There are plenty of ways to make her life worse than death." "What's the matter? You seem like you have more to say." "Go ahead, you're looking out for me, after all. I can tell the difference between good and bad." With her master's permission, the maid breathed a slight sigh of relief and voiced her concern. "In Iselma, besides Lord Valuelita, there is also Professor Velvet from the El Malloy classroom and his students. I hear that group of New Age magi is quite troublesome." "I thought you were going to say something serious." "So it's just that." Atram's face showed obvious disappointment. A useless teacher who can't do anything but teach, and a bunch of problem students no other department wanted. What El Malloy classroom, what New Age? It's just a fancy title. But Professor Velvet is called the Crownless Lord, so perhaps. I see your courage has shrunk since we arrived in London. If it were the actual El Malloy Lord, I'd have to retreat. But a Crownless Lord? I'll worry about him when he becomes a lord. Besides, Mick said that El Malloy and Iselma almost had a falling out. They might even try to take advantage of the situation. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, I wouldn't mind making friends with him. After all, he's also a survivor of that ritual. It seems he's been in debt recently. If he's willing to exchange information, I don't mind helping him out. Any problem that can be solved with money isn't a problem. Galliasta has no shortage of money, just digging up a bit of oil will do." "Ha ha ha, technological advancement isn't all bad. If he stands against us, then we'll crush them all. By the way, he seems to have kept some relic of a great hero, right? Let's take this opportunity to get that artifact too. Even though we can only summon one servant, it never hurts to be prepared. I'm not participating with a casual attitude like the El Malloy students who gained nothing and nearly ruined their families." To Atram, the only opponent worth fearing was Lord Valuelita. Everyone else was irrelevant. Though she was nothing more than an ancient relic with no other merits, in the world of magecraft, age had its value. However, that obstacle had already been removed. In that twin tower, there was no longer anyone to fear. There was no need to care about trivial murders. Just trample them head on and take what you want. Let's go. With that, Atram picked up his wine glass and stood up. "Repent well, for the crime of stealing my prey and the crime of refusing to negotiate with me." Chapter 766, the El Malloy classroom takes the field. At the same time, in the Moon Tower's room of the Golden Princess. "Professor, let us go into battle. Professor, let them see what we're capable of." It was only in moments like these that Flat and Svin would come to an agreement. Waver didn't immediately respond to their eagerness. Instead, he turned to the elderly woman beside him. No matter how much of an advantage he and his students might have, they were still guests. Before the host spoke, unnecessary actions should be avoided as much as possible. Lord Valuelita, what do you think? My opinion is that I have no opinion. Even as storm clouds began to surround the Twin Tower, Lord Valuelita remained calm, seemingly unfazed by the ritual magecraft that was capable of altering the weather. How can you be so indifferent? Isn't this your territory? Flat grumbled in dissatisfaction. Svin quickly tried to rein in his tactless comment. Flat, you should speak more respectfully to the Lord. No need to worry, I don't mind, the elderly woman said with a smile. But you're mistaken on one point, this is not my territory, it belongs to Iselma. While Iselma is indeed a branch of the Valuelita family, his land is independent within the clock tower and doesn't technically fall under my jurisdiction. Although Galliasta's methods are somewhat crude, they don't violate the rules among magi. More importantly, his approach aligns with the principles of democracy. Beauty is sublime. Even if it's only momentary, simply existing has value. All we need to do is pass through this fleeting moment. Similarly, this era should be managed by those who live in it now, without clinging to the bloodlines of the past. That is our belief. This was what Lord Valuelita had said during last night's social gathering, reflecting the eternal ideals of the creation department. Now, how to judge value? The current situation provided the best opportunity. Atram Galliasta, aware of the Lord's presence, still dared to display his power. If Byron couldn't showcase his strength, there would be no reason to pity him if he were defeated. In a way, this was fair, but in another sense, it was cold and ruthless, a stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere of the El Meloy classroom, leaving its two students feeling uneasy. Svin hesitated before speaking. But Iselma is still a branch of the Valuelita family. That's why I didn't say I wouldn't intervene at all, Lord Valuelita replied with a more joyful smile. Professor Velvet, I'd like to commission you to assist Lord Byron. What? The two young men couldn't keep up with the old woman's thinking, and even Waver was puzzled by her intentions. Lord, what are you? Don't understand why I'm doing this. And you're the head of the modern magecraft department. Oh, it seems the rumors are true that your sister handles all the administrative work for the department. Ugh. Brother, this commission is beneficial for us. It not only allows us to showcase the strength of the El Meloy classroom, but it also provides an opportunity to make Lord Valuelita owe us a favor. As for the payment, Lord Valuelita has always been generous, we won't suffer a loss. Even though I know you're flattering me, it's still nice to hear, Lord Valuelita said, resting her chin on her hand. Let's do this, if you can resolve this incident satisfactorily, I'll ensure the Silver Princess joins the El Meloy classroom. This. What kind of reward is that? Rhaenys frowned but quickly realized the opportunity it presented, the possibility of reaching the root was an irresistible lure for other magi. I understand. Lord Valuelita is indeed generous. Brother, please make the decision. When I arrived, Lord Byron had already gone to meet the enemy. If you've already said this much, what's left to decide? Waver looked at them, who had come to an agreement, and naturally didn't hesitate any longer. Flat, Svin, Grey, you're up first. Sir, yes sir. Flat exaggeratedly saluted, showing his enthusiasm, which was typical of someone who loved B-movies and easily picked up on various references. Yes, master. Leave it to us. After responding, the three of them sprinted out of the room, each moving as swiftly as a professional athlete. Undoubtedly, they were using magecraft. Watching them leave, Lord Valuelita's eyes gleamed with curiosity. 3 different methods of using magecraft, and none of them require incantations. The El Meloy classroom's reputation is well deserved. Waver smiled, only at times like this did he allow his pride to show, look, those are my students. Rhaenys, Levi, let's get ready as the second wave. There are many enemies, and Grey and the others lack experience, so we must be prepared to assist at any time. In that case, Mr. Levi and I will suffice. Brother, you should stay here. Rhaenys shook her head at Waver. The commission is to resolve this incident satisfactorily, not just the attack but also the Golden Princess's case. As you often say, everyone has their area of expertise. Solving mysteries is yours, while combat is ours. Leave it to us. Waver looked at his single remaining white glove, then at the calm Shinji, and finally nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. Levi, you're the eldest, take care of the others. Don't worry, Professor, Shinji said as he casually smashed a sculpture in the room. The other enemies might be difficult to deal with, but Galliasta is nothing. Lightning magecraft is powerful, but its flaws are equally apparent. If you approach it scientifically, it's easy to handle. Waver glanced at the shattered sculpture pieces. Brass, I see what you're planning. Using science to counter magecraft, huh? You taught me well, Shinji said, lightly complimenting Waver. If there's nothing else, we'll head out. Stay safe. Will do, brother. Rhaenys walked out with a different, more determined stride, shedding the elegance of a noblewoman and embracing the sharpness of a magus. The El Malloy Classroom, Take the Field. Chapter 767, Chapter 767, Flat Escardos joins the battle. The Department of Creation is made up of artists. Their magecraft is born from art, and fighting an enemy is like using the art they've created to remove or assimilate foreign objects that interfere with their artistry. Take, for example, the elderly woman whose name is renowned throughout the entire Mages Association. She has dedicated her life to the art of painting. Once she picks up her brush, the surrounding mountains, rivers, heavens, and stars all become her canvas. When the painting is complete, her enemies are defeated. Byron, who also hails from the Valuelita family, is similar. Although he lacks the overwhelming presence and skill of Lord Valuelita, his essence and philosophy aren't much different. Byron's art is soap bubbles, though they look fragile, they are not as delicate as they seem. Soap bubbles are beautiful, reflecting a flickering light that complements the surrounding mist, radiating a dreamy array of colors. As the middle-aged gentleman struck the ground with his cane, countless soap bubbles emerged from the mist, converging from all directions to form a beautiful bubble belt that encircled the invader's vanguard. To make the weather your ally, I have to admit you're impressive. Though this region is naturally prone to fluctuating weather, it's the first time someone has made such a grand spectacle. But if you think that Iselma is powerless, you're gravely mistaken. The invaders, now silent and cautious, watched the approaching soap bubbles intently. It is common knowledge among magus that triggering unknown magecraft without preparation is foolish. However, just because they wouldn't trigger it doesn't mean Byron was willing to spare these damned invaders. His situation was already dire enough. Last night's social event had been a great success, marking the peak of his life with both fame and fortune. But the very next day, something like this happened. As the head of the Iselma family, he knew the real time of Golden Princess' death. The one who appeared last night was indeed an imposter. However, that was an Iselma family secret. If revealed, it could destroy this family. Byron couldn't allow that. Though he was a Democrat at heart, he had always taken pride in his bloodline. To him, democracy was merely a tool to win favor. In the end, history and lineage would still take precedence, for that is the essence of magecraft. This ideological divide was the fundamental reason for his estrangement from Lord Valuelita. For Byron, neither the culprit nor the truth mattered, what mattered was keeping the Golden Princess secret. To this end, he redirected the conflict towards the El Malloy Classroom, hoping to provoke a struggle between Lord Valuelita and Waver, thereby distancing himself and his family from the situation. Who would have thought that Waver would be so perceptive, immediately spotting the flaws in the Golden Princess? His students, too, were formidable, almost overwhelming him. He barely escaped with his life. Lord Valuelita, out of respect for the family connection, helped by him some time, only for these ignorant fools to appear. Anger was secondary, the critical issue was that he had no room left to retreat. He knew Lord Valuelita's nature, she would only extend an olive branch to those with power. Helping him once was already a favor. If he failed again, he would truly be excluded from the core of Valuelita family. So, whether to vent his anger or to protect his family and position, he had to win, and win impressively. What do you think of Iselma's ruby? Bryant softly chanted the name of the spell. The next second, the soap bubbles burst. Pop, and nothing more. No surge of magical power, no emerging monsters, not even a shockwave, just the natural bursting of a soap bubble. Yet, this seemingly ordinary burst caused several invaders to clutch their throats and collapse. Byron. The remaining invaders were enraged, retaliating with crackling bolts of lightning. Byron was prepared, having already surrounded himself with a layer of soap bubbles for protection. These soap bubbles had been specially treated, under the influence of the weather, the electric power that could turn a person to ashes was dissipated as the bubbles burst. Had it been a one-on-one fight, Byron would have already won. But there were too many enemies and too much lightning. The bubbles couldn't fully withstand the assault, blocking 70% of the attack, but the remaining 30% struck Byron, bringing the sturdy gentleman to his knees. You're just a washed-up collector hiding in the countryside. The fallen attackers slowly recovered and, along with their enraged comrades, began forming a new spell. Having witnessed the soap bubble attack once, they had already deduced its mechanism. The soap bubbles destroyed the oxygen in the air, suffocating the enemy. Now that the mystery was solved, the invaders had no reservations and were ready to seize victory in one fell swoop. Though he dodged in time, Byron's shoulder was burnt, and while not entirely incapacitated, he was significantly weakened. Clutching his charred shoulder with one hand, he repeatedly struck the ground with his cane with the other. The soap bubbles doubled, forming a rainbow-colored fortress before the enemy. After enduring the lightning once, Byron had gained some understanding of their technique. Now, it was a contest between his art and their magecraft, who would last longer. That is if there was no external interference. There you are. A clear voice echoed from the mist-shrouded forest, causing Byron to pause in surprise. What were they doing here? Who's there? The nearest 3 invaders turned and unleashed a bolt of lightning. Whoa. That was close. The voice's owner seemed startled but appeared unharmed. So you're the ones who made that massive black cloud? Impressive. This is a ritual magecraft that even the clock tower rarely tests. As the voice spoke, its owner emerged from the bushes, a blond boy, wearing a disarmingly innocent smile, completely out of place on the battlefield. But your efficiency could use some work. The 7th and 12th targets are still. Before the boy could finish, a new wave of lightning struck. Let me finish. The boy exclaimed, dodging left and right. We have nothing to discuss with Iselma's lackeys. No, I'm not with Iselma. There wasn't a trace of fear on the boy's face, even as he was illuminated by the lightning. While dodging, he still found time to give a mock salute to the bewildered Byron. Flat escardos of the El Meloy classroom, under the orders of the most powerful, greatest, and invincible professor in the clock tower, I'm here to join the battle. Chapter 768, Sven Glaschite joins the fight. Lord Byron, rest assured and leave this to us. With innocent words and an innocent expression, Flat's seemingly naive demeanor was nothing but infuriating, as it clearly showed he didn't take the invaders seriously at all. After dodging another round of lightning, he let out a proud sigh and shouted toward the trees. Go ahead, Lucien. Let's break through. I've told you not to call me Lucien. But the idea of clearing the way for Grey is a good one, so I'll let it slide this time. Sven shouted angrily as he jumped down from the tree, venting his frustration at being exposed by his companion, while lightly rubbing his nose. The smell of rust on you is disgusting. 2 boys, both ridiculously young. Of course, they knew that anyone who got involved despite being so outnumbered had to possess some level of danger. In the world of magecraft, power had nothing to do with appearances. So, they didn't let down their guard. The group's collective magical energy continuously poured into their spell formation, shifting their focus from Byron's bubble defense toward the 2 boys. It seemed they planned to target the easier opponents first. However, these 2 boys were no pushovers. If you looked at their backgrounds, 10 Atrum wouldn't be enough to stand against them. Even without considering their backgrounds, their strength was terrifying. Oh whoa. Just before the magecraft was unleashed, Sven raised his head and let out a howl. It was not a sound any human could make, the sheer sound pressure disrupted the invaders' magical energy. The mana that had already been converted by their magic circuits dissipated as if it belonged to a novice practitioner. Could it be that you are Sven Glaschite of the El Meloy classroom? In front of the wide-eyed invaders, his self-introduction was immediately followed by a transformation. Pallide Amours, pale death. This was his incantation and the beginning of his transformation. His golden hair came to life, writhing and shifting as if it were sentient, rapidly growing from short hair to waist length. His distinctive canines elongated into large fangs comparable to sharp blades. Though his appearance was somewhat fierce, it exuded a primal beauty. As he transformed, he leaped. The invaders reacted quickly, releasing their magecraft. It only took a brief chant to unleash a lightning strike capable of killing in an instant. However, before they could finish their chant, their arms had already vanished. Blood gushed from the stumps like fountains, yet none of them realized that the cause of it was Sven's hands, which had transformed into claws as sharp as his fangs. The invaders tried to respond, but when they saw his figure illuminated by the lightning, they were struck dumb once more. It was as if a legend had come to life. The once slim boy had shed his human form, now resembling a powerful mythical beast, covered in golden fur like steel needles. He stood on 2 legs, a creature out of folklore. A werewolf, a creature as formidable as a vampire in myth, was now leaping between the trees with incredible speed. From tree trunk to branch, and branch to trunk again, he moved as if weightless, his abnormal agility allowing him to make multi-directional jumps. The strength and speed he displayed far exceeded the limits of any enhancement magecraft. Ordinary mages couldn't keep up with him and were left to be utterly trampled. When Rhaenys and Shinji finally arrived after a slight delay, they were greeted by the sight of Sven in his full glory. A werewolf. I knew Sven had some beastly blood, but I didn't expect it to be a high-ranking mythical creature. Seeing that Sven had the upper hand, Shinji didn't rush into the fight. Instead, he used the Brahmastra's fire to melt the brass he picked up along the way, keeping a safe distance as he watched. No, my brother says he's not a werewolf, but a mimic. My brother calls it a phantasmal wolf. Phantasmal wolf. At Rhaenys's words, Shinji noticed that although Sven's muscles had swelled several times over, his clothes and shoes remained intact, indicating that the fur covering him wasn't a true physical entity. Instead, it was a semi-physical, semi-illusory manifestation of dense magical energy, much like the armor that servants conjure from mana. An ancient beast magecraft. No, it may not even be considered magecraft. If you trace it back, mimicking beasts goes back to the origins of humanity, a concept on par with nature worship and ancestor worship. It might sound ridiculous, but it's also a testament to human wisdom, acknowledging our shortcomings and seeking to supplement them through other means. Even today, many traditions preserve beastly elements. Svin's transformation was one such tradition. By drawing out immense beastly instincts through family secrets, he gained the beastly mystery, granting him power comparable to a mythical creature. This kind of power was not something ordinary magus could withstand. Wherever Svin went, magus were thrown aside like chaff. If it weren't for remembering Waver's instructions to avoid causing fatalities, carefully steering clear of vital areas, the ground would have been littered with corpses by now. Shinji pondered over Svin's shining golden fur. Do you know the origin of Svin's beastly bloodline? Rhaenys shook her head. That's the Glassgite family's top secret. Even my brother might not know, let alone me. True. Mystery loses its power if it's not kept secret. But, do this, find an opportunity to tell Svin something, there's still a golden wolf in this world. Let's see how he or his family reacts. Golden werewolf. Rhaenys found the name familiar like she'd heard it somewhere before. The mythical creature said to be on par with dragons. Yes, that golden werewolf. That's impossible. The modern environment is unsuitable for mythical creatures. High-ranking ones have long gone extinct. Shinji merely smiled at her skepticism. I have no reason to deceive you, nor any need to deceive the Glassgite family. Why a golden werewolf exists in the modern age, Shinji didn't know, but he knew that Tuko once made a pact with one named Luff Beowulf. Although Luff Beowulf had left Tuko after the events of Mahatsukai no Yoru, Tuko could still find him if she wanted to. After all, Tuko's once flowing long hair, like Aoko's, was used as ritual material for the pact, which was why she now had short hair. Hair is the closest material to the caster, often used by curse magus to curse or determine the status of important figures. Even a mystery like Luff Beowulf would have a hard time severing the connection between the hair and its owner. But. No buts. If Svin's bloodline truly connects to the golden werewolf, or if his family's secrets can incorporate other beastly traits, I might be able to offer him an opportunity. I understand. Seeing Shinji's seriousness, Rhaenys didn't ask further. After all, she was just a messenger. By this time, the magus who had been overpowered by Svin finally found a way to counter him. They abandoned their tight formation, scattering as they initiated their spells. If close combat fails, switch to ranged attacks. If single-target attacks don't work, switch to area of effect. This was undoubtedly the correct approach. However, it's useless. Flat has been waiting for you to scatter. Chapter 769, Chapter 769, Grey joins the battle. It's useless, Flat is just waiting for you to scatter. Rhaenys hadn't even finished her sentence when Flat started waving his arms. MHM, just like that, spin around in circles over there. If you were observant enough, you would notice that before Flat started waving his arms, he struck the same pose as the invaders. This wasn't just simple mimicry, but a type of sympathetic magecraft, more plainly put, a curse. Interference begins, play ball. With a brief chant, the lightning released by the invaders changed direction the moment it left their spell formations. The next second, the area was filled with the screams of the magi being burned by their lightning. Strictly speaking, the sympathetic magic Flat was using wasn't the orthodox Western magecraft taught at the clock tower but was instead derived from Asian sorcery. However, to him, it made no difference, for he was a genius, a true genius. Flat Escardos was born into the Escardos family, an ancient lineage of magi from the Mediterranean region. This family is quite interesting. If we're talking about history alone, few families in Europe can compare. However, the heads of the Escardos family through the generations could only be described as mediocre, whether it was their natural talent or their mastery of magecraft, there was nothing remarkable about them. Many magi mocked them as a family unable to turn their history into a genuine mystery. Until Flat was born. This child seemed to be born to compensate for the family's years of mediocrity, possessing an exceptional number of magic circuits as well as overwhelming talent to control them. He was sent to the clock tower with great expectations as a prodigious child. However, this genius proved to be a handful even for the clock tower. He was initially assigned to the Department of Spiritual Evocation under the Deputy Director of the Summoning Science Division, Rocco Belfabin. However, within a few months, he was transferred to another department. Though his extraordinary talent was welcomed by each department he entered, as he continued to break the record for how quickly he overwhelmed his instructors, he was eventually shunned. Why did this happen? The answer is simple. Every professor wants a student who is smart and diligent, and who can quickly grasp their lessons. However, few professors understand the sorrow of encountering a student who is too talented. Learning quickly, understanding instantly, and grasping the essentials at a glance, these are good things. Applying knowledge across different areas and thinking outside the box, this is even better. Comprehending everything taught, then refining and surpassing the teacher, this is a perfect student, a dream come true. However, if these 3 steps are completed in an extremely short time, before the teacher even finishes the lesson, and the student starts pointing out the teacher's mistakes, how would the teacher feel? Would they think their life had been in vain? This could still be excused. After all, the world occasionally produces a universal genius, a superhuman like Da Vinci. What made it worse was that Flat embodied the ideal attitude of a magus, yet he had no awareness of what it meant to be a magus. Modern magi are driven not just by their supernatural abilities, but by a fierce obsession passed down through generations, an unyielding pursuit of the mysteries of history that itself possesses a terrifying power. No matter how far science surpasses magecraft, as long as this mindset persists, magecraft will never completely vanish. However, Flat lacked this kind of obsession entirely. He wandered around aimlessly, meddling in everything, pestering others about spells he hadn't seen before, quickly analyzing them, and then pointing out their flaws with a naive smile. Try to discipline him. Sorry, but there aren't many in the clock tower who could even win against him. His opponent's spells would be thoroughly dismantled by the time they made a move, and they'd be the ones left humiliated. Don't discipline him. That would hurt your pride. And yet, despite goofing off all the time, this guy maintained perfect scores across all subjects, constantly embarrassing his instructors. Even the lords weren't spared. His nickname, the Idiot Among Geniuses, came from his legendary history of humiliating the entire clock tower. As one of his most frequent victims put it, Flat's presence severely disrupted the teaching order of whichever department he was in. After cycling through 11 of the 12 departments, save for the Department of Policies, the departments eventually dumped him into the El Meloy classroom for problem children in the Modern Magecraft Theory department, where he has stayed for years. Just how many forms of magecraft does a young man who has been in all 12 departments possess? Even he couldn't say for sure. For instance, when it comes to Galliasta's lightning magecraft, Flat could counter it with his eyes closed. The breakthrough has been made, Flat said with his usual innocent, smiling expression, standing amid the groaning bodies around him. Great kiss. Sven howled at the sky, radiating wild charm, if he could ignore what he was saying. Although the two constantly bicker and seem like sworn enemies, their movements are fluid and coordinated, as if they were born twins, leaving their enemies battered and beaten. As they called out, a third voice echoed. Please don't call me that. El Meloy classroom's gray, entering the battle. A small figure in a cloak rushed into the enemy formation, leaving a trail of wails in her wake. Don't be mistaken, Gray wasn't using a scythe like a reaper, nor was she wielding a battering ram like a siege weapon. She carried a shield, and from the strange face on it, it was clear that this was another form of ad. The shield itself wasn't particularly frightening, nor did it have any offensive capabilities, but the sheer brute force of its wielder made it an unstoppable force. She charged through the lightning, smashing through the invaders' formation, all in under 2 minutes since Flat had appeared. See that? This is the power of the El Meloy classroom. Enough. An enraged, almost twisted voice erupted alongside a deafening roar of thunder. This was no ordinary lightning, it was on an entirely different level from the previous sparks. If that was the true standard for lightning, then the earlier attacks were mere static. The thunderous lightning blazed with a blinding light, tearing through the dark clouds and ripping through the atmosphere. Its target was none other than the seemingly unassuming but most lethal member, Gray. Chapter 770, Atrum joins the battle. In the minds of ordinary people, lightning is the second fastest thing in nature, surpassed only by light. By the time the thunder roared, it was already too late for Flat and Sven to realize something was wrong and try to warn the others. Luckily, the boys didn't have time to react, but someone could, Ad. This consciousness attached to the Mystic Code had an abundance of combat experience and a mental link with Gray. Whenever Gray was in danger, Ad was always the first to sound the alarm. When the mana started accumulating abnormally, Ad had already noticed it. Because of this, Gray was able to raise her shield in time to block the lightning strike. Damn it. Someone ambush my precious Gray. Sven roared in fury, his voice reverberating through the forest, even more terrifying than the thunder itself. This roar had the power to disperse a magus mana and had often given Sven an advantage. However, this time, his usually unstoppable roar had no effect. The spell that the men emerging from the bushes had woven remained solid. This could only mean one thing: the enemy's mana was so concentrated and stable that it was difficult to interfere with, a sign of high-level magic proficiency. The expressions of the attackers confirmed this. It was a different kind of fear, mixed with reverence and concern, the attitude of subordinates toward their superiors. Seeing this man, Byron's eyes flared with obvious anger. Atrum Galliasta. The dark-skinned young man didn't even glance at Byron. His eyes were fixed only on Flat, who was scrutinizing him, Sven, who was baring his teeth at him, and Gray, who was peeking out from behind her shield, completely unharmed. The El Meloy classroom, huh? Very impressive. Not far away in the spectator stands, Shinji was also speaking similar words. So he's Oil King, huh? Impressive. That nickname is quite fitting, Rhaenys chuckled briefly before quickly restraining her smile. But it's impossible for him to have earned such a reputation solely from oil. Are Grey and the others going to be okay? They'll be fine. If it's just Galliasta, even if he brought 100 men, he wouldn't stand a chance against those 3. But I'm worried there might be more enemies than just Galliasta. When that happens, it'll be up to you to handle their lightning. As Shinji spoke, he melted a piece of brass. The molten metal, instead of solidifying upon contact with the ground, was drawn by an unknown force to gather near Rhaenys' feet, eventually forming a nearly 1 meter wide sphere of liquid metal. If that Faraday cage you mentioned is as powerful as you say. Noticing the unease in Rhaenys' voice, Shinji smacked his forehead. I forgot you haven't attended high school yet, so you haven't encountered high school physics. I wonder if Waver ever told you, anyone who messes with lightning without understanding science is doomed to be third-rate. Forget about geniuses like Edison, Tesla, Faraday, or Franklin, even an electrician could leave him powerless. Is it really that exaggerated? Although she already knew Shinji was very capable, hearing him speak so dismissively still made Rhaenys a bit uncomfortable. Knowledge is power, young lady. It's a truth that applies to everything, except maybe magecraft. The more you read and learn, the less you'll regret it. Yes, you sound just like my brother even though you're only a few years older than me. So prematurely old-fashioned. Hey, don't compare me to that workaholic Waver. Be careful, or I'll, Mid-sentence, Shinji suddenly stopped, closed his eyes to sense something, and then spoke with some resignation. Ah, it seems I was right. It's going to be up to you next. What about you? Rhaenys' expression changed slightly. I have to go settle a score with an old friend. Shinji raised his head, his gaze piercing through the mist ahead, where a pair of barely visible eyes gleamed with a golden hue, revealing a faint trace of orange deep within. I see. So not just the El Meloy classroom, but even you. We're barely reunited, and now we have to face off. If I had known, I wouldn't have accepted this commission. At the same time, a female magus at the moon tower opened her orange eyes, a hint of distress on her intellectual face, followed by a pout. No, this isn't my fault, it's yours. If you had told me that secret, I wouldn't have agreed to this additional commission. Underestimating a woman's curiosity has its price, you deserve it. But opposing him is not going to be easy. In a way, he's just as troublesome as Ayoko, perhaps even more so. I might end up facing the full power of the third magic. Taking a deep breath, the woman who both hated and relied on the color orange stood up from the sofa. I have no choice. Since I accepted the commission, I must fulfill it. That's my creed. So, Shinji, let's have a long-awaited duel. Don't you dare lose to me. The woman removed her glasses. At her feet was a peculiar, somewhat bulky, and oversized leather bag, strange compared to the other items she carried. The moisture in the cumulonimbus clouds finally reached its limit, condensing into raindrops that fell heavily. In an instant, it began to pour. Amidst the downpour, Atrum spoke in a voice colder than the rain. El Meloy classroom, you have nothing to do with this. Withdraw now, and I can still pretend nothing happened. Sorry, but the professor said we need to take you down. If Atrum's expression at that moment resembled the dark clouds overhead, then Flat's face was like the sunshine of a spring afternoon, beaming so brightly it was hard to believe they were on a battlefield. To ambush my precious Grey, you must pay the price. In his phantom wolf state, Svin licked his claws, his eyes gleaming like those of a wolf eyeing its prey. That's truly unfortunate. I thought the highly regarded New Age would be smart, but it turns out they're just a bunch of fools. To have such students, that professor must be overrated. Atrum shook his head in regret as he retrieved a small object from his suit, a small pot-like device. You've heard of it, haven't you? The primitive battery, or the Baghdad battery. The world's oldest battery was discovered in the ruins of Kujut Rabu, on the outskirts of the Middle East. It's generally believed to have been developed accidentally with the aim of gilding, despite no knowledge of battery construction. However, this structure has also been passed down through Magus hands, evolving through a completely different route from science. When one of the families researching this structure declined, Galliasta bought their knowledge and history with money. For a family originally specializing in ore and oil, the primitive battery was an ideal vessel. After some time of research, the Galliasta family succeeded in infusing their mana into electricity. By harnessing a power revered as divine or godlike in many ancient cultures, they have thrived ever since. The primitive battery in Atrum's hand and the weather magecraft overhead both utilized this technology. Now, the contemporary master of this technique was about to unleash its true power. Unleash fury, gush out. Thunderstruck. Chapter 771, Chapter 771, Beauty Saves the Beast. Unleash fury, gush out. With those words, the electric charge transformed into a massive hand. Tearing through the resistance of the air, it struck Svin's body at a speed faster than a blink. In response, the phantom wolf let out a roar. Both sides were using techniques infused with magical energy, with the carriers being some of the fastest forces in nature, lightning and sound waves. Though the forms were different, once controlled by a magus, they could not escape the absolute principle of the mystical world. The mystery is overwhelmed by a stronger mystery. But what happens when neither side's mystery can overwhelm the other? The result of the clash between Atrum and Svin made this clear. Lightning collided with sound waves, and the flow of magical energy materialized into visible sparks. The shattered plasma and atmosphere scattered all the raindrops along the line, leaving devastation in the forest. Judging by the marks left on the ground, it was clear that Atrum had the upper hand, but this advantage did not affect Svin. In his phantom wolf form, he remained standing in place, unharmed amidst the smoke and dust washed away by the wind and rain. Not bad at all. The voice came from between his sharp teeth. As far as magecraft goes, it's second-rate. But in a magus battle, it's certainly top-notch. Oh. You little mutt, did you call me second-rate? Atrum's mouth twisted into a cruel grin. Facing that voice, tinged with killing intent, the phantom wolf boy did not retreat a step, responding with a cold smile. You know it yourself, don't you? If the professor were here, he'd see through it instantly. Your magecraft is indeed well practiced. As a form of magecraft meant to hurt others and for fighting, it's a finished product beyond perfect. But that's not the essence of being a magus, is it? No, you're not a magus, you're a magician playing tricks. This statement was the greatest denial of a magus, the most venomous insult. You're asking to die. Atrum's eyes widened with rage. He refined his magic power several times more than before, using his magic crest to inject it into the primitive batteries technique. The technique the Galliasta family purchased allowed them to convert their magical energy into lightning with maximum efficiency. The lightning, controlled like a dragon, opened its jaws wide, sealing off Svin's escape route completely. Just as the lightning dragon was about to devour Svin, his body vanished. This was an even swifter move than his previous charge, moving at a speed far beyond ordinary human perception, reaching a level akin to that of a servant. He leaped back onto a tree and then used the rebound to shoot through the gaps in the lightning dragon, hurtling towards Atrum like a meteor. The enemy would have no time to react. This was an unstoppable strike, or so Svin thought. But just as he was about to swing his claws, he saw Atrum beneath him lift his head, a smug smile forming on his lips. At the same time, his nose picked up the scent of danger. Svin, who had merged with the beast, trusted his sense of smell above all else. Though he didn't possess Flat's nearly omnipotent analytical and learning abilities, his grasp of techniques through scent was almost on par. A triangular, unsettling yellow. Damn, it's a trap. The first strike, which deviated from the magus path, and the anger that followed were all feigned to make Svin careless and lead him step by step into a snare. New lightning appeared, not as a powerful but easily dodged like the dragon lightning, but as a web of electricity that spread out, enveloping the area around Atrum. The technique was still second-rate, any student in the El Meloy classroom could refine it further. However, in Atrum's hands, it exhibited a power that surpassed even the top-level secret techniques of Svin. He demonstrated to Svin through his actions that the outcome of a battle does not rest solely on the completion of a magical technique. Despite straying from the path of a magus, magecraft users are often more dangerous than orthodox magus. Danger. 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 Svin's nose sounded the alarm, and his fur bristled. But he did not give in. So what if it was an electric net? He'd tear through it first, then tear through you. Even if it meant getting injured, he would still scratch you. When it comes to ferocity, wolves are more terrifying than tigers and lions, and the beastly nature within him granted him a stronger recovery ability than most magus. He wasn't afraid of exchanging injuries. The phantom wolf roared, and his descending claws were infused with all his strength. This desperate response was precisely what Atrum had anticipated. In terms of battle experience, Svin, Flat, and Grey combined couldn't match him. The electric net was just the first step, meant to slow Svin's movements. The next strike was the truly fatal one. The charges gathered, and new lightning brewed in his hands, enough to bring down the phantom wolf. However, the strike that was supposed to be certain suddenly crumbled before it could form, as its caster was violently struck by a shadow. Half of the hand-tailored suit was soaked in mud, and the carefully groomed hair was also stained with dirty water. But at this moment, Atrum had no time to lament or even feel anger, he was only shocked. You. He hadn't been careless. Before revealing himself, he had been observing and analyzing the enemy thoroughly. Choosing to target Svin was also a result of the analysis. Due to his beastly nature, Svin was impulsive and easy to provoke. His extreme speed granted him terrifying attack power and mobility, but it also made it difficult for his companions to support him. With a prepared trap and the right timing, Svin was the easiest to deal with. Once he subdued one of them, the remaining two would naturally hesitate, making it easy for him to control the situation. Unfortunately, he didn't realize that he wasn't the only one holding back, so was Grey. Just because most people couldn't keep up with Sven's movements didn't mean Gray couldn't. As a descendant of Artoria, and having undergone special training from Shinji, her physical ability surpassed Sven's, allowing her to match his speed and strength even without relying on ad. Previously, since Flat and Sven had already disrupted the enemy's formation, she hadn't needed to go all out, so she had held back. But now that her companion was in danger, how could she continue to hold back? The moment Sven fell into the electric net, Gray threw her shield. In terms of mystery, not even gods like Zeus or Indra, who command lightning, could surpass the planet's self-generated anchor to the mortal world, let alone a primitive battery. Thus, Atrum was in trouble. On the other side, Sven, having torn through the electric net, was overjoyed. He didn't even bother chasing after Atrum and instead sprinted straight towards Gray. Gray, darling. Awoe, awoe, awoe. My dear lady has saved me. I'm so moved, awoe, awoe, awoe. As he ran and howled, he looked less like a phantom wolf and more like a husky. Chapter 772, Tuko Aozaki joins the battle. Gray trembled with fear. Among everyone in the El Meloy classroom, the person she feared the most was Sven, and the action she dreaded most was when Sven, like a dog, would sniff her up close with his nose. Ah, Gray. 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 You still have that sweet, gray, square scent that seems to cling to your body. It smells even better after exercise. Stop it. Gray was almost in tears, too overwhelmed to care about the enemy she had just sent flying. Of course, the golden husky like Sven, completely captivated by Gray's scent, was equally distracted. Flat, watching Atrum rise from the ground like a living volcano, finally had his intelligence kick in. Ahem, hey, Luchien. Don't call me Luchien. But only a dog, Luchien, dog, would sniff like that. Ah. Sven suddenly realized, quickly stepping back 3 paces. Embarrassed, he said, I'm sorry. I got so excited after being saved by Gray that I lost control and my reason evaporated. Shinji and Rhaenys, who were watching, were too exhausted to even make a sarcastic comment. They thought, you were sent out to uphold the reputation of the El Meloy classroom, not to embarrass us. If Waver knew about this, he would surely get a stomachache. Thanks to Flat's interruption, the group of teenagers finally remembered their mission and instinctively formed a triangular formation, surrounding Atrum. Although Gray's flying shield hadn't caused him much harm, the 3-against-1 odds were putting enormous pressure on him. Damn you, El Meloy classroom. Atrum's face turned pale with anger, but it was too late for regrets now. He had to break out of this dire situation. Just as he was about to go all out, Sven's fur suddenly stood on end as if he had received a huge shock, letting out a howl. Turning his head, he was startled to find 2 people standing less than a meter behind him, a man and a woman. The man was someone Sven knew, Matou Shinji, who was using the alias Levi Ackerman. The woman, like Gray, was small in stature and wore a cloak. The difference was that her arm was not flesh and blood but a mechanism made from some unknown material. The man and woman stood facing each other, the man holding the woman's wrist in an intimate gesture that looked like flirting, if you ignored the blade that had popped out of the woman's mechanical arm. Seeing this, everyone immediately understood what had just happened. The woman had somehow sneaked up behind Sven, preparing to attack, but was stopped by Shinji, who noticed and intervened in time. Sven's intense reaction was his animal instinct's warning of danger. His current reaction was the same, the phantom wolf let out a constant growl, and its claws, sharp enough to easily tear through human flesh, flashed with cold light as they aimed straight for the woman's head and heart. However, before the cold light could reach the woman's body, she and the owner of the claws were both sent flying backward at an even faster speed. The boy, who suffered the same fate as Atrum, landed on all 4s and stared intently at the woman's other hand. It was this hand that had sent him flying. If you measured arm length alone, the woman's arm was naturally shorter than Sven's in his phantom wolf form, but it was a different matter if that arm was a mechanism capable of detaching and extending freely. In the instant the phantom wolf leaped, the woman's arm suddenly detached at the elbow, shot straight through the gap between his claws, struck Sven's chest, and then retracted back to its original position, guided by chains connecting the mechanism. The triangular nose twitched, finally letting out a doubtful snort. A mechanical doll. Whoa, what an incredible doll. Hey, Miss Doll, can I analyze you? Flat's eyes immediately lit up, his curiosity soaring through the roof. In response to his eccentric behavior, Kata replied with a barrage of throwing knives, making Flat yelp while his eyes shone even brighter. Wait a minute. Are those shuriken? Are you a ninja? A ninja doll? That's so cool. Finally unable to bear it anymore, Shinji spoke up. Flat, Sven, if you don't want to die, stay calm. This isn't an opponent you can handle. Focus on taking down that upstart. Upstart. Atrum's expression twisted with rage at the insult, which wounded his pride even more than being called a magician. Atrum's response to this insult was to throw a primal battery at them. This was his fastest form of attack because it would instantly release all the electricity stored in the battery, making it one of his most powerful moves. Even with his body significantly enhanced by the Phantom Wolf's abilities, Sven would struggle to withstand such an attack. However, Shinji was not Sven. He had far more combat experience and was much stronger. If not for the need to train these exceptionally gifted students, he could have captured Atram and all his subordinates within 5 minutes, alive, not dead. After all, it had already been confirmed that this guy would participate in the Fifth Holy Grail War, and killing him now would be a waste. A gunshot rang out. A bullet whizzed through the air from the silver barrel of a limited edition Thompson Contender G2, shattering the primal battery just as it left Atram's hand. At this point, the electricity inside hadn't fully activated, so apart from some metal fragments and partial ionization, the shot didn't cause any damage to the surroundings. Taking advantage of the moment when Shinji drew his gun, the ninja doll also seized the opportunity to free herself and, with a few quick leaps, disappeared into the forest. Speaking of combat experience, she had the most of anyone on the battlefield. She was the legendary ninja Kata Danzo, who had been active for over 100 years, and her name was certainly not unearned. Her disappearance made everyone's hearts leap into their throats. This doll was too dangerous, able to slip past even Sven's nose, meaning the others had no chance of detecting her. Seeing this, Shinji smiled slightly and vanished into the forest after her. Leave her to me. Be careful, everyone. Be careful. Careful of what? Careful of Atram. No, not at all. Atram alone might, at best, be able to use his experience to defeat one of them, either Flat or Sven, but he had no chance against all three of them. What Shinji was warning them to be careful of was. Sven's nose suddenly twitched, and a pair of blue-green eyes turned to look in the opposite direction of where Shinji had gone. There, amidst the forest, a wisp of orange, made faint by the rain and wind, appeared at the center of the battlefield. There was no tension of battle, only calm, as if isolated from the world in a serene bubble. Hey. The figure spoke with a slightly troubled smile. Don't you think you're using a bit too much flashy magecraft? Her appearance caused the previously chaotic battlefield to fall into an eerie silence. Both Atram and the El Meloy classroom, as well as the ignored Byron, all felt a chill. Tuko Aozaki. No one had expected her to intervene at this critical moment. My apologies, Lord Byron, and the El Meloy classroom. The woman, without her glasses, walked across the damp ground and stood beside someone. It was Atram. Then, the highest-ranked magus in the clock tower, a grand, turned to the youths and slowly smiled. Because someone asked me, I have no choice but to oppose you. Chapter 773, Rhaenys Archazord joins the battle. Tuko's foot moved slightly, seemingly carving a simple character into the ground. Atram, who was closest, noticed it first but couldn't understand why she did it until. Luchien. Flat waved his arms, the same way he reversed Galliasta's lightning magecraft a few minutes earlier. But this time, before the spell could take effect, Flat's body was blown away. You, the blonde brat over there. You've been smartly trying to find my weaknesses since earlier, but it's too obvious. The spell was interrupted, and the dust-covered Flat looked up in confusion. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. How did you know? It was impossible not to notice. Weren't you using that trick on Galliasta's people just now? It means you're using some method to read the flow of magic. This ability is quite common, but the precision is astonishing. Directly intervening in a spell to reverse it is something no proper clock tower lecturer would teach. After all, giving an opponent's spell a boomerang effect could easily lead to self-destruction. But for geniuses, the conventional doesn't apply. El Meloy's classroom, Waver Velvet, truly lives up to its reputation. Tuko rambled a bit, but those who knew her understood that she only acted this way when something piqued her interest. Your spell is the nemesis of most magecraft, but unfortunately, that most doesn't include mine. My magecraft is already complete by the time the mana flows through it. With a wave of her finger, Tuko traced a rune in the air. Rune magic. What blew Flat away earlier was an algize she had quietly carved with her foot, symbolizing protection. Now she carved Fehu, symbolizing primal and untamed fire. We're not a match. The best strategy is to run away. Luchien, Grey. Seeing the rune before him, Flat quickly made a judgment. Ordinary magic refines mana and weaves spells simultaneously. Rune magic is different, the spell weaving and mana refining are separate. First, you carve the character, then simply channel mana through it to complete the spell. The time between mana generation and spell activation is almost zero. Although carving the characters takes time, and the effects aren't necessarily stronger than other magecraft, this structure left no room for Flat to intervene. Of course, that alone wouldn't scare Flat. After the deal at the end of the century, rune magic saw a complete revival, with the clock tower even establishing several classrooms dedicated to its study. During his tour of the clock tower, Flat had analyzed rune magic and could casually carve out a few basic spells. But this woman was different. She wasn't on the same level as other rune users. If the completion of magecraft could be seen as beauty, then Tuko's expertise in runes rivaled that of the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess. Her connection to the rune magic foundation was so ideal it felt like a dream. She had no magic crest, few magic circuits, and her mana was unremarkable. She didn't even have the terrifying mystic code that other magus at the clock tower possessed. Yet, the mana circulating her moved seamlessly, like a Mobius strip, perfect and unassailable. Flat, who was extremely sensitive to mana, knew better than anyone that Tuko had already mastered a cycle of magic, from life to death, and back to life again, endlessly. Not even someone like the Grand Magus Kenneth had such a presence. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. At that moment, Flat felt like a frightened sphinx, hair standing on end, ready to flee, if not for the voice that stopped him. I stand here representing the El Meloy classroom alongside my brother. Even a grand cannot make us retreat without a fight. A white formal suit, dark scarf, golden hair, and eyes burning like flames, different from usual. El Meloy classroom, Rhaenys Archazort, joining the battle. Two pairs of similar-colored eyes met across the distance, quickly recognizing that they shared a certain resemblance. Both were resolute, never turning back once they set their sights on a goal, and both had once left their homes in pursuit of that goal. Though it may sound rude, you do well to heed this boy's advice. You're not my match. I don't deny it, but our goal isn't to defeat you. Even though you stand on Galiasta's side, that doesn't mean you share his purpose, does it? Rhaenys's words brought a hint of surprise to Tuko's face. You figured that out so quickly. The lost princess of El Meloy, impressive. So, what are you planning to do? To stall you and quickly drive off Atrum Galiasta. Rhaenys made no effort to hide her intentions, displaying strong confidence in her every move. Will it be that easy? A word of warning, though Galiasta isn't my employer, I won't let you take him down. Thanks for the warning, I'll keep it in mind. Tuko offered a sincere reminder, which Rhaenys accepted with a smile. The two women didn't look like enemies but rather like friends. So, who will stall me? You, the lost princess. You can call me Rhaenys. The 14-year-old girl lifted her skirt and curtsied. It's an honor to learn from the highest-ranking Grand Magus. Then let's begin. For a certain someone's sake, I won't kill you. The red rune suspended in the air was activated, sending fiery serpents flowing. Fervor. With Rhaenys's chant, the snow on the ground began to stir. This was fluid manipulation magecraft, the specialty of the Archibald family, with the water from the sacred land of Iselma as the natural medium. Miss Aozaki, I have a suggestion. At the critical moment when water and fire were about to clash, Flat suddenly raised his hand. If your goal is money, wouldn't it be more efficient to beat up that brown guy, make a doll that looks exactly like him, and take over his fortune? That way, everyone can be happy. You. The brown guy ground his teeth in frustration. The humiliation he suffered today exceeded all he had experienced in his entire life. Tuko closed one eye, gazing at Atrum's profile as if deep in thought, then shook her head. Too bad, he's got no sense of beauty. I have no interest in making such a boring doll. Chapter 774, Faraday Cage. Atrum's face grew even more grim. However, considering the current situation and the strength Tuko had demonstrated, he could only swallow his anger. He then vented his frustration by kicking the magus under his command, using a slight electric shock to wake them up. Meanwhile, the magic-driven water and fire clashed fiercely. Within the mist, which spread as the magic intensified, Rhaenys' voice remained as calm as ever. Svin, continue attacking Atrum. Flat, support Svin by disrupting Atrum's lightning spell. Grey, be ready to assist me at any moment. The three people she called out to immediately followed her orders. In the El Meloy classroom, only she had such authority, aside from Waver. Surrender now. Svin's eyes gleamed with determination. His lower half, which had previously retained some human characteristics, was now fully covered in golden fur. His powerful magic circuits furiously refine his magic-driven phantom form, causing the air around him to tremble. Get lost, you mutt. Being repeatedly humiliated by a group of kids would anger anyone, let alone the already irritable Atrum. Thunder roared and lightning flashed as the fury of the magic and its master exploded, overwhelming even the fully transformed phantom wolf that Svin had become. Interference initiated, play ball. However, this terrifying display did not affect Flat. His chaos magecraft didn't target the external manifestation of magecraft but rather its deeper vectors. Once those vectors were altered, no matter how large the spell, it could be shifted or even reversed. The interference was executed smoothly, with lightning cracking and sparks of varying brightness bursting forth. Before he could celebrate, there was a cold snort, and the fragmented arcs of electricity bizarrely converged toward Flat. The previous interference had been so successful because Atrum had allowed it. His real target wasn't the physically strong and hard to take down Sven, but the frail Flat. Die. Die 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 die. Flat's face turned pale with fear. Although he hastily cast several layers of well-known and lesser-known protection spells on himself, they were no match for the sheer lightning volume. This was Flat's weakness, he lacked decisive, head-on offensive power. Flat. Sven stomped the ground, rushing towards his companion at top speed, but the dense web of lightning was not only lethal but also a barrier to rescue. Fortunately, at that moment, Rhaenys' voice rang out again. Flat, don't move. Her fluid manipulation magecraft was even faster than her voice. From the water below the arcs of lightning, more than 10 dark red, finger-thin metal wires shot up. These wires, propelled by the water, quickly rose and interlocked above Flat's head, forming a simple metal mesh that enveloped him. You think that can? Atrum's mocking words were cut short, and his smug expression froze. His deadly strike had been blocked by that seemingly flimsy, misshapen metal mesh. How is this possible? In contrast to the stunned Atrum, Flat was bouncing with excitement. Ah! A Faraday cage principle. Miss Rhaenys, you're so smart. This top student who scored full marks in all subjects had studied modern physics, likely thanks to Waver's tailored teaching. A Faraday cage is an electrical device named after Michael Faraday, a British physicist and pioneer in electromagnetism. Without delving into detailed principles, it's essentially a cage made of metal or a good conductor, grounded, to block electrical shocks and related effects. Although, it's a simplified version, I'm saved. Flat shivered as he spoke, occasional bursts of magic of different natures flashing on his body. This was the result of the residual lightning not blocked by the cage colliding with his protective spells. Hearing Flat's feedback, Rhaenys visibly sighed in relief, but the next moment, an even greater crisis arrived. Do you have time to worry about others, Miss Rhaenys? As she heard these words, she realized something terrifying. Centered around her, a radius of about 10 meters had somehow been inscribed with runes. When were these carved? They weren't there just now. How could it be so fast? No, they couldn't have been inscribed physically, their origin must be. Flame-like eyes traced the flow of magic to the source of the runes. Right under Tuko's feet, 3 runes combined to form an entirely new meaning. Rune script, creation. As the reviver of rune magic, Aozaki Tuko had reached the level of using runes to create more runes. So this is, a grand. Recognizing the reality, Rhaenys sighed in resignation, but it wasn't time to give up yet, she still had her trump card. Gray, I'm counting on you. Can we make it in time? Despite the heavy rain and the ongoing battle, Tuko still had the leisure to light a cigarette. The voice didn't come from her mouth, busy lighting the cigarette with the flame rune's residual heat, but from behind Gray. It was a cat. A completely black, flat cat. Without breath, it seemed to lack even thickness, a two-dimensional cat. The cat's eyes had no pupils. The cat's face had no mouth. The cat's claws sliced through a tree. The cat moved with astonishing speed, so fast that even Sven was in awe. Now, this cat extended its claws toward Gray. Gray, facing this formidable foe, whispered, needing more reinforcement. Her shield stretched and transformed into a reaper's scythe. In this form, the weapon could not only reap souls but also devour the surrounding magic. Though it couldn't absorb magic as fast as in its holy spear form, the magical lands of Iselma and Galiasta's weather magecraft allowed Gray to gather a considerable amount of magic. This magic, through a special process, flowed into her nerves and muscles via her magic circuits. If this process were even slightly mishandled, the blood vessels in her body could rupture, but she had long since grown accustomed to this form of reinforcement. Recently learned breathing and body control techniques have further improved the safety and efficiency of magic flow. As the black cat leaped from the tree, Gray's body vanished from where she stood. In the next moment, the runes inscribed on the ground exploded with a force so great that even the heavens above paled in comparison. Chapter 775, The Black Cat. This was the most perfected and powerful magecraft cast since the battle began. Although in the world of magecraft, the connection between perfection and power isn't always direct, Aozaki Tuko, who stood at the pinnacle of Magus, had seamlessly combined them, unleashing a strike that would astonish anyone. Anyone hit directly by this attack would suffer severe injuries, even someone as protected as Sven, who was guarded by his phantom wolf, or even Tuko herself, the creator of the technique. However, despite the light from the runes illuminating her face, there wasn't a hint of assured victory on Tuko's face. Instead, there was an unexpected trace of surprise. That reaction, that speed, someone could do that. As soon as she finished speaking, the shockwave formed by countless runes dissipated, revealing a ground level to the earth, spotless except for some charred ashes of grass and trees, with no other trace, no sign of anyone. Rhaenys, who should have been trapped within the runes and unable to escape, was now by Flat's side, both of them being protected by Gray, who held the scythe. The last member of their team, Svin, was at a distance, locked in a fierce battle with the strange black cat, slashing with his claws. In the instant the explosion was about to occur and the black cat launched its attack, Grey unleashed all the magical energy Ad had consumed in one burst, converting it entirely into speed. At the last moment, she managed to carve out a gap in the explosion, rescuing Rhaenys. Of course, the black cat wasn't about to let Grey off so easily, following her at an equally astonishing speed. At first, Grey managed to maintain some distance, thanks to the advantage of her magic burst, but after she grabbed Rhaenys Langeries and was caught by the explosion's aftermath, her speed inevitably decreased. The bizarre black cat, however, was unaffected by the explosion. The distance between the two girls and the cat quickly shrank, with the cat closing in fast. Fortunately, Svin arrived just in time, engaging the black cat with his sharp claws, buying the two girls time to escape. Tuko, true to her reputation, although unable to see the exact movements of Grey and Svin, accurately inferred the entire process through experience. After a brief moment of surprise, she clapped her hands in praise. First of all, congratulations, ladies, on escaping. However, it seems your companion is in a bit of a tough spot. It's not just a bit tough, it's very tough. Both the phantom wolf Svin and the black cat possessed extreme speed. During the time Tuko spoke, the wolf and the cat had already clashed dozens of times. The cat's claws raked across Svin's fur, while Svin's wolf claws pierced the black cat's body. On the surface, it looked like the black cat was at a disadvantage, but in reality, Svin's wolf claws felt no solid contact, as if they were striking water. The flat cat that had been pierced showed no sign of bleeding, nor did its movements pause for even a moment. On the other hand, the cat's claws inflicted real and effective damage on Svin, tearing apart his external phantom, and causing his golden fur to revert to its original magic form and scatter. Though the damage hadn't yet reached his physical body, if things continued as they were, it wouldn't be long before the phantom wolf's form was stripped away, leaving Svin at the mercy of the cat, not a man, but a cat. Hee 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 hee. What the heck is this thing? Is it something created by a modern magus? Ad, unable to hold it in, burst out laughing. This laughter caught Tuko's attention, diverting her sharp gaze away from the dominant black cat to focus precisely through Grey's weapon, or more accurately, on the scythe's mouth. Oh! A talking weapon. I've never seen anything like that before. Hey, girl over there, could you lend me that weapon to study? Eek. Before Grey could answer, Ad let out a scream. At that moment, he remembered the terrifying experience when Waver wanted to dissect him. Tuko's tone was identical to Waver's back then. Unbeknownst to him, this reaction only heightened Tuko's interest. You can feel fear, that makes me even more intrigued. What kind of technology was used to create you? Sealing a spirit or simulating a personality? Aozaki-san, we're still in the middle of a battle. Seeing Tuko's attention starting to drift, Atrum quickly reminded her. But his well-meaning reminder was met with complete indifference from the female magus. She frowned, exhaled a puff of smoke, and seemed to suggest that the head of the Galliasta family was less important than smoking. Sigh, the taste is still terrible. Alright, not just seemed, it was less important. The cigarette in Tuko's hand wasn't the dragon smoke she usually smoked but a rarer, handcrafted cigarette. Over 10 years ago, a Taiwanese collector had produced just one box out of personal preference, and it had long since become a collector's item. The half-pack in Tuko's hand was an old item that Lord Valuelita had kept for her for nearly 20 years. Back when Tuko was studying at the clock tower, she accidentally left the cigarettes in the lab, where her teacher, Valuelita, found them and applied anti-moisture magic to preserve them. Last night, during a conversation between master and disciple, she returned them to Tuko. It was a treasure money couldn't buy, and someone with nothing but money like Atrum could never compare. Of course, Atrum wasn't aware of the story behind it. He felt humiliated once again, and for a moment, he even considered killing her who was so close to him. However, when he met those orange eyes, the coldness in them instantly extinguished his killing intent. Although it's a bit troublesome, let's wrap this up quickly. At her master's command, the black cat suddenly sat down. Though it was sitting, its speed didn't decrease, instead, it became even faster. Maintaining that sitting posture, it slid through the trees and shadows, its pupil-less eyes drawing closer and closer to Svin. Svin sensed the danger, swinging his claws faster and faster, but that couldn't stop the black cat's advance. Grey gripped the scythe tightly, about to rush to help, but was stopped by Rhaenys. Not there, above. The raindrops in midair, outlining a faint shadow beneath the dark clouds. In the next moment, Grey left the ground, and at the highest point, she swung the scythe, colliding with the falling raindrops. Although it was invisible, she hit something. After being slashed by the scythe, the invisibility magic on it instantly failed, and the object became visible as it fell to the ground. It was a bird-shaped familiar. Its body and wings were woven from brass wires, and its eyes were rubies. Inside, there was something resembling a miniature old-style film reel, rotating and projecting some kind of light through the gemstone eyes. As that light faded, the cat also vanished. So it was a projection, Flat murmured as he observed the black cat. That's why it couldn't be cut, Svin, whose phantom had been mostly destroyed, gasped in realization. To be precise, it wasn't that it couldn't be cut, it was that no matter how many times it was cut, as long as the projector was intact, it would continue to absorb magic from the great source and restore itself. This was technology beyond its time, a mystic code that only a grand magus could create. Ah, it's been destroyed. Was it a problem with the materials? If I had asked Justice to make it, no, she probably wouldn't agree because she'd be on the opposite side of him. What a loyal woman. Well, I don't have the right to judge others. Shaking her head regretfully, Tuko with the cigarette looked up at Rhaenys, who had just deciphered her trick. A rare glimmer of recognition appeared in her orange eyes. Good eyes. As expected, we're quite alike. Chapter 776, Chapter 776, Mystic Eyes versus Mystic Eyes. The first time she felt a similarity was due to their personalities. This time, it was because of their magical characteristics, or rather, their innate talents. Rhaenys' fiery, constantly shifting eyes were not the result of using some form of magic but were something she was born with. This is an anomaly, or one might say, a condition unique to Magus. Usually, her eyes are a common European blue, but once exposed to magic, they appear as if they are burning, continuously heating up. Fortunately, after a diagnosis by experts at the clock tower, it was determined that this was not a bad thing, but rather a sign of talent. These burning eyes are a type of mystic eyes, capable of detecting even the slightest fluctuations and changes in magical energy. The projection mechanism set by Tuko, almost perfect, was seen through by Rhaenys, thanks to her eyes. As for the heating of her eyes, this is a side effect of the mystic eyes. The powerful insight they provide means that her eyes process information at a speed beyond normal human capabilities. However, only her eyes have mutated, her brain and magic circuits are normal. As a result, her brain and magic circuits can't keep up with the processing speed of her eyes. It's like running a game at the highest graphics settings, causing the CPU to overheat and lag. Some might suggest lowering the graphics settings, but unfortunately, Rhaenys' mystic eyes are passive and always operate at their highest level, with no way to turn them off. Because of this, she uses special eye drops to suppress their effects when overused or in public settings. Fortunately, this burden is temporary. As her brain and magic circuits develop, the side effects will improve or even disappear altogether. Thanks to these mystic eyes, Rhaenys' magecraft is exceptionally precise. And precision happens to be Tuko's specialty as well. Despite only having 20 magic circuits, Tuko rose to the pinnacle of modern magecraft, relying on overwhelming precision. Rhaenys clearly understood this, and she performed a ladylike bow. It is an honor to receive such praise from you. You have always been someone I admired. To be honest, that's really not a good choice. Tuko was not being modest but merely stating a fact. In comparison, that modern Paracelsus would make a better role model. There's no such thing as better or worse, it's just a different path. If I had chosen the path of a lord, I wouldn't be standing before you now. Rhaenys shook her head, her calm words carrying a maturity beyond her years. Indeed, Kenneth had always supported Waver in secret, but he had never asked Rhaenys to leave the family or give up her right of succession as a lord. Everything was Rhaenys' own decision. When she left the family, her succession rank had already risen to second place, creating a significant threat to the first-ranked successor. In the end, Rhaenys gave up her claim to succession and, in exchange, received a large amount of capital from her only competitor. This became the foundation for the first major success of the El Meloy classroom and solidified Rhaenys' unshakable position within it. Even if Waver were to marry someone else, no one could replace Rhaenys. Reading the resolve in her flame-colored eyes, Tuko sighed helplessly. If you regret this in the future, don't say I didn't warn you. I'll never regret the path I've chosen. Then what are you waiting for? Show me how far you can go. I'm asking for your guidance. Rhaenys massaged her temples, focusing all her attention on her eyes, using them to search for any openings in Tuko's defense. There's no such thing as perfect magecraft, even a grand has flaws, but most magus can't detect them. This kind of intense use of mystic eyes will damage your vision, you know. Tuko warned, having suffered from deteriorating eyesight during her youth due to excessive effort. Against you, there's no other way. Rhaenys gritted her teeth, not letting up. So stubborn. I guess I'll just have to make you rest for a while. Tuko's eyes were originally a shade lighter than Rhaenys, but at this moment, the light reflected in them surpassed the burning gaze of Rhaenys. It wasn't just the light, even the magical energy was overwhelming. Mystic eyes. Tuko Aozaki also possessed mystic eyes. It was too late to avoid her gaze. The only way was to focus all of her magic to resist. Broadly speaking, the effects of mystic eyes are a type of magecraft, and if it's magecraft, it can be resisted. If it's just a matter of comparing magical power, then she should have the upper hand, so. Wait, what is that? This is absurd. Because she could see the changes in magical energy, Rhaenys understood better than anyone else what Tuco had just done, and it was something she had never considered, something utterly ridiculous. The effect of the Mystic Eyes was the most common and easiest to resist, binding. The type of Mystic Eyes was also the most common and easiest to handle, projection-type Mystic Eyes. If Mystic Eyes are compared to modern firearms, this type's flaw is low firepower. No matter how much you enhance a handgun, it's still a handgun, it could never compare to a cannon. This was a rule widely recognized by Magus, but Tuco had broken that rule. The handgun was still a handgun, but instead of one, there were countless of them. One handgun can't destroy a fortress, but if you have enough of them. No matter how strong the opponent's resistance is, just overwhelm them with enough bullets. This was Tuco's Mystic Eyes, accumulative Mystic Eyes. Within the Mystic Eyes, she created an identical set of Mystic Eyes, then arranged them like two mirrors facing each other, thereby turning the effect of her gaze, and its impact, into something infinite. To duplicate a Mystic Eye within another was already absurd. To then make them reflect off each other, managing the progressively replicated magic without it spiraling out of control, was sheer insanity. This was the principle of the accumulative Mystic Eyes, a near-perfect weapon in the world of magecraft, where concepts hold power. Rhaenys was trapped, and she understood, she wouldn't be able to move until Tuco shifted her gaze. So, if she could just make Tuco look away. Svin. Whoa. With a howl, Svin eagerly charged forward. During the conversation between the two women, he hadn't been idle, continuously honing his magic and repairing his phantasmal body. Now, fully transformed into wolf form, he launched an attack on the Black Cat's master. Tuco casually drew symbols in the air, which turned into a tangible force that repelled Svin. As she glanced at the phantom wolf on all fours, mouth open in a growl, the corners of Tuco's mouth curled into a peculiar smile. A golden wolf. My, what kind of day is this? All these nostalgic things are popping up out of nowhere. Chapter 777, The Madness of Atrum. In his berserk state, Svin had no idea what Tuco was thinking. His mind was entirely consumed with the thought of how to quickly defeat this dangerous woman and complete his mission. There was no need to hold back, he had to unleash all his power. His roar, fangs, claws, reaction speed, combat instincts, the accumulation of his family's knowledge, and his teacher's teachings, all of it. At this moment, Svin was fully immersed in the mystery of the world, converting his life into power. If Waver Velvet were to see this, he would undoubtedly feel an immense sense of pride. However, even Svin still couldn't get close to Tuco, let alone break her gaze, because this level of completion and magical power is close to a grand. But unfortunately, when it comes to dealing with wolves, I have some expertise. Tuco continued to talk as she inscribed runes. Sometimes, flames ignited. Sometimes, ice spikes were created. Sometimes, a violent wind arose. Sometimes, thunder clapped. Runes are such a convenient form of magecraft that, even after their decline, many continued to study them. This is why, after the restoration of the Foundation, they quickly revived. Drawing power from nature, the runes generated a barrier that firmly protected Tuco. Her relaxed demeanor fully demonstrated what it means to be a magus standing at the pinnacle of rune magic. Knowing that Svin alone posed no threat to Tuco, Rhaenys deployed a second person. Grey. Understood. The scythe carved out a dark streak, slicing through the air and breaking through the barrier created by the rune symbols. Huh. For the first time, Tuco was forced back, a faint look of surprise crossing her face. I didn't notice earlier, but your weapon, it's probably a mystery over 1,000 years old. Could it be that it's not even man-made? Modern magus can't stand up to that. The ancient defeats the modern when it comes to mysteries. Though reversals can happen depending on compatibility and skill, this principle generally holds. In most cases, older mysteries are stronger, making Grey, who possesses Ad, a natural enemy of the modern magus. If you understand that, could you please step back? Grey stopped her attack, earnestly asking Tuco. Sorry, but this is still a contract. I can't give up so easily. Tuco continued to inscribe runes with her finger. Her movements lost their casual ease, each stroke now slow and solemn, as though the air around her had turned into a viscous liquid. Hey, do you understand how to use something this over the top? Ad couldn't help but exclaim, while Grey felt a deep fear. Though she didn't understand runes magic, the ancient aura emanating from the text told her, and everyone else, that this was a higher-level existence than any rune she had seen Tuco inscribe before. The primordial rune. Rhaenys gasped in shock. She had known Tuco Aozaki was a key figure in the revival of rune magic, but she hadn't expected her to be able to use such ancient characters. Grey, be careful. Do you have time to worry about others? Perhaps you should worry about yourself first. Atrum's grating laughter echoed from nearby. It seems you're the Crownless Lord's most trusted assistant. I wonder how he'd react if you were to die. Will he be devastated? Atrum, having been ignored, insulted, and beaten down multiple times, had descended into a twisted madness. He was eager to prove himself, desperate to earn some kind of achievement. The most suitable target, of course, was the highest-ranking and now helpless Rhaenys, who was immobilized by Tuco's gaze. Faced with this deranged nouveau riche, Rhaenys didn't show fear or panic. She spoke calmly as if she were evaluating something unrelated to herself. I, too, am curious. If I were to die, how would my brother react? Would he cry? Or would he secretly smile, relieved that there's no one left to tease him? But if I ever meet such an end, it definitely won't be at your hands. A second-rate magus like you can't hurt me. You wretched girl. You want to die? Atram completely lost his mind. He had intended to regain his confidence by targeting the weakest enemy, only to be humiliated once again. Gush out. In an instant, the clouds above spun like a tornado, rapidly descending. The dark clouds pressed down, lightning flashed and thunder roared within them, constantly exploding with deafening sound. Heaven's wrath. Atram's final trump card, using weather magecraft to unleash his strongest attack, carried enough terrifying power to reduce Rhaenys to ashes. Faced with Atram's furious assault, Rhaenys remained calm, a confident smile on her lips. I knew you'd do that. Flat, I'm counting on you. Can you handle it? Leave it to me. Let me show you what a real Faraday cage looks like. Play ball. With Flat's confident shout, a copper net rose from the grass. Compared to the crude version Rhaenys had made, Flat's modified copper net was more scientific and logical, and it also looked much more aesthetically pleasing. He manipulated the copper net with one hand while taunting the sky with the other. Come on, come on. If Miss Rhaenys gets hurt, I'll admit defeat. You brat. You and that wretched girl can die together. The thunder struck. In ancient times, it was considered divine punishment, a force to be feared in all civilizations, bringing ultimate destruction. But this time, the mighty force of nature was stopped by a small copper net. No matter how loud the thunder was, no matter how thick the lightning, it couldn't break through the copper net to harm them inside. I didn't waste all that time for nothing. Perfect, perfect. The usually lively Flat had been unusually quiet earlier because he was secretly refining the Faraday cage's design. To ensure it wouldn't leak electricity, he had even waterproofed every single copper wire. From a purely structural standpoint, this was perfectly correct, but from a practical defense against lightning, it was the least efficient method. It would have been far easier to add an extra protective spell to counter the risk of leakage rather than performing such complex alchemical processing. Tuco couldn't help but feel exasperated watching this from the other side. What is this? Is he the kind of idiot who puts all his effort into pointless things? Wait, this doesn't even use the existing magical foundation. It's like he created a temporary magecraft formula to replace the foundation. It's like recreating a CPU every time you use a computer. Idiot doesn't even begin to describe it, he's a total anomaly. But then again, as an anomaly myself, I have no right to talk. Indeed, in a sense, everyone present was an anomaly. Chapter 778, Chapter 778, Atram's Unfortunate Fate. Magecraft, as it's commonly understood, is an extraordinary phenomenon simulated through the use of mana and a magic foundation. In conventional terms, a magic foundation refers to specific forms solidified by belief and unconscious thought. It is the very root of magecraft. Without it, both the magcraft and the magi relying on that foundation would decline, much like the ancient rune system did. Theoretically, even a temporarily prepared magic foundation could work. However, in such cases, the foundation is influenced by a variety of factors: the spiritual energy of the land, the movement of celestial bodies, even a gust of wind, or a handful of sand, not to mention the myriad thoughts of those present. All these factors must be accounted for when constructing a magical formula. Given so many influences, a magical formula that succeeds once might lose its effectiveness the next day, or even within seconds. An unfixed magic foundation is inherently unstable and significantly weaker than a permanent one. It's easy to imagine how troublesome and inefficient it is to create a temporary magic foundation. Those who can do it are geniuses, but those who attempt it are often considered fools. Flat is the embodiment of both a genius and a fool, and the main reason others can't replicate his chaotic magecraft is due to the need to construct a temporary magic foundation. However, whether genius or fool, it doesn't change the fact that Atram's lightning magecraft was nullified. Is that all you've got? Now I understand why people say knowledge is power. Playing with lightning without understanding science will keep you forever third-rate. Rhaenys' taunts drove Atram into further madness. He howled and screamed hysterically. Gush out. Gush out. Gush out. Die. 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 Now, not only was lightning coming from the sky, but Atram was generating it from his own body, forming an all-encompassing web of lightning. However, a Faraday cage provides absolute defense against direct lightning strikes, no matter how much lightning comes. Finally, even the usually carefree Flat couldn't help but offer some advice. A Faraday cage isn't flawless. It can't shield against static electricity or low-frequency magnetic fields, and the structure itself is quite fragile, it's easy to break. Why insist on using lightning? Unfortunately, Atrum was completely deranged and could only keep repeating. Are you still mocking me? Gush out. Gush out. Gush out. It's no use, he's gone mad. Let's end this quickly, Rhaenys sighed, showing no awareness that she had driven her enemy to such despair. Flat didn't dwell on it either. He skillfully deployed his chaotic magecraft, intervening in Atrum's magical formula. With his customary chant of play ball, one of the lightning bolts curved in midair, returning to strike Atrum, leaving him convulsing, foaming at the mouth, and finally collapsing unconscious. This is another drawback of lightning magecraft, its power is so intense that it can easily backfire. Great, that takes care of one. Now, on to the next. After confirming Atrum's unconsciousness, Flat excitedly flashed a victory sign, but before he could dismantle the Faraday cage, he heard Tuko say, "I've finished over here as well. It's just you and me now." What? Flat was dumbfounded. Turning his head, he saw that both Gray and Svin, just like Rhaenys beside him, were standing motionless, as if in a daze. Did your mystic eyes capture them too? But you didn't even look at them. Did you use some kind of light reflection technique? Hearing his words, Tuko's expression grew increasingly strange. First a Faraday cage, then light reflection, and on top of that, temporarily constructing a magic foundation just to make the magic work, you really are a magus. Flat nodded seriously. Of course, I am. I'm the strongest magus trained by Master V. But I still don't understand how you did it. What's going on with the clock tower these days? Well, it's better than the old stagnant atmosphere. You don't need to worry about them, young genius. I just used something inside here to intimidate them a little. Sometimes, being too perceptive isn't a good thing. But to push me into using this, you're quite something. You might become a great magus someday. As she explained, Tuko casually shook the bag in her hand. This was her most powerful familiar, with which she had devoured Luv the Lake Apostle, a candidate for the 27 dead apostle ancestors, and once caused executors to shudder in fear. Unless she faced a mortal enemy or had no other choice, Tuko would never use this trump card. But this time, it was neither, it was simply the easiest way to handle the situation. Although Tuko's primordial rune is an extremely ancient mystery, fully unleashed it could reach the level of authority. However, compared to an anchor born from the planet itself, it was still insufficient. And with Kata taken away by Shinji and no guard left, she couldn't afford to let these two get close. She had once, out of curiosity, learned a bit of women's self-defense from Sakura, but it was only effective against a few street thugs. If Svin or Gray got close, she'd be down in an instant. The coordinated pair, constantly disrupting the magical formulas and closing in, thought the same. But as they approached the final strike, their decisive blow froze at the critical moment, halted by Tuko, who slightly opened her bag, revealing a narrow slit. Within the slit was a darkness impenetrable by light, as though a tangible darkness was trapped inside. Within that darkness, two glowing eyes stared out. In an instant, all movement ceased, as if absolute zero had descended, halting all motion. It's worth noting that these eyes were not mystic eyes, nor did they possess any power to bind others. What immobilized the two was their fear. In their minds, countless tentacles, thorny and unbreakable even by death's scythe, extended from the slit, wrapping around their arms, legs, and finally, their bodies, pulling them into eternal darkness, devouring them completely, leaving no trace. In reality, the bag hadn't truly opened, and its contents hadn't entered the physical world. Tuko merely used a special technique to let a bit of the scent escape. It was this indescribable scent that made Gray and Svin see the additional scenes. As Tuko had said, one of their senses was too sharp. Spirit vision, which sees souls more clearly than the living, and a sense of smell that detects the color of magic, were extraordinary traits. Because of this, they could better perceive the essence of what was inside the bag and the despairing difference in power. Chapter 779, Out of Control and Suppression. Tuko's mystic eyes restrained Rhaenys, using fear to overpower Svin and Gray, leaving only Flat as the remaining combatant from the El Meloy classroom. What kind of shabby magecraft are you going to show me next, genius boy? Tuko, who had been in control of the battle, said this while taking out her compact mirror, using it to direct her gaze onto Flat. Oh, you mentioned optical reflection earlier. Not a bad suggestion. Let's go with that. Eek, this is bad, this is bad. Realizing Tuko's gaze was on him, Flat panicked and tried to hide in the bushes. His swift movements indicated that he had already cast an enhancement spell on himself, making his reactions and spell-casting speed top-notch. However, he had only run 2 steps when he slipped and collided headfirst with a tree trunk ahead, knocking himself out cold. Even without wearing glasses and while in her colder, more calculating personality, Tuko was stunned by the scene. She could swear by any means that she hadn't done anything, and there was no external interference in Flat's actions. This guy had simply run too fast, didn't notice the muddy ground beneath him, and knocked himself out. To think he'd self-destruct. This is really. A talent so lopsided is also a kind of rarity. Enhancement isn't just about boosting strength, it also affects reflexes and balance, but it doesn't enhance one's experience or judgment. Flat's situation was one where his physical abilities had greatly improved, but his ability to use them was utterly lacking. Or maybe it's because of exceptional talent that they end up exposing fatal flaws in certain situations. This seems to be a common trait among you. Before she could finish her sentence, Tuko already got her answer from the continuous twitching of Raina's eyelids. The El Meloy classroom certainly is an interesting place, no wonder he likes it. Heh, let's put that aside for now, looks like I've won this round. Oh, wait, there's one left. Lord Byron, will you surrender, or would you like to engage in a magecraft duel? Considering the pleasant time I've spent in the castle, I'll give you the choice. The last remaining Byron was pale and trembling all over, whether from the sudden turn of events or Tuko's attitude or perhaps both. The middle-aged gentleman pondered and hesitated, while Tuko took her time, silently savoring what might be her last limited edition cigarette. As the cigarette was about to burn out, she heard a song. Gray. Rave. Crave. Deprave. With each word, the surrounding source was devoured bit by bit. I see, so that's your secret. Tuko's long-maintained mystic eyes finally lifted, as she looked at the struggling Gray with a slight frown. Now that I think about it, your face. Ah, I didn't expect you to use the same method as me. This could be a problem, he might take an interest in this. As if in response to her words, the handbag trembled slightly. The handbag's essence was a seal, sealing a terrifying monster inside, a power even Tuko couldn't fully control. The same went for the seal on Ad and Gray, which guarded the Holy Lance. Similar seals influenced each other, and the same otherworldly mysteries stimulated one another. The monster within the handbag made Gray feel a fatal threat and her powerlessness. Stimulated by this, the Holy Lance began to awaken, and Gray started transforming into the original wielder of the lance. She had been created for this lance from the start. She just needed to wield it as the lance demanded. There was no need to think from the beginning. There was no point in trying to escape from the start, so all she had to do was accept it. Grave, me. Her head bowed, her voice low. Gray's consciousness was fading away, while another consciousness lurking deep within began to awaken, a monster created by her homeland. In response to this monster, the handbag automatically opened. This time, it wasn't an illusion but something happening in reality. Such a monster, such a weapon. Are you trying to destroy this place, destroy Iselma? Following Atrum, Byron was now on the brink of collapse. The darkness within the handbag spread outward, with vine-like tendrils ready to act. Grave, for you. The devoured magical energy began to return. Within Gray's body and Ad, a contract began to circulate. That mysterious, undiminished environment caused flesh and bones to be reborn by magic, allowing the genetic factors of a certain past hero to be hypothetically constructed. What you should destroy is. You are a child to be proud of. Because you are more like a hero than anyone else. The voice echoed in her mind. The voice of her homeland. The people. The parents and relatives were purely delighted by her change. Ah, yes. All she had to do was completely give herself over. She just needed to transform. Into someone who was no longer herself, an ancient hero. You'd better run now, or else you won't be able to run later, Tuko said, pressing her temples as she began reinforcing herself with enhancement magecraft. There's no need. Accompanied by a cold voice tinged with resignation, 2 figures, one red and one black descended from the sky. The red one charged towards the handbag at Tuko's feet, sending it flying with a single blow, then chased after it with even greater speed, striking it again and again until, in the blink of an eye, the handbag had flown into the sky. The black figure came to Gray's side, forcibly seizing the scythe of death, which had been infused with magical power and was transforming into the Holy Lance, despite Ad's consuming effect. The half-lance, half-scythe weapon struggled to return to its owner, but Shinji, refusing to let it go, forcefully subdued it. Behave. With a loud, rough command, the struggle subsided, along with the star's brilliance contained within. The Holy Lance could only be used by Artoria herself or Gray, who was born to recreate King Arthur. Once separated from Gray, the connection between the person and the lance was severed, and the seal was reactivated, returning it to its original form, a small caged box. Deprived of the Holy Lance's stimulus, the monster within the handbag ceased its agitation and was pressed back into the bag by Katu. A potential disaster of uncontrollable magnitude was thus quietly averted. Chapter 780, An Unexpected End. After confirming that Ad and the monster had both calmed down, Shinji finally let out a sigh of relief. He returned the box to Gray while complaining, don't you think you all went a bit overboard? The main culprit is already down, and you're still going all out. Just down, not dead. He can still be useful when woken up, and with me around, he won't die, Tuko responded with a slight snort, never having shown any respect for Atram, whom she saw as nothing more than a nouveau riche. Are you sure? If I hadn't intervened earlier, how many do you think would have survived? Shinji rolled his eyes and casually pressed a finger on Svin's forehead. The power from his soul was transferred through his finger, dispelling the fear caused by oversensitivity in his brain. That was an accident, and besides, you and Kata wouldn't have stood by and watched. Though she said this, Tuko knew she was at fault, and her voice involuntarily lowered. We wouldn't have stood by, but only because we were nearby. What do you mean? Don't tell me you guys also. Don't lump us together with you. Even if I lose my cool, Kata never does. So, what were you doing then? As she spoke, Kata slowly descended from the sky, handing the bag back to Tuko and replied, Master Levi took me to find someone. Tuko looked puzzled. Find someone? Who? You'll know soon enough. Katu, please go and bring them here. Understood, Master Levi. Kata nodded, but Tuko grabbed her hand. Wait, if she leaves, who's going to protect me? If someone has to go, it should be one of your people. Shinji scratched his head, looking helpless. We're still doing this. Of course, Tuko nodded seriously. I don't have a habit of leaving things unfinished. Shinji was thoroughly exasperated. Fine. Svin, can you go in that direction and fetch them? What about here? Svin seemed hesitant. Although he'd been beaten many times, a grand is still a grand, and there was also the enigmatic ninja puppet. He was a bit worried. I'll handle things here. I'm not hoping to defeat a grand, but buying some time should be possible. Hearing this, Svin didn't hesitate any longer. He leaped through the trees and disappeared into the forest. Shinji, on the other hand, bowed slightly to Tuko, showing respectful behavior as he said, I ask for Mise Ozaki's leniency. Keep acting. Go on. Tuko pursed her lips, giving Shinji a playful look while assuming the demeanor of a senior to a junior. She said, Mr. Levi seems pretty confident, despite losing so much magical power. The Holy Lance would indiscriminately devour magical power, and forcibly interrupting it had caused Shinji to lose a significant portion of his magic. Aren't you pretending just as much? With the same knowing look, Shinji replied without losing his composure, You've also expended quite a bit of magic on my companions. Well, let's test it out, then. Tuko smiled slightly as a rune quietly formed under her feet, Thyrsa's, Hammer of Thor. Shinji remained calm, turning his hand palm up, revealing the water rune Laguz inscribed on it. Both were utilizing the atmospheric magecraft, counteracting each other. The man and woman faced each other, exchanging smiles. Mr. Levi, your runes are quite well used. Not at all, I'm far from your level, Mise Ozaki. I still have much to learn. Shinji's fingers moved swiftly, tracing a line of runes in the air at a speed that would put any modern rune user to shame. Tuko wasn't as fast, but she never relied on speed to win. Her strength lay in overwhelming precision. The same spell, under her meticulous craftsmanship, saw a significant increase in the efficiency and conversion rate of magic, making the effects far more pronounced. Simply put, Tuko's low-tier magecraft could produce effects that matched Shinji's mid-tier spells, neutralizing his speed advantage. And because low-tier magecraft consumed less energy, the advantage was actually in Tuko's favor. Normally, the weaker party would change tactics to alter the situation at this point. Shinji certainly could do so. His rescue of Svin and his earlier intervention demonstrated his impressive physical capabilities, which happened to be Tuko's weak point. Yet, Shinji didn't leverage his speed advantage. Instead, he focused on inscribing runes, exchanging magecraft with Tuko in what seemed like a very harmonious scene. Some observers believed Shinji was deliberately holding back, trying to keep Tuko's puppets and familiars in check, maintaining balance and buying time. Others thought Tuko was aware reinforcements were coming and was simply going through the motions. In truth, they were all wrong. The reason Tuko and Shinji appeared so harmonious was that both were reminded of the time they once spent together. Back in 1995, when he was just a child, he barged into her workshop with two girls, stepping into her life. The four of them traveled together, exploring the mysteries of Japan, encountering all sorts of interesting things, and training together. Among the activities they did the most, aside from making rune stones, was practicing rune magic through offensive and defensive sparring. From that time on, Shinji and Tuko's practice had always been in this style, one using speed to overwhelm, the other relying on quality. From single runes to runic sequences, from basic spells to low-tier magecraft, and even to mid-tier magecraft. High-tier magecraft composed entirely of primordial runes hadn't been mastered before Tuko left, so it wasn't included. But even if it had been, it wouldn't have changed anything, at least not in their sparring. It was part of the memories they created together. Fingers traced, and flames roared. Flame spear, flame storm. Toes danced, and snow and ice flew. Ice blade, ice sprite. The unconscious Atrum and Flat were awakened by the alternating heat and cold. Thunder roared, and the earth shattered. Thunderbolt, stone blast. Rainbows arched, and starlight sparkled. Rainbow missile, cross assault. Rhaenys and Byron were astounded by the constantly shifting magecraft. Light and fire combined, and shadows took form. Holy flame spear, night sword. The exquisite display even drew applause from Lord Valuelita and Waver, who were the ones Svin had gone to fetch. Their arrival marked the end of this chaotic battle. Ah, well, now that everyone is here, I suppose I have to concede, sighed Tuko, her magic almost depleted. While others thought she was yielding to Lord Valuelita's presence, only Shinji knew the truth. If she had truly wanted to, Tuko could have unleashed the monster sealed in her bag and ordered Kata to go on a rampage, potentially achieving her goal. What truly concerned her was her client, Estella the Silver Princess, who had arrived with Lord Valuelita. Estella had hired her to participate in the battle to create chaos and facilitate her escape. Since Estella's presence indicated her escape had failed, there was no longer any need to waste time or magic. Chapter 781, Time for Deduction. The name Clock Tower has two meanings. One, of course, refers to the headquarters of the magical world, a significant organization. The other refers to the main school building, home to the first department, Department of General Fundamentals within the inner part of London, as well as the 5 major departments and over 70 smaller classrooms. This highest educational institution claims to be an old established university to the outside world. Despite this, the building is designed with both magical and psychological barriers to prevent passers-by from approaching it casually. However, once inside, the concerns change. Waver once remarked, "There are rules here as a school, but no laws from human society." At first glance, it might not seem much different from an ordinary prestigious university, but a little deeper, it's commonplace to encounter out-of-control magical beasts or elemental magecraft. The underground labyrinth, in particular, is still being excavated in search of remnants of mystery and the corpses of fantasy creatures. Even high-ranking magus are warned during their initial registration that they might not return safely if they venture in recklessly. The main campus, the Clock Tower, along with 11 other independent academic cities near London, essentially constitutes the geographical and political presence of the Magus Association. Some might ask why there are only 12 departments, missing one. The answer is simple: the last department, the Department of Policies, doesn't involve teaching. Like the Department of General Fundamentals, it's located within this Clock Tower. The office of the Department of Policy's head, Lord Bartholomew, the highest ranking of the 12 lords, is at the very top of the school building. And then, the familiar office, the familiar queen, the usual time for a relaxing afternoon tea. Perhaps due to her busy work schedule, Lorelei had grown accustomed to drinking tea at her desk. To be honest, in terms of charm, she might not surpass the Golden Princess or the Silver Princess, but her queenly aura, her presence, and her unique elegance were more captivating to Shinji than mere beauty. Beauty isn't just about appearance, it also comes from how one lives. This girl was living proof of that. Shinji rested his chin on his hand, watching her graceful demeanor and curious expression. And then, it was Waver's deduction show. The trick, once revealed, wasn't much. From the clues I provided, you should be able to deduce it too. Indeed. Lorelei had been in charge of the Department of Policies for 5 years and had seen countless events. The Iselma incident was just a farce to her. If not for Lord Valuelita's involvement, she wouldn't have bothered to investigate, at most reading the incident report for a brief overview. The false Golden Princess claimed that Byron Iselma had gone astray. If that's true, then the real Golden Princess's death likely involved him, and the dismemberment of her body was probably his doing. Dissecting bodies for information is a fundamental skill for any magus. The existence of the false Golden Princess indicates that Byron hadn't repented and had delved even deeper, forcing the Silver Princess to flee. Given this, the method isn't hard to guess. Using the banquet's focus on the El Meloy classroom as a distraction, leveraging the Golden Princess's death to frame them as suspects, drawing everyone's attention, and then quietly escaping. From the moment the false Golden Princess entered your room, you were already involved. Then, the real Golden Princess's body was staged to be discovered the next day, inciting a conflict between El Meloy classroom and Valuelita, while they took the opportunity to escape. They. Who are they? Don't play dumb. Of course, the Silver Princess and those 2 maids. Karina, the maid who served the Golden Princess since childhood, couldn't have been unaware of her death. Yet she immediately accused Waver when the body was found. Doesn't that say something? And she's a twin with Regina, the Silver Princess's maid, just like the Golden Princess and Silver Princess. Wait, twins. Served since childhood, could it be that the false Golden Princess was Karina in disguise? Hearing Lorelai's deduction, Shinji's expression stiffened, and then he burst into laughter. Impressive, impressive, as expected of the omnipotent queen. You'd make a great detective after retiring. Do you want me to retire? Well, if I retire, I won't be around to bother you. Lorelai gave Shinji a sharp look. No, no, absolutely not. I'm just a humble servant hoping for your long and prosperous reign so I can continue to follow you. Can't you have a bit more ambition? Lorelai was exasperated. She believed that great power came with great responsibility, but this guy, despite his abilities, was always slacking off. But I'm still just a child. Shinji deliberately spoke in a cutesy voice. Lorelai finally lost her patience, reaching for her usual short whip magical tool. If you want a beating, just say so. My apologies, my lady. You apologize but don't change. Let's get back to the Iselma case. How did you deduce that Karina was the false Golden Princess? Knowing that apologizing wouldn't help, Shinji quickly changed the subject. Lorelai, understanding that pushing too hard would be counterproductive, decided not to press further. It's simple. Iselma's techniques are documented in the Department of Policies. The beauty of the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess is holistic. Appearance, clothing, aura, and even gestures are all part of it. The closer someone is to the Golden Princess, the easier it is to impersonate her. By this logic, the best fit would be her twin, the Silver Lady. However, Iselma's techniques require twins to complement and enhance each other, so both twins are indispensable. The answer is clear: how did they achieve such a perfect disguise? This isn't ordinary mimicry, it's a fundamental transformation. I can't figure it out. Her deduction, based solely on information, demonstrated her meticulous thought process. However, not being present at the scene meant she lacked some clues, which Shinji would provide. Hint 1, why Atram attacked Iselmar. Hint 2, the true nature of the secret treasure. Atram attacked Iselma because of that underground auction, and the nature of the secret treasure is. Lorelai briefly muttered, then looked up, her eyes shining with realization as the missing pieces fell into place. It was Cinderella. Chapter 782, Siegfried and Cinderella. Cinderella, the fairy tale, is one of the most well-known stories worldwide, originally collected and adapted by the French writer Charles Perrault and the German brothers Grimm. In some versions, Cinderella is both the title and the name of the main character. While the details may vary between versions, the core story remains consistent. Cinderella is a kind but unfortunate girl. After her mother's death, she suffers constant mistreatment from her new family members and is forced to do heavy labor, often getting covered in ashes, which earns her the nickname Cinderella. One day, with the help of a magical force, possibly a fairy godmother or a wishing tree, Cinderella transforms into an elegant lady, unrecognizable even to her own family, and attends the prince's ball, eventually finding happiness. For ordinary people with no connection to the mystical, this is just a fairy tale with a happy moral. However, in the world of mystery, this magical transformation takes on a new meaning, as transformation itself is a form of magecraft. Karina's transformation from a servant into the Golden Princess perfectly aligns with this process. Of course, given the uniqueness of the Golden Princess, the standard Cinderella spell alone wouldn't suffice. A special magical item was needed, which was the source of the conflict between Galliastra and Iselma, the sacred relic auctioned at that underground auction, the blood-stained linden leaf with dragon's blood. This leaf was from the moment Siegfried killed Fafnir and bathed in dragon's blood, only to have a single leaf fall on his back, leaving him with a fatal vulnerability. Because of this blood-stained linden leaf, Siegfried's invulnerability was compromised, and the leaf absorbed the concept of immortality from the dragon's blood. As Lorelai said, Siegfried bathing in dragon's blood symbolizes his rebirth from a mortal to an immortal hero. This kind of fundamental transformation is enough to elevate the Cinderella spell, making it the perfect magical medium. However, since it was steeped in dragon blood, it's impossible to extract the concept from the medium using ordinary methods. At least Iselma couldn't do it. Only Lord Valuelita and Tuko Aozaki could achieve it. Shinji could have done it too, but since he never showcased his ability to extract concepts in front of Lorelai, he wasn't considered. Lord Valuelita, as the biggest loser in this incident, obviously wouldn't do anything to tarnish the Valuelita family's reputation. Because of Atram's attack, the fact that the Golden Princess was dead could no longer be hidden. Along with the news of her death, the Iselma forgery incident also spread throughout the clock tower. As the main family behind Iselma, the Valuelita family was also implicated and suffered a damaged reputation. The only two beneficiaries were the El Meloy classroom, which successfully made a name for itself and gained some benefits from the Valuelita family, and the aristocrats who opposed democracy, an enemy's losses are gain. In the end, only Tuko Aozaki remained, a master of both puppetry and human transformation. If I remember correctly, you had already roped Toko Aozaki into your plans. Did you, by any chance, play a role in this incident as well? I didn't, Shinji shook his head. Seeing he wasn't lying, Lorelei continued, then, did you have a falling out with her? You went so far as to involve the entire rune system and even owed a favor to the second magician. What happened to cause a rift between you? Why do I feel like you're enjoying this? Shinji frowned. Lorelei mimicked Shinji's earlier reaction, shaking her head in denial, I'm not. Shinji sighed, rolling his eyes, we didn't have a falling out. We're doing just fine. You can check the immigration records if you want, she boarded a flight from London to Osaka a few hours ago. My father is sending someone to pick her up, and Sakura and Fujino are probably preparing her room as we speak. Then what's going on? She couldn't have lost her memory. Lady, you really should consider becoming a detective. You'd be better than Weber. Lorelei was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly asked, did she lose her memory? I was just guessing. To be precise, her memory was impaired by a drug, so she couldn't remember. Lorelei fell silent again. There are many ways to interfere with memory, and one of Iselma's collaborators was a highly skilled pharmacist. The Department of Policies also had several experts in this field. However, no matter the method, one principle must be followed: the higher the target's magical ability, the harder it is to succeed, and the more cautious the target, the more difficult the interference. The Grand Puppeteer, who had evaded executioners multiple times, was undoubtedly the most difficult target. How did they manage it? Seeing that Lorelei was starting to overthink, Shinji quickly revealed the answer. It wasn't like you think. She took the drug voluntarily, it was one of the conditions of the contract. The reason, of course, was to conceal the fact that the Golden Princess was dead. As long as there was a chance to revive her, Byron was willing to pay any price, including opposing Galliastra and fighting over the blood-stained linden leaf. A pointless obsession. Even though he knows reaching the root is impossible, why does he persist? For Iselma's reputation. Besides that elusive goal, all Magi care about is the continuation of their lineage. Without the golden and silver ladies, Iselma's decline is inevitable. You, of all people, should understand this. Lorelei sighed. As one of the oldest families in the clock tower, the Bartholomewoi had witnessed the rise and fall of many Magus families. Even from her position at the top, overlooking the entire world of mystery, Lorelei couldn't judge the rights and wrongs of it all. Why would Toko Aozaki agree? She must have known how risky it was to interfere with her memory. She knew, but risk has never been a concern for her. As long as the commission is interesting enough, she wouldn't hesitate to cut open her brain. That's just the kind of hopeless person she is. Here's another piece of information for you: the blood-stained linden leaf was Toko's payment. She felt that using Byron's funds and materials would lower the quality of her work, so she insisted on using the leaf even if it meant forfeiting her payment. As a result, even she didn't realize the Golden Princess at the banquet was a fake. When Waver presented the ash from the blood-stained linden leaf that had been burned using a special method, the expressions on Byron and Atram's faces were priceless. For Toko, interest comes first, and the quality of her work is paramount. Everything else is secondary. This mindset allowed her to reach the pinnacle of modern magecraft, but it also worried her family and friends. Because of this incident, Shinji used the force of the contract for the first time to teach Toko a lesson. What it was, however, is a private matter. Feel free to use your imagination. Chapter 783, Chapter 783, the full picture of the incident. By now, the full scope of this incident has become clear. The Iselma family went down a misguided path, and the Golden Princess died as a result of side effects from their research. The head of the family, Byron, dissected her body in an attempt to find the cause. At the same time, to preserve the family's reputation and legacy, he approached Toko Aozaki to help cover up the truth. To meet Toko's demands for payment, Byron participated in an underground auction a month ago, where he acquired a blood-stained linden leaf stained with dragon's blood. This acquisition led him into conflict with Atram, a candidate master for the upcoming Fifth Holy Grail War. Having received her payment, Toko burned the blood-stained linden leaf into ashes through special means and integrated it into the Cinderella spell. This allowed the maid, Karina, to be reborn as the Golden Princess on the night of the banquet, dazzling everyone, including Byron and Toko herself. Since it was a Cinderella spell, the effects were short-lived. Not long after her appearance, the spell began to fade. When Karina visited Waver, he didn't find her as striking as before, not because he had become accustomed to her, but because the Silver Princess wasn't present. Incidentally, the maid who accompanied Karina was her twin sister, Regina, who served the Silver Princess. During the banquet, the one by Karina's side could have been another maid disguised as her or perhaps a puppet. Since Karina and Regina didn't possess the Golden Princess's unique traits, they were easy to disguise, and no one paid attention to the maids when everyone was focused on the Golden and Silver Princesses. After visiting Waver, Karina returned to the Golden Princess's room and placed a prepared physical form in the room, locking it with a magical lock before the spell fully dissipated. Tuko's Cinderella spell was perfect, even matching the magical wavelength of the deceased Golden Princess. Once the Cinderella spell faded, the locked room was created. Everything that followed was straightforward. Regardless of when the body was discovered, Karina would truthfully explain the situation, and Byron would naturally target the El Meloy classroom, even if they weren't involved in the incident. After all, in politics, the truth and the culprit are secondary, the real concern is how much benefit can be gained. Both Byron and Lord Valuelita were qualified politicians. Their scheme was solid, but they still lost due to a lack of experience. Living in the conservative Iselma family, their understanding of technology was severely lacking, and Detective Waver, with his discerning eye, immediately noticed the flaws, countering their plan effectively. They couldn't escape the chaos and risked exposure due to Lord Valuelita's and Waver's collaboration. Fortunately, at that moment, Atrum launched an attack. Knowing that time was of the essence, the Silver Princess quickly sent Regina to contact Tuko, offering the secret behind the Golden Princess's beauty as payment to get her involved, while the girls quietly escaped in another direction. Unfortunately, their plan to deceive everyone ultimately failed because someone who knew the truth had been watching them all along. As soon as they left, Shinji arrived with Katu. Tuko's original task for Katu was to restrain Shinji, and she was happy to let him leave with her. After all, Katu knew that she couldn't win against Shinji in a real fight. In terms of physical ability alone, there wasn't much difference between the two, and Katu, as an automaton, was stronger without using magic. But the problem was compatibility. Katu's skills and fighting style were completely countered by Shinji. Her best stealth tactics were ineffective against Shinji's soul vision. Her most powerful attack couldn't shake his soul, which was protected by the third magic, and her remaining ninja techniques were no match for his endless supply of noble phantasms. How could she possibly win? Thus, the girl's plan failed, Tuko's scheme was thwarted, and after all involved were taken to the Moon Tower, Waver revealed his deductions. The truth quickly came to light, exposing the Iselma family scandal and implicating the Valuelita family. Tuko, unwilling to stay in Britain after playing an unflattering role, returned to the Matou family, while Shinji went to report to Lorelei as usual. This was the version of events Lorelei heard. Of course, Shinji's covert actions were omitted, and all credit was given to Waver, with Shinji downplaying his role. I think the biggest beneficiary of this incident isn't Velvet, but you. Huh. Shinji never expected Lorelei's first reaction to be this. Aside from following your instructions to expose people and bring Tuko back, I was practically a bystander. What benefits did I gain? Seeing Shinji's confusion, a slight smile appeared on Lorelei's lips, and she softly uttered a single word. The Holy Grail War. The ritual was established by the Tosaka family, a disciple of Zelrich, and jointly conducted by the esteemed alchemy families, Einsburn and Matou. Both Lord Elmeloy and Velvet have participated and have changed in some way since their return. Isn't there some secret behind this? At the very least, it doesn't seem like the small-scale magical ritual Tosaka Naga initially reported to the clock tower. Lorelei's suggestive remarks set off alarm bells in Shinji's mind, but he kept his expression calm. What kind of secret do you think there could be? The Holy Grail War has taken place 4 times already, with the 5th soon to come, and nothing significant has happened, right? In terms of outcomes, that's true. Neither Lord Elmeloy nor Velvet has shown any suspicious behavior, but, a piece of spiritual land, even if it's exceptionally rare and of high quality, producing 3 geniuses, yourself, Sakura, and Rin Tosaka, at the same time. Moreover, Tuko Aozaki has a workshop there, and Zelrich occasionally appears there as well. Doesn't that seem unusual? Lorelei's slightly aggressive gaze made Shinji's expression strange. What do you mean? Nothing much, just pure curiosity. Since the first 4 didn't cause any major issues, the Department of Policies won't dig too deep. Though I have some interest in the legendary summoning of heroic spirits, it seems that's limited to the duration of the ritual. If those heroic spirits could remain after the ritual, the magus in the Department of Spiritual Evocation would go crazy, and we'd have a way to boost our power. Since you're so interested, why not participate yourself? Shinji narrowed his eyes, testing the waters. According to tradition, the clock tower has 2 slots in every Holy Grail War. This time, aside from Atrum, the other participant hasn't been finalized yet. Chapter 784, Atrum's Foolishness. Upon hearing Shinji's question, Lorelei's voice took on a different tone. What, do you want me to participate? I don't, Shinji shook his head. The ritual involves mutual slaughter, leaving only one victor. I don't want you to risk yourself. Are you doubting my abilities? Lorelei pouted in dissatisfaction. I've never doubted that. In a one-on-one fight, there are few in the world who can defeat you. But. Here, Shinji's tone shifted. The Holy Grail War tests not only the abilities of the masters but also the servants they summon. These are famous figures from history, some even monstrous beings beyond normal specifications. If the enemy summons a hero from the age of myths, can you still be so confident? If they can summon one, why can't I? If they have treasures, doesn't Bartholomew also have them? Of course, you can. But there are 7 masters in the battle. Have you considered the consequences your reputation might bring? How do you think Professor Kenneth lost 10 years ago? Kenneth's loss had many reasons. One was Waver stealing the relic he had originally prepared, forcing him to change his summon. Another was his arrogance and self-righteousness. Lastly, there was Kiritsugu's targeting. However, Lorelei didn't know the details, and Shinji's words didn't make her suspicious. As the head of the Department of Policies, the undisputed queen of the clock tower, Lorelei's strength and capability were evident. The pressure she would exert on other participants in the Holy Grail War was unimaginable. They would unite to eliminate the strongest competitor first. A common tactic among the weak. But if they can unite, so can I. Someone like Atrum wouldn't be hard to win over with enough benefits. Add you into the mix, and with 3 servants on our side, there would be nothing to fear, even if the other side united against us. How are you so sure that I'll participate? Is it that hard to guess? The Matou, Tosaka, and Einsburn families haven't missed any of the previous 4 Holy Grail Wars, so I doubt they would miss this one. Although there are plenty in the Matou family who qualify as masters, knowing you wouldn't push the responsibility and risk onto them. You're that kind of overprotective person. Can't you use a nicer term, like deeply caring? Wait a minute, did you give Atrum the spot just because of this? Lorelei's queenly demeanor and confidence caused Shinji to waver a little. However, in her eyes, this hesitation was purely due to a lapse in intelligence. What nonsense. If I truly wanted to participate, I could have chosen subordinates from my family or the brigade. Why would I pick a stranger? You say you're going, then you say you're not. I really can't figure out what you're thinking. Shinji gave up trying to understand. After learning about the Holy Grail War from Lord Elmeloy, I considered participating, but I later decided against it. There are 2 reasons. First, safety. I'm not worried about the enemy masters, but there are many hidden enemies besides them. The Department of Policies has little control in Japan. Going there recklessly would be irresponsible not only to myself but also to you. This isn't something I want to see. Second, I don't want to damage our relationship. Shinji, I know your family values this ritual. Perhaps your deliberate low profile over the years is related to it. If my curiosity were to disrupt your plans, I might lose you forever. My lady, you. Shinji was both shocked and touched. He was shocked by her perceptiveness. He had hidden things for years, but in the end, he couldn't hide from her. Even so, she chose to turn a blind eye, and how could Shinji not be moved by her thoughtfulness? The shock quickly faded, leaving only the warmth in his heart, which slowly spread to his eyes. Lorelei, seeing Shinji's gaze, felt a little flustered and unconsciously fiddled with her fingers, trying to maintain her composure. Don't misunderstand. I just think you're talented and hope you can continue to work for me. There's nothing more to it, understand? Little did she know that her proud yet shy demeanor only made her more endearing. At this moment, Shinji was like a magus witnessing the Golden Princess for the first time, completely losing his ability to think, only able to respond with incoherent sounds. This rare display of foolishness brightened Lorelei's mood considerably. If you understand, then put in more effort. Okay. Really, with such strong abilities, why are you always so lazy? Yeah. Shinji, are you even listening? Yes, you're right, my lady. It was only then that Shinji seemed to wake from a dream, noticing that Lorelei was biting her lip. He quickly asked. By the way, my lady, why did you say that the biggest beneficiary of the Iselma incident is me? Lorelei sighed helplessly. Atrum targeted the treasure because he wanted to summon Siegfried as his servant. Siegfried is one of the greatest heroes in Norse mythology, capable of slaying a dragon alone and gaining an almost invincible, immortal body. If he were truly summoned, he would be a formidable opponent. Now that the blood-stained linden leaf is destroyed, you have one less powerful potential enemy. I don't deny that. Having fought alongside Siegfried, Shinji knew well how powerful he was. Even now, he didn't have a good way to deal with the hero clad in dragon's blood armor. And with their bond of camaraderie, Shinji couldn't bring himself to resort to sneaky attacks. A fierce battle would be inevitable. However, I need to correct one thing. Just because the blood-stained linden leaf was destroyed in a curse doesn't mean it can't be used as a summoning catalyst. What matters is its connection to the heroic spirit. Even if the blood-stained linden leaf is reduced to ashes, the fact that it once covered Siegfried's back won't change, nor will its connection to him. So you're saying, even the ashes could summon Siegfried? That's right. Where are the ashes now? They're with me. I found them in the Golden Princess's room. Waver also got his inspiration from the powder. As Shinji spoke, he took out a small sealed box from his pocket. The funny thing is, Waver said the blood-stained linden leaf was burned to ashes by Tuko, but Atram never thought to look for them. What do you think would happen if I summoned Siegfried and flaunted him in front of Atram? Lorelei stared intently at the box in Shinji's hand. He might try to fight you to the death. Fight to the death. He's not even qualified for that. Let me tell you something interesting. Chapter 785, Beauty and Undercurrents. Despite being heavily struck by Tuko Aozaki and the El Meloy classroom, Atram Galeasta quickly recovered. After Waver Velvet's deduction show ended, he arrogantly made a declaration. Although the blood-stained linden leaf is destroyed, it doesn't mean I can't find another relic. I've already prepared an alternative plan. If I can't summon a dragon slayer, I'll summon a hero who can use dragons instead. Though the class isn't quite satisfactory. When Lorelei Bartholomew considered Atram's alternative plan and compared it with the box in Shinji Matou's hand, she unexpectedly felt a bit of sympathy for the overconfident Magus. A hero who uses dragons versus Siegfried, the pinnacle of dragon slayers, wasn't this a death wish? As I said, you are the biggest winner. Lorelei repeated herself. In response, Shinji merely chuckled. Lorelei assumed he was gloating, unaware that the young man before her had already secretly sentenced Atram to death. All he needed to know was that Atram was targeting Medea's relic. That was enough. As for Siegfried, Shinji had no intention of summoning him for the time being. Although powerful, Siegfried paled in comparison to Shinji's planned summons of Skathak, Karna, or a fully enhanced Artoria. He would keep Siegfried in reserve, only to be used in case of an unforeseen situation. The incident was just a minor episode. Neither Lorelei nor Shinji paid much attention to Atram or the Galeasta family behind him. What concerned Lorelei more was the effect of using the blood-stained linden leaf as a catalyst. Because such a precious catalyst was used, will the fake golden princess be more beautiful than the real one? That's only one reason. Besides, there's the grand puppeteer's skill, and most importantly, the idea that those who witness beauty themselves become more beautiful. This isn't some idealistic philosophy but rather a magical definition of beauty. It's also a concept in Valuelita's creation department. Lorelei, who has long been in a subtle rivalry with Valuelita, knows this well. The art of beauty is a form of sympathetic magecraft, wherein the act of appreciating beauty purifies the observer's soul and spirit. This is the true essence of beauty. The ultimate form of beauty could even elevate the observer to a higher dimension. This observation must be direct, seen with one's own eyes. Any indirect methods, including mirrors, diminish beauty. The mutual reflection and sublimation of the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess are based on this principle. But, the Golden Princess cannot see her face, nor can the Silver Princess. So, when the mutual reflection reaches its limit, a third person must be introduced. This is what Karina meant when she said Lord Byron went down the wrong path. Indeed. Shinji affirmed Lorelei's analysis. Of course, Lord Byron, anxious about the upcoming debut ball, didn't know this. He was only desperate to fill the void left by the loss of the Golden Princess. Even so, the technique was established with the inclusion of a third person. The maid Karina, who had always been watching the Golden and Silver Princesses, also attained beauty, and even surpassed them. Originally, the technique stabilized with the presence of the paired Golden and Silver Princesses. But the decisive change occurred when Karina, who could rival the two and had undergone an internal transformation from constantly watching them, joined. Although only for a brief period, Karina indeed came very close to reaching the root. As the implementer of the Cinderella technique, Tuko Aozaki had foreseen this possibility from the start. How could someone with such a passion for higher forms of beauty be satisfied with mere cosmetic surgery? Using the blood-stained linden leaf as a catalyst was aimed at achieving a higher level of beauty. Although she lost her memory after the technique was completed and was used by the Silver Princess for her curiosity, anyone in her position would be dissatisfied. Tuko was no exception, and after hearing Waver's reasoning, she immediately sold out her client. Well, it was a form of revenge for being tricked first. As for why the completion of the Silver Princess Estella did not improve, the reason is simple, because the Silver Princess couldn't see. Her reflection with the Golden Princess was due to the unique nature of the spirit land where Iselma was located, combined with years of adjustments and synchronization. The sudden addition of Karina did not affect her. However, because the Silver Princess was already of high completion and the Golden Princess made a shocking first appearance, most magi overlooked this detail. Only Shinji, Waver, Tuko, and Lord Valuelita noticed. Lord Valuelita also allowed Atram's intrusion, partly because she needed to uncover what Byron was desperately trying to hide. As a result, Atram was defeated. Lord Valuelita achieved her goal, but she was also implicated in the scandal. Byron not only failed to gain anything but also lost more. He was imprisoned, his territory was frozen, and the pursuit of beauty by his family was entirely cut off. Even though the magic crest remains, Iselma faces an inevitable decline. While this outcome benefited the Department of Policies, Lorelei still noticed some suspicious points. Where did Byron get the money to bid on the blood-stained linden leaf? Even among the lordly families, few can match the liquidity of the Galliasta family. How did Byron manage to contact the elusive Tuko Aozaki? Was the idea to use a decoy Byron's own? And going further, did Tuko Aozaki modify the technique to elevate beauty to a higher level by recognizing the potential of the Trinity? Was this truly an accident? Shinji couldn't answer these questions because the original story didn't provide answers. Byron, the only one who might know the truth, had lost his memory due to a similar memory interference as Tuko, a clear sign of the mastermind's secrecy. Shinji once suspected the Department of Policies was behind it. They had both the motive and capability to implement such a plan and enough knowledge about Tuko. However, Lorelei's reaction made him reconsider this suspicion. It wasn't the Department of Policies, at least not Lorelei's faction. If it had been, there would have been no need for her to send Shinji to confront him. Moreover, such a meticulous conspiracy didn't align with Lorelei's usual style. She prefers overt strategies and confrontation. It seems there's a deeply hidden undercurrent in the clock tower. The Queen and the Dark Hand clenched their fists simultaneously as if they could hear the ominous laughter echoing from afar. Chapter 786, The Lively El Malloy Classroom. After finishing afternoon tea with Lorelei, Shinji, as usual, donned his disguise and left her office. Although Shinji had some interest in the mastermind behind recent events, it wasn't something that concerned him directly. Lorelei had promised to send someone to investigate, which allowed him to remain at ease. The Fifth Holy Grail War was about to begin soon, and peaceful days were becoming fewer. Why bother worrying unnecessarily? He wasn't like Waver, the workaholic who was likely to die from overwork someday. Once the Fifth Holy Grail War was over, Shinji planned to search for a treasure to improve Waver's constitution, otherwise, Waver might not even live past 40. As fate would have it, just as he was thinking about Waver, Shinji saw the men with waist-length hair smoking by the window. This wasn't an unusual sight. The General Education Department of the Clock Tower was akin to a beginner's village. Every newly admitted magus had to undergo basic training here before applying to specialize in one of the 11 departments, based on their grades and preferences. Because the modern magecraft department was the youngest and smallest of these, it was naturally assigned the worst location, right next to the Department of Policies. The ideological differences and power struggles had given the Department of Policies a bad reputation in the magical world. So, even though the location, structure, and orientation of the room were all quite good, no department was willing to choose it. But having had plenty of interactions with Lorelei, Waver didn't mind. The intimidation factor of the Department of Policies meant that no one would dare cause trouble here, except for the troublemakers in his classroom. Waver was silently smoking in the hallway precisely because of his students' antics. There were no scheduled classes this afternoon, so Waver had brought Gray to the main building, where he handled some administrative tasks while she helped with the cleaning. This was how they usually spent time together. It's worth mentioning that Waver hadn't initially intended for Gray to do any cleaning. His principle was to fulfill his duties as a teacher and avoid making his students do chores unless necessary. This applied even to Gray, who was as close to him as a daughter. Gray chose to clean entirely of her own volition and interest. Yes, interest. This introverted, shy, and insecure girl found great satisfaction in achieving small, unnoticed tasks. For her, wiping dust off narrow window frames, polishing floors until they gleamed, and neatly organizing well-maintained shoes were all joyful activities. Every time she saw the results of her efforts, she would smile brightly. And when someone offered to help, she would react with clear resistance, like a kitten guarding its food. This was Raina's assessment, as she sometimes teased Gray for this. There was no malice, Raina simply found this side of Gray adorable. Over time, Waver accepted Gray's help with the housework and even allocated a portion of his salary for her as compensation, as well as to cover any expenses incurred. Compared to those in the mundane world who saw exploiting students as a teacher's privilege, Waver was practically a saint. As it was nearly time for afternoon tea, a new student came to visit, applying to join the modern magecraft department. When this new student walked into the office, Waver's eyelid twitched. Sometimes, being too perceptive wasn't necessarily a good thing, especially when you were used to dealing with problematic students. With just one look, Waver could tell that this student was going to be as much trouble as Svin and Flat, if not more. Yes, even in appearance. Her eyes sparkled like amber jewels. Her golden, curly hair, adorned with a cerulean ribbon, seemed to have been crafted by a master artisan. Her delicate lips were like flower petals. Without a doubt, she was an exceptionally beautiful girl. Beauty often came hand in hand with trouble, as evidenced by the recent incident involving the Iselma family. After seeing the girl's request to reserve an entire floor of the dormitory and watching her mohawk-headed butler take the lead by brewing tea, bringing his snacks, and inviting him to join them for afternoon tea, Waver was further convinced that the girl before him was nothing short of trouble. But the real trouble was yet to come. Halfway through their tea, the office door suddenly burst open with a bang. Professor. Is it true that Luvia's here? Waver felt a vein throb in his temple. Another troublemaker had arrived. The rash behavior, the spontaneous way of speaking, and the habit of giving people random nicknames were all Flat's trademarks. And the Luvia he mentioned was the girl sitting across from Waver, Luvia Gelida Edelfelt, who had experienced the Castle Adra incident alongside Shinji and Gray. Ugh, you. Seeing Flat, Luvia suddenly stood up. Her butler, who had also participated in the castle incident, calmly steadied the tray she nearly knocked over, letting Flat approach his mistress. From his demeanor, it was clear these two golden-haired youths knew each other. I heard you were visiting the clock tower, so I had to stop by and say hi. You're planning to join the El Meloy classroom, right? That would make me your senior, and it's common courtesy to greet your seniors, after all. When did I give you permission to call me Luvia? Luvia protested Flat's overly familiar behavior, but everyone knew that Flat's natural charm would eventually win her over. Flat. Can't you greet your juniors properly for once? Next, Svin, who was inseparable from Flat and constantly argued with him, appeared. Waver's face darkened. You lot. No, I do care about our juniors, Gray-chan. Gray-chan's lovely scent. Today, it seems to be a bit of a melancholic, square blues flavor. Gray, frightened, hid behind Waver, and with that, Waver's previously decent mood was thoroughly ruined. I've told you not to approach Gray. Okay. Hearing Waver's words, Svin instantly became dejected. Even his curly hair drooped, making him look like a dog with its ears down. Meanwhile, knowing that words would be useless, Luvia resorted to physical force. Call. Play ball. Flat was not one to back down easily, and the room quickly descended into chaos. If the headquarters rooms hadn't been specially reinforced, and if Flat didn't prefer a defensive fighting style, the office might have been destroyed. Amidst this fierce magical battle, an even more troublesome guest arrived. It's so noisy in here. Rhaenys appeared at the door, a cheerful smile on her face. Waver was on the brink of collapse. If it's so noisy, couldn't you say something? Oh my, if I did that, it would undermine your authority, wouldn't it? As a virtuous and well-behaved little sister, I must consider my brother's dignity in the workplace. You just want to see me suffer. Oh dear, you've figured out my true intentions already. How unromantic of you. Rhaenys didn't hide her malice, her smile growing more amused by the second. Thus, Waver decided to flee before he was tormented to the point of developing a stomach ulcer, leaving the miners in chaos. However, even after stepping into the hallway, he could still hear the ruckus. Apparently, the soundproofing spell had been ruined during the earlier scuffle. I told you not to call me Luchien. Can't you two behave like proper seniors? Ahaha, don't say that. Isn't there anyone more senior than Luchien and me? You can ask me anything about the clock tower. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell Atrim about the improvements needed for his weather magecraft. Enough already. Finally, the most obedient and well-behaved girl had had enough and intervened to restore order. Wah, Gray-chan, please put down the broom. Don't hit me on the head. Gray-chan, I didn't do anything wrong, please don't hit me. Why are you hitting me too? Brother dear, save me. Your apprentice has gone mad. Waver pretended not to hear and continued smoking in the hallway. At this point, Shinji approached him and teased, it seems lively in there. Aren't you going to step in? Do you think I could? Waver shot him a disdainful look. True. Want me to handle it? No need. Gray's already taken care of it. Not bad. She's learning to ease her master's burdens. Looks like my lessons with her haven't been in vain. Come with me, I need to ask you something. Sensing the seriousness in Waver's voice, Shinji didn't say anything more and simply nodded silently. Chapter 787, Waver's Questioning, Part 1. A few minutes later, in an unused and vacant storage room, Waver tossed a cigarette to Shinji. After lighting it for him, Waver spoke in a somewhat heavy tone. This morning, Lord Valuelita called me, saying that Myobricious and Clenel's magic circuits have necrotized and deteriorated. Although it won't affect his daily life, he will never be able to be a magus again. Because of this, Valuelita is facing questioning from the Department of Lore. Oh, I see, Shinji replied casually, taking a deep drag of his cigarette. Waver suddenly looked up, staring intently into Shinji's eyes, and asked, was it your doing? What do you mean, my doing? Is there any point in playing dumb? Don't forget, you were the one who personally told me about the symptoms 10 years ago. Although Mayo's symptoms are less severe, you also mentioned that the more talented the magus, the worse the outcome when facing such issues. If I remember correctly, the magus killer who injured the professor has always been on good terms with you. Do I need to explain further? Waver's gaze was sharp, penetrating, and impossible to deflect. Haha, as expected of you, Waver. It seems Flat and Svin weren't wrong when they compared you to Sherlock Holmes. Realizing there was no point in hiding it, Shinji decided to come clean. Waver snorted, "That's an overblown comparison. I know my abilities well enough." TSK, why do I feel like you're being overly modest? Your attempt to change the subject is clumsy. Waver bluntly exposed Shinji's real intention, leaving the latter with no choice but to concede. You've seen through it all. Alright, what do you want to know? Was it on the Lord Bartholomewo's orders? Shinji countered, in what capacity are you asking? If it's on behalf of Lord Valuelita or the Department of Lore, then all I can say is don't make baseless accusations without evidence. No. Waver shook his head, his tone softening slightly. If that were the case, I wouldn't have brought you here. I'm asking as a friend, on a personal level. Phew, you should have said that from the start. You made it so serious that it got me all tense. Shinji let out a sigh of relief. No, aside from the incident at the banquet, the rest has nothing to do with Lorelei. So, you decided to do this on your own. Why? Because what he did crossed your line. Hearing this guess, Shinji looked at Waver as if he had seen a ghost. Are you a mind reader or something? How did you guess that? Waver returned a similar look. I recall you had no previous dealings with Iselma, right? None. This was my first visit. Then why, could it be that you fell in love with the Silver Princess at first sight? Yes, that's very possible. First, you ignored the battle to go capture someone, then you came to ask me and Lord Valuelita, and finally, you persuaded me to have them join the classroom. Hold on a minute, my friend. Seeing Waver's wild speculations, Shinji quickly interrupted, it's not what you think. Waver was referring to an incident during the Iselma affair, where Shinji had seemingly abandoned the battlefield to seek out the Silver Princess for reasons that were initially unclear. In truth, Shinji wasn't trying to disrupt the girl's escape plan. He felt that Byron had gone too far, both from the perspective of a magus and as an ordinary person. The girl's attempt to escape was self-defense, and their actions were understandable. Although they had used the El Meloi classroom and Tuko Aozaki as shields, no real harm had been done. Given how meticulously they had planned everything, letting them go wasn't unreasonable. As the saying goes, beautiful girls often have privileges, though this was just an excuse. Allowing them to escape was a way to drive them into a corner. By leaving, they were essentially cutting themselves off from the world. With Waver seeing through the truth behind the Golden Princess's death, Iselma's downfall was inevitable. Even if they wanted to return, it would be impossible. Moreover, with the Silver Princess's stunning appearance, many would surely be after them. It was easy to imagine how frightened and desperate the girls would be, with no escape route and no one to rely on. At that point, by having Rhaenys and Waver play the role of the good guys, it would be effortless to bring them into the fold. After all, the girls had already considered using the El Meloi classroom as a refuge but had hesitated due to a lack of knowledge. Now that they had nothing left, their choice was obvious. But don't misunderstand, Shinji had no ulterior motives towards them, nor was he trying to present Waver with a harem, although even if he did, Waver would likely still be a virgin. His intentions were purely professional, recognizing the Silver Princess's talents. Her talents included both her cunning and her beauty. Cunning, although her plan had ultimately failed, that was because she was up against the exceptional detective Waver, a rare breed among magi. If it had been any other magus without a specialty in forensics, they would have fallen into her trap, as had happened in the original timeline. Without Shinji's influence, Waver would have stayed at home as usual, leaving Rhaenys to attend the banquet with Grey, nearly getting trapped in the process, forcing Waver to intervene to save them. Given her strategic mind, along with being around Shinji's age, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a Zhuge Liang female form. What Waver currently lacked most were people like her. Most of his subordinates were either down-and-out lecturers who had failed in political struggles or troublesome students, capable enough in teaching and administrative tasks but utterly unreliable in other areas. Waver and Rhaenys were carrying the burden themselves. If they could recruit the Silver Princess, their workload would lighten considerably. As for beauty, it speaks for itself. The Silver Princess's beauty was so overwhelming that it could charm anyone, regardless of age or gender, causing people to lose their composure and reveal their weaknesses. This is what is known as the privilege of beauty. Imagine someone like her as a diplomat in negotiations, how many people could say no? Of course, this was all Shinji's wishful thinking. The girl's escape had just begun and had already failed, thanks to Mayo Bricious and Clenels. Mayo Bricious and Clenels had been tracking the traces left by the Golden Princess before her death. As a collaborator of Iselma, he had grown up with the Golden Princess and knew her well. This allowed him to find Karina faster than Waver did, just as Karina was making final preparations for the escape. When Mayo arrived, Karina didn't hide anything, revealing both the escape plan and her true identity as the Golden Princess. After all, Mayo had been a childhood friend of both Diadra and Estella, as well as of her and her sister, Regina, who had grown up serving as maids in Iselma. Mayo and the tailor Islo were the people the girls trusted the most. Karina fully expected him to support her and help with their escape, but to her shock, not only did Mayo refuse to help, he even attempted to kill her. This all took place in a forest near the Moon Tower, by a spring that bore an uncanny resemblance to the place where the great hero Siegfried had met his end. He had used the hero's relic and been tainted by the hero's fate. Sometimes, destiny can be truly ironic. Chapter 788, Waver's Questioning, Part 2. Karina is just an ordinary girl who can't use magecraft. How could she stand a chance against Mayo? When it seemed like she was about to meet the same fate as Siegfried, fortunately, Shinji and Matou arrived in time to subdue Mayo and save Karina. They quickly summoned Lord Valuelita and Waver, and the coincidentally arriving Silver Princess and Regina. After Waver surveyed the surroundings, checked the luggage hidden in the forest, and finally examined Karina's ears, the truth became clear. With that, there was no need to allow Atrum to continue causing trouble. Because Tuko had gone a bit too far with her little game, Shinji and Matou had to rush ahead to stop her. No one questioned how they were able to time their rescue so precisely. This is a world of mystery, where monitoring techniques abound. Before Rhaenys went to find the Golden Princess, Shinji had already set up detection spells at suspicious locations and around relevant individuals. Since they intended for the Silver Princess and the two maids to follow Waver, they naturally had to ensure their safety. In the original timeline, poor Karina had already been killed once by Mayo for the same reason, and Shinji didn't want her to die again. Seeing how she adeptly disguised herself as the Golden Princess and negotiated with Waver, it was clear she was quite talented. Of course, not all of this could be shared with Waver, only part of it could be revealed, focusing on foresight and the benefits of recruiting talent to the El Meloy classroom after learning the truth. Since Shinji was genuinely considering these things, Waver didn't see any problem, but he still felt. I appreciate your concern, but I find it hard to accept what you've done. Mayo wanting to kill is certainly a crime, but it wasn't your place to judge him. And do you think Karina will be grateful to you for this? Have you forgotten what happened afterward? What do you think Karina will feel when she finds out? Afterward, more precisely after Waver finished showing off his reasoning and resolved the Golden Princess's death, everyone's attention turned to Mayo's attempted murder. Mayo's reason for killing was simple, even purer than Byron's forgery of the Golden Princess. Even if Diadra is dead, the Golden Princess isn't. That beauty remains untouched. But she said she wanted to escape. She wanted to flee from Lord Byron and take the Silver Princess and Regina away from the Twin Towers. How could I allow such a thing to happen? Even if it means her death, I must reclaim that beauty. Even if I have to kill her, I must keep her. The Silver Princess's research must continue. Because we've already seen the end. Since we've reaped the fruit, we must keep moving forward. As a magus, there's no other choice. He wasn't wrong, not a single word. A person's life and freedom are insignificant compared to the root. If it can be realized, even if dozens or hundreds must be sacrificed, it must be done willingly. Sacrificing a childhood friend to achieve a goal is only natural for a magus. Just as Grey's parents and kin did to her to recreate the legend of King Arthur, this obsession is the foundation of magecraft's persistence. But in that case, why didn't you ask her to die for you? As everyone was stunned by Mayo's righteous declaration, a long-haired man in a suit stepped forward. Before you were willing to kill your childhood friend to keep her, why didn't you ask if she would die for you? For the whim of seeing ultimate beauty once more, why didn't you beg her to be dissected for you? And if that didn't fulfill your dream, why didn't you straightforwardly and proudly ask the Silver Princess and Regina to become sacrifices too? This man, now a legend in the clock tower, sharply questioned, ignoring the incredulous, even irrational, looks from others. Are you trying to say such a reckless request is impossible? Then you are just that, limited. He scolded him harshly, without mercy. His suit was like armor, the cigarette in his hand like a blade, striking at the heart, shattering not only Mayo's obsession but also the very foundation of others' lives. It's not as if you can trample over nations in the absence of divine will or righteousness merely by personal desire. Nor can you take away the honor and glory of countless war gods and princes just to fulfill a delusional wish to see an endless sea, let alone have them stand by your side. If you can't even believe in such a delusion, how could you achieve your dream? Everyone was shaken, except for Waver, who remained unwavering. His voice held a terrifying determination, as if it came from the end of the world, from that hot sandy land that existed only in dreams, from the landscape deeply engraved in his heart. No one could defile that landscape, no one could mock that dream. This man had come this far, driven by his dreams and beliefs. Whether you are a magus or not, the self is absolute for everyone. No matter what good or evil deeds you do, you might not truly save or harm others. But whether it's a misunderstanding or a mistake, if it's a way of life you've struggled to find, then stand tall. If you're going to fight for yourself, at least inspire others by being true to yourself. So what? What if I asked? Would CC Karina agree? Mayo was naturally a stutterer, and in his agitation, his speech became even more broken, making it hard to understand. but Karina understood. After being rescued, the silent girl bravely stepped forward, stood tall, and walked up to Mayo. I would agree. Her voice was firm, her attitude sincere, delivering a different kind of shock. Why? Because I like you, I've always liked you. Even if your eyes were only on Diadra, even if you never saw me, I still like you. As long as it's what you want, I'm willing to do anything. An unexpected reason, yet a logical answer. Magus are blind in their pursuit of wishes, just as a girl in love is blind in her affections. Hearing Karina's words, Mayo, who had been angry and agitated like a fighter, suddenly lost all strength and collapsed to his knees in despair. Waver looked down at him and gave his final judgment. He said, because you didn't do that, you lost. Because you didn't do that, you're kneeling here. Ordinary people have their values, and Magus has the values of Magus, both existing in his heart and supporting him as he moves forward. You're just greedy. His words felt like the blade of a guillotine. Judgment. Chapter 789, Chapter 789, Shinji's Revenge. Shinji had known about Karina's feelings for a long time. It was a love that consumed her, like a moth drawn to a flame. If Shinji hadn't saved her, she would have died. Yet, even in the face of death, she clung to her love for Mayo, using her last bit of strength to leave a message through the twin bond, help Mayo. The second half of the original story begins with this event. How would someone like her react once she learned the truth about Mayo's downfall? Would she be grateful to Shinji? No way. Even Waver felt that Shinji's actions against Mayo were excessive. Whether it was to avenge Karina, win her over, eliminate future threats, or simply because he didn't like Mayo, it was still too much. Karina, the person involved, didn't mind, and neither her sister Regina nor the Silver Princess said anything. So, why did an outsider like Shinji interfere? Shinji just chuckled at this. Since you asked so sincerely, I'll generously answer you. To prevent the world, the tension was getting too high, so I thought I'd lighten the mood a bit. My actions against Mayo had nothing to do with Karina, there was another reason. Another reason? Waver asked, puzzled. The attempted murder case was already solved, so what else could there be? Let me show you something, Shinji said, pulling two items out of his pocket. One was something like a cigarette, emitting a distinctive herbal scent. This is a scented drug I found on Mayo. The other was a transparent bottle containing a viscous liquid. This is stomach acid extracted from Tuko's body. What do you think would happen if I lit the scented drug and opened the bottle? Waver shook his head, but he had a certain suspicion in his mind. Shinji lit the scented drug with a cigarette, then casually opened the bottle, exposing the liquid to the air. Soon, something green began to emerge from the liquid, quickly absorbing it and growing larger, the intertwined mass resembling plant roots. The roots soon spread out of the bottle, creeping toward the hand holding it, as if trying to take root in the flesh. Shinji unleashed the fire of the sun, burning the roots to ashes. Tuko not only drank a memory-impairing potion but also ingested the seeds of this thing. When triggered by the corresponding scented drug, the seeds would take root and grow inside her, spreading to vital organs like the heart. Waver was speechless. Being smart, he quickly figured out Mayo's plan, to use this to coerce Tuko into undergoing multiple surgeries for the ultimate beauty. Recalling the end of the incident, when Mayo searched his pockets in despair and found nothing, Waver realized he had underestimated the stuttering youth. Mayo's greed had driven him to the extreme, refusing to repent even at the end. Waver, you know me. If someone comes after me, I might not care much. But if they go after my family or friends, I won't hesitate to be ruthless. Mayo's actions crossed my bottom line. Even if Tuko could understand Mayo's feelings and didn't want to pursue it, I wouldn't let him off. He wanted to pursue the ultimate beauty, so I stripped him of his ability to do so, ensuring he'd never achieve it. Tuko had noticed something was wrong with the potion when she drank it, but she chose to ignore it. After all, she had spare bodies, if this one was ruined, she'd just switch to another. Moreover, her body was connected to the sealed monsters, ready to unleash it upon death to devour her enemies. In the original timeline, Tuko's final move was a big one, a tit-for-tat, leaving no debts unpaid. But as Shinji said, even if she wouldn't die, the pain of death wouldn't change. So he made preparations in advance, stealing the scented drug from Mayo and helping Tuko detoxify. After confirming everything, with evidence in hand, Shinji secretly sneaked into Mayo's cell, inflicting some hidden injuries and sprinkling the wounds with the origin bullet powder. Mayo, being a magus, could easily heal minor wounds. But when he tried to heal himself, Kiritsugu's origin kicked in, causing his magic circuits to go haywire and ending his life as a magus. This was my revenge. I initially intended to keep it under wraps, but since you figured it out, I don't mind. You can tell Mayo and Karina the truth, but make sure to let them know that I spared them this time because of you. Next time, I won't be so merciful. Whether you believe it or not, if I want them dead, it's as easy as taking something from my pocket, even if Valuelette decides to stand up for them, it won't matter. War. I'm not afraid. His resolute words and firm attitude made Shinji's determination clear. He had kept a low profile so far due to the secrecy of the Holy Grail War and the safety of his family. But once the Holy Grail War began and the servants descended, he would have no more reservations. In Fate/Grand Order, 3 servants were enough to destroy the clock tower without high-level combatants. 1 Valuelita wouldn't be a threat. Waver knew Shinji was serious. He had known ever since the time 10 years ago when Shinji had openly berated Kaneth in front of him. Most of the time, Shinji was easygoing, but once he set his mind on something, especially if it touched his bottom line, he would see it through to the end. What about Lord Valuelita? Was making sure Mayo got hurt while in her custody part of your revenge too? Of course. After the Isella incident, Lord Valuelita brought the Silver Princess, the 2 maids, and Mayo back to the creation department for further processing. However, before the clock tower could issue a decision, Mayo was incapacitated. Mayo's family, which held a significant position in the Department of Lore, quickly filed an inquiry with Lord Valuelita's office. Why? Because of Tuko's sealing designation. Before Lord Valuelita left, Tuko had asked her how she felt about her sealing designation. Without hesitation, the old woman replied. I think it's quite appropriate. Among modern magus, you're one of the most suitable for a sealing designation. When others asked for my opinion, I wholeheartedly recommended you. They should preserve Tuko Aozaki and her magic circuits in the depths of the spiritual tomb of Albion. A straightforward response, leaving no room for argument. This was Valuelita. Her warm words and graceful smile at social gatherings were genuine. But deep down, she was the ideal magus. She believed that if it would advance magecraft, she wouldn't hesitate to have her students sealed, without a second thought. The ideal magus. Perhaps this is the way of life that truly befits one of the 12 lords. Chapter 790, Waver's True Heart, Grey's Wish. However, ideal magus, ideal lords, and Shinji have nothing in common. He only knows that debts must be repaid, and lives taken must be avenged. It's a natural law. If you want to kill my people, I'll retaliate. The fact that I haven't blown things up yet is out of respect for your teaching Tuko and Lorelei's desire to keep the clock tower stable. Otherwise, what does it matter if you're a lord? Even Kenneth, who was at his peak back then, fell to Kiritsugu. Do you believe that I would kill someone first, destroy the magic crest, and completely sever the lineage of Valuelita, forcing you to follow the same path as El Meloy in another world line? Of course, Shinji was just being fierce in his thoughts. The situation wouldn't escalate to that point. Lord Valuelita is a competent lord who would calmly assess the pros and cons, and Lorelei is no different. They wouldn't allow things to spiral out of control. More importantly, Shinji knows Waver and trusts that he'll make the right decision. As the cigarette butt burned out, the young man's attitude softened, and he sighed helplessly. How am I supposed to face Karina and the others? That's your problem. Everyone has to bear the consequences of their actions, whether it's you, me, Mayo, or Karina. Wait, are you saying the Silver Princess has already chosen to side with you? Shinji assumed a knowing look and reached out to pat Waver on the shoulder, but Waver quickly shrugged him off. What do you mean, my side? She's just enrolled and serving as Rhaenys' assistant. It's all the same, all the same. Anyway, good luck with that. Though her escape plan failed, the Silver Princess's situation hasn't changed. She remains surrounded by wolves, without any support. To survive better, her best option is to align with the El Meloy classroom. Rhaenys saw this, which is why she negotiated with Lord Valuelita. And Lord Valuelita's precarious position ensured that she wouldn't refuse this mutually beneficial proposal. Thus, Waver gained a new student, Rhaenys got an assistant, and Valuelita eased some pressure while laying the groundwork for future interactions, a win-win situation. Except for the potential risks when the involved parties discover the truth. But that's no longer Shinji's concern. There are always those with ulterior motives around Viver. The El Meloy classroom is known for its inclusiveness, accepting all types of people, so one more or one less doesn't make much difference. Both Waver and Rhaenys are already accustomed to dealing with such individuals. Besides, Maya was the one at fault this time, and Karina's attitude doesn't entirely represent the Silver Princesses. When Shinji dealt with Mayo, he also visited the girls. The Silver Princess and Regina were already advising Karina not to be so foolish. While Karina still insists on her stance, her tightly clenched expression shows that Mayo has hurt her deeply. As time passes, will she continue to selflessly sacrifice for him? Human hearts and emotions are not things to be trampled on and consumed carelessly. As Shinji walked away, the setting sun cast shadows on his face. He had been gone for quite some time, and only one cigarette remained in the pack. After some thought, Waver returned the cigarette pack to his pocket and headed back to his office. It was time to finish work and rest. Though it felt a bit early compared to usual, he didn't have the energy to work overtime today. He decided to take a rare break. The noisy office was empty, the students had long since left. Everything was back in place as if nothing had happened, giving the illusion of time reversing. After standing at the door in a daze for a while, Waver walked into the inner room, heading to the deepest part of his office, where a special storage cabinet was located. Standing before the storage cabinet, Waver lost his usual composure. With a mix of hesitation and nostalgia, he took out a key and chanted a spell. The cabinet was secured with both physical and magical protection, specifically for storing valuable items. With a soft click, the cabinet door opened, revealing a small box in the center. The box was made of the finest oak, symbolizing honor and remembrance of ancestors, typically used to store relics. Gently pressing on the edge of the box, Waver lifted the lid, revealing the item that had changed his fate. A piece of red cloth, its color faded over time, appeared dull. But in the eyes of the men with the best vision in the clock tower, it shone like a kaleidoscope, reflecting countless emotions and colors. Carefully, he picked up the cloth and placed it in his hand. He didn't grip it tightly, as if he didn't want to leave even a single wrinkle on it. He just gazed at the seemingly insignificant cloth, staring at it. His brows and lips trembled slightly, and his eyes overflowed with emotion. It seemed like anger. It seemed like a lament. It seemed like mourning. It seemed like joy. It seemed like sorrow. It seemed like love. Do you think I'm foolish? Living in an abnormal world, yet I persist in adhering to normal ethics. Even though I know from a magus perspective I haven't made any mistakes, it still feels uncomfortable. Ordinary people have their ethics, and magus have theirs. The two are fundamentally opposed, but I don't want to give up on either. I can't be like Lord Valuelita, who can abandon even their most valued disciple for the sake of magecraft, nor can I be like Shinji, who simply sees magcraft as a tool to protect his family. That's why I've always been stuck in the middle, always just a half-baked magus. I must have disappointed you. His voice grew weaker and weaker, almost becoming a whisper. If you could just smile and tell me, you're such an immature guy, that wouldn't be so bad. Lost in his thoughts with the cloth in hand, Waver didn't notice that the inner room's door had somehow cracked open. A cloaked girl stood at the door, her gray-green eyes wide open. She covered her mouth, trying desperately not to make a sound. At this moment, she knew she mustn't interrupt. She felt this deep inside. Her petite body slowly slid down the wall, her hand never leaving her mouth. Only her heart thudded noisily, beating uncontrollably. She knew she had seen something very important. It was as if she had accidentally glimpsed someone's treasure. No, it was something that could rival that person's heart, their very life. It was the relic her teacher had used during the Fourth Holy Grail War and the reason he wanted to participate in the Fifth Holy Grail War. Ah. After a long time, she exhaled softly. I want them to meet. She sincerely wished for this. It was the first wish she had since leaving her homeland and coming to London. A wish born from her consciousness. Chapter 791, Chapter 791, The Lost Relic. Waver felt a bit embarrassed. Not long ago, he had just confronted Shinji about the Mayo incident, which had caused their friendship to reach a freezing point. They were even playing games separately. And now, he had to ask for Shinji's help. It was awkward for anyone. However, he was no longer the impulsive youth he was 10 years ago. Time had smoothed his edges, and society had stripped away his naivety. He now understood what was important and what wasn't. After adjusting his emotions slightly, Waver knocked on Shinji's door and said to the boy living next door, I need your help. Seeing Waver's expression, Shinji knew it wasn't the time to be petty. He immediately pulled Waver in, closed the door, and asked, what's going on? His relic is missing. What? Wasn't that thing stored right under the noses of the Department of Policies? How could anyone steal it from there? Shinji's pupils contracted instantly. The relic in question belonged to Iskandar, the king of conquerors, a man who held irreplaceable significance in Viver's life. The relic, a fragment of Iskandar's cloak, was Waver's most treasured possession, stored in his office at the clock tower's headquarters. It usually is stored there, but... Waver lowered his head, unable to meet Shinji's gaze, but recently, I moved it to the modern magecraft department's hidden safe. With the Holy Grail War approaching, I wanted to keep it as close as possible. You're usually so sharp, but how could you be so careless this time? The security at the modern magecraft department can't be better than at the headquarters. If I had known, I would have tied you up and sent you off to Fuyuki. Shinji was speechless. He wanted to scold Waver but, seeing his distressed look, could only sigh instead. Forget it. Let's focus on how it got lost. Here's what happened. With the Fifth Holy Grail War approaching, Waver's emotions had become increasingly unsettled. Emotionally, he wanted to participate. Winning or losing didn't matter, he just wanted to see his king again. He wanted to show his king how much he had grown, share his efforts, and once again stand side by side on the vast desert. but logically, he knew he shouldn't go. On one hand, the modern magecraft department was at a critical stage of development, and leaving, even for a short time, would be a significant loss. On the other hand, he had studied the mechanisms of servant summoning and knew that the summoned servant wouldn't retain memories from the previous Holy Grail War. His king wouldn't remember him, and everything would have to start over, a thought that filled him with anxiety. Waver had dreamed countless times of reuniting with his king. Accompanied by a whirlwind and a flash of light, the massive figure would emerge, becoming reality, and in his usual booming voice, declare, Oh, it's wonderful to be summoned here. I am Iskandar, the king of conquerors. I shall pave the way for you. Now, tell me, are you my master? No, you are my king. The man who had grown from a boy to a young man would try to contain his excitement, standing tall and responding in a trembling yet resolute voice. Please guide me once more, so I can see the same dream. The king, unchanged from 10 years ago, would be momentarily stunned but would soon break into a broad smile. Ah, Viver. I didn't recognize you at first, you've changed so much, grown into a fine man. Ha, I'm delighted, so delighted that I want to drink. Right now. But it's already 2 in the morning, and there's no. Waver would instinctively try to reason, but his words would be cut off by the king's hearty slap. Fool. I've told you before, a king lives more vividly than anyone else, so why care about the time? You're just looking for an excuse, you just want to drink, Waver would retort. Yes, I do want to drink. You are my subject, so stop fussing and go fetch some wine. You are a reckless king. Waver would shake his head and sigh, but a smile would inevitably curl his lips. I've always been this way. Let's drink until dawn, let's have a feast. But that was only a dream. The reality would be. Are you my master? No, you are my king. Please guide me once more, so I can see the same dream. Ah, who are you? Do I know you? Though Iskandar's magnanimous nature would likely lead him to accept the situation and re-acknowledge Waver's loyalty within minutes, it wasn't what Waver wanted. He didn't want their bond to be erased. Even being scolded by his king would be better than being forgotten. The mere thought filled him with dread. This inner turmoil had plagued him from summer, when Shinji first notified him, through autumn, and into early winter, until the recent Iselma incident, where Atram had taunted him directly. To Lord Elmeloy, the Holy Grail War might just be a game. To you, it's probably like winning the lottery, but to me, it's a real war. Just watch, I'll make sure you and the other Magus learn that the outcome of a battle is determined long before it even begins. The brown-suited youth's words had enraged Waver. He glared at the men and, with a curt and blunt response, said, I hope you remember one thing, never underestimate the Holy Grail War. As he spoke, a surge of defiance and a thought he had tried to suppress with reason welled up inside him. I want to participate in the Holy Grail War and teach this ignorant fool a lesson, because if it were you, my king, you would surely succeed, for you are the king of conquerors, whose life was one of endless conquest. Once the thought arose, it could not be suppressed. So, he took the relic from the headquarters and kept it close, as if to force himself to make a decision. Of course, he knew his limitations and that carrying such a valuable item with him was risky. So, he stored the relic in the modern magecraft department's safe. The safe was of the same type used at the headquarters, requiring both magical and physical verification. With Flat, a master of intrusion, enhancing the security system, it was quite formidable. Even someone of Lord Elmeloy's caliber would struggle to breach the defenses and steal the relic. Waver believed nothing could go wrong, but less than a week later, it was stolen. It happened the day after Sven Glaschike became a pride. Chapter 792, I have a dream. I have a dream. I dream that one day every valley shall be exalted, every hill and mountain shall be made low, the rough places will be made plain, and the crooked places will be made straight, and the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. These words weren't spoken by Waver, but by the famous civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr., a great man destined to ascend to the throne of heroes, in his speech, I have a dream. Like Dr. King, Waver also had a dream when he was young, a dream to surpass his professor, the clock tower's most brilliant genius, Lord Elmeloy Archibald. He wanted to prove himself to his once disparaging mentor by outshining him. Today, the two have reconciled, each acknowledging the other's path and accomplishments. Waver now knows that with his talent and abilities, it's impossible to surpass Kenneth, who stands at the pinnacle of modern magi. However, Waver is not one to give up easily. Inspired by the philosophy of the Atlas Institute, he found a way to achieve his goal indirectly. There's no need for me to become the strongest because the strongest will be created by my own hands. I may not have the ability to surpass you, but I can teach someone who will. This is Waver's strategy. He has worked tirelessly toward this goal, and after 10 years, he has finally made decisive progress. Kenneth was a prodigy, renowned for earning the title of child prodigy after achieving a pride rank as a teenager. In the world of magecraft, where progress depends on accumulation, falling behind in the early stages means falling behind forever. To surpass Kenneth, one must start from a young age. Most of the students in the El Meloy classroom are teenagers for this very reason. However, when it comes to magecraft, Kenneth is almost perfect, possessing the highest level of talent, resources, and diligence. Even with the right path, surpassing him is no easy task. 10 years have passed, and although many students have graduated from the classroom, some even reaching the pride rank, none have done so as early as Kenneth, who achieved it in his teens. That is, until yesterday, when the classroom's longest-standing student, Sven Glascheit, passed the pride evaluation at the age of 15. Ah, finally someone, one of my students, reached that level. The excitement of seeing his dream fulfilled and the overwhelming pride in his student made Waver let loose for the first time in a long while. He not only treated everyone to a party out of his pocket but also drank alongside his students. In the UK, as long as a guardian is present, children can start drinking at age 5. As it turned out, the most petite among them, Rhaenys, managed to outdrink everyone. According to rumors, Waver's drinking capacity is average, while Rhaenys can drink 10 times as much as him. Even after returning to his dorm, Waver still felt unsatisfied. He took out some of his finest liquor and continued drinking alone. Unlike the wine at the party, this was a rare treasure from the Macedonian region of northern Greece, a special drink Waver had gone to great lengths to acquire. He only brought it out on special occasions, using it as a way to report to the king who resides on the throne of heroes, until he eventually passed out drunk. As the saying goes, pride comes before a fall. On the day after Waver thought he had reached the peak, tragedy struck. As usual, he opened the safe to check if everything was still there, well, partly to show off to him, but to his horror, the relic was gone. The safe was intact, and there were no signs of intrusion in the office. If not for the envelope left in place of the relic, Waver might have suspected he had removed it himself in a drunken stupor. An envelope? What kind of envelope? This one, Waver said as he handed it to Shinji. The envelope was styled after ancient Western European traditions. The paper was crystal clear, sealed with bright red wax, and stamped with a seal featuring a wheel and an eye, reminiscent of the recent Castle Adre incident. However, that incident had been completely resolved, so the seal was likely just a magical symbol. When they opened the envelope, they found an equally exquisite invitation inside. The letter was written in elegant, flowing script, inviting the recipient to a banquet, urging them to overcome all obstacles to attend. At the end of the letter was the name of the sender, Mystic Eye's Collection Train. Mystic Eye's Collection Train. Shinji returned the invitation to its envelope and handed it back to Waver, a faint gleam of understanding flashing in his lowered eyes. So, it's finally happening. Shinji was no stranger to Mystic Eyes. Tuko, Rhaenys, Arcuade, Fujino, Shiki, and Tano were all Mystic Eye bearers. Among them, the last 3 possessed eyes so rare that they were enough to earn a sealing designation. The Mystic Eyes Collection Train, as the name suggests, is a train that collects various types of Mystic Eyes and travels through the forests of Europe. Each year, it exhibits a new batch of Mystic Eyes and hosts an auction where the Mystic Eyes are put up for sale. Mystic Eyes grant various abilities and are a symbol of the rare and the powerful. Many desire to own Mystic Eyes and are willing to pay exorbitant prices for them. In addition to auctions, the train also deals in buying Mystic Eyes. However, using Mystic Eyes comes with a price. The rarer and more powerful the Mystic Eyes, the harder they are to control. Take Tano and Shiki, for example. When their Mystic Eyes first awakened, they had difficulty adjusting to the fragmented world they saw. Tano's mental state gradually deteriorated, and Shiki even had the impulse to blind herself. If not for the intervention of Ayoko and Tuko, both might have already succumbed to the side effects of their Mystic Eyes, either turning into monsters or meeting their demise. Tano and Shiki were fortunate, but not every Mystic Eye bearer is as lucky. Some successfully control their Mystic Eyes, turning them into assets. Others, unable to bear the strange new world, see removing their Mystic Eyes as the best option, especially if they can sell them for a high price. With buyers and sellers in place, a market emerged, and the Mystic Eyes Collection Train became the most exclusive marketplace for this commodity. The reason it's considered the highest end is because of its unique technology, risk-free removal and implantation. Eyes are among the most complex organs in the human body, and Mystic Eyes are even more so. The higher the rank of the Mystic Eyes, the harder it is to operate on them. Even the ancient and powerful clock tower cannot guarantee absolute success. But the Mystic Eyes Collection Train can. Since its inception, the train has maintained a 100% success rate in both removal and implantation, with no failures. For both buyers and sellers, this makes the train a savior of sorts, attracting many covetous eyes, including those of the 2 largest factions within the clock tower, Bartholomew and Trambilio. Given that the train has managed to grow its business despite all these greedy eyes, it's clear how dangerous and formidable it is. Chapter 793, Chapter 793, Conflict arises. The foundation of the train comes from 2 aspects. First, the Mystic Eyes. Each mystic eye possesses unique powers. The ones that are auctioned off are just a small portion, most are stored in the train's special warehouse, Pandemonium Room. If used properly, they could become a terrifying force. Everyone believes the train possesses this ability. If it can perform risk-free extraction and transplantation, merely using them should be a trivial task. Second, the owner of the train. The train's owner, Rita Rosa, is one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, with formidable strength. Though she hasn't appeared on the train for a long time, no one can ignore her presence. It's no exaggeration to say that the Mystic Eyes collection train is a true den of dragons and tigers, so dangerous that no matter how much Waver prepares, he still feels uneasy and has no choice but to ask Shinji for help. Can you accompany me to the Mystic Eyes collection train? No problem. When do we leave? When it comes to Iskandar's relic, Shinji didn't hesitate. Besides, someone he is particularly interested in will appear on the train this time, and a series of interesting events are bound to happen, he can't miss it. Hearing Shinji's agreement, Waver finally tugged at his tie and took a long breath. 3 days later, at midnight, the old train station in the suburbs. What did you say? However, before Waver could finish, Shinji sitting opposite suddenly clutched his forehead and exclaimed in shock, his deep blue pupils rapidly filling with gold. Damn it, what are the odds? What happened? Waver's expression changed slightly as he asked in a serious tone. As the golden light faded from his eyes, Shinji lost his usual confidence, replaced by worry and apology. I just received a message from Arcuade. The Forest of Inash is about to appear. The Forest of Inash, the 7th dead apostle ancestor. Waver frowned. Although he didn't know how Shinji got this information, he could see that Shinji wasn't lying and that the 7th ancestor had an extraordinary significance to him. Do you have to go? I have to go. The Forest of Inash appears only once every few decades. If I miss this chance, who knows when the next one will come. It doesn't matter to me, but Arcuade can't wait. Her bloodlust has grown so severe that she has to seal herself away to control it. To relieve this impulse without resorting to blood-sucking, that crimson moon fruit is essential. He had promised Arcuade to explore Mooncell with her. He had promised Arcuade to see the world with her. He had promised Arcuade that he wouldn't let her sleep in loneliness. He had promised Arcuade that they would kill Roa together. He had to obtain that crimson moon fruit, even if it meant breaking his word, apologizing, or being scolded by Waver for being untrustworthy. I'm sorry, Waver. I know that relic is important to you, but the matter with Inash can't be delayed. Seeing Shinji's firm stance, what else could Waver say? He wasn't a spoiled child who thought the world should revolve around him. He had no choice but to accept reality. I understand, there's nothing we can do. We both have tasks we must complete, so let's do our best. Yes, let's both do our best. This attitude was what Shinji appreciated most. I'll be heading back now. There's not much time, and I need to prepare. Wait, don't be in such a hurry. I can't go with you, but that doesn't mean I can't help. Really? Hearing this, Waver's face lit up. When Shinji first refused, his mood plummeted, but now it seemed there was a silver lining. Of course, Shinji said with a smile. How can you help? That depends on your plan. I just checked, and the invitation is limited to 3 people. If it weren't for the Inash incident, it would be simple. You, me, and Gray could handle anything, even if Rita Rosa herself showed up. But since there's a scheduling conflict and I can't go, we'll need to find a replacement. First, let's rule out the lecturers. Those guys are all seasoned veterans, and bringing them might result in them shirking their duties. We can't take the security personnel hired by the department either. They're suspects until the relic theft is solved. That leaves only the students. Flat's gone back to Monaco, so he's out of the picture for now. Monaco was Flat's hometown, and rumor had it that some family issues forced him to return. Sven has just been promoted to rank, and he's got a pile of troubles waiting for him. Rank is proof of status. The higher the rank, the more privileges one has in the clock tower, and the more complicated the procedures for promotion. Sven's promotion to rank was manageable, but when Kenneth was promoted to grand rank, it took him a full month to deal with everything. The remaining candidates, Pentel sisters and Roland Brzezinski, aren't bad, but they're not quite as strong as those two. These 3 names were also well-known students in the El Meloy classroom, especially the Pentel sisters. Their peculiar personalities and the unique synchronization of their magical energies as twins made them stand out wherever they went, giving Waver plenty of headaches. However, I don't recommend taking them. Their tendency to cause trouble is proportional to their strength. It's too easy for something unexpected to happen. You might not find the relic, but you'll run into conflicts with other passengers. Waver was speechless, his stomach churning. Why were all his students so troublesome? Then who do you suggest? The new student seems well-behaved, right? He's not bad. You even taught him the Baghdad battery technique, and Raina scolded you for it. The Baghdad battery, or the primitive battery, is a secret magecraft of the Galeasta family. It wasn't meant to be taught to outsiders. Unfortunately, during the recent Iselma incident, the technique was deciphered and improved by the human-shaped universal CPU, Flat, who then turned in his results as homework to Waver. Waver casually inquired at headquarters and found that this magecraft hadn't been patented, so he combined Flat's work with his theories, actualized it, and taught it to a promising new student with exceptional aptitude for current magecraft. The reason Rhaenys scolded Waver was that he had violated a taboo again. For Magi, the secrets of their magecraft are as valuable as their lives. Not patenting the magecraft wasn't due to its insignificance but because patenting would spread the knowledge among Magi. Secrecy itself is more important than small privileges. Deciphering someone else's magecraft is an affront to magcraft and an insult to the generations of a magus family who refined that magecraft. Being killed for it wouldn't be surprising. Rhaenys had scolded Waver more than once, telling him to restrain himself, but Waver not only ignored her but also escalated the situation by directly copying and teaching the results to others. If Atrum found out, a war would be inevitable. Chapter 794, Shinji's Promise. You mean calls? He's indeed a good student. How could Waver not know the student Shinji was referring to? When he received the application from this student, he almost cried, finally, another normal student. Yes, it's Calls for Veg. He is the same person as Calls for Veg Igdmillennia from a parallel world but from a different universe. In this world, Darnik never discovered the Holy Grail's existence and never founded the Igdmillennia family, so the Forveg family remains independent. It's worth mentioning that Call's sister, Fiori, is still alive, and she also suffers from paralysis of the lower limbs caused by a mutation in her magic circuits, rendering her unable to walk. However, this Fiori is more courageous. She decided to give up on her magic crest and chose not to be a magus. When this decision was announced, the Forveg family was thrown into chaos. Fiori was the most talented member of the family, and everyone had placed high hopes on her, believing she could save the declining family. No one expected her to give up so easily. At that time, there were even extreme voices suggesting that Calls should be killed. Without Calls, Fiori would be the only heir, and if they didn't want the family lineage to end, she would have to inherit the magic crest. However, Fiori's actions were even more decisive. She left everything behind and ran away from home. To this day, her whereabouts remain unknown, making Calls the sole heir by default. The existence of magus families is all about passing on their lineage. Even if they are declining, they wouldn't dare risk losing that lineage entirely. What if Fiori still refuses to return after Calls is gone? So, Calls inherited the magic crest, and the spot originally intended for his sister to study abroad went to him instead. Due to his lack of talent, he wasn't accepted into the Department of Spiritual Evocation, which he most wanted to join. He applied to the Modern Magecraft Department as a last resort and was accepted by Waver. But unfortunately, he's not strong enough yet. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to take him along? Shinji responded to Waver's doubt with a light laugh instead of an answer. "And I thought you'd say you didn't want to use students. So, have you finally come around? Is this the time to talk about that?" Wave responded, annoyed. "I'm not inflexible, I understand the need to adapt to the situation. So tell me, why do you recommend Calls?" "Because he's like you. Calls might not have the best aptitude, but he's smart, hardworking, and open to new ideas, even exploring technology, a rarity among magus, much like Waver himself." Waver might have taught Calls the Baghdad Battery magecraft partly because of these similarities. Of course, there was also an element of revenge against Atrum, who had previously looked down on him. Waver had grown more cunning after spending so much time with Rhaenys. Your primary goal on the Mystic Eye collection train is to retrieve the relic, not to start a fight. From that perspective, brains are more important than brawn. Calls is one of the few brainy types in your class. Moreover, the Forveg family's evocation magecraft is well suited for covert investigations, and the Baghdad battery he recently learned compensates for his lack of combat strength. Besides, with the Forveg family crest, there's no way his combat abilities are worse than yours. Could you have phrased that a bit more gently? Waver's current mood could be summed up with a classic phrase, "Ouch, that hurt." "Sorry, I'm just blunt like that," Shinji said with a shrug. "Oh, and there's another reason for recommending Calls, he probably already knows about this." "What? How is that possible?" Waver's first reaction was disbelief. "I've only told you and Gray about this. Rhaenys probably figured it out, but she hasn't said anything." "Did she leak it?" "No, you wouldn't be recommending him if she did." "What's going on?" "Here's a hint, who made the Baghdad battery you gave him?" "Flat." Waver instantly understood and ground his teeth in frustration. Flat had turned infiltrating other spells into a habit, constantly analyzing and hacking into them. Waver's office was a prime target. Anything sent to his office by Flat could be rigged with eavesdropping spells, including the Baghdad battery Waver had given Calls. These eavesdropping spells were linked to Waver's office, and as long as they were activated in the school building, anyone could listen in on conversations there. Though Waver quickly detected and defended against these intrusions, Flat would always improve his spells, and this battle of eavesdropping and counter-eavesdropping had been going on for years. The spell embedded in the battery this time was Flat's latest version. After he finished it, the genius idiot went home, giving Waver a false sense of security, only for him to be caught off guard once more. Calls was an incredibly diligent student. After receiving the Baghdad battery, he treated it like a treasure and practiced with it constantly. When the battery was activated, the spell within it was triggered, and since Waver and Gray's conversation took place in the office, everything fell into place as if preordained. That eavesdropper. When he gets back, I'll make sure he pays. Oh. And how do you plan to make him pay? By giving him more assignments. Shinji watched Waver with a smirk. Waver froze for a moment before looking embarrassed. It was another painful truth. Flat wasn't afraid of extra assignments. He could finish 20 times the workload if needed. How about leaving it to me? I could give him a few lessons in protective magecraft. Better not. I knew it. Half of those students' problems stem from your leniency. Keep that up, and someday, oh, never mind. You're the expert here, I'll leave it to you. Everyone has their area of expertise, and it's unwise to speak out of turn about a field one isn't familiar with. After a brief complaint, Shinji decided not to push the issue. Back to the matter at hand. I'll handle the combat readiness. I have something that will be perfect for Calls, and you can give it to him. Even if Atram himself shows up, he won't be able to outdo Calls in lightning magecraft. That powerful. That powerful. And it's not just for Calls, I'll prepare gear for you and Gray as well. No matter who the enemy is, we'll make sure they regret it. In this area, you're the expert, so I'll trust you, Waver replied, echoing Shinji's words. Trust me, you'll get back what's rightfully yours. I guarantee it as Matou Shinji. Shinji rarely made promises, but when he did, he always fulfilled them. Chapter 795, Chapter 795, Can You Resist? With Shinji's promise in hand, Waver felt a great deal of relief and, after agreeing on the delivery time, got up to leave. Shinji had only promised to provide combat equipment. Waver still had other preparations to make himself, like arranging classes, organizing personnel, packing, and so on. With only 3 days left, time was tight. Shinji remained seated on the sofa in the same position until Waver closed the door behind him. Then, he finally stood up, a hint of apology crossing his previously sincere expression. I'm sorry, Waver. There's another reason I recommended Calls. The mastermind behind this will disguise himself as Calls and stay close to you. While it's not impossible to expose him, doing so would make it much harder to catch his foxtail later. His disguise ability is only second to Tuko's Cinderella. Instead of letting him lurk in the shadows, it's better to keep him where you can see him. With his chin propped on his hand, sighed, somewhat helpless. I originally wanted to use this opportunity to help Waver help him for the last time, but it seems like that's not going to happen. Things never go as planned. No, it's not time to give up yet. I can make some modifications to the equipment. Your supposedly perfect disguise will become your greatest mistake. A smile brimming with lethal intent curled on his lips. Come to think of it, your existence is also a threat to the Holy Grail War. Although you weren't supposed to interfere according to the original plot, my intervention has already changed things. Now I have another reason not to let you off. If I remember correctly, you were kidnapped by fairies once. How interesting, I also have some teachings from the fairyland. Let's see whether your fairy privilege is stronger or my wisdom of doing scythe is superior. Since you've made your move, it's time for me to respond. As he spoke, Shinji picked up his phone and dialed a number that had been dormant for 3 years but had recently been reactivated. Hey, Tuko, it's me. I can't return for now, I have 2 troublesome matters to deal with and might need your help. Rita Rosalien, one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, is a good friend of yours, right? Don't ask how I know, just tell me if you can contact her. As long as you can reach her, I want you to ask her to ensure Waver's safety on the Mystic Eye Collection train. Remembering your exploits from back then. Ha ha ha, that Rosalien lady has a big heart, becoming friends with you after you messed up her event. That's true love right there. When will you introduce me? I'd like to meet someone with taste as good as mine, no, as good as a vampire's. Relax, relax, even though I do some moonlighting as a dead apostle hunter, your friend is different. Yeah, it's 3 days from now. Not sure if it'll be in time. No worries, do your best. I have other preparations too. That's it for now. I need to call some other people. Bye for now. Since the Mystic Eye Collection train began operating, there have been disturbances, but all were swiftly crushed by the train's powerful measures, except once. In the 1980s, Tuko and the Luft Beowulf caused a disruption, leading to the cancellation of the auction. But that incident was suspicious in itself. Before Tuko's incident, the train only operated in Northern Europe. Afterward, its route expanded to all of Europe, making it seem more like a business expansion than a disruption. Even more interesting, the train's special sponsor list included a notable name, Rosa-en Eye and Glasses Shop. This name remained as a sponsor until the Luft Beowulf left Tuko during the events of Mahou Tsukai no Yoru. This was Shinji's most crucial evidence for suspecting a connection between Rita Rosa-en and Tuko. With this promise from the train's owner, Shinji could finally be at ease, if Tuko managed to contact her friend in time. Rita Rosa-en, the 15th seat of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, is a rare second-generation ancestor, meaning she inherited her castle and status from a blood-related dead apostle. A woman who claims to be an artist, she has peculiar hobbies even among dead apostles and is a hedonist who does as she pleases. Because of her similar nature, she became good friends with Tuko. Like Tuko, as long as the situation is interesting enough, getting her help isn't difficult. However, her character is even more twisted than Tuko's. Despite being a hedonist, she is perpetually unfulfilled, leading her to be trapped in boredom, indulging in decadent pleasures day after day. It's not uncommon for her to shut herself away for 10 days to half a month. As Tuko mentioned, 3 days might be cutting it too close. Fortunately, Shinji has other connections. Hey, Kenneth, it's me, Shinji. Long time no see. Well, we've been in touch, but we haven't talked about this kind of stuff, so it feels like it's been a while. Don't worry about it, I'm just talking to myself. Hey, don't be so heartless. We've known each other for 10 years. I know this is your experiment time, and I wouldn't disturb you if it wasn't important. Your star student waiver is in trouble. Don't worry, you don't need to step in, and it wouldn't be suitable for you to anyway. Just let me pick something from your treasure vault. You wouldn't mind, right? I knew it, you're getting more generous with waiver. Ah, I wish I could have taken a picture of how smug you were back in the day. Alright, I'll spare you the embarrassment. I'll come by at noon for lunch. I just found something good. Hey, young lady, it's me. You don't have any other afternoon tea appointments, do you? Great, save it for me. I need your help with something. I'll explain when we meet. If we're lucky, I might even bring you a big gift. Hey, it's me. I need a batch of weapons. There's Northwest time to place an order. I need them in a day. I'll come by and pick up whatever you have. Hey, I need 2 miniature satellite positioning devices, the latest model. After making nearly 10 calls, Shinji finally set down his phone. The people he contacted ranged from high-ranking lords of the clock tower to mercenaries on the battlefield and double agents navigating both the mystical and mundane worlds. These were the connections he'd accumulated over 10 years. Though he rarely needed to use them, when the time came, they could unleash tremendous power. Now, that power was starting to show. Can you and your servant withstand this? The inaugural head of modern magecraft theory, once a major figure in the clock tower, now a renegade, Dr. Heartless. Veteran powerhouses and new generation monsters are about to clash in a fierce showdown on the stage known as the Mystic Eye Collection Train. Chapter 796, The Stirring of the Forest of Einash. This place is a desolate area somewhere in Western Europe. Once a barren wasteland, the change of seasons from autumn to winter had turned it bleak and withered, appearing especially forlorn. However, one night, accompanied by a strange rumbling sound reminiscent of a mythical earth dragon's awakening, everything changed. The wasteland transformed into a forest overnight. If one were to look down from a helicopter, one would see strange black trees emerging from the ground like mushrooms after rain, spreading across the entire wasteland like waves. These black trees formed a forest, the boundary of which was roughly circular, covering an astonishing area of nearly 2,000 square kilometers. Inside the forest, there was no lush greenery of spring or summer, nor the desolation of autumn or winter. Instead, there was a strange mixture of black and red that seemed full of life yet hinted at a foreboding stillness. Although the sun had risen, the interior of the forest remained dark, making it hard to distinguish between day and night. The difference between day and night in the forest was merely the difference between gloom and crimson blackness. The forest's veins pulsed with the sound of blood flowing. Yes, the forest was bleeding. The trees in this forest did not secrete sap but blood. This blood came from the tree's flesh and was drawn in from outside. To put it simply, this forest was an otherworldly entity. This black forest, which had a diameter of 50 kilometers, moved according to a single will, moving as it consumed the blood of various animals like a gigantic predatory organism. Anyone who stepped into this forest never returned alive. Uninformed witnesses referred to the forest as Demon of the Schwarzwald, while those in the mystical world called it Forest of Einash, a terrifying entity occupying the 7th seat of the dead apostle ancestors, known for devouring countless lives. The legend of the Forest of Einash has been around for 800 years, making it a fearsome name known far and wide. Anyone with common sense would avoid the forest to avoid being consumed by it. But every time the Forest of Einash appeared, a significant number of people would venture into it. Some sought to hunt the vampire that had plagued the land for 800 years, some wanted to capture this ancient dead apostle, some hoped to negotiate with it, and many more were after the legendary true crimson fruit said to be at the forest center. According to legend, at the center of the Black Forest, there is a great tree that serves as the forest of Inash's core, where a crimson fruit grows. This fruit is said to be formed from the blood drained from all the creatures that enter the forest. After hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, a single drop of blood coagulates into the fruit. Consuming this fruit is believed to grant eternal life. This legend draws people like moths to a flame. Many who dream of immortality enter the forest, and this time was no exception. For days had passed since the forest of Inash's appearance, and the number of hunters who had ventured into it had reached the hundreds. Most hunters arrived full of confidence, but as they entered the forest, their confidence gradually faded, giving way to fear. By the time they wanted to escape, it was already too late. Their enemy wasn't any specific creature or being but rather the environment itself, branches that blocked out the sky, roots that surrounded the ground, all of which were pulsating with blood. The crimson-black forest thirsted for blood, growling like a wild beast. Humans were powerless in the face of this. The trees could transform into deadly weapons to attack animals, and the air itself was toxic, leaving no place to escape. The fate of anyone who entered the forest was already sealed. It wasn't uncommon for the forest to consume entire villages overnight, making them a part of itself. The forest of Inash was a thinking, wandering entity that consumed blood. To fight it was to fight the environment, to fight nature, to fight an entire world. Those who had not experienced it could never understand what it felt like, and the result was always the same: they were swallowed by the world and became part of the forest, nourishment for the true crimson fruit. However, this was only the fate of most. This planet has never lacked geniuses and monsters who, even when faced with a world as an enemy, cannot be stopped. Matou Shinji was one of them. Despite the oppressive environment alternating between darkness and crimson, the relentless assaults from all sides by the tree branches, and the hidden dangers from birds, beasts, insects, and snakes within the trees, he continued to move steadily forward, neither panicking nor showing fear. His calm demeanor, though not quite a casual stroll through a perilous situation, certainly made it seem manageable, like a seasoned hiker on a trek, feeling the pressure, the drive, and even the rewards. The pressure came from the constant, omnipresent attacks. The drive came from the increasing intensity of these attacks, indicating that he was drawing closer to his goal. And as for the rewards, perhaps his increasing skill with explosives could be considered one. Here, explosions refer to physical ones, not magical ones. Using magecraft in the forest of Inash was not easy because the forest was an alternate dimension, completely severing the magic circuits from the greater source. A magus could only use their own lesser source, which was the worst possible environment for a magus. No matter how talented a magus was, their lesser source could never compare to the planet's greater source. Under the forest's relentless attacks, they would soon run out of magical energy and lose their lives. This is why the Bartholomewoi, who made it their mission to hunt dead apostles, always left the forest of Inash alone. The only things reliable in this forest were abilities that didn't depend on magical energy, such as physical prowess or equipment. Shinji's steady progress relied on these two things. His powerful body ensured his speed, and the modern weaponry he had gathered through various means gave him the means to fight the forest of Inash. Unlike a servant, which is a spiritual manifestation, the forest of Inash existed physically in the present world as a vampiric plant. Even though it had reached the level of a phantasmal species and had its alternate dimension, it could not escape the influence of physical laws, giving Shinji a loophole to exploit. Branches and roots. Flamethrower. Burn, burn, burn. Animals. Grenade. Boom, boom, boom. The small world where Arcuade lived was filled with the military equipment Shinji had collected, ready to be used whenever needed. Burn everything that comes, and blow up whatever appears. Indeed, technology is the primary productive force. When it comes to destruction, magecraft is far inferior to technology. The Mages Association and the Holy Church are so stuck in the past. It's the 21st century, yet they still think in outdated ways. If it were up to me, I'd start with missile strikes on the perimeter, advance with tank formations to flatten the interior and push straight to the true Crimson Core. There's no need for all this effort. Saying this, Shinji hurled a Molotov cocktail. With a boom, the dark and eerie black forest was illuminated by an unusual light. Chapter 797, The Magus Freddy. A blinding blaze erupted into the sky, and a terrifying heatwave swept across the area. In an instant, a barren, lifeless zone appeared in the ominous black forest, as if it had been ripped away from this other world. Taking out a pre-prepared green bottle of water-based fire extinguisher, Shinji expertly sprayed himself down before walking through the still smoldering flames. He trod over the ground, scorched red-hot, into the heart of the fire. This dead zone, devoid of life, was the safe area he had chosen. After some time spent exploring and testing, he had roughly figured out the operational rules of the Black Forest. Unlike the other ancestors, the forest of Inash had no intelligence, its actions were entirely driven by instinct. Appearing once every 50 years, it devoured all life in its path during its movements as a means of feeding and digesting. The duration of its appearance depended on the amount of life surrounding it. In simpler terms, it came out to hunt when hungry and retreated to sleep when sated, only to return for more once hungry again. The method of feeding was straightforward. All plants and animals within the forest were part of it. Plants drained blood, and animals gnawed, leaving only bones behind. Conversely, as long as all animals and plants within a certain range were eliminated, the threat of the forest of Inash would be greatly reduced. Although the forest itself had the powerful regenerative abilities typical of bloodsuckers, the reliance of trees on their roots still bought plenty of time. This allowed Shinji to take breaks, recover his stamina, and prepare. The forest of Inash was vast and constantly on the move, making finding the Crimson Core without a map or markers a challenging task. Thanks to Arcuade's information, Shinji was the first to enter the forest. However, after spending 5 days in the forest of Inash, covering over 200 kilometers and consuming a large amount of his ammunition, he still hadn't found the Crimson Core. The only certainty was that he was getting closer to his goal. The increasing threat and aggressiveness of the forest's creatures made that clear. Shinji could feel the forest's attacks growing more intense and frequent, and his stockpile of ammunition was steadily dwindling. Only a dozen flamethrowers left, 30 incendiary bombs, not much explosive left either. I've got plenty of RPGs, but they're useless here. At this rate, I can last one more day at most. After that, it's just me. Sigh, Britain is a peaceful place after all, getting this much stuff was already tough. In the Middle East, I could have lasted another 10 days, no problem. Relying on a physique similar to those from the Age of Gods, Shinji ignored the scorching heat and sighed deeply. The pulsating forest at the edge of the fire was ready to invade and reclaim lost ground, leaving him little time. Should I rest in the little world for a while? Even though I can't see the outside from there, it's much more comfortable inside. With Arcuade, a natural incarnation, there, I don't have to worry about being cut off from the great source. While clutching his specially made backpack, Shinji calculated the forest's encroachment speed, weighing his options. Suddenly, his ears twitched, and he immediately threw a grenade behind him. With a loud explosion, a tree buckled under the impact and fell. At the same time, a figure stumbled out, clearly caught in the blast. Shinji, holding his backpack in his left hand and 2 grenades in his right, asked in a low voice, "Who's there?" "The Magus Freddy." The man, now covered in dirt and dust, boldly announced his name, exuding an air of casual confidence. Despite calling himself a magus, his appearance was more akin to a swordsman. His light attire, the cold glint of his single-handed sword, and his stance all indicated a high level of mastery in swordsmanship, likely exceeding his time spent practicing magecraft. The backpack slipped silently from Shinji's hand as his left hand moved to his waist, gripping the Thompson contender, a sign that anyone reaching this depth wasn't to be trifled with, especially with a name like Freddy's, which Shinji had heard before. Freddy was a powerful, unrestrained magus and an equally skilled swordsman. His magecraft ranked among the top at the clock tower, and his swordsmanship was equally revered in the martial world, making him a formidable, battle-hardened opponent. "You're after the crimson fruit too? Isn't it obvious? Besides that legendary fruit, what else could draw us here?" Freddy brushed the dust off his clothes, his every movement calm and confident, a reflection of his strong belief in his abilities. "It said there's only one crimson fruit." Shinji's finger nudged the safety of his gun. "So, only one person can claim the prize." Freddy raised his sword, pointing it at Shinji's chest. "Even if there were a second, I wouldn't let anyone else have it." "Funny, I feel the same way." A grin spread across Shinji's face, with a menacing edge. "Seems like there's nothing more to discuss." "Indeed, nothing to talk about," Freddy agreed, his smile a mix of noble grace and gladiatorial wildness. "If we must speak, let our strength do the talking." Before the words had fully left his lips, both moved in unison. Shinji flicked his right hand, pulling the pin on the grenade, while his left hand whipped up the Thompson contender. Freddy, meanwhile, executed a rapid forward charge. He wasn't a typical academic magus, with extensive combat experience, he knew the strengths and weaknesses of modern weapons. The advantages, power and speed. Not even someone of Freddy's caliber could outrun a bullet or withstand the penetration of a rifle round. However, being slower or less durable didn't mean he was defenseless. Modern weapons have their flaws, a single attack pattern and reliance on human operators. Guns have a fixed firing rate and can only shoot in straight lines. Grenades require throwing, and the time from pulling the pin to explosion is also fixed. Given that these weapons require human operation, predicting their use isn't difficult. As the saying goes, I can't outrun a bullet, but I can outrun your aim. I can't escape an explosion, but I can get out of its range before it happens. Freddy embodied this principle to the fullest. Years of training made reinforcement magic second nature, and he could easily activate it without connecting to the great source. His mastery of air manipulation allowed him to precisely anticipate his enemy's moves. The large-caliber bullet from the Thompson contender was dodged with 2 quick sidesteps, one as Shinji raised his hand, and the other just before pulling the trigger. The 2 grenades that followed were similarly evaded mid-air, with Freddy accelerating out of their blast radius, the resulting shockwave propelling him forward even faster. For a Magus Master of Wind, this was a simple task. In the silver arc of his sword, the free-spirited Magus charged across the scorched land left by the incendiary bombs, closing in with incredible speed. Chapter 798, The Victory of Mindset. Anyone with a bit of martial arts knowledge understands that the best way to counter modern weapons is through close combat. This is due to the inherent flaws of modern weaponry. The singular attack mode of firearms makes them less effective at close range compared to cold weapons. Grenades are even worse, as their overwhelming power makes them unusable at close range, unless you're looking for mutual destruction. From Freddy's perspective, as long as he successfully got close, he had already won half the battle. Of course, he wasn't careless or underestimating his opponent. Up until now, he had been holding back some strength, prepared to deal with any hidden trump cards his opponent might have. He didn't believe that someone who had made it this far would be so easily defeated. As expected, his opponent had a backup plan. The blue-haired, blue-eyed young man quickly pulled out 2 mini-submachine guns from under his coat and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the advancing magician. The mini-submachine gun, or micro-SMG, is a classic example of quantity over quality. A single bullet may not pack much power, but in a concentrated burst, its lethality is still terrifying, especially in close-range shooting. Unless you're wearing bulletproof gear or can physically withstand bullets, you'll end up riddled with holes. Unfortunately, Freddy met neither of these criteria and was riddled with bullets. Even his once bright sword dimmed. Wait, how could a silver sword go dull? Since when did a micro-SMG become so deadly? There's no blood. Wait, where's the blood? That's right, there was no blood. In the instant the micro-SMG opened fire, Freddy's figure transformed from a 3-dimensional entity into a 2-dimensional shadow, like a silhouette on the ground, unaffected by physical laws. It was magecraft, Freddy's magecraft. Manipulating airflow was just the basics, something any halfway competent magus could do. What he was displaying now was the true essence of his magecraft, the reason he held his ground in the mysterious world, and his greatest advantage in entering a forest of Inash. As he maintained his 2-dimensional shadow form, he continued advancing, while the enemy retreated, unloading bullets all the while. The situation seemed to be at a stalemate, but this standoff was only temporary. Neither magecraft nor bullets were infinite, eventually, one would run out. And clearly, the micro-SMG's magazine wouldn't outlast Freddy. The deadlock was soon broken. As the last bullet flew by, Freddy reverted to his 3-dimensional form, his sword thrusting straight at Shinji's throat. In his 2-dimensional state, he wasn't affected by physical attacks, but he also couldn't use physical attacks himself. At such close range, his sword was far more effective than magic. Shinji seemed panicked, hurriedly raising the micro-SMG to block the sword. But it was futile. Freddy's sword was crafted through alchemy, and the gun's metal was no match for its sharpness, instantly pierced. The blade didn't stop there, it continued toward Shinji's left arm. Freddy expected the same outcome as with the gun, the left arm should be pierced, and next, the chest. This was what Freddy believed. However, reality turned out to be the opposite. The razor-sharp tip of the sword halted as soon as it pierced through the sleeve of the coat as if it had hit something incredibly hard. At that moment, Shinji smiled, his feet pivoting 90 degrees, switching his backward retreat into a forward rush. Under Freddy's astonished gaze, he closed the distance and drove his right fist into Freddy's abdomen. Freddy was surprised but remained composed. He trained in single-handed swordsmanship, and his other hand was also trained in various close combat techniques. Reflexively, he opened his palm to block the punch. He blocked the punch, but he couldn't fully withstand the force behind it. The force was immense, almost inhuman, like being hit by a speeding car. Even Freddy's well-trained, magically enhanced arm couldn't endure it. He heard the bones in his left arm crack. Then, the right arm followed. Seizing the moment when the punch landed, Shinji's left arm, equipped with some mysterious device, slid along the sword blade and crushed Freddy's sword-wielding right hand. He finished with a knee strike, delivering a decisive blow that knocked the famous Magus to the ground. Conversation's over. It's my victory. Shinji casually sat beside Freddy, his right hand, which had dealt the crucial blow, picking up the Thompson contender from the ground, and pointing it at Freddy's head. It's your victory, Freddy coughed, blood trickling from his mouth. Though somewhat regretful, he accepted the reality straightforwardly. Both of his hands were crippled, and his internal organs had taken severe damage. His pride in his martial skills was now meaningless. In this magic-suppressing forest, he had lost the ability to fight. So, victorious one, what do you plan to do with this defeated man? Nothing. I'll let you go, Shinji said, moving the gun away. Huh. surprised. True, in the battle for such a super treasure, it's normal to eliminate all enemies to avoid future problems. Then why are you letting me go? You should ask yourself. Why did you aim for my lungs with your sword instead of my heart? You didn't intend to kill me, so I won't kill you. Fair, isn't it? Besides, the gun is out of bullets. The Thompson Contender is a single-shot gun that needs reloading after each shot. Facing Shinji's counter-question, Freddy forced a bitter smile. Maybe I just wanted to make you part of the forest of Inash's nourishment. How do you know I wasn't thinking the same? Look, the blood you coughed up is already stirring the forest. Shinji pointed, and Freddy saw several pairs of red eyes at the boundary between the Black Forest and the Forbidden Zone, beasts reared by the forest. Feeling the bloodthirsty gazes around him, Freddy knew he couldn't delay any longer and struggled to sit up. So, I'll be going. Hurry up, don't waste my rest time. Shinji waved him off impatiently. Soon, Freddy shifted back to his two-dimensional state, blending into the shadows, ready to escape at any moment. One last question, why do you rely on firearms even though you're so strong? Are you stupid from all the martial arts practice? Or has studying magecraft turned your brain to mush? How could you ask such a dumb question? Shinji shook his head, a look of annoyance on his face. We're not here to duel or study magecraft. We're competing for a treasure, so of course, we'll use every means necessary. Guns and grenades are effective, so why not use them? What's the point of differentiating between magecraft and technology? Without these weapons, could I have won so easily? In close combat, their skill gap wasn't as wide as it seemed. Freddy even had a clear advantage in pure swordsmanship. In a straight-up fight, without using special weapons or magecraft, Shinji might win, but it would take much longer. But with the aid of modern weapons, Shinji defeated Freddy in less than 3 minutes. This was a victory of mindset. Traditional Magus thinking needs an update. In truth, technology and magecraft don't conflict. Approach research with a serious and rigorous attitude, and fight ruthlessly when the time comes. Who says a scientist who studies weapons can't use them in combat? Chapter 799, Chapter 799, Don't act superior in front of me. And just like that, the battle was over. In the dark forest, the Magus Freddy had been defeated. May I ask your name? Before coming here, Freddy had been confident that he was different from those sheltered flowers in the clock tower. Even the feared executors couldn't stop him. But despite that, he lost to this guy, much younger than himself, and accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. He wanted to know his name. As a warrior, he wanted to know the name of someone stronger than him. As a Magus, he wanted to know the name of someone who was even more unconventional, a Magus whose decisive punch was enhanced by magical power, of which Freddy was certain. Shinji's expression became even more exasperated. This is already the second question. And why should I tell you my name? There are plenty of people who want the crimson fruit, telling you would just cause me more trouble. Besides, what makes you think the name I told you would be my real one? Realizing it was pointless to continue, Freddy left, as silently as when he had arrived. Now that I think about it, didn't a Magus also appear in the sequel to Tsukihime? Was it this Freddy? No, the role was too small to remember. Anyway, just be careful. Projecting his mental energy outward, carefully scanning every inch of the surrounding area, Shinji, who had just won a great victory, seemed to notice something. It seems we have more visitors. Since you're here, why not come out and show yourself? Ah. Discovered. A voice echoed through the silent forest, difficult to distinguish if it was male or female, though it sounded very young, perhaps a boy around 12 or 13. Not bad at all. You're certainly worthy of being the princess's knight. With you guarding her, it might be possible to destroy the Knight of Wallachia. Shinji's expression changed instantly, this time not in feigned panic but in genuine shock. He hadn't revealed any of his signature abilities, so how had he been recognized? Don't be so tense. I just came to say hello. The voice remained light as if they weren't in a treacherous place but enjoying a spring outing. Nice to meet you, Shinji Matou. I knew I'd meet you someday, but I never expected it to be today. Why have you come here? Hunting dead apostles. The princess I remember wasn't so diligent. Shinji ignored the voice's inquiry, quietly loading bullets into his Thompson Contender. His blue eyes glowed with a dangerous intensity, 10 times more menacing than when he had fought Freddy. Stop that. I have no intention of fighting you. The reason is too despairing, you have no way to win against me. It would be better to give up on this meaningless task. The voice was not angry but instead carried a tone of kind advice. Shinji's wrist flicked, the gun barrel snapping into place with a taunting snort. Don't be so sure. Oh. Then let's see. I'm curious to witness the power of this Knight of the Princess. In the distance, the growl of beasts could be heard, like a wolf's howl or a tiger's roar. Let's do this. The downward curve of Shinji's lip suddenly lifted into a grin, a flash of vivid red appearing deep within his eyes. The next moment, a shocked cry echoed, and the once relaxed voice suddenly lost its composure. What did you do? Nothing much, just shared a bit of the pressure I've been dealing with. And by the way, don't act superior in front of me. Ever since I got tricked by someone, I've wanted to slap anyone who acts that way. Shinji didn't know if the voice's owner heard his words, but he knew his attack had worked. The voice was fading away, revealing the speaker's identity in its final echoes. Get away, seal. Stay 50, no, 100 meters away. I can't hold on much longer. Seal, what a nostalgic name. Now we've gathered all the main characters of Tsukihime on this stage. Her appearance means the church's ultimate force, the burial agency, has also set its sights on Forest of Inash. Seal, the second female lead in Tsukihime, second only to Arcuade in popularity, and the seventh member of the burial agency. The one who partnered with her, who could speak to Shinji in such a manner, was none other than the fifth member, Miriam Solomon, a dead apostle ancestor like Forest of Inash. But with Roa still around, Seal wouldn't be used as a pawn. This means the burial agency genuinely intends to take down the Forest of Inash. But why would the church need a reason to hunt vampires? Using the information he had, combined with his knowledge, Shinji quickly made a decision. Let's go take a look. Seal and Miriam are here to eliminate Forest of Inash, not to fight over the crimson fruit. Miriam himself is a staunch supporter of Arcuade, so if I can establish a cooperation agreement, the rest will be much easier. The direction that consciousness left in was. Miriam had projected his consciousness nearby to talk to Shinji, but his real body was not present, which was why he believed Shinji couldn't defeat him. However, he didn't know that Shinji feared nothing more than spiritual and mental confrontations. Even the old man of jewels might not surpass him in this area. So Miriam was tricked. Fortunately, Shinji hadn't gone all out, or else Miriam would have been left in a weakened state for a long time, if not turned into a complete idiot. Following the trace of Miriam's departing consciousness, Shinji walked along, burning everything in his path with a flamethrower. Whether it was resonance magecraft or out-of-body consciousness, it couldn't stray too far from the body. Even someone as close to the third magician as Shinji couldn't project his consciousness over long distances. Miriam had to be nearby. Sure enough, after about 15 minutes, Shinji pinpointed his target's location, indicated by projectiles coming from above. Thin, sharp blades with short, inconspicuous handles, they were the hallmark of the church's executors, black keys. Unlike ordinary black keys thrown by executors, these didn't behave like typical projectiles but rather like firearms. Even a reinforced concrete wall would be pierced by them. This was the unique technique of the burial agency, armor-piercing effect, greatly enhancing the power of thrown weapons. However, these powerful black keys were not aimed at Shinji's body but at the ground in front of him, warning that the path was blocked. Shinji flicked his toe, making the black key fall into his hand, then looked up in the direction it had come from. There stood a woman, dressed in a nun's habit. The woman shared a similar style to Shinji, around 16 or 17 years old, with Eastern features, Western blue hair and blue eyes, and a physique somewhere between East and West. The moment their eyes met, Shinji confirmed her identity. She was Seal, the last person Miriam had mentioned. Chapter 800, Seal. The burial agency is widely known, but due to their secretive practices and their tendency to annihilate its enemies, few people know the actual appearances and identities of its members. After a brief observation, Shinji didn't directly reveal Seal's identity. Instead, he said, "It's not you." Seal didn't understand and instinctively asked, "What do you mean, not me?" "The person I'm looking for isn't you," Shinji said as he continued walking forward. "Stop." The girl in the nun's habit flicked her wrist, and another black key blocked his path. "Who are you looking for?" A person with a very young-sounding voice, Shinji repeated his tactic and acquired another black key. "Can you let me pass?" "No, I can't. The person you're looking for is my companion. Even though I don't like that guy either, a companion is still a companion." With a quick motion, Seal now held 6 black keys in her hands. "If you insist on going forward, I'm afraid I can't let you. I mean no harm. I just want to talk to him." "Is that impossible?" "This." Before Seal could answer, another voice rang out. "If you mean no harm, then why did you injure him?" The voice belonged to another girl, also dressed in the distinctive black nun's habit of the Holy Church, and also a mixed blood. Unlike Seal, who had short straight hair, this girl had long wavy hair. Seal's hair and eyes were sky blue, while the girl had silver hair and golden eyes. The girl also appeared younger and smaller in stature than Seal. The newly arrived girl wasn't standing on a tree but was hiding behind a rock, forming a pincer movement with Seal, one from above and one from the side. Shinji casually glanced at the silver-haired girl, calculating in his mind. A person he hadn't seen before. She doesn't seem like Father Dawn of the Sixth Seat. The first seat, Narbarek, can also be ruled out, the personality and characteristics don't match. So, is she one of the second, third, or fourth seats? No, it doesn't seem like it. She doesn't feel as dangerous as Seal and doesn't match the rumored image of those monsters. Though it could be a disguise, Miram and Seal should be enough to deal with a dead apostle, so there's no need to waste additional resources. Is she a church executor, or perhaps the infamous and tragic 8th seat, always replaced after being ruined? While analyzing, Shinji's actions didn't slow down. He tossed the flamethrower to the ground with one hand and pulled a sealed bag from his pocket with the other, throwing it toward the silver-haired girl. I only retaliated slightly and didn't cause him any real harm. The abnormal state he's in can be resolved if he drinks this. In a flash of silver, the plastic bag was shot in midair, bursting open. The red liquid scattered on the ground, quickly soaking into the dark red earth, leaving nothing behind. Another black key, huh? Can't you church people come up with something new? While he complained inwardly, Shinji also confirmed the girl's identity, similar techniques to Seal's, armor-piercing, so she's probably that unlucky 8th seat after all. Shinji looked at the girl with a hint of pity. She's so pretty, why would she choose to be the short-lived 8th seat? Although the liquid was quickly absorbed, the girl determined its contents through the scent in the air. Blood. This is bad. Blood is the only food for dead apostles, and even the faintest scent of blood can incite unrest in the forest, let alone a whole 200 cubic centimeters blood pack. As she feared, just as the blood was absorbed, a root thicker than her waist burst from the ground beneath the black key, snaking toward the girl like a giant serpent. Gritting her teeth, the girl swiftly moved, catching 6 black keys between her pale fingers in the blink of an eye. But before she could throw them, a grenade had already hit the black root. The explosion shattered it into pieces. There was no doubt it was Shinji's support. He had realized the consequences of the blood pack breaking faster than the girl and reacted accordingly. After throwing the grenade, Shinji picked up the flamethrower and burned the remnants of the root along with the surrounding holes until the ground cracked and dried before releasing the flamethrower's trigger. Are you okay? The girl didn't relax because of Shinji's help. She gripped the black keys tightly and shouted, "Get back." Seal wore a similar expression, clutching 6 black keys in her hands. Shinji couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. I understand you're being cautious, and in a place as dangerous as this, that's natural. But I've shown with my actions that I mean no harm. Can't you trust me a little? How do we know you're not doing this on purpose to lull us into a false sense of security before attacking and eliminating us all at once? The girl retorted coldly. Eliminate you all at once? Girl, have you never seen Miram's combat style or know Seal's abilities? These two are notoriously hard to kill, especially the latter. Even a magician might not be able to kill her for good. Of course, he couldn't say that aloud, or it would cause serious misunderstanding. What do I gain from eliminating you? You'd have to ask yourself that. Maybe there's a benefit, or maybe you're just a sadistic psycho who enjoys torturing women. Or perhaps you want to capture us and do unspeakable things. The girl's words were harsh, but her expression remained impassive, creating an odd contrast. A sweet girl like you, why say such nasty things? Besides, I'm not interested in minors, and even if I were, you wouldn't stand a chance. If you want to know why, it's too hopeless. You don't have a way to win against me, so it's better to give up on meaningless things. Your words are just as nasty. Sorry, those weren't mine. It was something your companion said to me earlier. I just repeated it to show him that I could. Enough. Perhaps realizing that the conversation would never end, Seal interrupted their exchange. My companion has already paid for his rudeness. Let this matter end here. Please leave. What if I don't want to? After saying this, Shinji suddenly dodged to the side. In the next instant, 6 black keys struck the spot where he had stood, blasting a large hole in the ground. Seal's response. Though it seemed forceful, she had held back. Because Shinji is human, a pure human. If he were a vampire or another supernatural being, they wouldn't have bothered with words, they'd have gone straight for the kill. Chapter 801, A Way to Cure Blood-Sucking Impulses. Seeing the 2 girls holding their black keys, ready to strike, Shinji scratched the side of his face in frustration. Why are people from your church always so stubborn? I have no ill intentions. Or do I just look easy to bully? How could someone who serves as Princess's knight be easy to bully? A 4th voice joined the tense standoff in the Black Forest. It was the voice of Miram Solomon, who had been tricked by Shinji just minutes before. Oh. You've already recovered. Looks like my actions were unnecessary. But you don't learn, do you? After falling into my trap once, you still talk to me like this. Want to try again? Ugh. These words hit Miram's sore spot, leaving him speechless. Shinji continued. If you truly want to talk, come out and face me. Don't try to fool me with disguises or familiars, it won't work and will only make you suffer again. I've shown my sincerity, now it's your turn. The voice fell silent but didn't leave, as if contemplating the situation. Shinji wasn't in a hurry, he waited quietly until the voice's owner made a decision. Fine, since it's Sir Knight's request. Please, lead the way, and thank you. The last part was naturally directed at the two girls, thanking them for leading the way and guarding him. However, the girls didn't appreciate it. Seal snorted coldly and turned away, while the silver-haired girl, expressionless, said, I just don't want to ruin my evaluation. Not cute at all, don't you think, Sir Knight? Miriam seemed used to this and even had the energy to joke. Following behind, Shinji smiled and shook his head. No, I think the opposite, they're both very cute. The place where Miriam's real body was hidden wasn't far from the perimeter. It was also a barren wasteland, devoid of life, not caused by incendiary bombs, but perhaps by a meteor impact or dug out with a massive spoon. In the center of the wasteland, a bonfire burned. Standing next to it was a young boy, about 12 or 13 years old, his exquisite features erasing any trace of gender, like an angel from one of Michelangelo's frescoes in the Sistine Chapel, angels who, after all, have no gender. So, it's you, Miriam Solomon. Shinji pretended to just recognize him and approached the boy. Makes sense, no other dead apostle would be hanging out with the church like you. Because I want the church's secret treasures. Miriam smiled as he answered, his beauty transcending the mundane, rivaling even the silver princess, Estella. How did you recognize me? I never appear to the outside world in this form. I know you usually appear as a kind, elderly man, but that's just one of your familiars, the demon of the left arm, the Rat King, a rat that can transform into a person. Completely correct. Miriam clapped his hands adorned with 10 rings. If someone didn't know his background, they might mistake him for the legendary King Solomon. It seems the princess has told you quite a bit about us. Yes. In truth, she hadn't, but Shinji was happy to let Miriam think so. Arcuade would only share information if Shinji asked, but if not, the ditzy true ancestor wouldn't bother with such unpleasant topics. Shinji's knowledge of dead apostles came partly from his memories of his past life and partly from Bartholomew's intelligence. Of course, in Miriam's eyes, there was only one possibility, Arcuade must have told him. Didn't the princess come with you? Miriam's eyes darted around nervously, only in this moment matching his youthful appearance. No. Upon hearing this, he quickly regained his composure, sighing with an old soul at odds with his youthful appearance. So, the princess is already close to being overwhelmed by her bloodlust. It shouldn't have happened so quickly, but your presence has undoubtedly accelerated the process. You're right, which is why I must take responsibility. Shinji and Miriam were both among the few who understood the true ancestors. A true ancestor is the embodiment of nature, and while nature may be beautiful and have a will, it lacks emotions. When a true ancestor gains emotions, whether love, hatred, or anything else, a conflict arises, intensifying the blood-sucking impulse. A true ancestor can only live forever without emotions, like nature itself. However, Shinji's encounter with Arcuade, meeting Altera, and his life with the Matou family made the once emotionless Arcuade more human. The more human she became, the stronger her bloodlust grew. In just a few short years, she had reached her limit and had to seal herself away. You're here for Forest of Inash's fruit, aren't you? That fruit could indeed significantly alleviate the princess impulse, but this is only a temporary solution. The impulse will return before long. It won't return. As long as I'm here, it won't. What? It won't return. Miriam's exclamation drew glances from the two girls. Beneath his youthful appearance was a mind that thought in millennia, so few things in the world could shock him anymore. Yet within 20 minutes, he'd been surprised twice, once when he was tricked and now again. Do you have a way to cure impulse? Didn't you already experience it? Shinji replied with a smile. Experience, could it be? Miriam's expression turned complicated. 20 minutes earlier, during their mental clash, Miriam had been forced to retreat because he suddenly felt overwhelmingly hungry, so hungry he could hardly control it. As a vampire, his way of satisfying hunger was, of course, through blood. At the time, two girls were sitting nearby, and to avoid drinking their blood in desperation, he had to send them away. The girls noticed something was wrong with Miriam, so they kept their distance while guarding him, leading to the earlier scene where Shinji was stopped from approaching. Miriam had assumed Shinji had used some kind of mental magecraft, but he now realized it was Arcuade's bloodlust that had been transferred to him. Is such a thing possible? How on earth? Just consider it my special ability. As far as I know, I'm the only one who can do this. Shinji didn't have any special ability, but he did possess magic. Transferring Arcuade's bloodlust was an application of magic. However, magic is so extraordinary that revealing it carries too much risk, so he attributes everything to a supernatural power. I see. No wonder the princess chose you as her guardian knight. Miriam didn't doubt him and even filled in the blanks on his own. Chapter 802, An Unexpected Substitute Member. Humans, and the intelligent beings derived from them, are naturally inclined to seek rationality. When they encounter something beyond their imagination, if they can't connect it to their logic and understanding, it becomes difficult to accept. This leads to countless misunderstandings, even for someone like Miriam Solomon, one of the oldest dead apostles. Shinji merely demonstrated the transfer of the blood-sucking impulse, and Miriam automatically analyzed the cause and effect. Arcuate awakened from her slumber, entered the world, met Shinji, and because of Shinji's special ability, took him along. Miriam also analyzed another question. If you have such an ability, why do you still need the crimson fruit? Is it because there's a limit to how much impulse you can transfer? No, there's no limit to the impulse that can be transferred. The limit lies with the vessel that bears the impulse. Impulse is like water, the amount it can hold depends on the size of the container. What kind of existence do you think can hold more than a true ancestor? A true ancestor's mental power, which can connect thoughts with nature and alter reality through thought, far exceeds human imagination, as does the accumulated impulse. As a direct dead apostle under Crimson Moon, Miriam knows this better than anyone. Indeed, there's no comparison. A human's capacity is like a cup, while the princess is like a reservoir. There's too much of a gap. If anyone could compare to the princess's mental power, it might be the legendary third magician, but they've been gone for many years. Shinji had considered this as well, but since he hasn't completed the third magic, his soul hasn't reached that high level. Currently, he's only at the level of a reservoir, much larger than a cup but still minuscule compared to a reservoir. The first time he drew out the impulse through magic, he only lasted 3 seconds. However, if the quality is insufficient, you can consider quantity. Humanity's greatest advantage is its numbers. If one isn't enough, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100. A black key flew past Miriam, interrupting his speech. Along with the black key came Seal's cold voice. Humans are not livestock for vampires to raise. Watch your words. Don't get so worked up. I was just proposing a possibility. Miriam wasn't angry, just symbolically appeasing his companion's mood before continuing. Impulse is a mental impulse, it won't turn humans into vampires. Drinking a little blood won't harm humans either. Isn't that right, Sir Knight? In theory, yes. But you've overlooked a crucial point, the cup is sealed, not open. An individual's consciousness will instinctively reject foreign elements. Almost all mental operations are about slowly guiding rather than directly interfering. Forcing something in is even harder than reading someone else's memory. So how did I? You're different. You were born with the ability to bear others' consciousness and manifest it into reality. If it were those two ladies over there, they would only feel a little discomfort. Miriam's existence is unique. Before becoming a dead apostle, he was a divine child who could communicate with animals and fulfill wishes, a planet terminal, so to speak. To put it simply, he was a subtype of Holy Grail, able to fulfill wishes on a smaller scale without the cumbersome restrictions of the Fuyuki Greater Holy Grail. People would pray to him, and as long as it was within his capacity, Miriam could fulfill even 100 wishes. Ironically, while Miriam could fulfill others' wishes, he couldn't fulfill his own. Though he had a godlike ability, his body was just like any other human. To the villagers, he was an extremely convenient tool. Yes, a tool. Miriam's life before becoming a dead apostle was miserable. He was born in an ignorant village, and after the villagers discovered his ability, they worshipped him as a divine child. To prevent him from leaving the village, they cut off his limbs under the pretext that a god's form should not be the same as humans, and kept him in a shrine as a wish machine. Miriam should have lived out his life as the villagers' comfort object, but one day, over a decade later, Crimson Moon happened to pass by and was intrigued by his ability. Crimson Moon declared she would kill all the villagers at dawn, and said, "If you want to live, use your wishes to defeat me." Thus, the game began. The villagers' wish to reject death was indeed powerful and ugly. Without regard for Miriam's burden, they continuously conjured powerful divine beasts to challenge Crimson Moon. But it was clear that none of those things were a match for Crimson Moon. The villagers' wishes were unfulfilled, and by dawn, Miriam, who had been operating beyond his limits, reached his demise. The remaining villagers cursed both Miriam and Crimson Moon as they died one by one. At dawn, with the sun rising, Crimson Moon bites the already dead Miriam, resurrecting him as a dead apostle. I did this merely for amusement. Live as you please. You have created several substitutes for your lost limbs, correct? Though the wishes that led to this were ugly, the gods you painted are worthy of the title masterpiece. If they bear the weight of becoming your limbs, they will serve you well. As if possessed by Crimson Moon's words, Miriam crafted 4 statues modeled after the villagers' faiths and granted them the ability to become his limbs, allowing him to stand in human form for the first time. Since then, he swore loyalty only to Crimson Moon, harboring deep admiration for her. After her death, he transferred those feelings to Arcuate. Even after becoming a dead apostle, Miriam's abilities remained intact. Because of this ability, he became a distinguished anomaly among the dead apostle ancestors, a collection of beings who valued strange powers. He cherished his ability, trusted it, and often collected others' imaginations, coloring them with his desires. He had done so for 1,000 years. What he hadn't anticipated was that someone else in this world had a similar wish-granting mechanism and could use this approach to strike at him. Ha ha ha, so that's another problem. It seems I'll need to carry some specialized tools in the future. Miriam's awkward smile slightly improved the mood of his two companions and gave Shinji a chance to speak. Since you two ladies are Miriam's companions and wear the robes of the church, I assume you are members of the burial agency. I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. I am. Before he could finish, the silver-haired girl began reciting his details. I know you. Matou Shinji, 17 years old, a resident of Fuyuki City, Japan, and a member of the Matou Magus family. 3 years ago, you fought alongside the last true ancestor against the dead apostle ancestor knight of Wallachia as a guardian knight. Your whereabouts before and after that event are unknown. The director issued an order to investigate you, which hasn't been rescinded. Even Narbarek. I don't know whether to cry or feel honored. Shinji wasn't surprised by this outcome. The commotion he caused during that event was too significant. It would be dangerous if the church ignored it. You should cry. No one has ever had a good end after being targeted by the director. The silver-haired girl continued her sharp-tongued remarks. I don't like you, but I dislike the director even more, so consider this a special warning. Thank you. May I ask the names of you two ladies? Burial Agency, 7th Seat, Seal. Same affiliation, substitute member, Karen Hortensia. Oh. Chapter 803, Chapter 803, The Mysterious Karen. Shinji was stunned. Forget about Seal for a moment, he had already guessed the situation. The problem lay with the other new member. What did she say her name was? Karen Hortensia. Isn't that the name of the heroine from Fate/Hollow Ataraxia, the daughter of the infamous priest Makiri? That's right, the notorious tax evader, or pleasure seeker, was indeed married. The time was around 1985, when Makiri was still young, hadn't yet met Gilgamesh, and was grappling with a life devoid of normal human emotions. To change that, Makiri made a final effort. He chose to marry a woman. This woman was Claudia Hortensia, an Italian who was terminally ill when she met Makiri, with only a few years left to live. Makiri chose her precisely because of this. If things didn't work out, he could easily withdraw. Despite this, Claudia, like a saint, loved Makiri deeply and bore him a daughter, Karen. In both Japan and Italy, children typically take their father's surname. Karen's full name should have been Karen Kotomine. The reason she abandoned her father's surname and used her mother's, Hortensia, is because of something that happened when she was 1 year old. Claudia and Makiri had been married for 2 years. During that time, Claudia tried every possible way to help Makiri experience normal human emotions but failed. In the end, the woman who loved Makiri so deeply chose to commit suicide in front of him, hoping that this extreme act would help him understand what sadness and love were. However, this attempt also failed. Although his wife's death became the catalyst for Makiri to study magecraft, it didn't stir much emotion in him. He even regretted that she had taken her own life instead of dying by his hand. Afterward, realizing he was beyond redemption, Makiri left Italy, leaving behind his 1-year-old daughter, and never returned. The young Karen was adopted by a priest, with whom she lived for 8 years. The priest was not a good man. Although he kept her living expenses, he saved money by not sending her to school, fearing she would become too smart, and instead made her work as the church's assistant. At the age of 9, stigmata appeared on Karen's body, and she was sent to a secluded Cistercian monastery, which was like both a castle and a prison. She was later discovered to possess the rare masochistic spiritualist constitution and was kept by the church as a weapon in the monastery. Because her mother had committed suicide, violating church doctrine, Karen's birth was considered sinful. The church never baptized her, denying her access to God's grace. Throughout her upbringing, she was discriminated against and eventually became an executor in name only, doing work that was no different from that of a prostitute. Of course, it's not that the church stooped so low as to run a brothel. Rather, it was due to her peculiar constitution inherited from her mother, combined with the twisted mentality inherited from her father. A masochistic spiritualist constitution is someone who acts as a catalyst for spirit possession through suffering. In simple terms, when a person possessed by a demon exhibits abnormal symptoms, someone with this constitution will replicate those symptoms upon approaching the demon. For example, if the possessed person feels heavy, the medium will feel the same upon nearing them. The church used her as a demon radar. The desires of those possessed by demons are amplified indefinitely, so when Karen discovered a demon, she was often assaulted by the possessed. Karen wasn't violated by people but by demons, so the possessed bore no guilt. Although she knew her work was akin to that of a prostitute, she never found it painful or resisted it. Like her father, she was born emotionally damaged. Because of this, she could handle more work than an ordinary person and was ranked among the 4 fallen girls alongside Fujino, Sakura, and Kahaku. Like the other 3, Karen had poor combat abilities. Though she held the title of an executor, she was far from meeting the required standards. Her main job was to assist exorcists and act as bait. How could someone so weak be noticed by the burial agency, the church's ultimate combat unit? Was it purely because of her extraordinary endurance, making her a plaything for those sadistic monsters? But what about the throwing skills she demonstrated earlier? If she were just a toy, would they teach her such advanced techniques? Shinji stared at Karen for a long while with a peculiar expression, but her face remained completely unmoved. Finally, Seal broke the silence and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something strange about Karen?" "No, nothing." Snapping back to reality, Shinji quickly shook his head. "It's just that the name sounds familiar. Miss Karen, do you happen to know someone named Kotomine Kirii? He is also from your church." Before he could finish, a dark, ominous aura burst forth from Karen, shrouding her in shadows. The ground beneath them withered and decayed under its influence. Karen's pale skin, silver hair, and golden eyes were all tainted by this aura, giving her a twisted and deranged appearance. She asked in a hoarse, dry voice, unlike her previous tone. "Where did you hear that name?" "Well." Seeing Karen's ominous state, Shinji realized something must have happened. According to his memories from a previous life, Karen didn't harbor such deep hatred for her father. "Tell me. Are you his accomplice?" A moment of hesitation was like a fuse, completely igniting Karen's emotions. The dark aura enveloped her entirely, and tendrils as thick as thighs formed from the dispersed parts, reaching out to wrap around Shinji. Shinji frowned, sitting still with a calm lower body. His left hand twitched, and he unsheathed the divine fun blade, cutting off one of the tentacles. At the same time, Seal pulled a red ribbon from her sleeve and wrapped it around the twisted girl. "Karen, calm down." Where the ribbon passed, the dark aura dissipated. Her skillful movements clearly showed she had dealt with similar situations many times. When the ribbon wrapped around Karen's chest, the ominous aura finally scattered. From the earlier contact, Shinji had already deduced that the black aura Karen released came from a demon. And the red ribbon that restrained the demon. A sacred relic. "I wonder which saint it belonged to." "It's from Saint Mary Magdalene," Seal replied. Mary Magdalene, often associated with Mary of Bethany, was said to be the closest companion of Jesus, the disciple who most deeply understood his teachings, though she is often depicted in Christian legend as a repentant prostitute. The stark contrast between the two, combined with Karen's experiences, evokes a sense of absurdity and irony. Chapter 804, What's Wrong, Kotomine? The Holy Shroud, which is cloth wrapped around the remains of a saint, carries the concept of the saint and is thus imbued with various miraculous powers. It functions as a natural conceptual weapon. Depending on the deeds and beliefs of the saint during their lifetime, the properties of the Holy Shroud differ. Some shrouds can block magical energy or conceal magic circuits, others can defend against physical harm or magical backlash, like the one Kotomine Kirii gave to Shiro in the Heaven's Feel route. Some can enhance magical resistance or produce effects similar to Mystic Eye Killers, as seen in Tsukiheim, where Shiki uses a shroud to cover his eyes when he cannot suppress his mystic eyes. The special ability of the Holy Shroud of Mary Magdalene is to restrain men. Of course, there's no doubt that Karen is a woman, so normally, the shroud's effect wouldn't work on her. The reason it did work is that it wasn't targeting Karen herself but the aura around her, the power of the demon. Perhaps the demon is male, or maybe the faith concentrated in the Holy Shroud has the power to restrain demons. Soon, Karen returned to normal, except for her bloodshot eyes, which were glaring intently at Shinji. "Tell me, Matou Shinji, where did you meet Kotomine Kirii? And how do you know about me?" "Mr. Matou, Kotomine Kirii is a heretic that Karen has been pursuing, with whom she has an irreconcilable grudge. If you have any information, please tell us, and we will offer a corresponding reward." It was Seal who added this explanation, not only clarifying the reason for Karen's outburst but also indicating their willingness to exchange information. Combined with her timely intervention to stop Karen's rampage, it's clear why Seal is considered the only decent member of the burial agency. The members of the burial agency are all quite abnormal, with the more prominent members being even more extreme. They are so detached from normal human society that they can't integrate into it at all. Thus, general social activities are managed by Seal and the old priest, who is the left-hand familiar of Miram Solomon, the Rat King. The old priest handles the headquarters affairs, while Seal operates externally, sometimes as a spy, sometimes as a messenger, just like she is now. This was exactly what Shinji wanted to hear. He stroked his chin, pretended to think for a few seconds, then nodded. "All right, no need for any reward. An exchange of information is enough." "Deal," Seal agreed without hesitation, and the madness in Karen's eyes subsided slightly. "The reason I know Kotomine Kirii is simple. My surname is Matou, and I'm from Fuyuki City. Kotomine Kirii's father, Kotomine Risei, was the priest at Fuyuki Church and the supervisor sent by the church to oversee a certain magical ritual. My family, the Matou, was one of the organizers of that ritual, so I had some interactions with Father Risei and met Kodomine Kirii a few times. I heard Karen's name during one of those encounters, although it's been a long time, so I don't remember who mentioned it, either Father Risei or Kodomine Kirii himself. And Karen, you do bear a resemblance. I don't resemble that heretic at all. Karen gritted her teeth, cutting off Shinji's words. Her appearance had been inherited from her mother, but she was still Kodomine Kirii's daughter and had inherited some of his traits, like her usual expressionless face and her demeanor during combat. I've investigated all that. In 1994, during the Holy Grail War, Kodomine Risei died unexpectedly. After Kodomine Kirii handled the funeral, he left Fuyuki and didn't return to Japan for a long time. I want to know if, during those 10 years, he ever returned to Fuyuki City, or if you've seen him elsewhere. No. As far as I know, he never returned to Fuyuki. The church overseen by Father Risei was taken over by another priest. When his teacher, Tosaka Tokiomi, passed away, he didn't show up either. I only just learned that he never returned to Japan. Honestly, I'm curious, why didn't he go back? Father Risei lived in Fuyuki for decades, it's where Kodomine Kirii grew up, and it's his father's final resting place. Doesn't he have any attachment to it? Attachment? How could a demon like him have any attachment? Karen's face was full of scorn, perhaps only when talking about Kodomine Kirii does she show such emotional fluctuations. If he had an attachment, would he have treated my mother like that? If he had an attachment, would he have committed such evil deeds? Wait, a demon. Shinji knew the crucial part of the story was coming, so he pretended to be shocked. No, that can't be right. From what I remember, he was always very serious, not very fond of smiling, but not difficult to get along with. Many believers even called him a saint. How could someone like that be a demon? What exactly happened? That was just his facade. You were all deceived. Even in her fury, Karen remained rational. She turned to Seal, who nodded in agreement, allowing her to continue. Everything began in 1994. Tokiomi drove Kodomine Kirii away to form an alliance with the Ainsburns. For some unknown reason, Gilgamesh didn't awaken Kirii's true nature, allowing him to leave Japan by plane. Kirii's destination was Italy, where he planned to follow tradition and return his father's relics to the headquarters of the Holy Church. He then settled at the church's headquarters. Afterward, Kirii worked for a time in the Eighth Sacrament organization, as he had before he went undercover at the Mages Association, under the pretense of apprenticing under Tosaka Tokiomi. Then he switched back to being an executor, and after that, he transferred to other departments. No matter what job he took, he never stayed long. Many people felt sorry for him, thinking that such a person, born into a prestigious family, educated at the St. Ignatius Seminary, and so disciplined, could have reached the top of the church if he had focused on one path. Even the position of the Pope wasn't out of the question. Others believed he didn't care about positions and was using various methods to train himself, a practice associated with legendary saints. They thought that once he completed his training and settled down, he would soar to great heights. Whether out of regret or expectation, everyone in the church held Kirii in high regard. They even recommended him for advanced studies at the Vatican, the church's public face, after he had worked in every department except the burial agency. It was at this point that tragedy struck. While training as a quasi-saint in the Vatican, Kirii suddenly went mad one night and began destroying everything around him. Although he was quickly subdued by the nearby knights, the damage was significant. Afterward, the knights conducted various checks and interrogations but found nothing unusual. Kirii showed no signs of demonic presence, and that night, his destructive impulse seemed to come out of nowhere. In the end, they concluded that he had been possessed by a demon and was not in control of his actions. Given his past achievements, the church spared him from the death penalty, instead sentencing him to life imprisonment, where he would atone for his sins through penance and prayer. His place of penance was the Cistercian monastery, the same one where Karen resided. Chapter 805, The Madness of the Father and Daughter. Kirii Kodomine's daughter, Karen, had known about him since she was very young. Although Kirii had abandoned his daughter, he continued to send child support to the priest who had adopted Karen. Kirii, who lacked normal human emotions and had even contemplated suicide, believed that his daughter would only suffer if she stayed with him, so he entrusted her to the church for adoption. However, he did not neglect his duties, which is how Karen learned about her father's existence and name. Having never met her father from the time she could remember, and sharing a similar emotional void, Karen's feelings toward Kirii were extremely indifferent. She neither liked nor disliked him. At most, she was curious about what her only blood relative looked like and why he was imprisoned there. Karen took advantage of a meal delivery to meet Kirii. The moment she saw him, Karen knew that this was her father because their eyes were too similar. Likewise, Kirii recognized Karen. Her appearance was just like his late wife, Claudia, quiet, detached, and reminiscent of a hydrangea in spring. They shared many similarities, a blood connection, a fractured mind, and similar circumstances. Normally, this should have led to a sense of resonance, a heartwarming reunion between father and daughter, and a story of healing. However, fate played a cruel joke on everyone once again. Before they could exchange a single word, Makiri went mad. With strength that no human should possess, he shattered his restraints and blasted open the door to his cell. Karen, standing outside the cell, was caught in the explosion, severely injured, and lost consciousness. When she awoke, the deepest parts of the Cistercian monastery were destroyed, with many monks dead or injured, and several ancient buildings damaged, all caused by Makiri. Unlike last time, when the knights helped to suppress him, this time, Makiri escaped with no one able to stop him, committing heinous crimes before vanishing without a trace. Afterward, the knights conducted an investigation and concluded that Makiri was solely responsible and that Karen was not to blame. However, Karen stubbornly believed it was her fault, that she had somehow triggered her father's madness and was the cause of everything. Her reasoning was simple. Why did Makiri go mad precisely when she delivered his meal and not before or after? Why was she the first to see him lose control and yet only suffer injuries instead of dying? Why, when she saw the devastation in the monastery, did she feel such overwhelming anger? She had never cared about the place or the people before. Anger, anger, anger. For the first time, her empty heart was filled with something, an overwhelming darkness that strangely brought her joy and pleasure. But that pleasure was sinful, a perverse delight against reason. Karen realized she was the daughter of a sinner and that she, too, had been tainted by his sins. What could have driven someone destined to be a saint to become a sinner? What had awakened the darkness within him and herself? The answer could only be a demon. He was possessed by a demon, which drove him mad. And because of her masochistic spiritualist constitution, she was similarly influenced by the demon. It was the demon. It was the demon. It was the demon. For the first time in her life, Karen made a decision based on her emotions. She submitted a request to the church to undergo the most rigorous combat training, to hunt down her father, to exorcise the demon that had possessed him, and to atone for his sins. Of course, that was just the surface reason. Beyond that, she yearned for the feeling of being emotionally fulfilled. The more unattainable something is, the more it is desired. Just as Fujino sought pain because she couldn't feel it, Karen occasionally found joy in pain even after regaining her sense of it. Despite the darkness and sinfulness of this desire, Karen instinctively pursued it. Given the previous conclusion that Makiri was possessed by a demon and that Karen was a masochistic spiritualist constitution with a radar for detecting demons, the church eventually agreed to her request after much deliberation, transferring her from the Cistercian monastery to the executor's training camp. As the daughter of Makiri Kotomine, Karen was highly talented. Her small body harbored great potential and driven by the emotions of anger and pleasure, she trained day and night, pushing herself to the brink of self-destruction. She quickly graduated from the camp and successfully became an executor. However, being an executor was not enough. Karen had studied her father's career and knew that he was one of the church's top executors, powerful and highly accomplished. He was far beyond her current abilities. Worse still, those possessed by demons may go mad, but they also gain great power, widening the gap between them. To defeat Makiri, she needed more, greater power. Normally, this would require either rare treasures or time to accumulate strength. The church had treasures but wouldn't give them to a novice executor without reason, and Karen lacked the confidence to grow quickly on her own, especially after learning that the church had sent Riesbeif Stridberg and her Vestal Shield knights to hunt down Makiri. Riesbeif was the church's elite, a rising star with knights under her command who were as strong as executors. This put immense pressure on Karen. During her training, Karen's anger only deepened, growing more intense as if to compensate for the emptiness of her previous life, twisting her from indifference to the opposite extreme. Karen knew she had gone mad. What was more frightening was that she didn't mind it. Perhaps her fugitive father felt the same, letting madness take over in pursuit of inner fulfillment. When she learned that another candidate for the burial agency had been killed and a new one was needed, Karen, driven by madness, made a shocking decision. Despite opposition, she volunteered to become a candidate. Seal, who oversaw the initial selection, initially refused her application and returned it, but Karen persisted. Eventually, she succeeded in persuading Seal with the reasons of revenge and atonement, the same reasons that had led Seal to join the burial agency. After passing the initial selection, Karen cleared several more stages, and even Narbarek's interrogation didn't shake her resolve. After all, the burial agency was known to drive sane people mad, and a person who was already insane couldn't be pushed any further, unless the pressure reversed the madness. In the end, Karen became a candidate for the burial agency, enduring longer than most and gaining great power and achievements. It's rumored that Narbarek is considering breaking tradition to create a new seat, the 8th seat for the demon nun. P.S. Well, somehow Makiri changed the fate of Karen, saving her from being tainted by demons. All fallen girls except for Kahaku are still virgins. Chapter 806, Chapter 806, Seal's Stubbornness. The information mentioned is partly from Karen's own words and partly deduced from them. After all, Shinji is not a member of the burial agency, so Karen wouldn't tell him everything. Most of what she talked about focused on Makiri, and she only briefly touched upon her own story. However, Karen didn't realize that Shinji understood her quite well. By combining her personality with the information she revealed and observing her emotional changes during the conversation, Shinji was able to piece together the truth of the matter. Shinji's emotions fluctuated several times as Karen spoke. At first, it was something like, "What the hell is going on with this situation? Kiri, what happened to you? There's no need to go crazy just because you're no longer feeling pleasure." Then, it shifted to, "Karen, there's something seriously wrong with your thoughts. And your mental state, angry yet joyful, you've probably lost your mind too." Finally, when he heard the title Demon Nun, Shinji became completely numb. "Your father was possessed by a demon, and now you're following the same path. What's going on with this world? Why is everything becoming so insane?" But there were some revelations as well. The mystery of why Risebif became the director of the Rien Girls Academy and missed the 1998 campaign to subdue the Knight of Wallachia was uncovered. It was to pursue Makiri. Kiri had fled back to Japan, where the church's influence was weak, during that time. If we look at just the severity of the crimes and the level of threat, the Knight of Wallachia far surpassed Kiri. But the Holy Church and represented the face of the church, and Kiri's actions severely damaged its reputation. That was why one of the church's top combat forces, Risebif, was dispatched to deal with him with overwhelming force. However, from what Miss Karen said earlier, does this mean that Makiri still hasn't been subdued? Karen bit her lip until it bled and said, "Yes, he's very cunning. He's managed to escape from both the knights and executors multiple times, and his whereabouts have become increasingly difficult to track. Ever since he fled into the Middle East a year ago, the church has lost all trace of him. If you have any information, please let me know, I beg you." "All right, as a fellow resident of Fuyuki, I'll keep an eye out," Shinji replied. It's easy to say something nice, but how much attention he would really pay, and whether he would inform the church if he did find out anything, was another matter entirely. With that, the topic of Makiri and his daughter came to an end, and Shinji, who had been sidetracked by the mindset of a transmigrator, finally returned to his main goal. "As for the operation to subdue the forest of Inash, I hope to ally with you. You aim to kill the forest of Inash, while I want the crimson fruit. With our interests aligned, forming a coalition is the best choice." "No problem, I remember your position, Miram. You are now a member of the burial agency." Miram wanted to agree. He was a staunch supporter of the princess, and with Shinji intending to use the crimson fruit to alleviate Arcuade's impulse, Miram had no reason to refuse. But Seal didn't see it that way. "Our mission is indeed to subdue the forest of Inash, but that doesn't mean we should give away the spoils of war, especially the most valuable one, to someone else for free, even if we have no use for it ourselves." With an emphasis on the word free, the blue-haired, blue-eyed girl continued speaking eloquently. "Let me put it this way, Miram, your treasury contains many secret treasures. Does every one of those treasures have a use? Probably not, right? Now, if I were to ask you to give me one of the treasures that you don't use, would you agree?" "Well." Miram rubbed his nose awkwardly. "As much as I'd like to say I'd be willing to give it to you, I wouldn't even believe myself if I said that." "Exactly, so there's no reason for everyone to put in the effort if only Matou gets to take the spoils." Seal's words were so reasonable and logical that they left no room for argument. Shinji had no formal ties to the burial agency. Technically speaking, he was even an enemy of the burial agency. After all, the true ancestor was still a vampire and could be classified as an enemy of the church, even if it wasn't a top priority. As a knight protecting the true ancestor, Shinji also fell into that category. He didn't intend to argue and calmly said, "I only want the crimson fruit. Everything else can go to you." Seal responded with a sharp gleam in her eyes, "But what if the only spoil is the crimson fruit? At least, I haven't heard of any other treasures belonging to the forest of Inash, have you, Miram?" "Nope." Miram shrugged helplessly. He might have a nasty personality, but he wouldn't lie about something like this. Having received the answer she wanted, Seal raised an eyebrow provocatively. Seeing this, Shinji sighed in resignation and asked, "What exactly is Miss Seal planning?" "It's simple. You need to offer adequate compensation, or else we won't give you the crimson fruit." "That's a reasonable request. Name your price, USD, gold, precious metals, anything works. After all, Arcuade could just print money on the spot, and metals like gold, silver, copper, or iron could also be easily manifested." "Oh. Do you think that a treasure like the crimson fruit can be measured in something as mundane as money?" Seal's tone carried a hint of sarcasm, to which Shinji responded with a smile. "Don't underestimate the power of money. Without financial support, neither the Holy Church nor the Mages Association would be able to function. Please don't twist my words. The burial agency isn't short on money. What we need is a treasure of equal value, at least something not too far off. Or are you saying that a knight of the true ancestor doesn't even have a decent treasure to offer? It would have been fine if she hadn't mentioned the true ancestor, but the moment she did, Shinji immediately realized that this cunning woman was deliberately making things difficult. Of course, her target wasn't him, it was Arcuade. Just like many other dark organizations in various worlds, the members of the burial agency all had their dark pasts, and Seal was no exception. She was the 17th reincarnation of the Serpent of Akasha, Roa, which meant she was the previous incarnation before Shikitano. She had originally been the daughter of a baker in a small town on the outskirts of France, living a peaceful and ordinary life while pursuing her dream of becoming a pâtissier. However, after her 16th birthday, Roa reincarnated within her and gradually awakened. Having never encountered anything supernatural before, the girl was easily overpowered by Roa and began an endless spree of slaughter. The once peaceful town turned into a bloody hell because of her. Her parents, friends, and familiar neighbors were all brutally killed by her own hands. Worse still, her consciousness remained fully aware throughout the ordeal, unable to resist Roa's control, helplessly watching the tragedy unfold, until Arcuade awakened from her slumber, rushed to France, and killed Roa's 17th reincarnation. With this in mind, Arcuade should have been Seal's savior. But after all, Seal was killed once by Arcuade, and the tragedies that occurred were due to Roa, who was a dead apostle under Arcuade. Roa's endless reincarnation was only possible because of Arcuade's power, so Seal had always harbored hostility toward Arcuade. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that she would take this opportunity to give Shinji a hard time. Chapter 807, mutually reinforcing yet opposing. Of course, understanding the situation didn't mean Shinji would accept this kind of provocation. He did possess treasures comparable to the crimson fruit, but they were either in use or were noble phantasms, bound to his soul and thus not something he could offer in exchange. As you said, I don't have any treasures I can offer as compensation. It seems that woman doesn't think much of you either. Seal smiled triumphantly. Since you can't offer anything in return, it's unfortunate, but we can't give you the crimson fruit. It is unfortunate, Shinji remained calm, but the issue of spoils only comes after we've defeated the forest of Inash. The immediate concern is penetrating the heart of the forest. On this point, we still have a basis for cooperation. Seal's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Are you suggesting we join forces to reach the Crimson Core first, and then deal with the Crimson Fruit based on our abilities? That sounds reasonable, but it could just be an excuse, Seal said, not hiding her suspicion. Join forces now, only to turn on us later. Who would trust that? Who's to say you won't slack off, using us as shields, or worse, backstab us at a critical moment? This suspicion applies to both sides, doesn't it? Besides, you have 3 people, and I'm alone. Clearly, you have the advantage. Or is the church's elite burial agency afraid of a nobody like me? The tables had turned. Earlier, Seal provoked, and Shinji defused the situation. Now, Shinji was provoking, and Seal was defusing. We're not afraid, but I think it's unnecessary to complicate matters. Even without an alliance with you, we can still defeat the Forest of Inash. Please leave. Are you sure you want me to leave? I've already said I won't give up on the Crimson Fruit. Aren't you afraid I'll come back and launch a sneak attack? Compared to that, moving together makes it easier to keep an eye on each other. No, there's an even simpler solution, we could just deal with you here and now. Seal shed her diplomatic stance, turning cold as she prepared for battle. Her opening move was once again the black keys, but this time the blades were not the usual silver but a vibrant orange, emitting heat that could be felt even from several meters away. The cremation rite? Shinji thought to himself. It was a secret technique of the church and one of Seal's most frequently used skills. Although labeled as a secret technique, it was essentially a type of magecraft that enhanced weapons with flame attributes, making them far more deadly than ordinary black keys. However, for Shinji, who had integrated the flame of the sun into his regular arsenal, it posed no real threat. He remained seated casually, shaking his head nonchalantly. If the disparity in strength were significant, this would be an effective tactic. Unfortunately, the gap between us isn't that wide. After all, I have also defeated one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors. If I'm determined to leave, you can't stop me. And if I go all out, it wouldn't be impossible to take 1 or 2 of you down with me. Would you still be able to defeat Arcuade afterward? Anyone can make big claims. Kiriai's daughter, Karen, trembled as she dropped the holy shroud of Magdalene to the ground, allowing the ominous demonic aura to seep out from within her body. She knew very well that when Shinji mentioned taking down 1 or 2, he likely had her in mind. You'll soon find out if I'm bluffing or not. As Shinji spoke, he extended a finger, pointing it at Karen from a distance. A golden bolt of lightning shot out from his fingertip, not only sweeping away the surrounding demonic aura but also directly striking Karen's body, making her tremble all over. In the next second, Seal's black keys reached their mark. However, no matter how strong the black key was, it couldn't match the speed of lightning. Although both of them had acted simultaneously, Shinji had moved a fraction faster, even finding time to release a second bolt of lightning, shattering the flaming black keys. It was only at this moment that Seal noticed Karen's condition and cried out in alarm. "Karen. See. I wasn't bluffing. You have the Holy Shroud of Magdalene, and I have something similar." The golden lightning was a conceptual representation of Indra's thunder. Indra is a protector deity in Buddhism, and vanquishing demons is part of his duties. His divine thunder is the bane of evil spirits. Although Shinji wasn't entirely sure of the specifics of Karen's demonic abilities, it was evident they fell within the scope of this divine thunder's purview. That was just a warning. The next time, it won't be so light. Shinji held a natural fondness for the heroines of the Naciverse, and he didn't mind lending a helping hand when needed. However, this fondness wasn't enough to make him yield unconditionally. If Seal and Karen insisted on stopping him, he wouldn't hold back. "You." Seal was infuriated. She pulled out an ancient book from her cloak, its dark cover exuding a sacred glow, made from an unknown material. Sensing the unique aura of a phantasmal species emanating from the pages, Shinji's expression slightly changed. That was Seal's ultimate trump card, the seventh holy scripture, a treasure on par with Rizbaev's holy shield. About 1,000 years ago, the church used a unicorn's horn and the soul of a girl who was sacrificed as a human offering, merging them to create the conceptual weapon known as the seventh holy scripture. In legend, the unicorn's horn was considered a key to interpreting divine will, inscribed with verses that denied reincarnation and carried the concept of denial of rebirth and eternal non-existence. The high-dimensional spiritual entity had immense offensive power. Any spirit struck by it would be annihilated, making it the church's trump card against Roa and the source of Shinji's concern. Just as Indra's thunder countered Karen, the seventh holy scripture was also Shinji's natural nemesis. He wasn't confident that his incomplete third magic could withstand the seventh holy scripture's effects. "I absolutely can't let that hit me. It looks like it's time to use some high-powered weapons. Since Seal has a more robust immortality than Shirsho, I don't need to worry about accidentally killing her and making things irreversible." Indeed, Seal did possess a more exaggerated form of immortality, though with certain conditions. Arcuade couldn't strike at the soul, so every time she fought a Roa incarnation, it was through the destruction of the body. In other words, Seal had indeed been killed once by Arcuade, truly killed. Her body was later retrieved by the church as a valuable specimen. However, no one expected that 3 years after her death, Seal would come back to life in the church's specimen storage. The church, upon noticing the anomaly, immediately restrained her and conducted a month-long series of experiments. Throughout that month, they tried various methods to kill her, but each time she was slain, her body would immediately regenerate and revive. Finally, the church, having no other options, handed her over to the burial agency. Due to her immortality, more exaggerated than any monster, she was valued by Narbarek and assigned the 7th seat in the agency. Chapter 808, Chapter 808, come on, let's hurt each other. The principle behind the undying nature is unclear. The related setting material of Tsukihime only briefly touches on it without giving a detailed explanation. What is known is that Seal is a descendant of Roa, who had descendants before becoming a vampire. The fact that Roa possessed the body of a direct descendant caused an error in the world's order, an uncorrectable error, a bug in simple terms. This bug causes Seal to be protected by the world itself, with the world's order permanently freezing her body at the moment Roa awakens within her. No matter what happens or how her body is damaged, the world's order will restore her body to its frozen state within a very short time. As long as the source of the bug, Roa, isn't dead, or the world's order itself doesn't collapse, Seal will remain in this state forever. She won't grow, won't age, and won't change. It's even more absolute than Scathach, who remains forever 17, a joke. Seal, however, will forever be 16, and that's true. Of course, the only thing the world has granted Seal is her unparalleled immortality. If this were an ordinary person, it wouldn't mean much. So what if you can't kill them? An ant that can't be squashed still poses no threat to an elephant, and this world is never short of elephants. Dead apostles, servants, powerful magi, and various inheritors of mysteries across the globe can easily crush an ordinary person like an ant. Take Shinji, for example. Killing ordinary people is easy, slashing through 100, even 1,000, wouldn't be too hard, and even 10,000 wouldn't be too much effort. Fortunately, Seal herself is extremely gifted. Although born in an ordinary family, her potential rivals that of the original Roa. When Roa possessed her, her potential was fully awakened and then frozen by the world, forming the strong foundation of her current abilities. She possesses superhuman physical abilities, with a magic circuit 100 times that of a normal magus. In terms of raw potential, she is among the very best of her generation, with only Lorelei as a peer. However, the gap in their magical abilities is vast. This gap isn't due to background or environment, it's entirely due to Seal's resistance. Human memory is a strange thing, stored both in the soul and imprinted in the brain. Although Roa didn't awaken for long, his memories were fully imprinted in Seal's brain. Before becoming a vampire, Roa was an extremely powerful magus and the founder of the burial agency. He was often invited to the Millennium Castle, the true ancestor's stronghold, which shows his formidable strength. After becoming a vampire, Roa reincarnated 18 times. Except for Seal, the 16th reincarnation, which was an accident, the previous vessel died before he could choose the next one, and by chance, he reincarnated in Seal, causing the bug, and the unknown 18th reincarnation. Every reincarnation was carefully selected, no poor backgrounds, no weak potentials, and preferably some non-human blood. Over these 800 years of continuous reincarnation, Roa accumulated a vast amount of knowledge and secret arts, rivaling the 2,000 years of the Bartholomew family's heritage. It's worth noting that inherited knowledge can be lost, and magic crests can fail, but Roa, having evolved into a high-dimensional spiritual entity with the help of Arcuade's power, would not lose this knowledge. All this knowledge is stored in Seal's mind, and available for her to access. If she fully assimilated this knowledge, she would be no weaker than Lorelei. However, this knowledge is tied to the painful memories of the destruction of her hometown and the slaughter of her family and friends. Revisiting this knowledge means reliving that unbearable past. Thus, Seal has always resisted using magecraft, only occasionally using small-scale spells for convenience in missions, such as suggesting or adding special effects to her black keys. This is one of the reasons why Shinji didn't use his noble phantasms and only planned to deal with Seal using firearms. The other reason is the 7th Holy Scripture's weapon form. As holy light flowed, the scripture was released from its ancient book form, transforming into something resembling a massive shotgun or impact drill. The entire weapon was over 1.5 meters long, with the widest part of the gun being over 50 centimeters. Its imposing design, with a silver-black metallic shell darker than her deep blue habit, carried a steampunk aesthetic. The sudden shift from a medieval-style book to a modern weapon provided a strong visual impact. That's right, you didn't misread it, this is the Holy Scripture passed down through the Church for millennia. Of course, it wasn't originally designed in this form. The 7th Holy Scripture was initially used for its sacred symbolism, as a tool for the final sealing rites. Later, it gradually evolved into a weapon. The earliest weapon forms were spears or stakes, and as time progressed, it integrated more modern weapon characteristics, becoming a gun-sword hybrid suited for combat. Up until this stage, the scripture still retained some of its sacred dignity. The steampunk-style impact drill is Seal's modification, inspired by her preferences. When Shinji first saw Seal pull out this weapon in a past life while playing a game, he was utterly shocked. It felt like suddenly encountering a modern tank on the medieval battlefield of Mount and Blade, a truly surreal experience. Now, however. Great weapon. I like it. I have something to show you as well. Admiring the scripture, Shinji took advantage of the brief moment before it fully stabilized to pull out two, even more, imposing weapons from his backpack, or coffin. A rocket launcher and a 6-barrel Gatling gun. Seal was so startled that she nearly dropped her impact drill, and even Karen's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Miriam showed a notable level of surprise. The rocket launcher and Gatling gun themselves weren't the issue, they'd seen modern weapons before and had even faced off against them during missions. The Church, unlike the Mages Association, wasn't opposed to technological advancements. It was common knowledge that many executors actively requested partial cybernetic modifications to better complete their missions of hunting heretics. The problem was how Shinji pulled out these weapons. Everyone could see his backpack, it was only so big. Fitting a flamethrower might have been possible, and cramming in some grenades and blood packs wouldn't have been too hard, but where did these weapons, which were much longer than the backpack, come from? This wasn't some mystic weapon with shape-changing abilities that could ignore the rules of physics. Could it be that the backpack was a rare space-type artifact? Just how many weapons were hidden inside? Shinji was pleased with their reactions. Grinning with a Gatling gun in one hand and a rocket launcher in the other, he said, "Come on, let's hurt each other." Chapter 809, The True Nature of the Forest of Inash. Faced with Shinji's provocation, Seal remained silent. If she were alone, she would have definitely replied, "Bring it on, who's afraid?" When it comes to mutual harm, who could outdo her, the massive bug supported by the world's very order? In a simple gunfight, not even the Crimson Moon at her peak could outmatch Seal. Vampires possess a limited immortality. Ordinary vampires can be killed by decapitation or having their hearts removed, and stronger ones might just take a bit more effort to kill. Even someone as powerful as the Crimson Moon couldn't recover after being blown to pieces by Zelrich's second magic. Seal's immortality, however, is limitless. As long as Shinji is willing to keep fighting, she's confident she can outlast his weapons, drain his magic, exhaust his stamina, and ultimately claim victory. But this time was different. Miriam had one foot in the burial agency and the other in the princess's faction, with an ambiguous attitude that couldn't be relied upon. The only trustworthy person, Karen, was seriously injured. If the opposing side opened fire, Karen's chances of survival would be slim. As the burial agency's only remaining conscience, Seal wasn't as twisted as the other monsters. She still retained her humanity. No matter how much she might deny it, she still worried about her companion's safety. This included not just Karen, but also Miriam, and even that damned director. Should she surrender? Seal bit her lip and quietly moved closer to Karen. Shinji noticed her inner conflict and, not wanting to push her too far, voluntarily lowered his weapon. After all, there was no unresolvable conflict between him and the burial agency, and he had no desire to provoke such a formidable opponent. Ahem, my apologies. Although I'm a magus, I have a passion for modern weaponry. I got a bit too excited when I saw Miss Seal's armaments. These standard weapons might be good for burning forests and blasting animals, but they're far from sufficient to deal with a member of the burial agency. You changed your mind. Seal didn't know why Shinji had suddenly changed his attitude, so she remained cautious. Yes, I changed my mind because I thought of a better plan. What plan? I'll go ahead, and you follow me later. This way, you don't have to worry about me ambushing you, and your mission won't fail. After all you want is the destruction of the forest of Inash. If I succeed, you'll save some effort. If I fail, you can take over then. And if you want to ambush me, feel free, but be prepared to be countered. As he said this, Shinji slung the RPG around his waist, hoisted the Vulcan cannon onto his shoulder, and began walking deeper into the forest, completely ignoring the hostile enemies behind him. His arrogant declaration and brash attitude made Seal grip the trigger of her impact drill several times, ready to fire at Shinji, but in the end, she suppressed the urge. She knew Shinji was right, destroying the forest of Inash was the primary objective, and everything else was secondary. If she acted on impulse and lost her teammates, leading to mission failure, she wouldn't need Narbarek to hold her accountable, she wouldn't be able to forgive herself. At this moment, Miriam, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke up. The Crimson Corps isn't in that direction, or does Sir Knight not know its exact location? The Vulcan cannon on Shinji's waist suddenly slipped, and an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. Ah, you caught me. I was judging the location based on the flow of blood and the intensity of the forest's attacks, so I didn't know the precise location of the Crimson Corps. By the way, I just remembered, your existence is somewhat similar to the forest of Inash, so you should know, right, the exact location of the Corps. If he remembered correctly, in the original timeline, it was Miriam who guided Shiki straight to the heart of the forest of Inash, ultimately leading to the destruction of this vast, 50-kilometer-wide blood-sucking forest. Let me correct you, it's not similar, it's higher than forest of Inash. Miriam seemed quite insistent on this point. Because of my higher existence level, I do know. Can you tell me? I can. Miriam nodded, glancing at Seal, but it won't be free. Although I'd like to tell you for free, it would cause some trouble later, and I hate trouble. No problem. I can afford to pay for the information. Shinji's straightforward attitude made Miriam smile even more radiant. Good, good. Unlike Seal, you're quite honest. That's how the princess's knight should be. As for payment, let's go with your proposal, information exchange. I also have something I want to know. Go ahead, as long as it's information I'm aware of. You know, 800 years ago, the princess hunted down the forest of Inash and indeed eliminated him. So why does the forest of Inash still exist today? It's simple because this forest of Inash isn't the same as the original. If you must categorize it, this is Forest of Inash 2.0. Here's what happened. Forest of Inash, like the Millennium Lock, was a dead apostle who transformed from a magus, with deep expertise in hypnosis and memory manipulation, to the extent that he could alter memories. He was extremely cautious, and after becoming a dead apostle, he modified the memories of everyone who knew of his existence, including Arcuade, who fell victim to his trickery, believing that a dead apostle named Inash didn't exist. He was an incredibly troublesome adversary. However, for every curse, there's a cure. Just as there's magecraft that can erase memories, there are magus who can restore lost memories. Arcuade received help from such a magus, nullifying Inash's magecraft, and ultimately killed him, wiping out his entire faction. At that time, the princess was a pure executioner, with no kin, no compassion, and no equal. Logically, there shouldn't be any dead apostles related to Inash left in this world. But the princess was careless back then, failing to completely obliterate Inash, instead casually discarding his corpse. The place where she discarded it was under a tree. Coincidentally, this tree was a blood-sucking plant similar to a carnivorous flower, which instinctively absorbed Inash's blood. A dead apostle strong enough to be hunted by the princess couldn't possibly be weak. The tree, having absorbed the blood of such a powerful creature, rapidly evolved and reached new heights, transforming into a plant-based phantasmal species that actively attacks and feeds on blood. Just as vampires can command creatures of their kind, this tree devoured other plants around it. Those plants then also became blood-sucking plants. In this manner, it expanded little by little, eventually growing into its current massive form. The outside world's two biggest points of interest regarding the Forest of Inash, the supposed several-day-long reality marble and the myth of the immortal crimson fruit, are thus explained. There's no reality marble. The forest is simply composed of blood-sucking plants. Not to mention a few days, it could sustain itself for dozens or hundreds of days. And the crimson fruit is even simpler. It's in a plant's nature to bear fruit, and phantasmal species are no exception. The blood and life force absorbed, after using what's necessary to sustain itself, condenses into fruit. After 800 years of accumulation, the essence of countless lives and blood was concentrated into the fruit. While true immortality might not be guaranteed, significantly extended life is certain. The fruit itself also serves as the highest grade material for the ritual to become a dead apostle, essentially granting a form of immortality. This is the truth of Inash 2.0, the Forest of Inash. Chapter 810, The Demon of the Right-Legged, King of the Land. After hearing Shinji's explanation, even Miram, a steadfast supporter of Arcuade, couldn't help but let out a long sigh. What a complete mess of coincidences. Seal directly complained, I can't find the words, I can't believe it, was that idiot always this foolish at crucial moments? You'll get used to it, Shinji shrugged nonchalantly. I've cleaned up after her messes countless times over the years. Fought with giants, got chased by hostile life forms, accidentally caused big trouble from getting too excited and ended up being hunted by government agencies in some countries, even got banned from several guilds in online games. Take the time we hunted the Knight of Wallachia, as an example. If I hadn't been cautious, a dead apostle stronger than the Knight of Wallachia would have been born not long after. Miram broke into a cold sweat, not physically, as he had stopped sweating after becoming a dead apostle, but psychologically. You've had it rough, Sir Knight. It's really good that the princess has you to take care of her. Shinji just smiled. Although it was exhausting to clean up after her, the ease of being with her and the freedom to be himself more than made up for the fatigue. This is fate, the fate entrusted by the planet. He was content and willing to keep taking care of her, even sharing the burden of her impulse. Now, can you tell me the location of the Crimson Core? The core's position keeps changing, so it's hard to describe. I'll have a familiar lead you. The Forest of Inash wasn't a singular entity, it was composed of countless blood-sucking plants. As the core, the second-generation Inash constantly moved and altered the structure of the forest, which is why Shinji still hadn't reached the core after 5 days. Miram's right foot gradually became ethereal, a sign of summoning a familiar. Using the dreams of others as a model, he gave form and color to them through his abilities, which were akin to high-level spiritualism, ultimately creating the 4 great demon beasts that substituted for his limbs. Legend has it that each demon is a high-level phantasmal species, able to rival even the ancestors. It was their existence that forged the infamous reputation of Miram Solomon in the world of mystery. Now, he was summoning the one that served as his right foot. The entire forest trembled. If there was such a thing as a divine beast in the world, it would surely include this one. With the head of a whale and the body of a hound, this massive demon beast was over 200 meters long. In terms of sheer size, even the 11 offspring of the Earth Mother Tiamat from mythology might not compare. Countless clocks, collapsing towers, and surging waves were depicted across its gigantic body, creating a sense of apocalyptic absurdity. The surreal world, drenched in black and red, increasingly detached from reality with its appearance. The demon of the right-legged, king of the land. Someone uttered the title that struck fear throughout the world of mystery. Yes, it was a title, not a name. Demons are nameless, as legend says that once a demon gains a name, it becomes independent from its master. Thus, the demons created by Miram have no names. King of the Land was his favorite demon, embodying the concept of divine punishment and tsunami, manifested through the depiction of animal sculptures in a cathedral, and was the largest of all his demons. Fear of large things is an instinct for living beings. In the presence of the King of the Land, which could flatten the world with its sheer size and mass, both humans and dead apostles alike would undoubtedly be shaken. Because of this, they missed the best time to warn Miram. No, quickly, put it away. By the time Shinji reacted, it was too late. The entire forest shook with an even greater force than when the King of the Land descended as if a giant beast had been awakened. A flock of birds, numerous enough to blot out the sky, took flight, a quantity so overwhelming that it made one's scalp tingle. The King of the Land, half whale, half dog, let out a cry that sounded like a lament. Its massive body was quickly covered, enveloped at an unnervingly fast speed. First by the flock of birds, and then by a cluster of trees, literally, a group of blood-sucking trees. In less than a minute, the giant beast with a mountain-like body was swallowed by the forest and ceased to function, becoming just another part of the ever-expanding forest. A massive beast capable of flattening the world was defeated, not by the world it should have been able to crush, but rather, it was simply consumed in a one-sided manner. Damn it, that thing's serious. Miram pressed down on his injured foot. The ethereal foot had turned back into a solid one, covered with spiderweb-like cracks. This was the only weakness of his dead apostle abilities. If one of the 4 demons that substitute for his limbs is destroyed, the corresponding limb loses its function until he summons the demon again, a process that takes some time. The forest of Inash wasn't going to give him that chance. The trees, having just had a satisfying meal, began to stir and attack the group's location in the crater. These guys only act on instinct, attacking everything in their path regardless of its status. Damn you, Inash. Sorry, I lost this one. You shouldn't have used the king of the land. It has terrible compatibility with the forest of Inashii. Any of the other demons would have fared better. This was exactly what Shinji had wanted to warn Miram about. When mystery reaches a certain level, it's no longer just about power but also about the compatibility of concepts. If the compatibility is too poor, even beings on the same level can be crushed, much like how Shinji's golden lightning overwhelms Karen's demonic aura. The king of the land was no different. Its main characteristic was its size, but even at 200 meters long, it was no match for the 50-kilometer-wide forest of Inashii. Their location was also in the forest's core area, where the plants were most aggressive, so the outcome was inevitable. But there's an even bigger problem. From the way it evolved into a phantasmal plant species by absorbing Inash's blood, it's clear that these blood-sucking plants adapt based on the characteristics of what they absorb. After consuming the king of the land, the blood-sucking plants swarming toward them also started to grow larger. It might not be long before they gain the ability to flatten the world. Now we're in big trouble. I don't have eyes like Shiki, so we'll have to fight them head-on. Shinji said this as he pulled the trigger on his RPG. The grenade, propelled by a bright tail flame, whistled through the air and struck the nearest giant tree. The embedded incendiary bomb exploded, engulfing the surrounding trees. Taking advantage of the brief respite before the flames died out, Shinji quickly rummaged through his backpack, a coffin, and pulled out various items. Grenades, a flamethrower, RPGs, grenade boxes, and even a few barrels of gasoline. As he worked, he said to Seal, "Take whatever you can use, don't hold back." Chapter 811, The Demon of the Right Arm, Lady Wind Up. Seal glanced at the 7th Holy Scripture in her hand and the black keys hidden under her nun's habit. She then looked at the sea of flames that was holding back the encroaching forest, her eyelid twitching. She had thought her actions were extreme, but she hadn't expected someone to go even further. However, she also recognized that Shinji's approach was the best option available. The first incendiary bomb was nearly overwhelmed by the relentless advance of the tree horde, but the scale of the resulting firestorm rivaled her most secret ace. Yet within the forest, she couldn't use that ace due to her inability to connect with the great source. There was no room for hesitation. After all, using technological weapons wasn't a big deal. Members of the burial agency were not like the old-fashioned magus of the clock tower. The blue-haired, blue-eyed nun kicked a barrel of gasoline into the dying fire, stoking the flames to extend the incendiary barrier. She then picked up a 6-barrel Vulcan and unleashed a barrage on the shadowy trees emerging from the flames. Having modified the 7th Holy Scripture into a battering ram, Seal's familiarity with personal weaponry was no less than Shinji's. The Vulcan gun excelled in both rate of fire and power. Even the vampiric plants that had absorbed the king of the land would be shredded by a burst of bullets. If these plants were surrounded by their kind, they could rely on their vampiric nature to quickly regenerate. But now, engulfed in fire, they had no time to recover before the flames consumed them and spread further. Nicely done. Shinji didn't hold back his praise for Seal's sharp maneuvers. As he expertly reloaded the RPG, he launched another round in a different direction. The trees had already begun to adapt and change their approach. Seal immediately adjusted her aim and unleashed a new round of suppressive fire. Although it was their first time working together, their shared interest in weaponry allowed them to coordinate effectively, and any animosity between them, stemming from their connection to Arcuade, dissipated in the thunderous roar of gunfire. Even as they unleashed their firepower, they kept an eye on their less mobile companions. "Karen, come behind me. Miram, keep yourself safe and alert us if you notice any stragglers. Thanks for the concern, but we're not so weak that we need protection. It's time to get up, Karen." In Miram's voice, which was laced with both sweetness and menace, an ominous energy flared once again. This time, the source was not Karen, but Miram himself. The young member of the 27 Dead Apostle Ancestors was famous in the mystical world as the demon summoner, and summoning demons was as natural to him as breathing. It was largely thanks to him that the demon nun had become what she was. The power of the demon filled the air and was quickly absorbed by Karen. Ugh. The smaller girl let out a piercing scream as mysterious wounds appeared all over her exposed skin, such was the nature of her masochistic spiritualist constitution. Despite her wounded body, her face grew increasingly flushed until she eventually wobbled to her feet, grabbing a Gatling gun in one hand and several grenades in the other. She appeared even more ferocious than Shinji and Seal, who were unscathed. Shinji, keeping an eye on the rear, nearly popped his eyes out of his head in shock. You can do that. But, at this rate, her body could collapse at any moment. It's the price to pay. If you want something, you must give something in return. It's a simple concept. To gain great power quickly, you must take risks. This is all voluntary on her part. As Miriam explained, everything was Karen's own choice. Although she had inherited the talents of Kodomine Makiri, she was not particularly outstanding among the many executors. She had also missed the prime age for human growth, making it difficult to ever reach Kiriai's level through normal training. From the moment she decided to join the burial agency, Karen had mentally prepared herself for destruction. As long as she could gain power, as long as she could fill the void in her heart, she was willing to pay any price. The burial agency hadn't disappointed her. Though its members were all twisted in one way or another, they had indeed opened new doors for her. There were rare secrets and unimaginable techniques, and she was a beneficiary of one such technique, a method called demon fusion. When a demon possesses a human, it amplifies the human's desires and drives them mad, but it also grants them immense power. This technique's goal was to allow humans to control demonic power for their use, converting demons into combat strength, similar to pseudo-servants. Given Karen's masochistic spiritualist constitution and her willingness, Narbarek had made her the subject of this experiment. With Miriam's help, they crafted the perfect demon for Karen, resulting in the creation of the demon nun. Because of this, as long as Miriam was around, Karen could always replenish her demonic energy. Of course, the fusion process was excruciatingly painful. Karen, let me know if you can't hold on. I can stop anytime. I'm fine, Miriam-sama. I'm not at my limit yet. Her once golden eyes now blackened by madness, Karen showed no sign of giving up. This is nothing compared to that sinner. With Karen's resolve and the stirring of the forest, the young apostle felt his long-dormant passion reignite. If they were going to fight, they had to win. Miriam had no intention of losing to anyone except the master he had pledged his loyalty and admiration. Let's go, demon of the right arm, Lady Wind-Up. His right arm became ethereal, and another of the 4 great demon beasts manifested behind him. Like the king of the land who served as his right foot, Lady Wind-Up had no name, only a title derived from her appearance. Mechanical doll, as in machine, mechanism. Lady, as in a noble girl or young woman. The demon of the right arm embodied these traits perfectly, born from the wishes for guns, swords, and warfare, modeled after a large statue of the Holy Virgin, ultimately materializing as a 10-meter-tall mechanical doll, anthropomorphized gear-activated divine statue. Caliber is justice, and turrets are truth. Thousands of turrets, thousands of stars. And then, take a look at her beautiful metallic body, slender yet angular, with a richly layered design. Excuse me, but all of the Lady Wind-Up's appeal points hit Shinji's sweet spot, so his steel soul got a bit too fired up. Her appearance shifted the battlefield's aesthetic from a prehistoric struggle between giant beasts to a clash of ultramodern fantasy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Amidst the exclamations of a certain mecha enthusiast, Miriam casually waved his phantom right hand. Go. Understood. A synthesized voice, metallic in tone, devoid of emotion or warmth, resonated from within the Lady Wind-Up, perfectly matching the mecha girl aesthetic. Target lock. Fire. In the next moment, countless cannons all over the mechanical girl's body roared in unison. What followed was a series of deafening explosions. With just one round of barrage, the dense, seemingly endless horde of frenzied trees in the distance was obliterated. Then, the mechanical girl raised her left arm, the twin mechanical chainsaws spinning wildly, shredding nearby giant trees along with the ground and the sea of flames. If the forest of Inash symbolizes primal savagery, then the Lady Wind-Up is the pinnacle of civilization, the blade that slices through ignorance and backwardness. It's like those distant godly eras when early humans, still in a state of ignorance, ventured into the wilds, forests, mountains, and rivers under the guidance of heroes, fighting against nature with their bare hands and primitive weapons to secure humanity's future. The tide of battle had turned. Just a few minutes ago, the forest of Inash was suppressing the king of the land. Now, the Lady Wind-Up was suppressing the forest of Inash. The reason was still inherent incompatibility. The Lady Wind-Up was a complete counter to the forest of Inash in every way. The forest of Inash consists of blood-drinking plants that feed on flesh and blood. The Lady Wind-Up is a mechanical doll made of metal, with no blood or flesh, and her weapons are all made of metal and explosives. Conceptually, metal and fire are precisely what humanity relies on to conquer nature. It's no exaggeration to say that most of the troublesome characteristics of the forest of Inash are ineffective against the Lady Wind-Up, making such a result only natural. As the creator of this imaginary demon, Miriam clearly understood the traits and power of the Lady Wind-Up. There was a reason he hadn't used her right away. After a single round of barrage and sweeping away the tree horde, the giant mecha girl started rolling forward on her heavy-duty wheels, completely ignoring her injured master and his companions. "Stop, stop now, you need to stop," Miriam shouted anxiously, the aura of a seasoned expert vanishing in less than a minute. However, no matter how much he shouted, the mecha girl showed no signs of stopping, continuing to charge ahead, leaving Miriam red-faced with anger. That simple-minded idiot. Yes, this was the reason Miriam was reluctant to use the Lady Wind-Up. She's too dumb. Whether it's due to the innate limitations of the doll or a flaw in Miriam's design, despite looking like a cool goddess, she's an airhead. To put it simply, she's like an old-fashioned printer that won't stop printing even if you press the pause button, or like the oldest film projector that has to finish a reel before it can stop. Adaptability is almost non-existent for her. Miriam says go, so she goes. As for any further orders, sorry, I'll finish the first one before anything else. Watching the Lady Wind-Up move further away, Miriam glanced up at the sky and said helplessly. At this height, King of the Sky is useless. Karen, carry me, we need to catch up with that idiot quickly. Yes, Miriam-sama. Karen dropped her weapon and staggered over. How are you supposed to carry someone like this? Take care of yourself first, I'll carry Miriam. Before she could get close, Shinji had already hoisted Miriam onto his shoulder and gave Seal a look. The latter quickly caught on, picked up Karen, and chased after the Lady Wind-Up. The Lady Wind-Up wasn't particularly fast, and after entering the forest, the resistance from the tree horde increased significantly. Although they couldn't deal any effective damage to the fully metal mecha girl, they greatly slowed her down. Before long, Shinji and Seal, with their superior physical abilities, caught up. As soon as they got close, Miriam shouted an order. Open the door, quick. Since the command to open the door didn't conflict with the command to go, Lady Wind-Up followed the order. The armor plates on her abdomen, which looked like decorative patterns, opened to reveal a glimmer of light. From within the light, a retractable ladder extended downward, leaving the other three stunned. You can fit people inside? Seal asked. Why not? Miriam countered. It was designed as a war fortress against the dead apostles. It can hold people and various familiars. Don't dawdle, get in quickly. Ah, right. Seal put aside her surprise, concentrated the last of her magical energy into her legs, and leaped onto the still descending ladder. Shinji followed closely behind, and within seconds, both of them had rushed into Lady Wind-Up's abdomen via the ladder. Then the ladder retracted, the door closed, and the war fortress was flawless once more. Chapter 813, Battlefield Meal. Inside the Lady Wind-Up, how should I put it, it's a completely different style. The exterior blends the spirit of the Type 59 tank with the multi-turret religious core, creating an ultramodern fantasy style. In contrast, the interior of the fortress is decorated in a medieval, retro style. The walls and floors appear to be of brick and stone, adorned with exquisite murals and carpets, magical chandeliers on the ceiling, and luxurious sculptures and furniture, all exuding an air of aristocratic elegance and opulence. It hardly looks like the interior of a war fortress. At this moment, Shinji, Seal, and Karen suddenly remembered that the fortress's owner, Miriam Solomon, also held the title of Crown. He was the unique collector among the dead apostles and one of the few super-rich individuals. Miriam was pleased with their expressions. Showing off his collection and seeing the envy in others' eyes was one of the great joys of collecting. If it resonated with his guests, all the better. Shinji met Miriam's expectations, carefully examining the room's layout and asked with some uncertainty, is it just my imagination, or does this place look a lot like the Millennium Castle Brunestad? Ahahaha, you noticed. Yes, I modeled it after the Millennium Castle Brunestad. But due to limited space, I only replicated a small portion and added some furniture. Feel free to sit anywhere. If you're tired, there are rooms over there too. Don't worry, although Lady Wind-Up may seem clumsy, her performance is guaranteed. Miriam's words were not empty. The Lady Wind-Up combined mystery and technology, constantly evolving. Advances in technology ensured that she always maintained top-tier firepower. The fantasy nature of the imaginary demon itself meant she was not bound by the physical laws of the technological world. Her ammunition reserves, power supply, and even the structure supporting the fortress all emerged from fantasy. In any era, whether in the surface world or the realm of understanding, she was the ultimate war machine capable of breaking cities and destroying nations. This was the true war fortress, the mobile fortress. Shinji thought for a moment and said, is there a lookout or something? I want to go outside and watch the battle. Yes, you can reach the top or bottom levels by taking the stairs on either side of the corridor. I suggest the lower level. The top level is the Lady Wind-Up's shoulder, and it's easy to fall off when she swings her sword. I'll leave the watch to you. Okay. Understanding that Miriam was showing goodwill, Shinji nodded in appreciation. The Lady Wind-Up's inherent advantage meant that the defeat of Forest of Inash was only a matter of time. What lay ahead was the contest for the Crimson Fruit, and watching the battle would allow him to seize it at the earliest opportunity. Miram had seen through this and agreed to assist Shinji and the faction he represented, Arcuade, in this way. However, just because Miram was willing to help didn't mean others would be. "I'll go too," Seal said, staring intently at Shinji, clearly planning to stick with him to the end, completely forgetting their previous teamwork with the RPG Vulcan cannon. Miram didn't mind Seal's attitude. He waved to Karen and said, "Sit here, I'll give you some emergency treatment." Of course, Shinji was even less concerned. Among the trio, the only one he had to be cautious of was Miram. Although he supported Arcuade, he was now a member of the burial agency and seemed to have no intention of leaving. At least on the surface, he had to stand on the same side as Seal, so he couldn't allow Shinji to harm her. Of the 4 great demon beasts under Miram's command, the left-arm demon king of rats lacked combat power and usually took the form of an old man as Miram's public substitute, so he could be excluded. The right-leg demon king of the land had already been devoured by Forest of Inash, so it could be temporarily ignored. The remaining 2, the ultimate war fortress Lady Wind-Up and another yet to be seen, highly mobile king of the sky, were formidable. Facing one would be manageable, but if both were deployed, even Shinji in his current state wouldn't have much of a chance. Moreover, Miram had collected countless treasures over the centuries, just the ones he was visibly wearing numbered nearly 20, each emanating an aura not belonging to this era. In a real fight, the outcome would be uncertain. As long as Miram didn't intervene, Shinji wasn't afraid, even if Karen and Seal were determined to obstruct him. Following Miram's directions, Shinji reached the end of the corridor, descended the stairs, and entered the watchtower. The tower's design still mimicked the Millennium Castle Brunestad, located at Lady Wind-Up's waist. Although the view wasn't as good as the tower at the shoulder level, it was more stable and didn't sway back and forth. Through the preset lookout holes, the outside scene was visible. Artillery fire flattened the ground, wiping out all enemies who dared approach. A giant sword cleared the way, sweeping aside all obstacles. Though the battle tactics were simple and crude, they were surprisingly effective. War is like that, strategies, tactics, and schemes are just the struggles of the weak, the strong only need to rely on raw power. The Lady Wind-Up was undoubtedly on the side of raw power, and her steady advance gave Shinji time to rest. Before encountering that magus symbolizing freedom, he had already planned to rest, but a series of events had unfolded, leaving him without even a chance to eat. After another scan of the battlefield, confirming that there was no sign of the Crimson Corps, Shinji reached into his backpack again. This time, he pulled out not a weapon but an iron pot, a gas stove, and a can of fuel. By now, Seal was numb with shock. Who knew how much more could come out of that seemingly ordinary backpack? "Are you going to cook?" "Yeah, I haven't eaten in 6 hours. Want to join me?" As he spoke, Shinji took out a kitchen knife and a cutting board. "I'm not bragging, but my cooking is better than most professional chefs." Seal was tempted. She hadn't eaten in a long time either. Although she wouldn't die from not eating due to the blessings of the world order, her bodily functions and personal state would deteriorate significantly. However, she eventually shook her head, unsure if it was due to caution, a lack of appetite, or simply feeling that the atmosphere of the battlefield didn't suit cooking. "I'll pass, you eat by yourself." "Really not eating?" Shinji confirmed once more. "Really not." Seal turned her head away decisively. "That's too bad," Shinji replied, a sly smile on his face. Seal instinctively felt something was off. Just as she was about to ask, she saw Shinji pull out a label-less glass bottle from his bag, containing a thick, golden liquid that was almost solid. The moment the lid was opened, the girl's face changed. This is... Chapter 814, Chapter 814, this isn't Type Moon, this is Food Wars. What exactly is in that bottle that makes Seal so agitated? Could it be some rare alchemical potion? No, it's not that. No matter what kind of alchemical potion it is, a life-saving elixir or a deadly poison, it wouldn't affect a girl whose body is frozen in time by the world. Therefore, it wouldn't be of any particular interest to her. The contents of the glass bottle aren't anything precious and don't involve any mysterious ingredients. The ingredients for the liquid can be easily bought in the market, and it's not hard to make. Grinding spices like cloves, fennel seeds, coriander seeds, mustard seeds, turmeric powder, and chili powder, then frying them with simple ingredients like coconut milk, is all it takes. Yes, what's in the bottle is a curry sauce, a spice and condiment quite popular in East and Southeast Asia. Could a mere bottle of curry sauce make Seal this excited? The answer is yes. Although Seal is French, she is a hardcore curry addict. So hardcore that she can eat curry for all 3 meals every day, and going without curry for even one day makes her feel miserable, like an addict going through withdrawal. It's said that during a mission to India, she suddenly became infatuated with curry and couldn't get enough of it, earning her the nickname Curry Nun. Japan is already a country that loves curry, and Shinji had traveled through curry-loving countries like India, Thailand, and Sri Lanka, combining these experiences with the culinary skills he learned from his food vlog to create this golden curry sauce, the very one inside the glass bottle. To an ordinary person, it's just a delicious sauce, but to a curry addict like Seal, it's high-purity dope. No, it's a summons from the devil himself. The intense gaze, the sound of her swallowing, the way she kept sniffing, and the predatory look on her face like a feral dog ready to pounce made Shinji's skin crawl. He even regretted trying to tempt her. But since he'd already started, he had to see it through. Shinji, whose instinct for teasing girls was deeply ingrained, suppressed his discomfort, pretending to be intoxicated as he brought the bottle to his nose and muttered, "Good thing I brought this. Time's short, so let's just make some curry rice. And luckily, there's still some rice left." Curry rice. Seal's mouth watered as she thought about curry rice, one of her favorite curry dishes. The idea of mixing that perfectly fragrant golden curry with rice was irresistible. Yeah, but there's quite a bit of leftover rice. It'd be a shame to throw it away. Seal's eyes sparkled even brighter as she coughed lightly and said, "If there's too much rice, I don't mind helping you finish it. Curry rice is fine for me too. Aren't you not eating?" Shinji asked with a strange look, trying hard to suppress his laughter. The 16-year-old in appearance but 25-year-old in mind nun blushed and hurriedly explained, "The Lord teaches us not to waste food, and as clergy, we should set an example." Shinji thought about it and realized there was indeed such a saying. If she could even find an excuse like that, what else could he say? He had planned to use this meal to ease the tension between them anyway. If you want to eat, just eat. It's only curry rice, not some grand feast. Before he could finish his sentence, Seal suddenly whipped out a black key. What are you doing?" Seal realized what she had done and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me." Damn, Shinji thought. He had forgotten that not only was she a curry addict, but she was also a staunch defender of curry, ready to attack anyone who dared to insult it. Shinji patted his chest, still a bit shaken, and said with a dry laugh, "Put that away. You don't need that to make curry rice. If you need to keep busy, there's a kitchen knife here, you can help me cut the vegetables." Sure, Seal nodded eagerly. Cutting vegetables was no big deal for her. After all, she grew up in a bakery and knew her way around household chores. Curry rice's ingredients were simple: potatoes, carrots, with a bit of broccoli, egg, and small pieces of beef tenderloin. Stir-frying and stewing together took only 10 minutes, and a pot of fragrant curry rice was ready. The white rice was soaked in the rich curry sauce, the top layer golden from the egg, while the bottom had turned a translucent amber due to the heat. Garnished with green broccoli and red carrots, the dish was visually stunning, blending warm and cool colors beautifully. This was just from Shinji's perspective. From Seal's, this was no mere food, it was an almost perfect work of art, emitting a dreamlike glow. Yes, a dreamlike glow, just like in that classic food anime, where the dish glows and you can see dragons soaring and fairies dancing, drawing you in completely. Unable to wait, Seal grabbed a spoon, mixed the curry with the rice, and took a bite. Her demeanor changed instantly. She unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her habit, revealing her smooth, fair neck. Her lips glistened with curry sauce, and her face was flushed with an odd redness, steam practically rising from her. She looked like she was in pure bliss, no, in hell, since no one in heaven would devour food so ravenously. If she could still be considered a proper nun before, she had now completely fallen from grace, all because of a bowl of curry rice. The stark contrast made Shinji almost doubt whether he had accidentally added too much spice or if his magic had gone haywire. He quickly took a bite himself, spicy, fragrant, a bit hot, and slightly sweet. Nothing unusual, just a bit intense in flavor, which his father and uncle liked. His mother and sister found it too strong and usually diluted it with other seasonings. All Shinji could say was that Seal truly deserved her title as the curry nun. She was beyond help. If he didn't know she was French-Japanese, he might have thought she was from a country where magic bread could be turned into flying pancakes. Maybe that would suit her better, after all, they were all overpowered. After plating the rest of the curry rice, Shinji brought the nun back to reality from her blissful curry-induced hell. Hey, take a break. Don't just keep eating, go check on Miram and see if he's done. If he is, ask Miss Karen to join us for the meal. Miram probably doesn't need any food right now, having just fed. Sure. The curry's still a bit hot, so it'll cool down by the time I get back. Seal reluctantly put down her plate and dashed off. Wait, does that mean if it weren't hot, you wouldn't have gone to get them? Does curry rice have such an allure? This isn't Food Wars. Chapter 815, Calling for Lady Windup. This is the world of Type Moon, not a gourmet film set. Yes, that's right, this is Type Moon, not a gourmet film set. Shinji told himself this as he looked out the window at the endless waves of trees and the never-ending bombardment. However, his newly firm resolve was shattered again within seconds. I don't even know what to say anymore. I tolerated Seal's curry none, but Karen, what's your deal? Yes, not only Seal but Karen also had an expression that was on the verge of bliss, and the happiness on her face was even more intense than Seal's. Shinji felt that something must be wrong with his cooking. It made sense for Seal to be obsessed with curry, but he had never heard of Karen being a curry fanatic too. She, like her father, the spicy tofu fan Makiri Kodomine, was a die-hard fan of Kushuin Taizen's famous dish, Mapo tofu. If he had served up the legendary dish from Kushuin Taizen's restaurant, that would have been one thing, but a bowl of golden curry rice. The title of Mapo tofu is weeping. Could the curry nun have such a powerful influence? Shinji was overthinking it. For Karen, there's no fundamental difference between Mapo tofu and curry rice. It was only because her father's image as the Mapo tofu prize was so deeply ingrained that this misunderstanding arose. To be precise, Karen's preference wasn't for any particular dish or specific type of food, but for strong, stimulating flavors. Whether it was Mapo tofu or Indian curry, she'd also be fine as long as it was rich, spicy, and flavorful. She loved it, and the more intense, the better. The reasons for her strong taste preferences are twofold. First, she inherited her twisted nature from her father, Makiri Kodomine. Because of the emptiness in her heart, she instinctively seeks spiritual satisfaction, and stimulating food is one way to achieve that. Just as sweets can make people feel happy, spicy and numbing flavors bring Karen joy. Second, her body is tempered by the power of the demonic entity she's endured. After suffering injuries repeatedly, her sensory functions have gradually dulled. The bland diet provided by the church hardly registers any flavor for her, so anything that she can taste, even if it's so spicy it feels like hell, makes her feel as though she's in heaven. This is one of the reasons why Seal appreciates Karen and is willing to help her. Among the entire burial agency, no, in the whole church, only Karen can join her in eating curry every day without getting tired of it. Normally, a chef would feel pleased to see guests experience happiness from the food they prepare. But at this moment, Shinji felt nothing of the sort. The exaggerated expressions before him were affecting his appetite. He had prepared 2 big bowls of rice for himself, but in the end, he only ate one. Of course, the remaining bowl wasn't wasted, as Seal and Karen happily shared it, despite their stomachs already bulging from the meal. So, having shot himself in the foot, someone could only reluctantly leave the cleanup work to the 2 girls while he, bored and restless, observed the battle from the lookout. From this angle, a bowl of curry that distracted 2 people who were hostile towards him could be considered a successful transaction. With this in mind, Shinji's mood brightened considerably. He even began to anticipate the appearance of the Crimson Core, the sooner, the better. Everyone knows it's not wise to exercise after a meal, especially when you're stuffed. Thus, the sooner the Crimson Core appears, the less pressure Shinji would face. Perhaps due to his training over the years, his hopes transformed into reality in relation to the third magic. At the edge of his vision, beyond a dark, ghostly forest, there was a vivid splash of red. Just by appearing in his sight, it evoked the image of an endless sea of blood. Shinji was certain that this was the destination they sought, Crimson Core. Instinctively gathering his magic, he prepared his noble phantasms in their spirit form, ready to materialize them at any moment. As soon as they were within range, he would dash forward without hesitation, disregarding whether he exposed more information to the church. Closer and closer, he could already make out the general shape of the Crimson Core. It was the tallest, largest, and most expansive tree in the entire forest of Inash. Unlike the surrounding dark forest, the mother tree that served as the core was crimson from top to bottom, from branch to leaf. Whether it was due to the blood it was absorbing or because it was inherently that color was unclear. The life force emanating from the tree was on an entirely different level than its surrounding minions. It was a life force befitting the name 27 Dead Apostle Ancestors, and it was no less imposing than Lady Windup, perhaps even stronger due to absorbing the king of the land. With its appearance, the resistance from the tree group became noticeably stronger, and the vampire beasts swarming the forest began appearing in large numbers. Some charged at the war fortress alongside the trees in a desperate assault, while others circled, trying to infiltrate the fortress through its several lookout points. Although their attempts were thwarted by Lady Windup's tight artillery coverage, Shinji could sense that her movement speed was slowing down. This won't do, things can't go on like this. I need to speed things up. I need to reach the Crimson Core before Karen and Seal are no longer in their post-meal state. What should I do? His first thought was the noble phantasm, but he quickly dismissed the idea. The range of the noble phantasm wasn't as far as the artillery, and it consumed a lot of magic. In his current state, where he couldn't replenish his mana, he could only use it 2 or 3 times at most. Modern weapons. Not good either. His small world only contained individual equipment, and even if he fired with all his might, it was still far inferior to Lady Windup's full-body artillery, a drop in the bucket. Then, Shinji's hand unconsciously moved towards the opening of his backpack. Should he use his final trump card? Just as he pressed down on the buckle, ready to fully open the backpack and take everything out, a bold idea came to mind. Deep within his blue pupils, the light of his soul flickered, and his strong mental power was unleashed, spreading throughout the entire fortress. This wasn't some kind of spiritual shock but simply a signal, directed at Lady Windup herself, or rather the machine. Though Lady Windup was an automaton puppet, she was, in essence, a manifestation of a phantasmal species by Miram, so she possessed a soul. The fact that Miram could scold her as a simple-minded fool also indicated she had intelligence. If she has intelligence, then communication is possible. If she has a soul and can communicate, then there's room for Shinji to maneuver. Are you there? No response, and certainly no one responded with, "Not here, Commander." Perhaps Lady Windup's simple brain couldn't comprehend this kind of greeting, so Shinji switched to a more straightforward approach. Lady Windup, Lady Windup. Do you copy? Over. Lady Windup, calling Lady Windup. Please respond if you hear this. Over. Chapter 816, Chapter 816, isn't it just a crimson throne? The most straightforward approach worked. Soon, a voice devoid of any emotion connected with the mental energy Shinji had released. This is Lady Windup, I hear you. You are not the master. You are. I'm a friend of your master. My name is Shinji Matou, currently at the watchtower on your right side. Location confirmed. State the reason for the call. Your combat methods are inefficient. I have a way to improve them. Cannot understand, request a detailed explanation. Hard to explain. I wish to conduct a mental synchronization for direct demonstration. Insufficient authorization, request denied. Miram, request for authorization. Permission granted. I also want to see how the knight plans to improve her combat efficiency. Miram's voice chimed in. As the creator of the demon, he had a spiritual connection with each of his familiars and sensed everything the moment Shinji contacted Lady Windup. When the artificial demon was first created, this demon, modeled after a war angel, was his favorite. But because she was too clumsy, despite pursuing fashion, equipment upgrades, her personality was awkwardly simple and boring, making her difficult to use. So, even though she was the most popular, she was often benched. If it weren't for the fact that the forest of Inash was terrestrial, unsuitable for the king of the sky, Miram wouldn't have deployed her at all. Understood, connecting now. The broken spiritual connection was restored, and various data were transmitted back and forth between the two souls using spiritual energy. The principle was similar to how Magus operated their familiars, but the data volume was much larger. Among humans, perhaps only Shinji could perform such an operation. If non-humans were included, a few more could be added. Leave it to me. Lady Windup, relax your spirit and transmit the battlefield information you've captured to me. Follow my commands, quickly. How nice it would be to have a cockpit at this moment. Shinji's words were casual, but Miram took them seriously. A cockpit. Exactly. How can a giant robot not have a cockpit? Piloting large humanoid weapons is the dream of any man with a soul of steel. And this is a mecha girl, combining Mo and hot-bloodedness. Plus, with manual control, you wouldn't have to worry about the Lady Windup's low intelligence. Good idea, tell me more. Ah, synchronization is complete. Wow, this OS is inefficient. No time to explain, if you get a chance, go to Japan and watch some robot anime. I recommend the Gundam series, especially the UC series. You'll understand once you see it. Gundam, you see, names I've never heard before, I'll remember them. Now, let me show you what a mecha enthusiast can do. Both Miram and Lady Windup could sense Shinji's excitement and passion, a feeling entirely different from but no less intense than the one Seal and Karen felt for Curry. Burn. The light of Shinji's soul flashed continuously, his will spreading throughout Lady Windup's body. The multi-turret barrage network is dense, but the body's defenses don't need to be so conservative. Allow some of these enemies to get through and focus all firepower on the offense, it will be more effective. The continuous, all-encompassing barrage suddenly stopped. The tree swarm, blocked countless times, seized the opportunity and surged forward like a tsunami. However, in the next moment, this tsunami was shattered and scattered by an even more intense and concentrated barrage. Focus fire on areas human joints find hard to reach and on large targets. The scattered tsunami remained a tsunami, though no longer a unified line, and its momentum was unchanged. As for these small fry intentionally let through, they can be dealt with in close combat. Isn't that what your chainsaw swords are for? Under Shinji's control, the 2 arms and 4 chainsaw swords spun wildly, slicing and dicing the tree swarm into pieces. The sensitivity is pretty high. Close combat can take on more, the speed of the drive wheels can also be increased. Amid the storm of wood chips and blood, the gothic Lolita-styled female robot dashed forward. Good, just like that, charge, 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 charge. Crush everything in your path. Show them the difference between a specialized and mass-produced model. Go-go-go. Go-go-go. As the synchronization deepened, Lady Wind-Up's personality was unconsciously influenced by Shinji, becoming more ferocious. Careful, a giant target is approaching, breaking through the firing line. The only one unaffected was Miram, who, having been burned once, had prepared a secret treasure to counteract mental influence. I know, by the way, this guy has the king of the land's influence, doesn't it? The giant tree formed by the latest fusion of the tree swarm was more than 30 meters tall, making the 10-meter Lady Wind-Up seem like an undergrown child in comparison. The barrage was still effective, but due to the size difference, it couldn't deal a fatal blow. I know I made a mistake, but now isn't the time to say that. Think of a solution, quickly. Miram knew it was his fault. If he hadn't used the wrong familiar and added new concepts to the Forest of Inash, Lady Wind-Up wouldn't have slowed down so much. I've had a solution all along. This thing may have size, but it's not overwhelmingly strong. It's actually easy to deal with. Mental skeleton framework constructed, initiate. The mental skeleton framework is a concept from the anime Gundam UC, where the pilot's brainwaves, or mental energy, are received and amplified. Initially used for remote control of floating weapons, it later allowed pilots to enhance control over their machines and even unlock unbelievable powers, similar to Shinji's third magic. Blue light representing Shinji's soul enveloped the entire machine. Lady Wind-Up leaped into the air, its arms spinning around to stab into the giant tree's midsection, while its legs extended forward, using the spiked drive wheels to pin down the tree. The branches lashed, the vines entwined, the beasts attacked, all were ignored. Even if the latter entered the fortress, they were no match for Miram, Karen, or Seal, who could easily obliterate them. As for the former, fire. Full barrage. A close-range salvo shattered the branches, along with part of the giant tree's body that had been pinned down. With a breach made, the rest was easy: artillery strikes, chainsaw slicing, sawtooth wheel tearing. In no time, the obstructing giant beast was destroyed. If Sakura or Fujino saw this, they would undoubtedly shout, "Women's self-defense." Indeed, Shinji had already employed martial arts during the battle. The greatest advantage of humanoid machines is their similarity to the human body, allowing them to utilize human combat techniques. If you can't exploit this advantage, humanoid mechas are trash, you might as well use beast-type machines. Under Shinji's spiritual control, he fully unleashed the legacy left by Scat Hack. Spear techniques, gun techniques, sword techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques, every martial art he had learned and those he had yet to master were used in turn. He advanced like a hot knife through butter, unstoppable. Isn't it just a damn tree? Watch me smash it with a Gundam. Chapter 817, it ran away. The phrase, "Isn't it just a XXXX? Watch me XXXX it," is borrowed from the Gundam UC series, a famous line from its indisputable protagonist, Amuro Ray. The original line goes, "Isn't it just a piece of rock? Watch me push it back with my Gundam." This was Amuro's declaration as he pushed back the asteroid base axis, which his rival Char was trying to crash into Earth. Amazingly, with the power of the psychoframe, he managed to push the asteroid away. This phrase is often used to describe someone going beyond their limits, breaking the mold, or accomplishing the impossible. Shinji, who was now fully fired up with his steel soul, had also entered such a state. The black and white Lady Wind-Up dragged a trail of blue particles behind her as she charged toward the crimson tree guarded by a forest of trees, the true Crimson Core. Of course, he wasn't planning to push it back, he was planning to destroy it. However, while Shinji wanted to play the role of Amuro Ray, the true Crimson Core wasn't some inanimate asteroid-like axis. Despite lacking a personality, it was still a living being with strong survival instincts. Sensing the rapidly approaching threat to its life, the Crimson Core, which had been rooted to the ground and integrated with the otherworldly environment, suddenly uprooted itself and began moving like an octopus, using its massive roots to walk. But instead of turning to face its threat for a final stand, it moved in the opposite direction. Toward the core of the Forest of Inash, a haven for countless subordinates, ruled by the vampiric phantasmal species, the seventh of the dead apostle ancestors, the second-generation Arcuade, who far surpassed her predecessor. It was running away. That's right, it was fleeing. This was the true survival instinct at work, the natural drive to seek advantage and avoid danger. Why stay and die if it couldn't defeat Lady Wind-Up? It's not an ordinary tree, it can move, and it certainly wasn't slow. The trees in the Forest of Inash could be classified as immobile and fast-moving. If it were just running away, that would be one thing, but it's a tree. There's no way it could outrun a specialized Gundam, a professional war machine like Lady Wind-Up. But it wasn't just the Crimson Core running away, the entire 50-kilometer diameter of the Forest of Inash was its ally and shield. While the Crimson Core fled, other trees, under its control, moved to block the Lady Wind-Up. Although Shinji's piloting pushed her to perform beyond expectations, she still couldn't fly, and breaking through the trees took time. With each moment, the crimson core got further away, its distance growing despite Shinji's best efforts. Frustrated by the growing gap, he couldn't help but curse. Fuck, mxxxxr fuck. He cursed both mentally and verbally, not caring if anyone could hear or if he was in sync with the others. His cursing drew glances from Seal and Karen, who were still savoring their golden curry, and even caused Miriam to frown, whose essence leaned more towards fairy tales and purity. The lady wind up, in her sync state with Shinji, followed suit. Fuck, mxxxxr fuck. Hey, Matou Shinji. Miriam finally couldn't stay silent, even dropping his usual honorific of night. Rude cursing won't solve the problem, it will only make you more agitated. Sorry. With that reminder, Shinji quickly calmed down. Do you have any better ideas? Like a flying demon or something? I do, but you saw what happened to the bird swarm earlier. Any ordinary demon would meet the same fate as the king of the land. And for certain reasons, the king of the sky can't approach the ground. Though it sounded like an excuse, it was the truth. Miriam's 4 great demons were supposedly as powerful as the dead apostle ancestors, but each had its weaknesses. The Rat King on the left arm was extremely weak, Lady Wind Up on the right arm was clumsy, and the King of the Land on the right leg had nothing but size and strength. The last one, the King of the Sky on the left leg, was very capable and was considered a king among kings, a weapon of ultimate battle. But as its name implies, the King of the Sky could only rule the skies, not the ground. Once its wings touched the ground, it would dissolve into nothingness, along with the demon itself, perhaps the fate of all skywalkers. For Miriam, using the King of the Sky was too costly, and in the forest environment, it would be an extreme waste, entering only to immediately retreat. So there's nothing we can do. You have so many mystical treasures on you, isn't there anything you can use? Shinji knew he was being a bit harsh, but with the prize within his grasp slipping away, he couldn't help himself. Miriam understood and didn't take offense. He explained. No, I don't. Most of my combat power comes from my demons, I'm not particularly strong myself. The treasures I carry are mostly for defense and recovery. I have some offensive ones, but they're all meant for small targets. To be honest, I've never expected to lose in a large-scale battle to anyone other than my master or the second magician, or maybe the White Beast, the pet of the Black Blood's Moon Princess. These are not your ordinary opponents but the true pinnacle of the planet, beings of a different order from other dead apostles. And besides, Knight, our agreement was for you to lead the attack while I merely guide the way. I've brought you here, so now it's time for you to show your strength. Someone who could kill the Knight of Wallachia surely has more up their sleeve than this. You don't need to worry about Seal or Karen, their abilities don't suit battles of this scale. As for me, I have no interest in the fruit. There's no need to hold back on our account. Miriam's voice was sincere, and his words made sense. This wasn't the time to hold back. If things continued this way, they might never catch up, even after the forest of Inash finished its feeding. Once it retreated underground, it would take another 50 years before they could confront it again. Even though 50 years isn't long for Arcuade, and Shinji was confident he'd still be around, he didn't want the princess to spend that time in a dull slumber. Since their encounter in the Millennium Castle, ever since his magic had intertwined with Marble Phantasm, giving him a glimpse of that unforgettable night of pain, he knew he couldn't just leave the pure white princess alone. He, Matou Shinji, didn't want Arcuade Brunistad to sleep in loneliness and cold. Miriam Solomon, can I trust you? He asked one last time. In all matters unrelated to the princess, you cannot. But in all things concerning her, you absolutely can. As expected, that was his answer. Then, if I fail, I'll leave it to you. Chapter 818, Chapter 818, The Right Way to Wake Up a Princess. All right. Miriam agreed readily but quickly sensed something was off. We. What we? Where did we come from? Isn't he alone here? Is he planning to bring Seal or Karen along? Impossible. Even if he wanted to, would they agree to go with him? The ancient dead apostle was filled with confusion, which was quickly followed by more anticipation. That young knight had already surprised and amazed him countless times. For a dead apostle with endless time and growing boredom, this was an invaluable experience. Now, he was even more eager to see what else this human, favored by the princess, could bring. That anticipation soon turned into reality. Shinji returned from the tower's lookout, accompanied by the overstuffed Karen and Seal. The first thing he said to Miriam was, "Open the door. It's time for me to go into battle." "That's not a problem, open the door." Miriam ordered casually, then asked, "But isn't there a skylight in the tower?" "It's a bit narrow, but your size should fit through." "If it were just me, it wouldn't matter whether it's the skylight or the door. But I'm not the only one going into battle. If I made her go through the skylight, you might get angry." Angry? Shinji's reply made Miriam pause slightly, quickly leading to a look of disbelief as if realizing something. Could it be her? Yes, it's her. Nodding, Shinji opened his backpack fully, took out a small coffin wrapped inside, and infused it with magical power. With a click, the coffin lid flipped open on both sides. In an instant, pure white spread out. The world was replaced, or rather, it was changed. White, a purity without a single blemish, spread everywhere. The surroundings, the floor, furniture, and even the entire room, were dyed in this pure white. At the center of this pure white world, there was a different color. Dazzling gold, icy silver, and a subtle hint of black. The gold was the color of the hair. It belonged to a princess in a pure white, floor-length gown, the color of the hair of the pure white princess. Although she was the moon princess, her hair was more radiant than the sun. Seeing this golden color, Seal's expression was complex, filled with both resentment and sorrow. Miram instinctively dropped to one knee, his face full of excitement, and his red eyes showed deep fascination. He murmured, "Princess." The silver came from chains. They tightly bound the pure white princess, suppressing her power and sealing her consciousness. The pure white princess sat quietly on a throne of unknown material in this pure white world, her eyes closed, in peaceful slumber amidst the dense, cold chains. Finally, there was the black, subtle, barely noticeable compared to the dazzling gold and dense silver. If not for the contrast of the pure white world, this color might easily be overlooked. It was a small black cat, lying on the princess's lap, asleep alongside the pure white princess. The princess's guardian and only knight silently approached the throne, cradling the black cat after navigating the only gap in the chains. The black cat, with its instinctual intelligence, opened its eyes and skillfully climbed onto Shinji's head as if it had done this many times before. But this time, Shinji shook his head, took the black cat down from his head, and handed it to Miram. "She is my link to the princess. Please take care of her for a while." After saying this, Shinji reached out, grasped the chains binding Arcuade, and gave them a firm pull. With a series of clack, clack, clack sounds, the chains seemingly came alive, detaching from her body and gathering into Shinji's hand before vanishing. The now unsupported princess slumped forward but was caught by the prepared Shinji. The knight softly whispered in the princess's ear. "Wake up, princess." The princess's eyelids fluttered but showed no sign of opening. "Wake up, princess," the knight called again. "Mm." The princess's lips moved, but she still didn't open her eyes. The knight's expression twitched, and with his free hand, he flicked the princess's smooth forehead hard. "Get up, you lazy bones." "Ow." The startled princess immediately opened her eyes, clutching her forehead with both hands, complaining, "I'm not lazy, you're just waking me up the wrong way." Shinji replied with a blank expression, "Then tell me, what's the right way to wake you up?" "Pout." Arcuade pouted her lips. "Speak properly," Shinji said, giving her another flick. "Ouch, with a kiss, you big idiot," Arcuade grumbled, still pouting. "That's how they do it on TV, the knight awakens the sleeping princess with a kiss." Shinji turned his head to the black cat perched on Miram's shoulder. "Len, what have you been showing her?" The black cat was, of course, Len, the one who had once saved Shinji from losing an arm and was later taken in by the Matou family. She might be the last remaining nightmare demon. Since her diet consisted of human dreams and life energy, her schedule was nearly opposite to that of humans, and she preferred staying in Shinji's room. As a result, her presence often went unnoticed by the family. It wasn't until Arcuade could no longer suppress her vampiric urges and had to seal herself that Shinji brought Len out of the house, placing her by Arcuade's side to weave dreams for the sleeping princess. Arcuade's favorite dreams were of two kinds. One was created by herself, where she played and laughed with Shinji and the Matou family. The other was entertainment made by humans, like movies, TV shows, anime, and games. Recently, Len had been showing Arcuade an old nightly adventure series, something Shinji's stepmother, Elsa, enjoyed watching, often with Len, giving Arcuade a steady supply of entertainment in her dreams. Of course, a dream is just a dream, no matter what. It can't compare to reality, so Arcuade had always hoped Shinji would make her sweet dreams come true. Receiving the information Len relayed through their contract, Shinji sighed helplessly. The Sleeping Beauty scene. No wonder it felt so familiar. He, so you do know. Don't mess up the way you wake me up next time, okay? The princess laughed naturally, but unfortunately for her, Shinji had developed a strong immunity to that smile. He replied curtly. Yeah, can't afford to mess it up. I should have been rougher, like with a punch. Why, you big idiot, Shinji? And you have the nerve to ask why? Use your brain. Do you think I'd wake you up for no reason? Look at the situation. Is this the time for fooling around? Ah. It was only then that Arcuade realized there were others present. Two familiar faces. Chapter 819, Pegasus Dream. Kneeling on one knee, the boyish-looking dead apostle, Miram Solomon. Since Arcuade appeared, he had maintained this posture, but Arcuate had not noticed his presence. Miriam had been supporting her for over 800 years. Every time she awakened, Miriam would rush to her as quickly as possible, up until the time they killed Roa the 17th, seal. In other words, the first person Arcuate saw upon waking up over a dozen times was always Miriam. Although their meetings were brief, the bond and loyalty should not have been ignored. Yet this time, when Arcuate awoke, she only focused on flirting and being playful with her new knight. How heartbreaking, 800 years of loyalty, only to be overlooked. What was worse, even after she realized it, there was no compensation. She simply said in her usual carefree manner, "Oh, Miriam, you're here too. Good morning." Fortunately, Miriam understood her pure nature and never expected his loyalty and admiration to be reciprocated. He was used to waiting for such greetings and responses. "Good day, princess, it's been a while." Yes, then they both fell silent. Arcuate was at a loss. She never knew how to respond to this dead apostle who had offered her his loyalty. As for Miriam, he was used to it. In his eyes, Arcuate was supposed to be like this, the earlier chatter didn't match her image. At that moment, a cold snort broke the eerie silence. Just one sentence. How heartless. "I feel sorry for you, Miriam." "Seal, this is not something you should comment on." Miriam's expression turned cold as he cast a glance at the blue-haired nun who spoke. This glance also made Arcuate notice the other familiar presence. Roa. No, not Roa, but also not just a simple resemblance. "How are you still alive?" "Didn't I already?" "Already what?" "Already killed me." Seal's eyes were cold, and she expressed her hostility even more directly than Miriam's earlier warning. "If I could, I would prefer that you indeed kill me, rather than always leaving behind some after-effects, like this time with Forest of Inash." Ugh. Arcuate was at a loss for words, as verbal battles were never her forte. However, even without Seal saying anything, Arcuate had her ways of finding out. Just as she was about to use her power to connect with the world and read its memory, Shinji suddenly knocked her on the head. "Dummy, did you forget your current condition? Stop using your powers recklessly." Ugh. Another similar sound, but this time not because of a retort, but because of the increasing blood-sucking impulse within her. "Still haven't obtained the fruit of Inash." "Not yet. We woke you up just for the fruit. The Crimson Core fled, and we can't chase it with just our strength. We need you to clear the way." "Then what are we waiting for?" Hearing this, Arcuate grabbed Shinji and rushed out impatiently. "It's always you who's dawdling. If you didn't waste time acting cute, we would have left earlier. Listen, you're just in charge of clearing the way. Leave the rest to me, got it?" Under the fortress's main gate, Shinji grabbed Arcuate in return and fully unleashed his magic circuits. Accompanied by the same pure white radiance, a holy beast of the fantasy species, perfectly matching Arcuate, appeared before them. "Is that a Pegasus?" Seal's eyes widened. "Be quiet, 7. A restless movement came from within her nun's habit, and Seal, already in a bad mood, punched the 7th holy scripture hard. Such a trump card, what a beautiful creature. Amid Miriam's sighs, the knight and the princess mounted the Pegasus. Then, Pegasus flapped its wings and soared into the sky, breaking through the fortress's main gate from the belly of Lady Windup. The aura unique to Pegasus, a high-ranking fantasy species, spread wildly, driving the entire forest into a greater frenzy. Pegasus was different from fully metallic, invulnerable mechanical puppets. No matter how strong its defense was, it was still flesh and blood, vulnerable to the forest's attacks. In an instant, more than half of the trees shifted their targets from the tough-to-crack mechanical maiden and redirected their fire towards Pegasus, as did the blood-sucking beasts attacking from all sides, aiming to devour the two riders and their steed, just as they did with the king of the land. Branches, roots, leaves, vines. Birds, beasts, reptiles. Creatures with known and unknown names surged toward the sky like mad. Nay. Sensing the threat, Pegasus let out a long cry, spread its wings to the fullest, and was about to release magic to destroy the incoming attack. But Shinji suddenly patted its neck and ordered. "There's no way to replenish magic power here, don't waste it. Just fly at full speed and leave the rest to me and Arcuate. Leave it to me." The connection that had been interrupted was finally restored. Arcuate, a manifestation of nature, once again connected with nature, and the world was altered once more. Suddenly, a terrifying turbulence appeared around Pegasus. The rapidly moving air, like the sharpest blade, shredded everything it touched. Marble Phantasm. Arcuate used her marble phantasm to suddenly make a portion of the air disappear, creating a vacuum. The surrounding air, trying to fill the vacuum, formed a powerful turbulence, the force of which was even greater than Artoria's invisible air. This was the simplest, most efficient, and most effective way of striking. The location of the vacuum was not chosen randomly, and none of the chaotic air blades touched Pegasus, not even the wind pressure affecting it. This might not have been calculated, Arcuade wasn't that meticulous. It was simply the privilege of a natural avatar. Unconsciously not wanting Pegasus to be harmed, the turbulence intentionally avoided it. That's what it means to be a divine presence in this world, the so-called Gaia's daughter. With the obstacles along the way cleared by Arcuade, Shinji had no more concerns and fully released Lesser Source, channeling all his magic power to Pegasus, making it accelerate, and accelerate further. 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles, 400 miles. 500 miles, Pegasus reached its maximum speed. But it kept accelerating, fueled by Shinji's magic and boosted by Arcuade's air currents. Pegasus, the gentle-natured creature that disliked fighting, had only one passion, running wildly. In the sky, on the ground, in the sea, and even in places humans could never tread, the throne of gods. That's why it left Perseus and became Bellerophon's steed. Even when Bellerophon became arrogant and aimed to ascend Mount Olympus to join the gods, Pegasus still carried him on that journey. Because it wasn't just Bellerophon's dream, it was also Pegasus' dream. Even though it ultimately died of Zeus' treachery, it had no regrets. And now, having descended from the throne of heroes and taken on the form of a constellation, Pegasus entered that state once more. Driven by its master, propelled by its friend's hope, it charged forward with all its might. Turning into a meteor, into a comet. Chapter 820, Charging into the Throne. Pegasus's charge. Wildly, freely. Faster than a meteor, more brilliant than a comet. In this state, Pegasus is swifter than a dragon, fiercer than a griffin. The only one who might surpass him in speed is the demigod hero Achilles, known as the fastest. So what if the Crimson Core, having absorbed the king of the land, tries to escape? No matter how fast it runs, it won't matter. In just a few minutes, the scarlet giant tree that had escaped Arcuade's sight due to her playful antics was once again visible, gradually coming within reach. Pegasus, let's charge straight through in one go. Nay-hi. The excited Pegasus responded with a long, unprecedentedly bold cry, its wings whistling through the air, its hooves moving like the wind. Shinji also felt a sense of relief at this moment. Hold on just a bit longer, Arcuade, we're almost there. However, just as Pegasus was about to make a final push into the core, Shinji suddenly felt a sharp, cold sensation at his neck, as if something hard and icy was pressing against him. Accompanying this object was a chilling dampness that seemed to pierce the back of his head. Damn. Shinji's face changed instantly. He stiffly turned his body and looked back. He saw Arcuade breathing heavily, her expression twisted, with large beads of sweat continuously dripping from her forehead. Her beautiful eyes alternated between a tormented gold and a bewitching red, looking extremely pained. Shinji, quickly, chains. This was a sign that the bloodthirsty impulse had overwhelmed her rationality and could no longer be suppressed. As expected, she had reached her limit, hadn't she? At such a critical moment, to falter, no, this shouldn't have happened so soon. Based on experience, Shinji and Miram working together could usually hold on for at least half an hour. It's only been 10 minutes. Right, the smell of blood. Damn it. I've been here so long that I forgot, the entire forest isn't flowing with water or sap, but with blood, it's all blood. The more trees they destroy, the more beasts they shred, the stronger the smell of blood becomes. In such an environment, Arcuade's bloodthirsty impulse would multiply. This wasn't her faltering at a critical moment trait acting up, it was my miscalculation. Having sorted out his thoughts, Shinji felt a wave of regret, but now was not the time for regret. Arcuade was holding on with all her might, so he couldn't give up either, no way. With the years of experience and growth, Shinji's mindset has matured significantly. The more intense the situation, the calmer he became, with his thoughts and reactions becoming even sharper. Pegasus, stop. Ascend. Rise to a height where the forest can't reach. The offspring of a sea god, the oldest Pegasus, highly intelligent, immediately halted its charge and directed all its strength into gaining altitude, knowing that its closest female master was not in a good state. Arcuade, stop the marble phantasm and focus all your energy on resisting the bloodthirsty impulse. Ugh. Arcuade nodded with difficulty, her eyes turning red again. She covered her mouth tightly, with broken sounds leaking out from between her fingers. You have to. Don't speak at a time like this, just trust me, remember to trust me completely. Arcuade nodded again. No matter how difficult or painful it was, she believed in her knight. From the moment they met, from the moment he willingly bore the burden of her bloodthirsty impulse just so she could have a moment of clarity. All right, you two stay here. Leave the rest to me. I'll bring back that fruit for you. By this time, Pegasus had already ascended high into the sky, out of the range of the forest. Shinji pressed down hard on Pegasus's back with both hands, fully activating his magical circuits. Ignoring the damage to his body, he forcefully drew mana from the greater source, replenishing his depleted reserves. Feathers scattered, and his feet were clad in Hermes' winged sandals. Golden light shone, and in his hand was the immortal blade. Particles of spirit converged as he knocked an arrow made of the purest solar flame. Bathed in sunlight, the young knight drew his bow and shouted out the true name of the noble phantasm. Brahmastra Kundala, O Brahma, curse me. The power of Vishnu, the divine might of Surya, the faith that Karna ascended through his life, fully unleashed. For the first time since its creation, sunlight pierced into this horrifying forest, covered in black and red. Under the power of this force, symbolizing dawn and hope, the twisted creatures that could only exist in darkness shrieked, wailed, and disintegrated into ash as if encountering a mortal enemy. However, with its 800 years of predatory experience, the forest had accumulated enough knowledge to counter sunlight. Under its control, all nearby plants and animals transformed into barriers to block the solar light and flames. Hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands, the Crimson Core had countless minions at its command. Even a noble phantasm that could incinerate the earth would falter against such overwhelming numbers. But this outcome was already within Shinji's expectations. Before arriving in this world, he knew very well that while a noble phantasm against nations sounded grand, its actual effective range was less than 100 meters, while he was more than 500 meters above the ground, and the forest's range extended a full 50 kilometers. So, the moment the solar arrow left the string, he transformed the immortal blade into its spear form and then merged with the spear, charging toward the crimson target. The explosive solar arrow cleared 100 meters of open space. Before the minions could reform their defenses, the golden spear trailing a long tail of flames flashed by, transforming into an even more powerful missile than the solar arrow, striking heavily against the faltering barrier. By my command seal, I command you, Vishnu, curse my body, Brahmastra Kundala. The noble phantasm that could destroy nations was a major drain on mana. Even though he had forcibly drawn from the greater source earlier, it was barely enough to sustain Pegasus and one use of the noble phantasm. For the second time, he had to rely on another mana source. With the true name released once more, a blinding light burst from the depths of the barrier, like a small sun. The powerful barrier that could even withstand the king of the land could not resist the light of the small sun and was completely dissolved. Good, once more. In the center of the small sun, his entire body burned red from the intense heat. Shinji spat out a mouthful of black smoke, fixing his gaze on the blood-red giant tree just 10 meters away. This 10-meter wasn't a miscalculation of distance, but the core moving when he broke through the barrier. At such close range, he could see the crimson fruit at the core, entangled in countless branches, resembling a human heart. This time, I will take the crimson fruit. Staggering, Shinji raised his spear, aiming it at the tree's roots. The red light flowed through his right hand, coating the unfading blade in a brilliant crimson. That was the light of the command seal. By my second command seal, I command you, burn everything except the crimson fruit. No matter the cost, all for the sake of the princess, so she would no longer be tormented by the bloodthirsty impulse. Chapter 821, Back to Old Habits. The light of Brahma. The light of the sun. The light of the command spell. The light of faith. The light of life. All 5 sources of brilliance converged into the unfading blade, forming the strongest strike since the battle began. Brahma, curse my body, Brahmastra Kundala. With a roar, Shinji took a step forward, lowering his center of gravity. He channeled power from his legs to his waist, then from his waist to his right arm, finally concentrating all his strength on his wrist. Just as he was about to release this strike, the crimson fruit, the core of the entire forest of Inash, suddenly contracted and expanded, as if it were a heartbeat. Thump. The sound was faint, insignificant compared to the roaring heat of the burning atmosphere. But to Shinji, it felt like a heavy hammer striking his chest, causing his blood to surge violently, making the golden spear in his hand deviate from its target. Damn it. Originally aimed at the tree's roots to utterly destroy the life source of the Crimson Core, the spear now veered 30 degrees to the left, landing among the core's elite guard. A small sun reappeared, and solar flames ravaged the surroundings. The command spell-empowered noble phantasm still ensured significant destructive power, but the Crimson Core, as a culmination of blood and flesh, was no easy prey. Without a direct hit on its roots, killing the forest of Inash was an impossible task. Although half of the core's roots, a third of its canopy, and a quarter of its trunk were reduced to ashes, the core itself endured. This was partly due to Shinji's unclear command. He had ordered the destruction of everything except the crimson fruit, without specifying the primary target as the roots. Without a clear target, the unfading blade, which lacked a homing attribute, couldn't accurately strike, giving the Crimson Core an opening. Perhaps after spending so much time with Arcuade, Shinji had adopted her trait of faltering at crucial moments. Though Arcuade hadn't faltered earlier, Shinji now had. But now, Shinji had no time for frustration, anger, or self-reflection. He was in grave danger. The crimson fruit continued to pulse even more rapidly after the noble phantasm was missed, increasing in frequency. Correspondingly, Shinji's heartbeat accelerated as well. The heart, which controls blood flow, sped up, causing his blood to flow faster. Within mere seconds, Shinji felt like a living volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. This was the power of the Crimson Core, the second-generation Inash ability. As a vampiric plant, it had expanded relentlessly over 800 years, regularly plundering flesh and blood. The blood it had consumed surpassed that of ancient dead apostle ancestors. With the blood essence it gathered, the fruit it bore naturally possessed the ability to control blood flow, otherwise, it couldn't ensure that the blood its minions gathered would all be concentrated within it. For vampires, who rely on blood, this ability had limited utility since controlling blood was a basic instinct. However, for humans, this ability was a deadly threat. Even someone as strong as Shinji, who had trained in scat hack as body control, couldn't precisely regulate his blood flow. Unless he abandoned his humanity immediately, he could only watch as his blood flowed faster, causing dizziness and impaired movement. To make matters worse, the enemies surrounding him weren't limited to the core. As the solar flames dissipated, vampiric plants closed in, ready to strip Shinji of his flesh, drink his blood, and consume his body. At this moment, Arcuade and Pegasus were still in the sky, Miram was even farther away, and the vampiric trees and beasts were within striking distance. Shinji had only himself to rely on. I command thee with the third command spell, engrave the rune, Isa. Isa, one of the runes, was part of both the original 18 primordial runes and the subsequent 24 derivative, common, runes, with minor differences in their inscription. Isa symbolizes ice, representing balance, stabilization, maintenance, and the manifestation of self-will, meanings that Shinji needed at this moment. Ice would lower body temperature and slow blood flow. The balance would harmonize the body and alleviate symptoms. Stabilization would maintain his slightly improved state. Manifestation of self-will would strengthen his spirit, reducing the adverse effects on his body. Empowered by a precious command spell, the rune Isa was maximized in strength, allowing Shinji to regain his mobility. With Indra's thunder in his left hand and the harp in his right, he relentlessly cut down the enemies around him. But this state was only temporary, the magic of the command spell was limited, the crimson fruit continued to pulse, and it was gradually distancing itself from him. Continuing in this way would only lead to his death. He couldn't afford to drag this out, there was no winning a war of attrition with a vampire. He had to overpower it quickly. And he did have a stronger attack than Brahma's divine light. Don't make me revert to my old ways. I'm sorry, but you have to be sacrificed again. I really am sorry, but perhaps this is my destiny. Even though I have a water attribute, I seem to have a knack for explosions. What was Shinji's old habit? Explosions. Also known as bomb fanaticism. Because the mana used came from stored reserves within the noble phantasms, Shinji bore little burden, and there was no need for complex control. Given his dire state, this was the best option. Indra's thunder, I'm sorry, but you're always the first to blow up. Boom, a mushroom cloud crackling with lightning. Ishire's war spear, I'm sorry, you've been out of the spotlight for so long, only to be blown up as soon as you reappear. Boom, divine power ripped through the earth. Harp, I'm sorry, you've helped me the most, but still, boom, the unkillable slain, specializes in breaking immortality. Athena's shield, I'm sorry, you've protected me countless times, but, boom, everything in its path turned to stone. Unfading blade, I'm sorry, Karna, I've let you down. Boom, the mightiest explosion. Still not enough. Winged sandals, I'm sorry, you're going too. Boom, feathers scattered. Shinji only had these noble phantasms on hand. The rest were either intangible, like the Kha'Zix Bey and couldn't be exploded, or lent to family and friends as trump cards for self-defense. This limited his ability to unleash a full-scale 9 noble phantasm assault like he had against Shiro, causing total mayhem. As for the higher-level self-destruct, that was even less feasible, his battered body couldn't handle it even if he wanted to. Consequently, he couldn't blast the Crimson Core away, vampiric plants combined with blood-sucking entities had terrifyingly tenacious vitality. However, the current Shinji was no longer the inexperienced version who relied heavily on noble phantasms. Now, he was the man closest to achieving the third magic, understanding the essence of broken phantasm better than anyone, even more than that red-clad archer. Thoughts converging. Fantasies materializing. Origins connecting. Power transforming. Next, let me show you what true destroyed illusion really is. Chapter 822, Chapter 822, The Explosive Maniac Survives, the Explosion. Gathering thoughts is like collecting raw materials. If one person's will is not enough, then you gather from others, whether conscious or unconscious. When you collect the thoughts of all humanity, it can even overpower the planet. Creating the fantasy is like processing the raw materials, shaping them into the most suitable form. Because each person's consciousness differs, forming a unified noble phantasm is nearly impossible, but an unstable bomb is quite fitting. Connecting to the origin and converting the power is the process of transforming the intangible thought bomb into something tangible. This is also the foundation of Shinji's foothold in the third magic, the core of materializing the soul. Finally, you detonate the bomb, releasing all the fantasy destructively. This is the true reality break. This is Shinji Matou's ultimate secret, the final technique of the explosive maniac. It sounds complicated, but for a seasoned explosive expert, this is work that can be completed in the blink of an eye. Even when dealing with that old bald monk in the southwest, it didn't take more than a minute. This is the professional ethic and instinct of an explosive maniac. Shinji has practiced countless times in private, blowing up or injuring all kinds of enemies. However, this time Shinji failed. He encountered an issue at the very first step, gathering thoughts. This should have been his most familiar step. Ever since he opened the grievance pavilion, he has been accustomed to observing other people's souls and sensing the thoughts that inadvertently slip out. The problem lies here. Although thoughts can transcend distance, even time and space, the rule that closer proximity makes gathering easier still applies. The closest person to Shinji, or more accurately, the closest sentient being, is Arcuade. Because of one sentence, trust me, she placed all her trust in him, fully and wholeheartedly relying on Shinji. The mental power of a true ancestor is immense, thousands of times that of a human. It's no exaggeration to say that just her thoughts alone are enough for Shinji to blow up 10 more times and still have plenty left over. This would normally be a good thing, but if those thoughts carry something else, it becomes a serious problem. Arcuade's current state is quite poor, deeply troubled by her blood-sucking impulse. Almost all her mental energy is spent resisting this urge. This impulse, too, unknowingly seeped into her thoughts and spread over. As soon as Shinji started the gathering of thoughts and opened his soul without much defense, the bloodlust surged in like a flood from an open dam. Ugh. Shinji instinctively clutched his throat, forgetting even the newly opened escape route. Blood, blood, blood. Blood, 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 blood. Blood, 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 blood. If it weren't for Arcuade's trust and resistance coming through simultaneously, Shinji would have been instantly consumed by the bloodlust, turning into a madman craving blood. Not good, I'm reaching my limit. Even if I can resist Arcuade's power, my soul can't handle this. His thoughts slowed due to the overwhelming mental load, and soon his vision, hearing, taste, and touch were all delayed. I can't continue like this. I need to release this energy quickly. But wait, can bloodlust be considered a type of thought? Can it be transformed into a fantasy? Whatever, I'll just release it. Better that than having my soul crash. Skipping the fantasy creation, not worrying about power efficiency, directly moving to the origin connection, power conversion. Not bad. The efficiency of converting bloodlust is unexpectedly high. Is it because bloodlust is always accompanied by a destructive impulse? Wait, I've never handled such a large amount before. Will I get caught up in the explosion? Oh well, no time to worry about that now. An explosive maniac doesn't die from explosions. If you do, you're not a qualified explosive maniac. If this succeeds, I won't have to worry about Arcuade's bloodlust problem ever again. It seems that recklessly opening your soul isn't a good idea. Shinji's mental state is off, he's starting to act more like Arcuade. Arcuade's personality is simple and sweet, with a fighting style that involves charging in without thinking, just smash, smash, smash. But Arcuade's recklessness is backed by strength. In terms of immortality, there are few in the world stronger than her. She can revive even after being sliced into 17 pieces by the mystic eyes of death perception. Attacks that would reduce normal dead apostles to ashes are something she recovers from in an instant, and her ability to build immunity to any mystery she's been exposed to is an incredible passive trait. She truly doesn't fear explosions, even a nuclear bomb is no big deal to her. But Shinji is different. While his soul is protected by the third magic, his physical body lacks immortality. Even though he has been strengthened to the level of an ancient warrior by the golden apple, he can't withstand endless waves of attacks. Unfortunately, Shinji's intelligence has been dragged down by Arcuade, so he's not thinking that far ahead. All he wants is explosions, explosions, and more explosions. Behold my new bomb. Killer Queen. An unprecedented, unparalleled, peerless super explosion. Centered on Shinji, it spread wildly outward. More terrifying than the explosion against Shiro and more fearsome than any previous explosion. The battlefield's air, as if pulled by some invisible force, surged towards the explosion center at a speed surpassing any known weather phenomenon, then recoiled with even greater force. Boom. It was like the mighty hammer of Thor himself crashing down. The deafening roar struck the eardrums, and a mysterious, chaotic hurricane spread out with increasing ferocity. A red mushroom cloud rose and rapidly expanded before the naked eye, with blood-like substances swirling within. The Pegasus hovering midair was caught off guard by the explosion's shockwave and was blown away, letting out a whinnying cry. Arcuade, sitting on its back, fared even worse. She nearly got thrown off because she hadn't grabbed the reins and was wearing a billowing long dress. Fortunately, Pegasus quickly used its wings to block her, and the startled princess clung to its neck, crying out loudly. After a moment, Arcuate suddenly exclaimed, "Huh!" She shook her head, sniffed the air, and licked her fingers, her face full of confusion. "It seems I don't feel like drinking blood as much. Is this my imagination?" She tried connecting her mind to nature, dispelling the gusts of wind that kept assaulting her. "Still don't want to drink blood. I think I'm okay now. Hee hee hee." The excited princess hugged Pegasus's neck, her natural smile returning. "Pegasus, I'm all better. We can play together again." The Pegasus stabilized its body and snorted, a hint of human-like joy flickering in its emerald eyes. "You ask how I got better? I don't know either. We'll ask Shinji later, he knows everything." "Wait a second, where is Shinji?" Chapter 823, Chapter 823, The bomb maker truly doesn't die from explosions. Although a mushroom cloud rose, the bomb that Shinji named Killer Queen wasn't a nuclear bomb, it was a manifestation of soul materialization. Its destructive power didn't match that of a nuclear bomb, and it left no lingering pollution. Most of the energy converted from thoughts was exhausted in the explosion, and the remaining portion, without the support of Shinji's origin, quickly reverted to spiritual particles and dissipated into the air. 1 second of the explosion, 10 seconds of aftershock, and within a minute, the clouds dispersed. Spectacular, efficient, powerful, clean, and non-polluting, the true Fantasia collapse lived up to its reputation as a champion among explosions, a model of bomb-making skills. As Arcuate hugged Pegasus's neck, the red mushroom cloud had already dispersed, revealing a large piece of blackened, pockmarked ground, slightly larger than the mushroom cloud itself. Beyond that, nothing remained. Whether it was the massive crimson core, the guard trees that always surrounded the core, or the vampire beasts attached to the trees, all had been swept away by the super explosion. And at the very center of the explosion, the mastermind behind it all had also vanished without a trace. "Hey, Shinji, where are you? Shinji, answer me." Naturally, there was no response. Arcuate grew anxious, and a strange wave of panic surged in her pure heart. He, the one who had always been by her side, could he have just died? No, he couldn't have. Absolutely not. She was used to his presence. Used to him waking her up. Used to see him when she opened her eyes. Used to explore the unknown world with him. Used to the meals he prepared. Used to play and bickering with him. Even when she fell asleep, she could still feel his presence. This habit. This habit. This habit. This habit easily outweighed her long life before, with 800 years not even comparing to these 5 years together. She couldn't imagine what the world would be like without him by her side. She believed he would stay with her, always by her side. She knew she had changed from before. There was a feeling in her heart that she couldn't describe. She didn't know what this feeling was, but she knew its source, it came from him. She didn't want to lose him, definitely not. Where are you? 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 Muttering frantically, she scanned the ground, searching desperately for his presence. "Shinji, don't die, I don't want you to die." At this moment, Pegasus suddenly neighed loudly, galloping off into the distance. Arcuate quickly grabbed the reins, shouting. "Where are you going? I haven't found him yet, huh? You say you're going to find him. You exist because of his magic power, if he dies, you'll disappear too. Ah. How could I forget that? I'm so stupid, sorry, Pegasus, hee hee." The dark clouds between her brows instantly cleared, the gloom in her eyes turning to sunshine in the blink of an eye. Her relieved, radiant smile was so bright that even Pegasus couldn't bear to look at it, letting out a heavy breath that looked suspiciously like a human sigh. The natural princess had no idea she was being scorned by a horse, and she urged him on. "Where's Shinji? Let's go find him quickly. You're the one pulling me, and you're the one rushing me, what do you want from me?" Pegasus snorted again, flicked its tail, and galloped toward the outskirts of the forest of Inash, following the magical connection. Due to the earlier chase, especially Pegasus's sprinting at full speed, they had covered more than 20 kilometers in less than half an hour, completing a 5-day journey in that short time, rushing from the core of the forest to the outskirts. Perhaps with a few more minutes, they would have forced the core out of the forest. By now, it was almost the same. In practical terms, it involved being caught by the wind pressure from the explosion, spiraling up into the sky, and once out of the blast range, descending in a spiral. Finally, with a bang, he hit the ground, surviving successfully. That's right, despite being directly hit by the explosion and blown such a distance, Shinji had stubbornly survived. The reason, of course, wasn't because he suddenly awakened a new ability, granting him immortality like Arcuade's, but because of an instinctive emergency reaction. By skipping the fantasy creation step, Arcuade's vampiric impulse wasn't compressed before exploding like other bombs but was released outward directly. This was a continuous process, though brief, and the effect was better than a single explosion. However, there was still a time gap of a few seconds. Those precious few seconds allowed Shinji to survive, avoiding the fate of giving up on life. Here's how it happened. Shinji habitually released the bomb at a low point. When the first wave of impact was released, Shinji unconsciously leaned forward, slamming headfirst into the crimson core under the push of the materialized mental power. Before the core's branches and vines could counterattack, the subsequent impact continued to release, blasting apart the giant tree's roots, then the trunk, and finally the branches, all the way up into the core. The crimson core was, after all, the core of the forest of Inash, the strongest vampiric plant in the forest, with the strongest resilience and recovery abilities. Thus, it didn't get blown apart instantly like the surrounding trees but instead persisted, spiraling up with Shinji. Located above the core, the massive tree, serving as the last barrier protecting the crimson fruit, became a buffer for the explosion, using its strong regenerative abilities to resist the explosion and mitigate the impact and the force of the fall, preserving Shinji's life. A plant that had drained countless lives ultimately became a shield protecting life, an irony that couldn't be ignored. Of course, none of that mattered. What mattered was that Shinji had survived. Although he was dizzy and in pain all over, he was alive. He casually tore off the tattered remains of his shirt and shakily climbed out of a pile of broken branches and rotten wood, muttering incoherently. I did it. The bomb maker doesn't die from explosions, it's true. Perhaps he had touched something sharp, as a pain in his palm brought clarity to his eyes. Struggling to sit up, he looked around. Where is this? A dark forest. I'm still in the forest of Inash. Then where did this big chunk of iron come from? At that moment, he heard a familiar voice. Shinji. Chapter 824, Chapter 824, The Princess's Kiss. Shinji. The voice, male and slightly weak, carried a sense of fatigue, as if from someone who had been overworked and was running on fumes. Even without seeing the person, just hearing the voice could conjure the image of a worn-out middle-aged office worker. Even though his mind was foggy and his thoughts were jumbled, Shinji instantly recognized the voice. Waver. He looked toward the source of the voice and saw a slender man dressed in a suit, topped with a red coat. The man had long hair, wore black-rimmed glasses, and appeared gaunt. Yes, it was indeed that overworked man. What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be on the Mystic Eye Collection train? I should be asking you why you're here. This is the Mystic Eye Collection train. Shinji almost thought he had misheard. Ah. This is the Mystic Eye Collection train. Looking more closely, the large metal structure in front of him was indeed boxy, with windows, wheels, and tracks beneath it. Waver was standing by what appeared to be the train's door, though it seemed to have been twisted and damaged. Oh, it is a train. How did I end up here? Did I get knocked out by the explosion and not wake up? I think you're awake, but you look awful. Do you need me to administer first aid? My condition, cough, cough. It wasn't until this moment that Shinji truly focused on himself. It was worse than he expected, far worse. He was severely burned, his flesh bloodied and charred. His face was covered in soot, which for a magus wasn't too serious, a week in the clock tower and he'd be healed. But the real damage was internal, over 30 fractures, most of them in his limbs, making it hard for him to even stand. If his bones were in this shape, his internal organs must have been in even worse condition. His brain and other organs were also severely damaged, and filled with hemorrhages. If he were an ordinary person, he would likely be dead by now. But Shinji managed to stay alive thanks to his robust constitution and the runes that had enhanced him through the command seals. It's really bad. I could use some help. Waver, who doubled as a teacher, detective, and forensic expert, examined Shinji's body closely and gasped. Gray, bring my case over. Yvette, Luvia, if you have any healing potions, I'll need them. Soon, 3 girls emerged from the train. Gray, carrying the case, was someone Shinji knew well, still wearing her cloak that obscured her face. Yvette, holding 2 bottles of alchemical potions, was also familiar to Shinji. Her full name was Yvette L. Lehrman, a self-proclaimed spy sent by the neutral faction and a new member of the El Meloy classroom. She gave off the impression of being a mix between a Lolita and a Chinibyo, with a frilly outfit more extravagant than an idol's and pink-dyed hair covering one eye with a star-shaped eye patch. Yvette's comments were even more shocking. Many admired Weber at the clock tower, but Yvette was the only one who openly declared herself a mistress candidate. Lastly, there was Luvia, holding an emerald stone. Shinji was most familiar with her. He had seen her as a noble young lady and even in her cute pajamas. Now that he thought about it. Wait, why was she here? Waver, Gray, and Yvette were all involved with the Mystic Eye Collection train incident, so their presence made sense. But what was Luvia doing here? She didn't belong in this scene. Had Waver replaced his assistant? Could this mean the mastermind behind the incident was also Shinji's eyebrows twitched slightly as he subtly tugged on Waver's sleeve and whispered in a low voice. Why is she here? Didn't you bring calls? I did. He's in the carriage. But he hasn't mastered the application of electromagnetic magecraft, so I didn't have him assist. Then why is Luvia here? She came with Yvette. They have a financial arrangement. The items on the Mystic Eye collection train were all exorbitantly priced, and even though Yvette came from the prominent Lehrman family, she might not have been able to afford everything. Seeking financial support from outside was understandable, and Luvia's Edelfelt family was one of the wealthiest in the magical world. However, considering the undercurrents in this incident and Yvette's role in it, this explanation didn't satisfy Shinji. She and Yvette. Waver cut off Shinji's questioning impatiently. Enough. Stop worrying about that and take care of yourself first. In your current state, you can't protect me. We need to protect you. How did you end up like this? Weren't you supposed to be dealing with Inash? Don't ask. I blew up half of the Crimson Core, and then something unexpected happened. I wonder how Arcuade is now. Just then, a voice rang out from above, Yuhu. Speak of Arcuade, and she shall appear. Shinji, I found you. With her signature greeting, the princess in a white dress descended from the sky. Cuter than Yvette, more elegant than Luvia, and purer than Grey, she captivated everyone's attention the moment she arrived. Whether inside or outside the train, young or old, male or female, her stunning appearance was no less striking than the debut of the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess at a grand ball. She seemed like the center of the world, the creator's perfect masterpiece, if one overlooked her current behavior. As soon as she landed, barely steady on her feet, Arcuade lunged at Shinji, making him flinch in fright. Stop. Are you trying to kill me? Shinji, you idiot. Arcuade pouted in displeasure. I came all the way to find you, and that's the first thing you say to me. You're the idiot. Look at me. If you hugged me like that with your strength, it would be murder. Her hugs, which were meant to be a show of affection, were more like a full-on tackle by a professional football player. In his current state, it could easily turn him into a pancake. Sorry. Realizing what he meant, Arcuade stuck out her tongue apologetically and muttered, humans are fragile. Hey, saying that in front of all these humans isn't very considerate, ow wow. Shinji rolled his eyes, inadvertently aggravating his wounds and wincing in pain. What's wrong with that? Oh. I know. Halfway through her sentence, Arcuade suddenly clapped her hands together. I have a way to heal you right away. What way? Shinji asked casually. This way. The next moment, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her crimson lips against his. The princess's lips and the knight's met in a kiss. Chapter 825, The True Ancestor's Blood and the Golden Apple. Mouth to mouth. What does it mean when lips cover lips? If you asked 1,000 people, everyone would likely say it's a kiss, a form of contact reserved only for those who are extremely close. In the relatively conservative East, this act is generally confined to lovers, even parents and children rarely use such a method. Shinji is a typical Eastern person who holds these beliefs. So, when Arcuade's lips blocked his mind went blank. Only one thought echoed, did I get forcefully kissed by Arcuade? Honestly, upon realizing this, Shinji's first reaction was satisfaction, and the second was a secret thrill. In his previous life, she was a symbol of dreams and feelings. In this life, as he spent more time with her, he gradually grew fond of this pure and innocent princess. If he hadn't felt this way, he wouldn't have stayed by her side for 5 whole years, nor would he have tried every possible way to find a method to suppress her bloodlust when it overwhelmed her. Combining the nostalgia from his past life with their interactions in this one, Arcuade had become irreplaceable in his heart. When alone, he sometimes thought it wouldn't be so bad if she could be his lover. He knew that thinking this way was unfair to Justy's, but he simply couldn't control his feelings. Moreover, Justy's indifferent attitude toward the romantic chaos at home suggested she didn't hold traditional one-spouse beliefs. However, due to Arcuade's innocence and the increasingly apparent feelings of the girls around him, he hadn't taken any initiative. He feared that if he handled it poorly, those he cherished might all leave him. So when Arcuade kissed him, he was genuinely delighted, momentarily forgetting all his injuries. But before he could take the initiative to enjoy the kiss, he felt something flowing into his mouth. It seemed like some kind of liquid, with a hint of a metallic and bitter taste. Isn't this the taste of blood? Why is Arcuade feeding me blood? Doesn't she hate blood the most? Wait, the blood flowing in is being absorbed by my body. Oh no, this woman intends to. Realizing the princess's intention, Shinji snapped out of his euphoric state and summoned all his remaining strength to push her away. Fortunately, Arcuade was mindful of Shinji's injuries and didn't exert much force, giving him a chance to break free. The moment he escaped, Shinji started clutching his throat, desperately trying to vomit. But no matter how hard he tried, all that came out were his saliva, gastric juices, and blood. The culprit behind all this remained oblivious, still looking at him with concern. Did your injuries get worse? Yeah, Shinji retorted. Because of me? What did I do? The princess looked innocent. You. Looking at Arcuade's lips, still bearing the faint marks of teeth, Shinji laughed bitterly. Let me ask you, did you just put blood in my mouth? Yes. Your injuries are severe for a human, but they would heal in a minute for me. If you drink my blood, you'll recover quickly. Heh, I'm pretty clever, right? Arcuade tilted her head proudly, as if saying, go ahead, praise me. You can indeed recover quickly, only to turn into one of your dead apostles. Didn't I tell you before that I don't want to become a vampire, you idiot? Humph, you're the idiot. I also said that I hate blood-sucking and won't suck your blood. I only gave you my blood to drink, you won't become my servant. Don't change the subject. I'm talking about dead apostles, not servants. The fact that you didn't suck my blood only means you can't control me through true ancestor methods, but my body will still turn into a dead apostle because of your blood. I can already feel the changes. The transformation from human to vampire essentially involves the destruction and replacement of human genetic material with that of the vampire. With the blood of the true ancestor princess, even a tiny amount would destroy a human body, transforming it into a dead apostle of the 27 ancestors rank in a short time. Shinji could feel his body's metabolism accelerating to an abnormal rate, with his severe injuries healing at a visible speed, an impossible feat for a human body. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. This was the first time since meeting Arcuade that he had been this furious. I went out of my way to get the crimson fruit to suppress your bloodlust, and you turn around and pull this on me. Seeing Shinji like this, the fearless princess felt a bit intimidated. Shinji was always indulgent with his loved ones, to the point of spoiling them. No matter how they misbehaved, he would watch with a smile, at most grumbling a little, and rarely getting mad. So when he truly got angry, everyone would steer clear of him. Don't be mad. I only gave you a few drops of blood, you won't turn into a dead apostle so quickly. Plus, I didn't suck your blood, so your body is still yours. You can completely resist my assimilation. With your immense mental power, it should be easy. Really? Shinji's eyes flickered, his mood lifting slightly. Really? Arcuade nodded vigorously. Shinji closed his eyes, focusing his mind to resist the assimilation of the origin blood. Though his body was damaged, his soul remained intact, and his vast mental power swept through his body repeatedly, washing away the foreign will within the blood. Soon, the strange sensation in his body gradually subsided, but why is my injury still healing at the same rate? The severe burns on his body had already begun to peel, and his damaged internal organs were regenerating. That shouldn't be possible, Arcuade muttered, puzzled. You rejected the assimilation, so you're still human. You shouldn't have such a fast recovery rate, let me check. Her red eyes turned golden as she scanned Shinji's body. I got it. Besides my blood, there's another force within you. It's similar to mine but older, and it's merging with my blood. It seems golden, like an apple. Stop. Shinji immediately covered Arcuade's mouth to prevent her from continuing. When she mentioned something similar to her but older, he had a hunch. When she said it was golden, he was sure he was right. That force was indeed older than Arcuade, no, older than the true ancestors themselves. It was a divine artifact that once drove the goddesses of ancient Greece to madness. It was also one of the treasures collected by Gilgamesh, later acquired by Skathak in a trade to improve her disciples' constitution. Its name is, the Golden Apple, the fruit of the divine tree planted by Gaia, the Earth Goddess. Chapter 826, Chapter 826, A Blessing in Disguise. The Earth Goddess Gaia, one of the first generation of Olympian gods, is a primordial being in Greek mythology. Note that this is not a reference to the human concept of planetary consciousness. In the Nasaverse, while the primordial nature goddess representing the earth is Tiamat, the mother of all things from Sumerian mythology, Gaia, as one of the first gods of one of the world's most famous pantheons, is undoubtedly a manifestation of natural consciousness, an embodiment of nature. Anything associated with her would naturally exhibit the power of nature. And then there's Arcuade. With the decline of mystery and the retreat of the gods from the world, she has become the new embodiment of nature, the daughter of planetary consciousness. Even though one is a god and the other is not, one possesses divinity and the other does not, Arcuade and the Earth Goddess share the same origin. Whether it's the blood of a true ancestor or the golden apple, both are manifestations of natural power. When the two meet and blend, it's only natural that some miraculous transformation occurs. The direction of this transformation isn't hard to guess. Most deities related to the earth have domains associated with life, and as a true ancestor, Arcuade also possesses powerful vitality. The world's power is heavy and soothing, while the blood of a true ancestor is domineering and fierce. When these forces neutralize each other, the result is Shinji's current miraculous state. He's not a dead apostle but possesses the regenerative abilities of one. After a few minutes, he could already move like a normal person, and his pale complexion had improved considerably. The secrets behind this are far too complex, and if outsiders were to find out, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. Because of this concern, he covered Arcuade's mouth and quietly instructed. This time, we were fortunate, but don't do that again in the future. Every time you divide your power, you lose a bit of control over your bloodlust. You don't want to end up sleeping 23 hours a day, right? I get it. I'll only share my power with you, I won't do it for anyone else. Arcuade puffed her cheeks. Besides, I did heal your wounds, and you're still scolding me, Shinji, you big dummy. Yes, I was wrong. I'm the dummy. Roa had to go through a lot of trouble back in the day to extract some power from Arcuade. Now, not only had the princess given Shinji her blood and power, but she had also given him her first kiss. What else could Shinji say? I'm sorry, Waver, for making you waste so much effort. It's okay. Getting to watch a comedy with you and the princess of the true ancestors is more than worth it, Waver said with a smile, waving his hand. How did your mission go? It failed, but the outcome was good. Was it over? Arcuade's bloodlust had been released, and Shinji also gained a considerable benefit. You mentioned earlier that you blew up half of the Crimson Core. What happened next? As Waver spoke, he gave Shinji a look, which Shinji understood and replied to. After that, I got carried away and caused a massive explosion, leading to what you saw. Unexpectedly, I ended up being blown near the Mystic Eye Collection train, and even more surprisingly, the train was in a stationary state. The matter of the hunt for Forest of Inash was highly confidential, and it wasn't supposed to be discussed so openly. But since Shinji had already blurted out a lot when he was confused earlier, he decided to just lay everything out. This could dispel many speculations and hidden dangers. The train stopped because it detected an anomaly in the ley lines and needed to inspect it to prevent any accidents. If I'm not mistaken, the anomaly in the ley lines was caused by your battle with Forest of Inash. Most large-scale mysteries are closely tied to ley lines. The same goes for Forest of Inash, and the Mystic Eye Collection train is no exception. No matter how Forest of Inash moves, it will never leave the confines of the ley lines. The Mystic Eye Collection train similarly relies on ley lines for movement, with the ley lines functioning as the train tracks. The current route of the train started from the outskirts of London, circling the UK. The location where Forest of Inash appeared was in Northern Ireland, not far from the UK's border. Due to Shinji and Miram's fierce assault, the Forest of Inash was severely damaged, and its survival instinct drove it to plunder ley lines and life forces. The largest ley line nearby was occupied by the Mystic Eye Collection train, which also had many passengers on board. Forest of Inash instinctively moved toward the train, and the train detected the abnormality caused by the battle. Their encounter could be seen as both a coincidence and an inevitability. What happened to Forest of Inash? Waver asked again. Not only was he curious, but everyone on and off the train wanted to know. Since Forest of Inash was one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, no one wanted to encounter such a terrifying enemy. Shinji shook his head. He might be dead, he might not be. I was blown away in the end, so I'm not sure. Arcuade, do you know? Yes. Forest of Inash, or rather the Crimson Core, and the surrounding area were blown to pieces by you, but Forest of Inash itself remains. Then there's no problem. Without the core, the remaining ones are just small fry. It's only a matter of time before Miram and the others wipe them out. Shinji's answer made Waver sigh in relief. Miram, is that the demon summoner Miram Solomon? Yes, along with other members of the burial agency. Then there is no problem. The hearts of the others also eased. The burial agency is well known in the Western world of mysteries, and with them involved, the remnants of Forest of Inash posed no threat. Everyone had seen how Shinji looked before, completely battered, with barely any unscathed part of his body. Hiding the crimson fruit was out of the question. Perhaps that legendary fruit, along with the core, had been blown to pieces as well. Of course, it might also be in the hands of the burial agency or the true ancestor, but either way, those are some of the most formidable forces in the world. It's better to assume the fruit was destroyed to avoid any trouble. Waver, how are things on your end? With Shinji's matters mostly resolved, it was time to focus on Waver. Shinji originally planned to assist Waver after dealing with Forest of Inash, and that's why he had purchased the satellite positioning device earlier, to make finding people easier. Waver frowned at the mention of the issue. I have some leads, but it's not resolved yet. Mind having an extra hand? Not at all. I'd prefer it if you helped. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get on board. With that, Shinji and Waver headed towards the train door. At that moment, a gaunt man in a black uniform appeared on the stairs, blocking their way. Conductor Rodan, what's the meaning of this? Waver asked. Rodan was the man's name, and conductor was his title, a position similar to that of a deputy train conductor. The gaunt man bowed politely and slightly inclined his body. My apologies, Mr. Velvet. You may board, but your friend cannot. He does not have an invitation, and your companion quota is already full. Oh. Shinji narrowed his eyes. Chapter 827, Boarding the Train. Waver suddenly found himself admiring the courage of this conductor named Rodan. It takes a lot of bravery to stand in front of these two and tell them no. Matou Shinji, perhaps that name had long been forgotten, but he had just taken down Forest of Inash. Even injured, no one would dare underestimate him. Not to mention, following him closely was the princess of the true ancestors. The intimacy between them was unmistakable, no one would believe they weren't lovers. A man who could kill one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors and a true ancestor who surpasses the dead apostles, such a combination would demand caution even from the Mages Association and the Holy Church, let alone a train conductor. Indeed, this was no ordinary train, it housed the largest Mystic Eye collection in history, the Mystic Eye collection train, Rail Zeppelin. But so what? Mystic Eyes do not guarantee invincibility. The true owner of the train was one of the 27 ancestors. If these two were truly provoked, they might become the next Inash, especially since hunting dead apostles was Arcuade's job. She needed no reason to kill one. Shinji squinted, scrutinizing the thin men who had the audacity to block his path. Conductor Rodan, correct? Yes, the men replied meticulously. Do you know who I am? As he spoke, Shinji couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. The narrowed eyes and faint smile made him look like a classic villain. I do, the thin man responded, his posture unwavering. Do you? If you're going to act, you might as well go all the way. After all, no one on this train could oppose him. I do. You are the Azure Knight, the guardian of Lady White Princess. The Azure Knight was a title Shinji earned in the Dead Apostle community, rumored to have been bestowed by another princess, the Black Princess Alt Rouge. My foolish sister and a man killed that boring pawn. How interesting. Does someone want to protect that idiot? What does he look like? Blue hair. Then let's call him the Azure Knight. When the Knight of Wallachia, Altruge's subordinate, perished, she immediately knew and sent others to investigate. This title spread rapidly after she made her assessment. Titles were a form of entertainment among the dead apostles, often created to stave off their eternal boredom. Hence, the name Azure Knight became far more widely known than Matou Shinji's real name or any details about him, an oddity typical of the dead apostle world. And knowing that, you still block me. Aren't you afraid I might force my way in, or worse, destroy your train? Don't doubt it, I have the capability. Even if I don't, Arcuade certainly does. As he spoke, he glanced at Arcuade behind him, who was eager to act. Destroy the train? Sure, go ahead. There's a dead apostle smell in the air, let me smash it. Rodan's expression finally shifted, not out of fear but to make a plea. He turned to Waver and said, Mr. Velvet, for the sake of our master, could you please ask your friend not to make things difficult for us? How many times do I have to tell you, I have nothing to do with your master, Waver said, rubbing his temples in frustration. But our master did contact us recently, instructing us to ensure your safety. It's been a long time since our master last reached out. Wait, Shinji interrupted. Your master? She contacted you recently. Yes, about 3 days ago, she instructed us to protect Mr. Velvet. 3 days ago. I see. Shinji nodded thoughtfully and then turned to Arcuade. Give me the phone. Oh, okay. Before the battle, Shinji had stored all unrelated items in Arcuade's small world. He now retrieved a specially categorized contact list and selected a number that had recently been reactivated. Tuko, it's me. I've been busy lately, just finished some things. Still, a few days to go. I need to confirm something with you. Did you get in touch with Rita Rosa Yen? You did. Then could you contact her again? Yeah, it's about the Mystic Eye collection train. I want to board, but I don't have an invitation. Her subordinates are being stubborn, not letting me on. I'm even considering smashing the train. Huh? You're telling me to go ahead and smash it? No, doing what you did back then isn't a good idea, especially since she's still your sponsor. At this, Rodan's expression twitched slightly as if he had realized something. Stop. Even if she doesn't mind, I do. I want to see the legendary Mystic Eye auction. If the price is right, I might buy a pair of Mystic Eyes as a gift for Mana-chan. Come on, do me a favor and put in a word for me. Alright, I'll wait for your call. After hanging up, Shinji turned to Rodan. Can you wait a few minutes? I have someone working on pulling some strings. That won't be necessary. A soft, ethereal voice suddenly spoke from above the two of them. A woman in white appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. She was like a phantom, or perhaps she was real. The air around her danced with vibrant flower petals, transforming the space into another world. Roses. Where the woman in white stood, dozens of scarlet roses bloomed. Her golden curls were adorned with a crown of roses, making her seem like the very embodiment of the flowers. The woman slowly raised her head, her clear crimson eyes meeting Shinji's gaze. Sir Azure Knight is always a distinguished guest on the Mystic Eye Collection train. You may board at any time, in any place. Acting manager, as you command. Rodan bowed respectfully to the woman in white, stepping aside to clear the way. Honored guest, please board. Shinji, however, didn't move. He simply continued to scrutinize the dreamlike woman. Your condition is quite interesting. Nothing is interesting about it, Arcuade muttered softly. She's just a shadow left behind by a dead apostle, clinging to this old train. The woman in white was precisely such an existence. After Tuco and Luff Beowulf wrecked the auction in the 80s, the train's original manager departed, leaving behind this lingering thought, akin to a ghost, which continued to oversee the train. Keep your comments to yourself. We're not here to cause trouble. Shinji skillfully calmed Arcuade, then raised his hand, pointing at the woman in white from a distance. In the next instant, the ethereal figure began to solidify. Honored guest, what are you? A look of surprise appeared on the woman's icy face. She could feel her existence becoming more tangible. A small gift, nothing much. Consider it compensation for what she did. Tuco might not care, and Rosien might not care either, but someone, a dead apostle, was indeed harmed by what she did. If they were enemies, it could be ignored, but if they were friends, at least let me do something. As a member of the Matou family. Chapter 828, The Missed Climax. After a series of minor incidents, Shinji and Arcuade finally managed to board the train, accompanied by the deputy manager, the woman in white. She escorted them throughout the journey, which left the conductor, Rodan, and the other staff members utterly shocked. They were well aware of the deputy manager's condition. Due to her unique existence, she needed long periods of rest to accumulate enough power to be active. She had just used up all her energy about 10 hours ago during an eye surgery. Yes, the legendary technique was hers. Now, even manifesting herself took considerable effort, let alone accompanying someone for an extended period. Could that single touch have such miraculous power? The answer was yes. That single touch indeed had a miraculous effect. The woman in white was a lingering phantom born of memories, her existence extremely fragile and thin. If not for the fact that the Mystic Eye Collection train was a semi-otherworldly, mysterious artifact, the phantom would have vanished long ago. Shinji's touch not only replenished her depleted spirit but also reinforced her existence with his origin. While it didn't change her mode of existence, it greatly reduced the energy consumption of her activities, indirectly extending her active time. To Shinji, it was just a small gesture, but to the deputy manager, it was undoubtedly a generous gift, and her willingness to accompany them stemmed partly from this. Of course, the act of accompanying itself didn't matter much to Shinji, he wasn't the type to be so particular. However, the impact of this gesture made him quite pleased. The presence of a true ancestor and the recent slaying of Forest of Inash was enough to pique the curiosity of all the passengers. Without the deputy manager there to maintain order, someone might have already approached him, hoping to establish a connection or at least gather some information. Shinji couldn't easily turn down certain individuals, such as Luvia and others he had encountered during the Castle Adra incident. For instance, there was Olga Maria, the daughter of the Lord of the Department of Astromancy, only 12 years old, with beautiful silver hair and amber eyes. In a previous life, she was the unfortunate director of the Human Order Foundation, Chaldea, who met her end in the prologue of Fate/Grand Order and reborn as a vessel of the alien god, Olga Marie. Then there was a certain blood-spitting, walking anomaly. This man, who seemed to bleed at every turn, was named Melvin Weens. About the same age as Waver, he was Waver's closest friend, with a connection so deep even Rhaenys couldn't compare. Melvin was the one who encouraged Waver to participate in the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki, covering all his travel expenses. During Waver's toughest times after returning to the clock tower, it was Melvin who supported him, helping to keep the struggling El Meloy classroom afloat. When Waver was short on funds, Melvin would lend him money. When Waver needed connections, Melvin would introduce him to the right people. The funds Waver used to renovate the modern Magecraft Theory class came from Melvin, with the Velvet family's crest currently held as collateral by Melvin. Unlike Waver, who had worked his way up from humble beginnings, Melvin was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. The Weens family was a centrist force in the clock tower, and although Melvin had been looked down upon in his childhood due to his frail health, he quickly rose to prominence as a rare and valuable crest tuner. With his outstanding skills in crest tuner, Melvin amassed a vast fortune and connections that transcended factions within the clock tower. Even Bartholomew Lorelei, who was often at odds with the Democratic faction, was a regular guest of his, and Melvin played a key role in her completing her crest inheritance in just a year. However, despite his dazzling resume, Melvin himself was a mess. Besides his albinism and chronic blood-spitting condition, his personality was twisted to the extreme. While he was indeed Waver's best friend, he was not necessarily his ally, otherwise, he wouldn't have sent Waver into the dangerous Holy Grail War. Melvin's personality combined Tuco's obsession with interesting things, Reyna's sadistic tendencies towards Waver, and Flat's naturally cheerful disposition, making him the biggest troublemaker in Waver's circle. Thankfully, his poor health kept him confined to his workshop most of the time, otherwise, Waver's stomach might have already given out. This time, upon hearing that Waver had boarded the Mystic Eye collection train, Melvin immediately secured an invitation, chartered a helicopter, and raced to join Waver, nearly losing his life along the way. Normally, Melvin would have been out and about, eager to join in the fun of what was happening outside the carriage. Unfortunately, his blood-spitting condition had flared up again, leaving him too weak to move. He could only lie on a table, lamenting his missed opportunity while coughing up blood. Even Culls, tasked by Waver with looking after Melvin, hadn't shown up because of this. These three, along with another part-time trickster, Jean-Mario Supanera from the Clock Tower, also a peculiar magus with a popular TV show where he fights zombies while cooking on London's TV, as well as Gray, Luvia, and Yvette, who had come to help earlier, were the members participating in this Mystic Eye auction. Oh, and there was one more. A woman sitting quietly in a corner, wrapped tightly from head to toe. Shinji had no recollection of her, so she was likely not an important figure. He figured it was better to focus on what to do next rather than pay her any attention. After being delayed by Forest of Inash, Shinji thought they'd missed the chance, but it turned out they arrived just in time before the climax. Missing out on the opportunity to stir things up would be a disservice to Gaia and Alea's favor. Indeed, it was as if everything had been perfectly arranged. Shinji had arrived just in time. All parties had finished their preliminary skirmishes and were entering the heated phase of confrontation. The fifth item of the Mystic Eye auction, the final item, was now displayed at the center of the stage. This was the highest-ranked item ever auctioned in the history of the Mystic Eye auction, second only to the Rainbow class, a jewel-class Mystic Eye. Its ability was time-based, allowing the viewing of past events. Not only could it show things that had already happened, though the time reversal aspect was uncontrollable, but it could also recreate events from the past in the present. It allows the shadow of the past to emerge in the present like a bubble, thus it is named the Mystic Eye of Transience. After introducing the Mystic Eye, which she had personally extracted from its original owner's eye sockets, the deputy manager turned to the auctioneer. Leandra, you may begin. Yes, deputy manager, let's resume the auction. The current bid stands at $240 million. Chapter 829, starting with 10 tons of gold. The auction will now resume, with the current bid at $240 million, announced the auctioneer, named Leandra. From her appearance, she seemed the most like the owner of the train. She was dressed in a luxurious fur coat, with short hair and a model-like figure. Strips of leather were wrapped around her eyes, yet it didn't hinder her movements. This auctioneer also possessed mystic eyes. The auction was held in a carriage known as the Vault of the Thousand Mystic Eyes, which used spatial folding technology to make the interior space more than double the actual size of the carriage. The walls of the vault were lined with glass cylinders containing eyeballs. The dense collection of eyes made even Shinji feel a shiver down his spine. These were all mystic eyes, each containing rare mysteries. Amid the countless eyeballs, Leandra struck the gavel, announcing the resumption of the auction. $250 million. $260 million. The astonishing numbers quickly flew through the carriage. First was Adashino Hishiri, followed by Melvin. The former glanced at the latter, narrowing her eyes like a snake. Before she could raise her paddle again, someone else joined the fray. $280 million. It was Yvette. This time, it was Shinji's turn to narrow his eyes, shifting his gaze from left to right and back again. The Lehrman family might be a noble lineage, but their secret arts involve using gemstones to simulate mystic eyes, which places a heavy financial burden on them. There's no way they have that much liquid capital. Without a doubt, someone is backing her. Is it that mastermind behind the scenes? Or could it be Luvia, who shouldn't be here? Or is Luvia herself the mastermind in disguise? Soon, Adashino and Melvin caught up again. $300 million. $320 million. Amidst the continuously escalating bids, which seemed to rise with competitive fervor, Shinji quietly nudged Waver with his elbow. Tell me your thoughts on these mystic eyes. Are they worth spending so much money to acquire? Waver thought for a moment, holding his chin, and replied, the value of something isn't absolute but depends on its significance to the individual. If this were an unrestricted auction at the Clock Tower, and the legendary rainbow mystic eyes of death perception were up for bid, it wouldn't be surprising for the price to increase by several times. Mystic eyes can transcend theory and causality to grant the result called death, everyone would covet them. However, the mystic eyes of transience in this auction don't hold that kind of decisive power. Although jewel mystic eyes are rare, and even a lord would have to put in significant effort to acquire them, the ability to make the past appear in the present has varying value depending on the person. For people like us, who are tied to the remnants of the past, they're valuable, but for other magi, perhaps not so much. I see. Shinji turned his head to a different target. What do you think, Deputy Manager? Eyes and people influence each other. A person can control their eyes, but the eyes can also restrain a person. I suggest that you consider this carefully. I feel that the mystic eyes of transients are not suitable for you. If you have needs in this area, you can contact the master through this individual. I'm sure she can find the most suitable mystic eyes for you. Thanks. Arcuade, what do you think? Crunch, Arcuade, somehow having procured a bag of chips, mumbled as she chewed. It should suit Manachan quite well. Past, present, future, she has a knack for that kind of thing. After all, she's that woman's child. With your reassurance, I'm at ease. Shinji finally opened his narrowed eyes. Ryugi Mana, the daughter of Ryugi Shiki, was a girl Shinji regarded as the best unpolished gem, and she was his intended top disciple. Although she hadn't formally become his student yet, her future master was already planning for her. In his previous life memories, there wasn't much information about Mana, only that she was a precocious girl who, despite being only 10 years old, could outwit adults in their 20s. These adults included not only her father, Kakuto, no, Ryugi Makiya. Makiya had married into the Ryugi family to ensure the continuation of the prestigious exorcist clan, but also a man named Mitsuru Kamakura. Mitsuru was a key figure in the chapter of Kara no Kyukai, the Garden of Sinners, and, like Shinji, he had a hidden profession as an explosion artist or, more accurately, a bomber. Unlike Shinji, who engaged in explosives as a hobby, Mitsuru was a professional, setting bombs for profit. His precision and minimal collateral damage earned him a notorious reputation in Tokyo's underworld, a level of skill far surpassing Shinji's, who nearly blew himself up. His accuracy was due to his special ability or mystic eyes, future sight, a determinative type of future sight. This was the opposite of the transient's mystic eyes, determining the future he set. Generally, the future seen through deterministic future sight cannot be changed. However, exceptional cases do exist, and Mitsuru encountered one such exception. This unlucky fellow was spotted by Ryugi Shiki during one of her missions. To eliminate any potential threat, Shiki constantly tracked him, and eventually, Shiki used the mystic eyes of death perception to kill his predetermined future, rendering his mystic eyes useless and ending his explosive career. For some reason unknown, Shiki spared Mitsuru at that time. Over a decade later, her daughter, Mana, took a liking to Mitsuru and clung to him all the time. Apart from Mitsuru, Mana and Shiki also had significant interactions with another person possessing future sight, mother of Mifune. She had mystic eyes that allowed her to see destiny's branches and the ultimate future. She once performed a divination for Shiki's other personality, Shiki, before Shiki fell into a coma, predicting that Shiki would die no matter what but that Shiki would have a happy ending. After Mother of Mifune lost her abilities and fell into poverty, Mana, along with Mitsuru, found her and thanked her on behalf of her other father, Shiki, encouraging her to restart her career. Additionally, Mana's father, Makiya, while still surnamed Kakuto, had interactions with another woman possessing future sight, Seo Shizun. Her future sight was the weakest type, predictive future sight, only occasionally seeing fragments of destiny. But this also highlights this family's deep connection to the future. The future attracts the present, and the present is tied to the past. As Arcuade said, this family has strong ties to both the future and the past, making them ideal candidates for the mystic eyes of transscience. Although the mystic eyes of transscience are weaker compared to the mystic eyes of death perception and the ultimate future sight, they are more than sufficient as a welcome gift for an apprentice. Only one problem remains: money. Does Shinji have enough to make such a bid? While they chatted, the auction price had climbed from $320 million to $460 million, with Melvin as the bidder. Deputy Manager, I have a question. Please, go ahead. Does this auction accept payment in gold? The currency used in this auction is the US dollar. For customer convenience, the train does offer a dollar exchange service, though the rate is conservative due to real-time fluctuations. We appreciate your understanding. That's fine. As long as I can exchange it, then I'll make my bid. Please, go ahead. The woman wrapped in roses handed him a bidding paddle. Shinji took the paddle, and after Yvette called out the staggering price of $500 million, he raised it high and, with a playful voice, announced his bid. I bid, let's start with 10 tons of gold, as a gesture. Chapter 830, I can make the global economy collapse. In Shinji's mind, he expected to utter a single phrase that would shock everyone and make him the center of attention. After all, that's how it always goes in the various web novels he read in his past life. Society isn't short of examples where people throw money around to make a point. However, this time, his expectations fell flat. He did become the center of attention, but not for reasons of awe. Instead, he was met with ridicule, disdain, or even pity. Melvin, who was seated at a nearby table and continuing to bid despite coughing up blood, spoke up, the closing price in London the day before yesterday was $405 per ounce. For 10 tons, that would be around $140 million, not counting the train's fees. In other words, what sounded like a bold and arrogant offer of 10 tons of gold was less than a third of the auction price, a classic case of overestimating oneself and making an ineffective bid. Failing to impress and having his bluff called out, even Shinji, with his thick skin, couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, realizing that he had neglected to check the current gold prices and had made an assumption. Fortunately, he quickly adjusted his mindset, cleared his throat, and nonchalantly said, "I don't usually need that much gold, so I wasn't paying attention. If 10 tons isn't enough, then make it 50 tons. That should be sufficient, right? Come on, bow down, the true super rich is right here." If he hadn't flopped with that earlier show of arrogance, if he had just come out with the offer of 50 tons of gold right away, it might have been a display of extravagant wealth. However, given what had just happened, everyone's first reaction wasn't shock but suspicion. Even Waver asked, "Shinji, can you produce that much gold?" The deputy manager also chimed in, "Honored guest, false bids are prohibited." Receiving all these skeptical looks, Shinji found the experience of trying to show off to be quite disappointing, but he had already spoken and couldn't backtrack now without losing even more face. So, he patiently explained. "It's one thing for others to doubt me, but you, deputy manager, shouldn't." "Why?" the woman asked. "You, the conductor Rodan, and Miss Leandra are all under Rita Rosayen's command, so you should know your master well. Rita Rosayen has a certain frenemy who is also one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, just like her." Not only were these 3 employees from Rita Rosayen's faction, but anyone with a bit of knowledge about the Dead Apostle world would know about this duo of best friends, Rita Rosayen, the 15th of the 27 Dead Apostle ancestors, and the 21st, Water Demon Sumire. They were so close that they believed, if one of us has to die, it will be by the other's hand, and would often fight to the death for fun. Sumire possesses a unique ability similar to Arcuade's. "What does this have to do with me?" Arcuade looked confused, while the 3 staff members stiffened, clearly understanding what Shinji meant. Sumire was the only dead apostle ancestor who possessed Marble Phantasm. It was thanks to this nearly omnipotent ability that she could rival Rita Rosayen, who had collected numerous mystic eyes. Marble Phantasm is connected to nature, allowing its users to manifest any natural creation as long as they have enough mental energy, and make it permanently exist. Gold, which humans use as currency, is essentially just a type of mineral found on Earth. With Arcuade's abilities, 50 tons, 100 tons, 1,000 tons, or even 10,000 tons would be no problem. If she wanted to, she could crash the global economy in no time. "I apologize for my ignorance," the deputy manager bowed to both Shinji and Arcuade. 50 tons of gold is equivalent to $7 billion. The bid is valid. $7 billion going once, does anyone want to bid higher? Leandra raised the hammer, but the strongest competitors, Melvin, Adeshino, and Yvette, had all shown signs of giving up. $7 billion going twice. $7 billion going 3 times. Sold. The hammer struck. "Congratulations, honored guest, on successfully winning the Mystic Eyes of Transcience," the deputy manager smiled slightly as she handed the container with the Mystic Eyes to Shinji. "The transplant surgery can be scheduled at any time, although the guest may not need it." Shinji knew she was referring to Tuko, though he wasn't sure if she could perform a risk-free removal like the deputy manager could. However, transplanting should be no issue. Of course, he didn't say this out loud and responded vaguely. "That's hard to say. The person these mystic eyes are intended for is still a minor and not suitable for surgery. We might need your assistance in the future." Then, this concludes the auction. Thank you all for your. Please wait a moment, may I take up a bit more of everyone's time? Just as Leandra was about to close the event with a thank you, someone stood up and walked to the center of the auction platform. It was Waver. "Oh. Is there something you need, Professor Velvet? Perhaps you disagree with my deduction." Adeshino, the female magus from the Department of Policies, tilted her head with a slight challenge in her voice, though her face was full of satisfaction. "Yes, a deduction." Before Shinji arrived, something else had happened on the train, another death, a real one this time, not the fake death charade from Castle Adra or the framing by Iselma. Right now, the victim's head was placed in the middle of the venue, held by Waver's assistant, Calls. Trisha. At the sight of the head, Olga Marie bit her lip tightly, her face turning pale. The deceased was Trisha Fellows, Olga Marie's servant and family tutor, who had a very close relationship with her. Olga Marie's father, Marisbury Animosphere, was very busy, so Trisha was responsible for her day-to-day care and education. To Olga Marie, Trisha was not just a teacher but also a sister, even a mother figure. It's easy to imagine the immense impact her death had on the 12-year-old girl. Even someone raised with an elite education, accustomed to using aristocratic pride and a mask of decorum, found it hard to stay composed. The situation was not overly complicated. On the second day after boarding the train, Olga Marie returned to her room after interacting with Waver and others, only to find Trisha lying in a pool of blood, her head missing, with only her body left in the blood. At that point, Waver automatically switched to his second profession as a detective, beginning to investigate, gather evidence, and search for the killer. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion, and Waver had even found some clues, but before he could delve deeper, he was attacked. Although he had protection prepared by Shinji in advance, and Gray was there to guard him, the attacker was unexpectedly strong. Fortunately, receiving orders from their master, Leandra, and conductor Rodan, who had been secretly watching Waver, arrived in time to force the enemy to retreat. Despite that, Waver was still injured, with significant magic depletion, requiring treatment and rest. It was during this time that Olga Marie found Trisha's missing head, only for Adashino, who had been secretly observing, to catch her, and thus identified the murderer. Chapter 831, The Killer is You. The head was hidden at the crime scene, in Olga Marie's room. However, it wasn't in the real world but concealed within a subspace. The one who hid the head was the victim herself, Trisha. Trisha had mystic eyes, similar to Shizen Seo's, which allowed her to foresee fragments of possible futures. These predictions were not definite and could occur at any time. When Trisha foresaw that she would be beheaded, it was already too late. She only had time to hide her head in a subspace at the moment it was cut off. Her attribute, like Sakura's, was imaginary numbers, making this kind of magecraft her specialty. In subspace, time is frozen, so the head remains unchanged from the moment it entered until it was retrieved, allowing Trisha to leave a final message. After all, there is a slight time delay between decapitation and brain death. The moment the head left the subspace, Trisha's remaining consciousness revealed the name of the killer, Karaba. Karabo Frampton, a black man over 70 years old, was affiliated with the Holy Church. He was the only guest who did not attend the auction because he had already been detained for murder. Even if he hadn't been detained, he might not have attended, as he was there to sell, not buy mystic eyes. The mystic of transscience that Shinji bid on was provided by him. Using the mysterious power of the mystic of transscience, Karabo managed to kill Trisha before she could react. The mystic of transscience can recreate past events in the present. By presetting a slash, when Trisha reached a designated spot, the slash would be reenacted. Karabo insisted he did not know about his eye's ability or have any memory of such incidents. However, in Adashino's scheme, the auction house's agent revealed the eye's ability just in time. Karabo had previously used retrospective vision to look at Trisha's corpse and claimed not to have seen the killer. This statement was significant proof he wasn't lying because the killer never entered the room. Since the train was constantly moving, there was no need to enter Trisha's room. A simple slash in front of the moving train would decapitate her minutes or seconds later. Additionally, there was another piece of supporting evidence. 7 years ago, a series of murders occurred in which the victims, like Trisha, lost their heads. The Holy Church had sent an investigator, but no progress was made, and the case was left unsolved. The investigator at the time was Karabo. With so much direct and indirect evidence, Karabo's defense seemed weak. The truth was out, and the only thing left was to send the criminal to the clock tower for trial after the auction. Only Waver expressed dissent because he couldn't find Karabo's motive, what he always emphasized as the why done it. Although he acknowledged Adashino's reasoning, he insisted the case wasn't closed until this was resolved. Based on the clues he had uncovered earlier, he was certain there was a deeper truth behind this incident. So even after Karabo was captured, Waver continued his investigation. Luckily, after a night of rest and treatment, his body had recovered, and he was ready to investigate in peak condition. Now it was time for him to reveal the results. Waver Velvet was the clock tower's greatest detective. Other people's reasoning and deductions couldn't steal his thunder. Alright, Waver wasn't like that, this was just Shinji daydreaming out of boredom. Yes, boredom. Whether it was in the castle Adra or Iselma, some people and events caught his attention. But in this Mystic Eye train incident, there was nothing, at least, no one he cared about had appeared so far. Not having been there from the start, he couldn't be bothered with the convoluted reasoning that could fill 5,000 or 6,000 words. Playing a staring contest with Arcuade at the table was more fun. Fortunately, Waver's reasoning was about to end, and it was time to reveal the real culprit. The killer is you. You are the one who manipulated Karabo Frampton and killed Trisha Fellows. As he uttered the classic line found in all detective novels, a white light flashed through the carriage. A vortex of light suddenly erupted from Trisha's head, binding the limbs of the real killer like chains and isolating the interior from the outside. Indeed, Karabo had never lied. He truly did not know about his abilities or the identity of the killer. Although he killed Trisha and committed the crime 7 years ago, he was unaware of it all, as he was being manipulated into committing these acts unconsciously. The true culprit's motive was simple, Trisha's future sight. She foresaw a high-level Mystic Eye auction on the Mystic Eye train and her encounter with Karabo. She hoped to uncover the truth from 7 years ago through Karabo, even considering the possibility of his being manipulated and preparing for it. This was something the true culprit could not tolerate. They had to eliminate her before she found out the truth. Because of the existence of future sight, Trisha could predict most attacks, so the true culprit chose to attack from the blind spot of her vision, striking from the past to kill her. However, Trisha didn't leave without any backup. Given the dangers of the Mystic Eye train, she deliberately left a subtle clue pointing to the events of 7 years ago in her previous exchanges with Waver, which became the key for Waver to uncover the truth. "Professor, please stop joking." The one bound by the chains of light, Calls, smiled. At first, his expression seemed as if he thought Waver was joking, but after confirming that neither Waver's statement nor the barrier had budged, he shook his head in confusion. Are you serious? Of course. It seems you've convinced yourself that I'm the killer, but here, your mere words won't suffice. You understand that, right? Indeed. If the only ones present were Magus, the Department of Policies would suffice. But this Mystic Eye train belongs to the realm of dead apostles. So, besides reasoning, you need evidence to convince the auction organizers. Just as Miss Adeshino prepared Trisha's final message and the auction manager's testimony to prove Karabo's Mystic Eye ability. Waver admitted this calmly, then turned around. So, I called someone, a person who came all the way here. Thank you for your hard work. There, in Waver's former seat beside Gray, stood another person. Luckily, I caught a ride, so it wasn't too hard. The young man shook his curly hair and adjusted his crooked glasses. His height, appearance, and even demeanor were identical to those of the one bound in chains. Chapter 832, An Unmaskable Connection. At the very least, my standing here is decisive proof that you've committed perjury, wouldn't you agree? The newly arrived young man spoke to the person who was bound. His presence was like a ray of light piercing through the fog, shattering all illusions and making the situation more intriguing. Olga Marie, who had been staring at Trisha's head, finally looked away and called out the young man's name. Calls Forvej. Yes, the young man who had just appeared was indeed Calls himself. Well done, Waver. Melvin clapped his hands excitedly, shouting praises from the bottom of his heart. This is truly delightful. It's exhilarating. A show worthy of betting my entire fortune on. His fortune wasn't just an exaggeration. Previously, to bid on the Mystic Eyes of Transcience, Melvin had mortgaged everything he owned, including his house, workshop, assets, and treasures, amassing nearly $5 billion. If he had spent it all, he wouldn't even have been able to afford his own medicine. And all of this was because Waver had asked him to, though Waver hadn't explained why, only promising that it would be interesting. Melvin agreed because of this, hence, he was indeed a true friend and the best of friends. Faced with this decisive evidence, the bound Calls, no, the person impersonating Calls, finally stopped denying it. I suppose I must admit it. You were also the one who invested in Yvette, weren't you? Waver asked. As he had analyzed earlier, the Lehrman family could never have come up with that much money. Yes, the culprit admitted. But why didn't you suspect Miss Luvia? She could also have that much money. At first, I did suspect her, but later I ruled her out because she secretly slipped a note into my pocket during our conversation. The note said you were an imposter. Upon hearing this, the imposter let out a surprised, that's quite an unexpected answer. I thought my imitation of Calls Forvej was nearly perfect, even the famous discerning eye didn't see through it. How did you figure it out? To be honest, Shinji was also curious about the answer. In the original timeline, Waver was severely injured and nearly died. The imposter used techniques that Calls had not yet mastered to save Waver. He didn't want a lord to die at that stage, as it would attract the full attention of the clock tower. This raised Waver's suspicion. As a teacher, Waver had a precise understanding of his students' abilities and potential. But now, with all the preparations Shinji had made, Waver was standing there, conversing and laughing. Shinji knew his efforts hadn't been in vain. In the original timeline, this guy had already been likened to Zhuge Liang, just short of a feather fan and a silk robe, calmly obliterating his enemies. At first, Shinji was a bit worried, wondering if Waver wouldn't see through the deception. But then he thought, with both himself and Arcuade present, did it matter? If things went wrong, they could just crush the imposter with overwhelming force. So he relaxed and enjoyed the show, and unexpectedly, he actually saw something different. Everyone's eyes turned to the girl as dazzling as a gemstone, waiting for her answer. But instead, Luvia shook her head. It wasn't me, I was just the messenger. Then who was it? Shinji asked, finding the situation increasingly interesting. Luvia turned her head toward the mysterious woman sitting in the corner of the venue, wrapped in black clothing, a black veil, and a black hat. The woman, who had remained silent since the start of the auction and kept her presence to a minimum, finally spoke. Your imitation was indeed impressive. Combining summoning with empathy to achieve near-perfect mimicry, it's truly admirable. Near-perfect. So there was a flaw in my technique. Please enlighten me, the imposter asked sincerely, like a student eager to learn. To be honest, Shinji was also curious about this answer. The mysterious woman neither stood up nor removed her wide-brimmed hat and veil. She simply lifted her head, casting her gaze at the real Kales. This seemingly ordinary action made Kales's body tremble, his face showing disbelief. Like someone in a trance, he walked toward the woman, mumbling, "Sister. Is that you, Sister Fiore?" The woman didn't rush to answer, calmly removing her hood and veil, revealing a face no less beautiful than Luvia or Yvette. "It's been a long time, Kales. You've grown taller. Sister, it is you." Kales stood there, stunned, staring at the woman in a daze. Shinji was also stunned. What on earth was going on? How was Fiore here? In this timeline, hadn't she left home early and disappeared without a trace, with no involvement in the story? The woman smiled, her expression as clear as her voice. "Of course, I'm not an imposter, nor am I disguised. If you don't believe me, I can reveal all the embarrassing things you did as a child. When you were 3 years old." Stop, I believe you." Kales immediately gave in and quickly changed the subject. "Hey, imposter, I admit your disguise was impressive, but while you can mimic the appearance, body shape, voice, and even temperament, you can never replicate this, our bond of the soul. The memories and experiences my brother and I share from growing up together are something you can never imitate." The imposter frowned slightly in frustration. "I see, the connection between blood relatives is indeed irreplaceable. But to think that the long-lost sister would appear here, what an incredible coincidence." Fiore corrected him, "It's not a coincidence, I came specifically for Kales. I originally planned to secretly see him, just to make sure he was doing well. But when you ignored several hints, I realized something was wrong. The hints were codes we've used since childhood, something Kales would never overlook. So, I watched you secretly for a while and confirmed you were an imposter. That's when I asked Miss Luvia to pass the note to Professor Velvet." Kales asked, "Sister, you know Miss Luvia?" "Yes. I've been staying with her recently." "Staying with her? So you've been in London all this time? Then why did you use such a roundabout way? You could have just come to see me." "Wait, this is strange too. Miss Luvia used Miss Yvette's attendant spot, but you boarded the train alone. What on earth were you thinking?" Kales grabbed his hair in frustration, a stark contrast to his usual diligent, composed demeanor in the classroom. Chapter 833, Why is she here too? Why go through so much trouble? The reason isn't complicated, it's simply to avoid attracting attention. Fiore broke off ties with the Forvege family on her own and left home. Aside from Kales, all family members wished for her to return to assume the position of head of the family and inherit the magic crest, and they never gave up searching for her. If Fiore openly visited Kales, the news would likely reach the Forvege family by the next day. Even though their prestige as spirit summoners is waning, they still hold some influence. If that happened, the family might come out in full force to bring Fiore back. Fiore had already decided to leave the family, so returning was not an option. Kales, who had a close relationship with his sister since childhood, would be caught between his family and his sister. He couldn't bring himself to help the family capture his sister. But if he didn't help and let her go, he might face serious consequences himself. There were already voices in the family discontent with him. They might accuse him of deliberately letting Fiore escape to secure his position as head, possibly even resurrecting the extreme notion of killing him to force her to return. Therefore, Fiore couldn't be discovered. While troubled by this, word spread that Waver was heading to the Mystic Eyes collection train, and Kales was among those accompanying him. The Mystic Eyes collection train is a domain of dead apostles, where the Forvege family has no influence. Fiore asked Luvia to obtain an invitation for her, planning to disguise herself and secretly meet with her brother on the train. She went alone to avoid implicating Luvia if something went wrong. Those familiar with Luvia knew that while she appeared rational, she was emotional and valued her friends. The more Fiore insisted on going alone, the less likely Luvia would let her. However, Fiore's concerns were not unfounded, so Luvia sought another way and eventually turned to Yvette. The Lehrman family had a good relationship with the Edelfelt family, and the mastermind behind the scenes also wanted to use this opportunity to disguise Yvette's financial backing. They agreed to give up a spot in exchange for a loan and not compete with Yvette herself. Everything proceeded smoothly from there. Fiore wrapped herself up tightly, boarded the train, and narrowly avoided the imposter calls several times, using codes only they would understand. The imposter didn't get it, arousing Fiore's suspicion. After observing him in secret and confirming he was a fake, she had Luvia pass a note to Waver. Waver, erring on the side of caution, called back to verify and quickly found the real Kales. "I was sleeping soundly at home, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself in an abandoned building. I thought someone had cast an illusion on me. And when I woke up, several days had passed." Kales glared at the imposter with gritted teeth. The thought of what could have happened chilled him to the bone. What if this bastard had killed him or used that flawless disguise to do something terrible? Thanks to Sven, his nose is amazing. The imposter wasn't surprised. He was the only one I was wary of. Karl's Forveg had only been in El Meloy's classroom for a few weeks. I thought I could get by, but his sense of smell was a problem. I heard he was temporarily away for special courses in the first department, so I thought it was a good opportunity. You and Miss Adeshino teamed up when it became clear I was an imposter, right? Right. Waver nodded readily. Even after confirming with Rhaenys that you were an imposter, I couldn't subdue you. If I told Gray or Melvin, they probably wouldn't have been able to keep it a secret. The only one who could successfully deceive you was Miss Adeshino. And to set up a binding curse secretly, Miss Trisha's head was the first choice. But since I had no experience working with her, I was on edge throughout the auction. By the way, how did the real calls get here? Honestly, I thought if you exposed me with a phone call or communication magecraft, I could still find a way to bluff through it. It was Rhaenys. Wait, Professor, it wasn't Miss Rhaenys. Calls quickly corrected. Waver was startled, not Rhaenys. No. Then who? I brought him here. With a creak, the door opened once more. The person who appeared was a woman with a commanding presence that overwhelmed everyone. Her long, flaxen hair was tied back, her pristine white formal attire immaculate, and the magic wand in her hand, resembling a flexible baton, sliced through the air. The slightly upturned corners of her eyes exuded an aura of superiority, like a queen. Gasps echoed around the room. Calls became nervous. Gray lowered her head, trying to make herself as inconspicuous as possible. Yvette restrained her usual charm. Luvia and Fiori expressions grew serious. Shinji was dumbfounded, his mind racing with expletives. Why is another one showing up? Even the extreme hedonist Melvin and the uncrowned Lord Waver showed respect for her. Adeshino, the mastermind behind the plot, stepped forward and respectfully bowed before the woman. Lord, why have you come? The only person Adeshino would address as Lord was Bartholomew Lorelei, the current head of the Department of Policies and the Queen of the Clock Tower. Professor Velvet was attacked, and the modern magecraft department is in chaos. The Department of Policies couldn't ignore it. Besides, I wanted to see the famous Mystic Eyes collection train, so I asked Rhaenys to give me this opportunity. Professor Velvet, your idea to fly here with Tuco Travel was clever, but it's a bit too taxing for Miss Rhaenys. As her brother, you should have considered that more. Tuco Travel, another patent sold to the clock tower by Aozaki Tuco, inspired by a witch's legend, simplified a complex flying magecraft to the point where many magi could use it. Of course, simplifying the spell came with a price. First, it was inspired by a witch's legend, so it required the use of witch's ointment, a tool limited to female users. Therefore, only female magi could use this spell. Second, the flying experience was terrible. It had nothing to do with the human dream of soaring freely through the sky. It was less like flying and more like being catapulted. After locking onto the target, it was like being pulled by an extremely long rubber band. As long as the mana supply held out, you'd keep flying until you reached your destination. In such a state, the ride was naturally unpleasant, and the caster would be in a daze for almost the entire process. Even if they reached the destination safely, they would need a considerable amount of time to recover. It's a love-hate spell with a strong personal touch. P.S. Haha, as expected, the girls are all here, one after another. Next, it's time to pave the way for the Fifth Holy Grail War. This entire volume has been leading to this moment. Flirting might be fun in the short term, but remember, you'll have to take responsibility in the end.